Katowice! Now.
And James just looks locked in the quick scope into Hunter. A frag onto the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. Oh, no way! It's only Flip left over. Oh, what? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're going to end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today. From quarantine to quarterfinals, it's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Robs has found two. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Robs might just knock them all down.
A 1v4 that Robs is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Robs has heard something. Robs knows. Oh, there's the closer. Robs, what a way to lock in Dust 2. Robs ain't playing around. Gambit, this is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the fifth. And they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here. But this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning.
It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. What is man? Oh, the shepherd step takes down the goat. Boomage. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Boomage has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomage will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final.
By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Brokey lines up a double. And 5. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage.
Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals.
We bring out 2 teams. 2 teams that have never won here. 2 players leading them who have never won here. They've tasted disappointment on this stage. Today, that changes.
FaZe does just enough to stay alive. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime. Fast pace towards Banana. The play has been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind. Another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. 1 round left.
Is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. But Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a rope. It's over. As FaZe somehow turn this back.
G2, they're going to find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Twist trying to use the gap to see through spots. Sees him. Easy find to the kill. Looks down. Hunter not looking the right way. And Twist has both. Monacy comes straight back into the picture. And it's Kerrigan that has to hold it. He can't. Monacy's got overtime. How are we doing this again? How are we going the distance once more?
Hunter and Monacy. It's them against the world.
Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3. Oh my, he's absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks. Gets shut out by Monacy in the end. JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Monacy back in the corner. And this is absolutely doable now. Quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi B just waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's going to be so close. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series.
That is unbelievable. The standard. What can this man not do for FaZe? Catwalk, there's no other options for G2.
Oh, they lined up. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter. FaZe, finally. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018. The king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it's finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
ESL Pro League Season 16 is brought to you in part by Intel, ASUS Republic of Gamers, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Gaming Malta, and CSGO Hub.
That's right, Matthew Trivet. Welcome to the big stage. It's ESL Pro League 16th season. We find ourselves comfortably getting started in Group C. I say comfortably on our end because it was most uncomfortable in the server yesterday. Upsets galore. Everyone loves to see it. We love to see it. And personally, we hope you do as well. When I say we, I don't just include myself. There's a whole cast, crew, and production and all of that. But most importantly, be Kasad and Yanko standing to my right. We're going to get to the commentators soon enough. That's going to be Chad and Henry. But guys, we had some boo-boo faces yesterday. Some people were crying, upset, just about nothing.
Some boo-boo faces, some Akimomos. There was a little bit of everything in there, Trace. And if day one is any, tell of what we're going to get from Group C, we might not get the best CS we've seen in Pro League, but hell, it's going to be entertaining, isn't it?
Somebody going to lose.
Yeah, we discussed it before. This is going to be interesting group. From the day one, it was interesting. From the game one, it was interesting.
Literally from game one.
Literally from game one. I know Yanko was predicting MOUZ. He was so proud of it. So let's, give him another.
So let's see how many people are. Let's see how many people are going to predict them to win today, right?
Yeah. I can wait for that. Let's see what happens there.
Well, yesterday leaves us this much ahead. We talked about the first day of groups and score lines start to come through. You're going to see ones in the column and zeros in the column. And that means L's were taken by HEET, ASTRALIS, and Heroic.
Yeah, we saw MOUZ yesterday winning that 2-0 game against Heroic.
We'll get to that.
Expected that.
The important question is, Kasad, tell me this. So look at HEET. Look at their logo.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be like an angry bird?
It looked. Yeah, I thought it was like Flashpoint-ish.
I think it's like the beak in the middle, right?
Like the beak?
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Like an angry bird, right?
Yeah.
It's very angry.
Like the video game Angry Birds, which I don't think anyone's played in quite some time. But yeah, I think you're onto something there. Kasad?
Now you can go back to your actual analysis.
Yesterday's results. All right.
There you go.
MOUZ Sports beating Heroic, obviously, something that only Yanko expected. We're going to finish with that right there. The second game was a surprise for everyone. Complexity beating Astralis. Astralis doesn't look like a top 5 team. We established that. Or top 4 team. So
or
Complexity deserved that win. It was a surprise for them all. And then expected win from everyone. I think was a really confident and convincing swift 2-0 for ENCE against HEET. So we saw
Angry Birds.
The new guys in ENCE showed up and performed. So it's going to be really interesting to see. I think they have a really in a really good position to get into the playoffs if they continue like that.
I think it was a really good game, first game for Sun Pius and Valde to kind of get into the swing of things with ENCE, right? And relatively easier opponent, right? Get some confidence built up. So when the more difficult games come in, you feel like your feet are already set.
Yeah, you want to start out strong. And, for having a player like Valde and sort of the utilization that Snappy wants to use from him, it'll be exciting to see how he's implemented across more maps. He has an explosiveness to him that perhaps we can see more of, Kasad.
The one thing that I actually really like about ENCE is they always have this.
They have Madden.
Yes, yeah. Obviously Madden is there, but the thing is they always seem to have, at least on the outside and from what Madden is telling me, the really positive atmosphere and a healthy environment around the team. And I think that's really important, especially when the new players come in. Doesn't matter if they're the established players or kids, right? It's super important to have the healthy environment around them, and everybody's laughing, everybody's in a really good mood, and everybody's playing well. So
here,
it's something, yeah. That's something that I really kind of enjoy seeing in a team like that, and I think MOUZ is similar to that right now.
Well, a team like Complexity, who no one had on the radar, I'm pretty sure that was like a 0, and the rest of us chose Astralis. What did we see yesterday?
Well, talking about laughing, this was one of the most hilarious rounds we've seen in a long time. I know Chad has, I think, maybe even actually lost his mind thanks to this round. So, third map of Complexity, Astralis, first gun round, and some of the stuff Complexity did pretty well. So they take a risk here. You're going to see boosting up Cat, right? 2 players to go for that early aggression. There's only one guy towards long, and Floppy, he's just going to throw a smoke for B and going to go back to mid. They're going to do the mid crunch, so to speak, right? And you're going to see this at long. First, this smoke that you see here a little bit deeper, that's Fang's smoke. And the reason he does it is exactly because of this smoke from the T's, right? So what he does now, as you guys can see, is a wall of smokes. And that's what he was counting on. He got what he wanted, but what he didn't expect was Farley going for a fast play. And they're just going to miss each other. They just don't even see each other. I think Farley, you can see him right here. He pops on his screen a little bit, but I think he maybe was looking at the radar or at something like that. He was getting a flash, maybe something like that, so he didn't really realize that Fang passed him. Or he did, and he just calmed it to his teammates and like said, hey, I'm going to go for the push. You can see here complexity, what he said, what we said, two guys going top mid. These two guys are going to go towards lower. So they're going for full-on aggression. I like this. I like the attitude this shows, but look at this crazy setup. No one's watching mid for Astralis. They have two guys towards long, and you can see here, it's just sort of Glaive. He's watching the push through suicide, but this is kind of strange that Astralis doesn't have a better setup. Now they almost shoot at each other, the complexity players. They get both kills. They're running around, they're trying to figure it out. They understand where the weakness is in this sort of a setup, right? It's towards B, upper B. They don't have anyone there except for one player watching for them to come lower. And at this point, it's possible that Fang communicated, hey, one guy might have slipped towards long in some weird timing. So you can see that Farley he has a side. They've lost complete mid control and top mid control. Now complexity is going all the way back to trying to cover everything here. I mean, look at this mess. Like, there's one player going cat. Three guys are towards lower. Instead of this player coming together and for them to double peek this, luckily they're going to get the trade. All the meanwhile, you can see on your top right, there's trades happening as well towards B. That's because they realize they want to go for an info play. This is a whiffed spray from JT. He should have had Glaive dead to right. Right, Floppy comes in. He just misses config as well, but lets himself known. And now you're thinking, wait, how did this happen that Astralis is actually in a winnable position after being in a 3v5 early on? Here is where config sort of feels like he needs to take a risk. Glaive is low HP. He goes for the flank, whips his shot. Now they know where he is. They just push forward quickly on Glaive to go for the retake, and they get on the defuse, and the plant isn't really ideal for config, and there's not much he can do from this point on. And complexity wins one of the crazier rounds we've seen so far in ESL Pro League, Trace.
Talk about a round being all over the place. Saab, what do you decipher from the, well, I'll just call it a mess.
The thing is, like, the rounds like this, you had a chance to practice, or you never had a chance to encounter something like that. The only thing that's gonna, at the beginning, I didn't understand that no one from Astralis' players saw Fang on the radar, because the dot should be there when you spot a person. I understand that Farley was in the middle of smokes and flashes and trying to turn and trying to get into the smoke and continue long, but nobody, for example, Glaive, who was setting up the flashes, somebody I think was Blame, who was in upper, the dot should be there, right, on the radar. So most of the players see that dot and they can call that, but, you know, at that time probably nobody saw it, and that's how he slipped in. And after that, I don't understand why they left B. Like, you know, and they allowed, like you said, Astralis to have a winnable position in that situation. So that was a little bit of miscommunication, but I can write that off for like the you know, the mess of the round, right?
The chaos of the round.
Nobody practiced that ever. Nobody had a chance to actually deal with something like that, and the reactions.
To be honest, even in that 5v3, I'm kind of fine, because, you know, you're playing for the mid push, obviously, right? And to crunch it, and the reason why there's a guy long and the smoke B is to make it look like a default, and you're sort of gambling that they're not going for anything fast mid and they're not going to see you. So when you get the entries, the normal reaction from the T's is going to be what? Well, we have to try and go B. If you don't try to take other parts of the map quickly, you're probably going to be way too behind in the round. So just, you know, play the 5v3, play the numbers. They actually played it like correctly. They missed some of the shots, and they managed to win the round.
What's interesting, just a little small point, is like the positioning in long from Astralis before they got pushed from middle was something like, it's like they knew that somebody might be there, right? So they were waiting for somebody, because otherwise they would probably go long or go back to B.
Or have vision middle at all.
Yeah, or just look at middle, but they were just standing in the long hot tunnel, right? And then they just got flanked after that. So they might have had the information that Fang slipped through. So it will be interesting to find out what happened there.
Well, let's find out from Chad and Henry. Let's find out what Chad thinks about that game of Counter-Strike. Boy, Chad, lay it on him.
What a round it was.
It was, I like the breakdown, so thank you very much for that. A couple of details that we definitely missed in all the madness. But that series yesterday, I think there's a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
Especially after map 1, where Astralis looked great.
I agree with the boys, though. I think it was entertaining. I enjoyed the calamity. You know me, Chad. I was born in the darkness.
Yeah.
So for me, I think it's always something could be said. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of enjoy it. I think it has been the most chaotic group we've had so far. Sure. Only after one day, and that's kind of impressive to say. But do you feel like we'll see more of those antics going forward? Because I want to cast more of them.
Hopefully so. I just got excited for Complexity. I went home. I got it on right here for you to see. Complexity Armageddon.
We're watching it right now.
Complexity Redemption as well.
That's a throwback.
I'm sure Trace has watched these many a time as a North American representative. So if people at home want to Google Complexity Armageddon or Redemption, great little movies they made back in the day. They're like 20 minutes long. So something to watch.
Videos, yeah.
But I think the big talking point here, Trace, before I lob it back over to you, is this ENCE situation. Sampaius, the type of peaks he was taking yesterday, and Volder locking down sites. I'm surprised. I know it wasn't against the best competition in the group, but I'm glad to see ENCE hit the ground running here. We have another contender to jump into the top 10 above Astralis, I guess, right, boys?
Yeah, just indeed. Somebody else to join the list. Very tip-top. ENCE looking like the ones to trot. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to hand it over to them sooner rather than later, and I do think that maybe they can reiterate there's something good coming down the pipeline, and I'm pretty sure that everybody's going to enjoy it. It talks about Henry G, it talks about Sponge, and it's even got a few vocals coming out from Harry Russell, which is going to be, it's going to be good if we can just get our stuff together. And
was that a kiss?
It was
The chef's kiss.
something like that. Look at the house divided, though.
Oh, whoa, what? 4 people are now in MOUZ's camp?
Well, we always knew that MOUZ could possibly do it, okay?
No. Kassad is still adamant. You know, now he's just being stubborn. Right now, he just doesn't want to be the guy that's like, oh, now he switched over to my camp. So now he's just going to be wrong, and that's fine.
Let's
like
see after the game. Let's see after the game.
It's good, man.
I can give you the analysis, but you know we have enough time for that later on.
Yeah, we really do. So MOUZ Astralis start things off. We look a little bit of complexity.
This is the most split the predictions have been, I feel.
It really is. Yeah, it actually 100% is. Only if the top one was 3-3, it would be split right down the middle, like an 8-7
I feel like, you know, the HEET one requires some explaining. I feel I picked HEET for 2 things. I think Complexity was the less bad team yesterday to win. Like, someone had to win that game, and it ended up being Complexity. And I also think HEET, for a lot of these players, this is the first time they're playing in this sort of a setting. So I can imagine it was a little bit intimidating for them, right? And also you're playing a very good team in ENCE, and their style is also very, very strong against some of these tier 2, tier 3 teams. So I think after yesterday, they're going to feel a little bit more settled, right? They're going to have their team talk and say, guys, we're here. Let's play our own game. Let's not play scared. And then a weaker opponent like Complexity, Jax is going to take care of them. Jax is going to put them to bed, Trace.
Okay, Neil.
Big Jax. And that's what we look forward to on the other side of this break with MOUZ and Astralis. Thereafter, Complexity HEET is actually when we look for Jax. Nonetheless, following all of that will be ENCE Heroics. So we're just about ready to get the day started. And if you pick MOUZ, well, let's see what happens. We'll be right back after this.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ready to go almost for our first matchup of the day. A little MOUZ ASTRALIS in ESL Pro League 16th season. It is September the 15th, and this month is just speeding by from the seams of it. And by the seams, I mean that's what we're holding on to, right here in the seams of Kassad's pants. Ready to go.
Well, I guess we're ready to go. Anyway, MOUZ Sports against ASTRALIS. We saw two different faces yesterday when it comes to two teams. MOUZ Sports, you know, with their new addition and like a young team really showing up against Heroic and delivering that win in a semi-convincing fashion. They got, like, you know, some of the pistol rounds going their way. So, and also we have ASTRALIS on the other side, who, like you said it, Janko, they played terrible. And I think there is several reasons for that. And I don't think they're right now, like we said, not even close to top 5, let alone top 3 or 4 where they're right now. I would put them in a category above top 10 at this moment with this kind of performance.
Janko, is this next player we're going to feature going to be a problem for ASTRALIS today? He goes by the name of Exertion.
He might be. I think, you know, he obviously had a great day one. We were waiting to see how he's going to square up against some tier 1 opposition. And, you know, I think the fact that they had, as they said, the 2-week-long boot camp at their facility coming into this tournament really allowed them to get up to speed with their style. You're obviously it's going to be a little bit similar to what they experienced in the academy team. The coach is the same. He's played with 2 of the guys from that team already. So he's more familiar than most people would be with their game and their setting. And I think you definitely can see that the talent is there, right? And even if he has a bad game today, I wouldn't, you know, say that he doesn't have what it takes to play at this level. I just don't think, you know, we should have too big expectations of him.
Right.
For him, this is just kind of, hey, get your feet wet. You have 5 best of 3s here. If you do good, great. If you don't do good, it's fine. Like, you know, nothing's going to change. We're still going to keep going.
He's already doing well, you know, and what surprised me, it's not the fact that he's sharp, right? You expect from these kids that to be sharp, and they are really, like, this new generation of kids is super sharp. But the thing is, like, what kind of impressed me the most about the kid is the fact that he's so calm and collected in this high-pressure situation. He's playing against Heroic yesterday, which is they're not a joker, you know, they're a decent team, right? So in some situations where he was in the goose position on the flank on Dust 2, he was playing it super calm, like he's a veteran. So it's something that really nice to see, and combining him with Torsi and Frozen, that could be scary.
For me, an element of that was his patience, in a sense of just like kind of playing the waiting game, right? And not overextending. I think for me, that was the biggest thing, right? Even in a simple thing on Mirage, there was, you know, the last player, they were in a 4v1 almost, and he was having a bit of a fight in window, and he was just crouching down and up, just buying time to make sure, like, the guy comes from Cat and the guy comes in connector, so they make sure there's a trade. You know, a lot of guys would just take the fight, even if I die with 3v1, they're going to kill him, and they probably will, and he didn't have much time, but this is like playing the percentages all the way up and playing the most disciplined way, so you like to see that from a young player.
So we see the complexity ASTRALIS game inversely, and with BlameF donning an ASTRALIS jersey, not the complexity jersey. We can talk about some of his stats. He was the only one that really went positive across both CT and T sides in a matchup where they lost out in first kills 61-39.
It's a picture that we keep seeing this year, right? Where he's top performing for his team, delivering even high impact packs. He's doing a lot of numbers, as we can see on the graph here, but the team is just not, you know, clicking.
Not even close. The team is not even close.
And I see that as a two problem thing, right? The first one, they kind of minimized that problem, which is the op. Lucky was, you know, a liability. Farleg is much better. He's not device, but he's not a liability.
I think he's much better.
He's much better. I can say that he's
How many highlights of him do you remember on the op with this team?
Well, none. But the thing is, like, I remember the liabilities that Lucky was, right? And then the problems that he made for this.
I mean, that's like saying, like, you were the opper and then I became the opper. It's
it would be much.
Yes, I am much better than you, but I'm still not great.
In opping, maybe, but in other stuff, I don't think so. I'll give you the op. The second problem is obviously the fact they have 2 lurkers. It doesn't work. That's like having 2 goalkeepers in a soccer team.
That would be awesome, though.
That would be great. Yeah, that would be very impactful. Well, hey, speaking of which, I think we're going to get the opportunity to talk to BlameF in this moment. So what has he got to say before we play?
Hey, Desk, as you can see by my side right now, I have BlameF, and he will give us an update of what is happening in the ASTRALIS camp. BlameF, obviously you probably expect this question, because you guys yesterday picked Nuke, you had the remarkable T side, but then somehow in the second half, it all went to OT. What happened?
Well, I think to say it just how it is, they went a lot inner, and we just really couldn't hold it. It felt like they just kept doing a lot of like pressure in and getting some entries there, and yeah, just kind of like. I knew they did that as well last time we played them, but yeah, they just got a lot of entries on it and won the rounds going in all the time. So definitely talked a lot about that after that match.
So they basically kind of surprised you?
No, I don't think it was a surprise because like it was like stretch that we could see in the other matches that they had. So it's not like we didn't know it. It's just like, yeah, it just worked for them.
And what were the first actions that the team did? Like, did you go downstairs, watch the demo? What were the things that you do?
Well, first we went and got some dinner because we were very hungry after a long game. But then after that, we went down to the practice room and just watched it back and yeah, just said what we were going to do instead.
Well, today's the opponent is going to be MOUZ, a team that just recently went for some changes, and we really noticed like they changed a lot of positions. As a team that usually relies on preparations, how did you prepare for this team?
I think you could prepare because they did play some, you know, like with the new guy. But yeah, I think they gave a little bit away, like how they're gonna play. Like they said a little bit in the interview and stuff, and you can also see like on some of the maps they change, you can kind of see like that throws move around in some positions on T sides and stuff. So I think you can kind of like expect it. Also from what the Exertion guy was holding this previous team. But other than that, I think you just have to like not do too much individual counter. You cannot like depend on how they play individually, but maybe more as a team, you know, they're probably going to play somewhat similar. I think that's the key.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep, playing with keys, but there's no Mozart around here. In fact, we do need to just go ahead and jump straight, and I mean straight directly into our Colex players to watch.
Day 2 opens with MOUZ versus ASTRALIS, and the heat is rising. Torje is hot off his win over Heroic yesterday, where MOUZ scored a 2-0 victory over the Danes. Today, they will open again versus the other Danish team in attendance, ASTRALIS. The sharp young Oper, who boasted a 114 rating yesterday, will have his telescope locked in on the stars. ASTRALIS will be gunning for a stronger performance after falling to complexity in their opening match. Farlig will certainly be put to the Oper test, with Torje currently being the sharper of the two. Can Farlig rise to the challenge and help bring his team through the gates of victory? Group C is opening up, but who will get shut down?
Well, let's find out. But first, what the hell are we going to be playing on? There's 3 maps that have to be decided throughout this veto. Yanko, is there a crossover? Is it even possible to tell at this point?
Well, you know, MOUZ Sports against a team like ASTRALIS are going to go for the Dust 2 ban, Vertigo probably for ASTRALIS, and now we're going to have to see what MOUZ goes for Mirage. Most likely they only lost 1 in a long time. They actually switch it up and they go for Inferno. That's a big surprise for me, considering how good Mirage has been for them. And I was ready here to talk and say the reason why they should pick Mirage is because, well, their style is they play a lot of default. Like, it's not that predictable. It's not that easy to read. It works against a lot of different opponents, but they decide to switch it up, maybe throw a curveball, and ASTRALIS go for that nuke pick. Not too many maps that they can go for, and MOUZ getting to start on the CT side.
Yeah, that pick for ASTRALIS nuke was a little bit surprising for me. Yesterday, I didn't like the way that the map went against complexity. They got 9 T rounds though. I mean, that's pretty good. And you should close the map when you have 9 rounds on T side on a map like nuke. But didn't really work out. I guess they after they reviewed it, they got something out of it. And the pick for MOUZ Sports is a little bit of surprising. I think they maybe have found some gaps in ASTRALIS's game, or they might feel good on it. So.
I don't get it at all, man. It's like, it's the one map ASTRALIS won yesterday against Complexity. MOUZ are 4-4 on it in the last 3 months, and they're 9-1 on Mirage. It's like, and also Mirage for ASTRALIS, we've been talking about it from the start. You know, they had to change in-game leaders. Blame has been the last we heard calling on the map. So I don't get this, and I don't like this for MOUZ. And you're just trying to ruin my predictions, you bunch of...
Are you scared? Oh, yeah.
Well, don't let fear overtake you, because it's time. And I'm talking about the nighttime being the right time. We're not quite there yet. Plenty of sunlight left in today, Chad and Henry. We're going to be jumping into ASTRALIS and MOUZ. Inferno, Nuke, Ancient. Let's get it on.
Greetings and salutations, gamers. Welcome back to ESL Pro League, and we have another amazing game here for your delight and delectation. We've got ASTRALIS taking on MOUZ. ASTRALIS not looking so hot yesterday, Chad, and MOUZ Sports, they look piping.
Yeah, Yanko, they're a little bit quizzical in the veto. We can discuss that as we move forward, maybe an eco or two. Ooh, a casting that game to yesterday on Inferno. But here's a miracle, a Christmas miracle. There's no Julies in play. It's just 5 USPs. So normality has been restored as, Dex has been
gushed.
Yeah, 2 HP and some utility. That's not the dream.
One of the first rounds as well, the CTs haven't rushed down middle, Chad. I'll say that.
And I think it's the first time that the odds have been dead even
I think that's
on
fair
1x
enough.
bet.
I feel like ASTRALIS, sure, wasn't their best showing yesterday, but we know they can do a lot better than that.
Yeah, I think maybe complacency after they rumbled complexity on map number 1, and then maybe just the focus.
It was actually Inferno, they got the dub, right? So interesting pick from MOUZ Sports to go into this one, but...
Flame's not looking.
Doesn't matter, apparently, but Zipex will be the one that goes down. Does make up for it. Lots of damage inflicted so far, but back to the 4-on-4. Config to be tested next, and he does not pass. It will be Torchy to crack things open towards B. This is a bit of a chaotic round once again. We'll see whether Farley can find the very important kill here towards the B bomb side. He's got lots of attention towards this side of the map, and Frozen still towards the pool.
Yeah, well, the bomb's going to be planted in the A side in a couple of seconds here, so Frozen just to stay alive. Now they'll be able to identify that the bomb isn't here. Dexter will be planning default, does have a Molotov to work with as well, but he is very low. Remember that goosh at the start of the round. It's going to be on Exertion here. Had a great debut yesterday.
BlameF will be aware that he got the headshot. They haven't seen the assist yet, so one player can be confirmed to be low. Spots the shadow and Exertion with the nice shot towards BlameF there. Just Farley remaining, no defuse kit, bear in mind. 2 players to find as well. Dexter tucked in towards the apartments. Time of the essence now. Jumps up towards the graveyard, and it's a nice maneuver, but needs to get his skates on here. We'll see if he can find the first kill. He doesn't. It's not quite clean enough, and there he comes in. Yeah, you're absolutely right. As soon as he touches it, out of luck, out of time, and it will be MOUZ Sports picking up the pistol there. Not a very traditional one, as you might expect in Inferno.
Everybody goes down there with the bomb as well, so good stuff for MOUZ to pick that up. But one of the keys right there in the pistol is something that I think we'll see MOUZ do a lot. Some of the notes yesterday, when Complexity on their T side were getting opening picks against Astralis' defense, at that point, they were gamble stacking. Astralis were sending 4 players to either side after some really nifty info plays. Now, MOUZ are potentially thinking they can exploit that. If they can find the opening pick and expect Astralis with the over-rotation, as well as consistent 3-man B stacks at start of rounds, maybe that's a gap that Dexter and Cyclone have been able to find here while watching the VODs and demos overnight. Probably the demos, not the VODs. I don't want to listen to us clowns, but...
Yeah, definitely not.
A few more details in the demo as well.
So then, we do have a full eco from the Danes, BlameF for the P250, and a rifle setup from MOUZ Sports. They've got one MAC-10 in the mix as well, in the hands of Dexter. He can be thrown into the choke points first and detect these stacks. As you mentioned, there's actually a 4-man A stack going on from Astralis right now. And looks at things, we're just hunting for some mid-control from MOUZ Sports. Don't necessarily have to commit to this. They're doing deeper smokes towards the arch side and library, just going to be flashing up and seeing what's available to them in terms of information.
Well, the weapon advantage here, a wrap is beautiful, right? If you come up the short side, you have to worry the balcony, the pit, the side, graveyard. Now they at least get to use these weapons at range. Unfortunately, it's Dexter's MAC-10 to round the corner first, and he's spotted at least a little bit of information.
And with that kind of setup, Chad, with 2 players towards the pit, potentially, you can maybe guarantee that going towards CT spawn might be the right call here. Torchy narrowly misses out on the intel as they push towards middle. They know they've been rumbled at this point and need to get a bit of intel themselves, as Torchy will find the first frag of the round.
Well, look how passive Zip is during all of this. Torchy's going to mop up 2 more kills top mid, and this was the passive position I was talking about from Zip. He's been able to find a MAC-10 during all this. There's 35 seconds on the clock here. Farley's got another kill, but they shouldn't have any issues with his guns out. Just need to hit the shot, and they will. So 2 casualties against this full eco round. Astralis will be buying into the rifles here for round number 3. So in that type of situation, on the CT side, 2 kills, you'd be content with that.
Absolutely. And it's led them to a situation where they have a nice healthy buy here. Farley, especially on the AWP. No helmet, could be an issue against the Galils, but overall looking pretty good. Now, I'd like to see Farley be a little bit more assertive here. It's one of the rounds they probably need him to find an early advantage. It took him a while to start being activated on the CT side of Inferno yesterday. We didn't see him look very dynamic until about the mid stages. We'll see what he's up to here in the first gun round.
Well, he started doing his best work by the time they got to Dust 2. Looks like they're going to do the pallet boost here to have a pick deep down mid, but Glave's already been gooshed. Ahead of this is Torgy. No AWP, no problems. That's a lot of damage to inflict over towards this A defense with only 2 prongs. Config is rotating back over from the B site now while Zip and Blame are locking down this banana position. That was another thing we noted yesterday. Blame was the front man, Zip was the supportive element of all of this. Ooh, that's a nice kill from Farley there. So on the flash, Exertion goes down and the number advantage is in play here for the Danes.
Absolutely true. MOUZ Sports with 3 smokes remaining, 1 flashbang as well as they just juggle some utility, tag each other out of the bomb side. It's going to be Farley now setting up the turrets towards the B side of the map. Maybe want to boost Zipex and CT Spawn as well. We'll see which way they're inclined. But you're right, they still had the 5-on-4 here, but JDC will be towards the apartments here, setting up a lurk smoke by the looks of things, as his teammates patrol top and middle.
MOUZ, when they get in these type of situations, will potter around for a while. They'll look for one more kill, and then if they don't get it, likely to see a save here. And that's a perfect deploy of the smoke towards pit. The one way is going to ask a few questions as JDC attempting to self-flash here. 3 AKs they could be handing over. Dexter charging in, the in-game leader, wants to get it done, and he's just going to go down. This crossfire, very potent. Really no way forward. Jump into pit. JDC's got 1 and 2. The double up with Frozen getting a 3rd on the side. It's now a 2-on-3 situation for MOUZ.
Very fortunate on the timings there. What a leap of faith that was from JDC. He can't believe his luck. The player towards the headshot position, not looking his way. He gets a double kill. Round done. And that was a 5-on-4 in favor of Astralis. Farley opening things up. But mousesports with the lurk smoke. Dexter going down early as well.
3 of them there.
And they just had no idea the drop down could come from apartments. They seemed like that eluded them completely.
It felt like they didn't want to initiate for that crossfire because the crossfire was very strong.
Love to see that from JDC's POV if possible, just to see what he's up against. Surely the CT in that headshot position is watching nothing but that apartment drop down once the lurk smoke comes through.
Yeah, and is the pit player just waiting to activate? I'm not sure what's gone wrong for Astralis there. Maybe a miscom, but a great batch of shots there from MOUZ, JDC and Frozen. When the chips were down, Dexter threw himself into the den. Exertion was already dead earlier in the piece, so essentially a 3v5 after that trade came in.
Well, they keep it clean. mousesports with 3-0 right now. Let's have a look at it. Let's see how that went down. This was the opening kill from Farley towards Boiler Room. Blind as well, very nice. Config gets the first kill on Dexter, as you mentioned, 5-on-3.
Reloading.
This is the moment. So Glaive.
Okay.
He moved out of position and was looking towards the bomb site just as JDC fell down.
So Config started reloading. He doesn't have eyes on short anymore. He's moving to reposition to take the balcony fight. Glaive's popped up his little head to watch short and have the crossfire with sight. And in that time, JDC's found the perfect timing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but mousesports looking very, very good here at the start of the first half on their pick. No force spy to speak of, but some saved weaponry.
Oh!
And a juicy grenade from second middle. Molotov as well. They're in a lot of trouble here. Farley might go down before he even sees anyone.
Excuse me? We were trying to have an aggressive maneuver here.
Well, that's very unfortunate. They take so much damage en route towards the apartments there. Farley, I guess, at least he's the AWPer. Needs to be very careful at this point. Still wants to challenge top and middle. Looking down towards the T-steps, and luckily for him, no one really looking at this point. We do have Glaive investigating his options towards second mid. Might be able to find a timing, Chad. Might be the operative word. His AWPer goes down, and that's going to be the end of that. Torchy with a double. They should pump the brakes at this point. No one has to rush into a bomb site. Let's make sure we go together. And here comes a flashbang towards A. Config to defend. I dare say he'll probably get the first kill. Where's the trade, though? He can actually pick up a rifle as well, but doesn't have the time. 4-on-2.
I think just holding on to these upgrades right now for Zip and Blame should be name of the game here. If they can get this AWP back, Torchy would be doing well to give that over. His 3rd in the rounds and handling these investments of the save.
Okay, Blame. Well, Torchy's looking very confident, isn't he?
Great round. I think one of the keys here is Astralis try to stay, let's use the word proactive, right? Because we've seen them rotate around a lot. They did it on Nuke. And a lot of the time they're doing it individually. There doesn't feel like there's too much of an idea. They're just trying to scamper over to support the other site quite quickly. And in doing so, with the default style of MOUZ, if they try and find a gap, right? And MOUZ are accounting for it, whether it's immediately or give them a little bit of space and then peek back in like we just saw Torchy do there, they're going to be in a lot of strife because you're not going to be able to pull off these moves one at a time. You need to be a unit here, Astralis.
Well, speaking of which, Farley is going to be moving around, joining the fragging unit at B. Blocked by the flames for now, but he'll want to get some vision towards logs if possible. Blame will get towards the half wall as well. And there's any other flashbangs, just to reclaim some control potentially, at least at the bottom area.
Yeah, I think one of the keys here for the Danes is going to have to be the economy of the utility here. Make sure you're not expending too much of it early because MOUZ haven't shown any threats. A flash over the top at this point, that is going to not do a whole lot to Farley here. He can stand and deliver. Frozen shots at least give slight information. And Zipex is ready to help initiate this fight for Blame F. So waiting for the banana control. We have 1 minute and 10 on the clock.
So Torchy, man at the moment. 4 kills in the previous round. He waits patiently here towards the logs position. Nice Molotov to disrupt the defense here, but the flashbang comes over from Zipex, but it does nothing for them. Blame F goes down, tagging each other through the half wall. Farley gets a taste of lead. And they'll take advantage and just fall back towards A now. Knowing the Farley's towards B, that's a real problem.
They should be able to wrap here. They should be able to use this information quite quickly. It's actually a long smoke and a moto smoke, so they're going to be coming straight up the guts here of Shaw. Plenty of flames stalling this one out.
Like this.
The time is available, but Glaive, he's going to take that first shot onto Exertion. The pressure's coming. He's completely blind. Config needs to bail him out before the rotation can get here. And they've stalled out again. MOUZ, the reposition from Config, will drop the bomb, and they just keep coming. Fantastic work from these two defenders on the A site. And that should be Astralis' first.
That's a very comfy one from Astralis there. Up against it, losing that first pick as well, but a solid hold from Glaive and Config there. It got a little bit awkward for Config trying to jump up on the scooter, but repositioned, got himself two very nice shots there, dodging the flashbangs, and it will be the first round for Astralis there, with multiple members surviving as well, so not too bad.
Yeah, I think the complacency being the killer yesterday against Complexity is something that they want to try and avoid, right? So today, back on Inferno and being given the option to be here thanks to MOUZ, and then Nuke, one of their home maps where they did have that unfortunate blunder of a triple OT loss. I'm sure they want to right those wrongs here today.
Just to note as well, we cannot stress the importance of the pit player holding onto their utility. The fact that Glaive had that incendiary to cause chaos just as they're executing that was absolutely everything. But here we go then. Into round number 6, we are going to see the motions deliver towards the banana area. And once more, it's going to be Blamer pushing down. Gets Torshi, and that's through the smoke as well. Another opening pick here for Astralis.
Yeah, this is looking good now. Full banana control. They don't really need to over-rotate in this situation. And you pointed out the pit players, Yuta. Well, same for a lot of members, right, at this juncture. Farley still has a molly, a flash, a HE, Zip with a smoke and a flash remaining. So if they can hold on to these nades and MOUZ keep defaulting, they can almost just block them with utility alone.
Blamef looking very active this round. Already pushed towards B and now wants to taste the middle. He gets himself tucked in. He's got the crossfire around him as well. Config behind him, Farley towards short. He'll be watching towards Boiler as well. So there's the incendiary, just trying to make sure they don't have to take on multiple targets here. Exertion with the Galil. This is a brave peak. Does he compensate for Flame here? Apparently not. That's a good swing. And now just trying to get out of that. Maintain that 5-on-3 advantage. You can even go back towards B. That's amazing.
Zip just needs to live here. Did they see the smoke? Yes, they did. Running straight in. Extinguish and go. Blame's already here. He's doing it all. Kill Banana, kill mid, and now having to rotate back to get it all done on his own. JDC's leveled things up, and on the flash, Config's blind. It is going to have to be the boulder here. How many can Blame get? Bomb getting planted. Does he want to leer forward? Yes, he does. The flash is good, but 3 in the round. It might not be enough.
Zipex so committed down towards the bottom of B, and they just called the Blame F was top of middle right. So they just take that information and just completely open up the B bomb site. Just Glaive remaining now. He's got a smoke and an HE. That HE should maybe even find a kill. There it is. Frozen goes down. 1 versus 1 up to JDC. He's actually got himself 2 kills in the round so far. Perfectly positioned smoke. Has got the kick. Could probably full defuse this one, Chad, I would say. Doesn't go for it, but still comes out on top. The experience shines through, and it will be Glaive getting that defuse.
What a swift pivot that was. Nice clutch from Glaive. It's Glaive and Blame combined, but this is the question, right? Kassab brought it up on the desk. They're talking about Blame having these fantastic ratings at the top of the score, but the team's still not looking like everything's settled in. And this situation, he gets 3 kills in the round, and it looks like they should have lost it. So thank God for the in-game leader, the big man himself, sitting in the middle. This is how it opened, right? And you'd see it and you go, oh, it's a smoke kill. Well, it's not really, right? They mollied him out of position. They flashed forward. They naded.
Funneling them down towards
exactly. They're putting him where they want them. So really good stuff.
Talk about proactive players as well. He gets a kill at the bottom of B, then goes towards the top of middle. Kill there as well. Rotates back around, finds a third. And yeah, great clutch from Glaive there. A round he probably shouldn't have won. Perfectly placed utility. The HE towards Emo, completely nukes him at the back. Smoke down, forces to fight, pivots, and gets the frag. Very, very well done.
And one of the keys as we start to look forward here, a bit of a wink from the coach, Cycron, giving everybody the marching orders, is where the pressure is going to come through. If they continue to do these 3-man leans towards the top of Banana here just to secure and fortify that side of the map, then you need to be applying a bit more pressure early. Boiler, halls, top mid, to at least force this rotation and just make sure that Astralis can't sit as comfy as they are. This time it's Farley over towards A with Glaive.
Just the Desert Eagles here.
This is the pressure, though. That's the right play, right? Dexter, as much as it looks a bit silly, he's on his own, struggling through a smoke.
Right.
If he had a teammate or 2 with him, potentially they get that room. Now they're stalled out completely.
Yeah, you have to take some risks on these sort of rounds, and there was an opportunity there to find the opening shot. If he gets it, they've got an AWP and some mid-control. That would be massive. It doesn't quite work out for them. 5-on-4 should be Astralis' round. Nice and tidy here from Config, but does overstay his welcome. And here we go, Blame F is looking very confident today. You love to see it. 3-on-2, still a bit of an uncomfortable spot here, especially if this kill comes through with the Desert Eagle, but Torshi now with the AWP, he might get a free shot towards the bottom of mid.
This kid's a menace. This kid is an absolute menace, and there's time to work with here. So how are they going to get back this bomb? Is JDC going to play for info? Tucking in towards the chicken pit is Blame. Head down when the peak comes through. So well handled from Blame. Doing everything and more right now for Astralis. JDC knows where he is, but Blame too sharp. 7 kills for him. And look, we know that he is the star player of this team. We've had the conversation yesterday. We know Config can be good. We want the consistency. We know that Glaive can be a nuisance. We want a bit more out of Farley. We had some highlights like that nuke almost clutch yesterday.
Almost clutch,
on Dust 2, he was doing his job. The pieces of the puzzle, whether or not they're the best, right, they can definitely work. And it's just about getting everybody on the same page for Astralis, which is not how they looked as they moved into map 2 and 3 yesterday. Map 1 was fantastic. We thought it was going to be a quick 2-0.
I was on Inferno as well, so hopefully we can start replicating that soon. Still down around 4-3. mousesports with another full buy here, and the grenade battle continues towards B. Glaive this time getting a little hot under the collar, down to 44 HP, and they'll complete bombardment towards the bottom of Banana here. Zipex just confirming the logs is cleared, so they've got full control. They'll still have some residual utility. They had an extra member come over at the start, but using a lot of smokes now to gain full control at the start of the round.
And it's obviously very important to know what utility is being thrown in this pattern. The deep smoke is great, but you can see that they threw the broom molly to clear out the coast left covey. They naded over towards the log position. They're isolating their fights here. And that's one of the keys when taking the Banana control, knowing what jewels that you're looking for. But the jewel that Glaive wants is over the top of this smoke, and he's got a full gray screen, so we'll have to back off.
Yeah, nice idea, but ultimately, it looks like mousesports might be falling back towards B. So Blame F with the bait and switch set up. He's got Zipex at the very bottom. Another good smoke here just to buy some time.
Very deep. Oh, coming straight through. Zip this time round didn't get caught off guard. The deep smoke was perfect. The gray screen completely encapsulates MOUZ, and they're screwed right now, just running into A. This is where JDC did some good work in the earlier gun rounds here, but this time doesn't have the team, doesn't have the time, but he's just going to waltz on in. One and done, but can the trade be there? Torji is still alive. The bomb ushered to the site now by Frozen. Should be planted any moment here, and they have another smoke on Torji to deploy.
Okay, I actually like the look of this. This is certainly possible. Frozen loves these sort of situations, and Torji, if he can find one more, give him a 2 versus 1 perhaps, that could be enough. The pincer maneuver comes through. 2 players towards quad, and Blame F behind that smoke. They have 1 HE remaining, so a lack of utility, but they do have the kit. So a bit of a one-way smoke deployed. We'll see if that HE can connect at all. It doesn't. Frozen expects it, down to 22 points of health. And about halfway points here on the bomb. Torshi needs to find a frag, and he knows it. Nails that first shot. Player towards Library as well. And it's through the smoke. The Zipex will take down Frozen. Remember, he was only on 20 points of health. A decent effort from MOUZ, but ultimately, Astralis will be tying things up 4-4. And I think that's 4 rounds in a row. Indeed, it is.
That was very well handled there, and Blame just hiding over towards the mini pit, moto, whatever you want to call it, hiding just in that little cubby and not peeking actually is the trump card, because you see when Torji flicks back to look towards Library, he's not ready for a player to already be so far out. So Blame just sitting pretty, just waiting for his team to activate on this short fight, and then he swings out and gets this duel on an angle that's a little bit tighter than I think Torji would have been ready for. But where is the pressure going to come? Is it going to be a Banana all in? We know it's 3 players time and time again here from Astralis. Looks to be the same once more as... Oh, Frozen just ran back to spawn to pick something up. So if they did have a set plan off of a spawn, that we'll have to wait a moment here, MOUZ. Same crowd control utility to top of Banana here to try and dissuade, but Farley's AWP is posted.
Like the apps pop. We've seen a lot of this in
If they go now, if they go now, it's okay. But they need to go now.
Yeah, I think you're right. You can see the config set up for this. He's actually looking into the wall, avoiding the flashbangs. Glaive will take all the aggro, try and suggest he's the only one defending, and then config will swing around 180, mow them all down. Looking perfect. There's the chimney flash. It is going to be the apps pop, and they've lost a player before they even get it. So there's the flashbang. Config now to turn around. There it is. Perfectly done, and that should be round under control, unless some wacky sort of shots come through. That's not bad from Dexter. Still 2 players towards quad, but well handled. Should be all she wrote for the round, and there it is. So you can see Astralis more than ready for that sort of approach. You know it's a partial buy coming in, and that's a very likely outcome. So well done to Astralis.
Looking a bit more cohesive here, but maybe MOUZ need to rip a page out of the complexity strat book. Remember they did the early mid pressure. They had some mid pops because they were taking advantage of this 3-2 lean.
That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Especially when you're losing Banana so convincingly, you're not even challenging it. Why not just change things up, go for that mid-control, apply pressure there, take their vision away, force a rotation, then maybe explore your options back towards Banana. But they'll take a timeout for now, and maybe that's exactly what they're discussing.
Yeah, so 2 timeouts with 9 rounds of Counter-Strike played here. So really wanting to see if they can salvage this half now that the momentum has shifted against them. Conversation with Dexter being had. Lots of talking from Frozen down the end as well. This is when you really need to trust in the reports of your banana defenders, right? The players, yeah, listen, boss, they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink our way. Can we try something a little bit different here?
Yeah, if you can't break through, might as well try elsewhere. Round 10, they had some decent banana spawns here. Dexter to lead the charge, so will he want to challenge and try and get up there? Time will tell. Farley, though, feeling the confidence once again, looks down towards second middle as Dexter takes a lot of damage as whatever plan they had in mind hasn't worked out so far. The battle towards Banana rages on, and the BlameF comes out the victor once more.
It's happened to Frozen twice already with the jump, right? He just jumped again there at the tail end of that spam, so maybe gripping his mouse a bit hard. I don't know where he's got it bound to, but either way.
It took the timeout, and it was just more of the same, it seemed like. If anything, with a worse result.
I think they were being stubborn on this. They're assuming that ASTRALIS are going to eventually go back to a three-man A start, right? So this is where the bluff comes into the in-game leading, right? What decision is going to be made, but we covered it off yesterday. ASTRALIS consistently started 3B at the start of almost every single round. Farley went for that type of shot we just saw there into second mid a bunch as well. I don't think he hit one of them, but he definitely gave it a crack.
But it is at least information at the start of the round that no one's crossed over. You can hear footsteps and get a quick rotation as well. They do go quickly in towards B, but there it is, more of the same from MOUZ Sports. Hoping to break through towards their B bomb site, but can't get past this initial bombardment of grenades. And here you go, Config once again just raining down hell on them, and not really much of a reply there. There's JDC trying to backstab towards the arch side.
Well, one of the things is, well, the CTs get to be a little bit more reactive with their utility, right? And Frozen, they're probably a little bit concerned about what's going on with the whole mouse situation. But if you extinguish their close wall molly, they're going to nade close wall because they expect you to run through the flashes and flames. So here it is again. They really want to continue this biff. Still a three-man start towards B. Frozen will avoid the flames. Oh no, there you go, the late spread. The late spread on the flames of the deep Molotov, and Frozen on 2 HP.
Well, that's his round over. He probably knows it as well. And fortunately, just a partial buy here. So 6 rounds in a row for ASTRALIS. Complete dominance here at the banana area of the bomb site. BlameF really is feeling it. I wouldn't be surprised if he even pushed this smoke, Chad. We'll see what he's got in mind. Gets closer and closer. There's the flash, and indeed he will push it. But there is a player towards underpass here. Not the cleanest spray, and Torshi will finally get the advantage. Can they recover the rifle, though?
You can't give away anything here in a game like this. We saw it yesterday against Complexity. Zip posted up on the logs. We'll get one and done.
We'll go in.
I think it's fortunate at least Glaive got a kill on the other side of the map. The rotation from Farley, he's trying to come as quick as you like. There is a smoke for CT.
He misses one shot, though. This could be problematic, and he knows the smoke makes things a little bit more tricky. I'll have Tech 9s and actually 2 rifles coming in at this stage as well. So the HP not a factor against the AWP. Good shot from Farley. Staying calm and composed here. Really, really well played. Should be able to get the third as well. He wants it. He's going to be hungry to close things out here.
Great round.
Sequence. Yeah, very well handled.
A pressure moment there as well, right? Because if he goes down and he drops an AWP over towards Coffins, that is a real issue.
Even allowing them to get into a post-plant situation there, that would have been problematic. So well done. Survives the round as well. 3 kills towards the end. 7 in a row for ASTRALIS. They are coming online after a 0-4 deficit. Let's have a look at the replay here. Lovely shot towards Dexter. Dodges the flashbang. Quick as a whip on the second. And a clean shot on the third. Love to see it. Coming to life in this tournament now.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I remember the kid in FPX. You're watching him play. Okay, well, 2 kills have happened immediately. So apologies for that one, ladies and gents. But one's towards top banana. The other, you saw it on your screens, an AWP. Farley picking up where he left off in the previous. Half-wall flash for Zip here, ready to initiate, and Config is the man to pick off. Back at that, it is too good. And they're not going to swing back out. They're not going to take the fight, or are they? Frozen. He lies, he waits, he breathes, and he'll take down Config, and we find ourselves again into a 3-on-3.
Maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit there, Config, but it was such a dominant shot. I suppose he fancied his chances, but we've got a bomb site smoke there, thrown from the logs position. So bit of a lure coming in from JDC, just trying to show presence here, hopefully find a kill chat. That would be huge, but if anything, he might be confirming that A is open when they're flanking behind them at B. So if they retreat to try and join him here, which they are, this could get problematic. Dexter, aware of the potential of the push, though, rises to the occasion and takes down the in-game leader. It's going to be the AWP, though, of Farley. That actually brings it back to a 2-on-2. Gets the bomb down as well. So this is a very important frag. 35 seconds remaining, and Zipex is dropped towards a B site. And now they know exactly where Farley is, but He's gone towards the apartments. All of his utility available, but it comes down to timings here. If they can recover the bomb and just exit towards the B side, that would be fantastic. But here he comes in the boiler room. He can hear them. Which way do they go?
Have to finish A. Oh.
Could have got dicey.
Yeah, that. At least they were buddied up, right?
Exactly.
If they weren't buddied up, and he gets a free kill, and then he gets to isolate the one-on-one. So back into a winning way. They break the streak of 7 finally, MOUZ. So that's something to work with. Got Torji leading the charge with 13 frags. The next closest on his team is JDC with 7, 6 apiece for Frozen and Dexter at this juncture.
We hit that shot.
Yeah.
Start the start.
Not too bad.
But you're right, there is almost no way, even if he gets that first kill, he likely goes down in the boiler with the AWP there. But here we go, non-stop action at the start of these rounds. There's always a bit of damage inflicted. And the CTs finally go for the 3-man A setup this time, Chad. So they feel like they've shown enough presence throughout the campaign of this first half just to alleviate some of it and focus their efforts towards A. And hopefully, MOUZ Sports are feeling the same way to walk into this strengthened A bomb site.
A really important round here for Astralis. They might get broken here. There's a place where they're going to have to find the finances in question. Again, top pressure applied as Banana Control has been completely absconded. Flash is good, Farley's position has been noted, and now they can start applying this pressure.
Well, they've actually got 5 players alive for once and full mid control. So the round is in their hands, but Incendiary's being received towards top and middle, Config tucked in towards Trash, and we'll see if they can detect him here. It's looking a little bit awkward for them. The swing can come out any second from Config and ruin their day. He hasn't got any backup, though, however. No one to bait him in. They overlook. That's a lazy clear from Dexter. And luckily, it only cost them 1. So, back to a 3-on-3. They've chosen the B bomb site here. Back and forth we go. 1 player to defend that Zipex. Needs 1 and to survive here. While he waits for the backup. There it is. Does he drop down? Indeed, he does. New position, but they'll be very aware of it. Tested once again, but it's been cracked open. That's going to be a 2 versus 1 in favor of MOUZ Sports. Bomb going down. Glaive recovers a smoke, and he won a 2-on-1 before, so can he replicate that form?
This one's going to be a bit more difficult here. They do have the HP this time round.
And the AWP and CT spawn.
Having the jump peek here would need a blinder of a shot right there onto Torji, who has been peppered away at, chipped down ever so slightly. Frozen now alerted to his position. Nice. The Incendiary is a good throw, and they are both going to have to swing this together. Torji dipping and dodging away. Now Frozen's offering himself up. They're almost stacked in a totem. It's Torji to finish. A great round from him. That frag, as he comes through spawn, already heads up. There are no zips in sight, but Torji's focused for that rotation kill, which then allows them to focus in a 2-on-1 situation against Zip. Right? If he was to focus immediately towards side, both have backs turned. There's no CT smoke, and the round falls apart. So big kills here from Torji. Here it is again. Zip does his job, and he's hiding. He's waiting. He's hoping that they laser focus him, but it's that Torji kill you see in the feed just before that was the difference maker as they take that site. And I mentioned get broken. Shots have enough for 1 more buy, Henry, but if they lose this, the last round of play likely MOUZ's.
Yes, you're dead on there, but what a competitive half this has turned out to be. It was MOUZ Sports who went up 4-0. Astralis, though, came online with a bombardment of utility towards the banana area. 3 players at once. MOUZ Sports couldn't break through, but finally solving the riddle. Mid control's working out for them, being a little bit more assertive towards that area, taking vision away from the CTs, then going back to B once they force rotation. So, money not amazing for Astralis. It's going to be Zipex on the MP9. A few concessions to be made. There's no diffuse kits as well, no helmets, fortunately up against the AK-47s. As we go back towards B, seems like they fancy their chances once again. We'll see whether Frozen can break through, but once again, how many smoke kills has BlameF got at the start of the round?
He's doing his job over towards Banana, that's for sure. Feels like this has just been, especially early, one-way traffic for Astralis, but MOUZ looking to break through, and as they get up towards the barrels, the lick of the flame, that sound cue, very telling, is now considering his options. Is it going to be a pop-on towards the side? Will entry flash forward. Dexter wants to take a fight. The smoke is there, but he's ahead of it. No gray screen for him. He's just going to fight around the flames. It's Dexter to take down Zip. I don't even think he knows how he got that frag, and Blame just has to batten down the hatches and hope for support. Config's already rotated through. Blame would love another kill, and he's going to get it. And he sent them packing. They're rotating right back towards this A site.
That's a crucial kill for BlameF there. If he goes down, they're in a lot of trouble, but still to be tested will be Farley. Passes with flying colors, and now Torchi in the 3 versus 1. He has got a slight chance here. If he can take down the initial frag towards the A side, he'll have a time for the plant, but not looking good. Apprehensive, not sure where to go next. Waiting for a mistake from the CT side, hoping they'll be inquisitive towards the short area, but why would they be? They've got the AWP blocking it down. Time ticking away. Config towards the library, backing up both sides if required. Torchi with his smoke. I'm not even sure what you could do with it. Smoke in front of the bomb site, trying to get a default plant down. doesn't look good either way. Just hoping a mistake is made and someone oversteps the mark.
He can isolate the fight against Farley somehow. You need to bait the shot, jump, leap, hope, pray, something. Farley's seen enough, and he's going to get the kill. A really good map from Farley so far. The CT side, 15 frags for him. He's keeping towards it. Actually, he's the top of the scoreboard. On the other side, Torji has 15 as well. Have to sing his praises when he's having a good game, because he doesn't get a lot of props, right? He's still in that shadow. Everybody's thinking, is Device coming back? But Farley's here in the server today producing, and that's what matters the most. This is the kill from Dexter. And Blame using this wall of the smoke towards the back of the side. It gives him more avenues to look for peaks. So a defensive smoke here.
Crucial shots from Farley, dead on. He's living on all fronts, opening kills, being assertive, dynamic, and clutching out when it really matters most. Denying the plant as well, into round number 15. The money is quite weak here for MOUZ Sports. 2 pistols, a Galil, AK-47s, and they're testing their luck towards Banana once again. Frozen has been melted every single time by the utility. He's going to be battered and bruised after this half, but for now, on 100 HP, and at least hasn't been naded to death before the round even starts.
I'll check in on that utility damage as we do move into halftime, and then we can just compare the pair. But everybody on ASTRALIS has been dishing out in that department. Really chipping away through Banana again, and multiple players softened up here as nades are exchanged. Damage is definitely a little bit more detrimental on one side than the other. Plenty of smokes here. A couple of flashes, enough to work with in the forward presence of JDC that you can see highlighted, hoping to take advantage of this rotation back. They have flushed out the mid defenders. JDC again over towards the apartment position, causing an absolute ruckus. Leaps forward, and it's Farley to pluck him out of the skies. But it feels like this will be an A finish with all this pressure.
It has to be. They've got the A side surrounded, but the CT's on rotation for sure. Held off by the smokes for now, 35 seconds. Exertion, waiting for the opportunity to strike with the Desert Eagle, but Config, bit of a shooting gallery situation here. We'll see whether he can pluck him off, but the smoke is taking vision away, and there it is. They're all looking toward the bomb site. Config now with a lot of pressure on his side. Can he deliver? Frozen drops down and denies him access, and now it's actually a 3 versus 2 in favor of MOUZ Sports. Bomb goes down toward the corner of the bomb site. Blame F has been so good so far. So much damage inflicted, but another 2 versus 1. Zipex, time for a clutch, sir. He'll be looking towards the headshot position and takes Frozen down, no problem whatsoever. That should be it. Low HP for Exertion, just needs to get closer and closer. 1 bullet connecting, and he'll take the half, 9-6, but the bomb ticking away. And calm as you like, Chad. He gets the job done, and there it is, 9-6. ASTRALIS, you have to say it's a pretty decent half.
Yeah, great half, all things considered. You have to be happy with this. They lost the pistol, they were down 4-0, and came back with a massive streak of 7 consecutive rounds. But it's 9-6, the Danes are looking hot to trot, and we'll be right back after this break to come to the conclusion of Inferno.
Hey Future Pros, back with the classic apps molly from alt mid. I see a lot of people wing this one, so let's look how to actually throw it. First things first, shoot out this window as soon as you can. Instantly aim at the shadow below the window. Then running jump throw the molly while you are still underneath the bridge above. Pretty simple but effective. However, this isn't some magic barrier. A CT could still push the molly, so try not to throw it and forget it.
What they gonna say? They acting like they never see me. another day. Ooh. I know that they wanna beat me. This world is pretty evil, I'm a part of it. Thank goodness I wasn't really the start of it. They call me illegal, I like the thought of it. I live reckless, sorta like the college kid. Like the ego, yeah, I'm dominant. Thank goodness I wasn't really the opposite. They call me illegal, I like the thought of it. I live reckless, sorta like the college kid. In the city, man, you could put me to the test. Let me get it on my chest, man, I'm out here with the best. Yeah, I'm looking for leverage, dog, I ain't looking for rest. Set the city on my back, I guess you could say I'm blessed. I got what you need, this is what I play, what I play. Let me plant the seed, see what I see, what I see. Ain't no questioning. Need the other back, yeah, back, yeah. If you disagree, head straight to the back, back, My trophies, I'm fine. Day one's on my side, flows to my back. Building my strength to G, nobody stopping me. Regardless, c'est la vie. This world is pretty evil, I'm a part of it.
Welcome back, gamers. You're joining us here at ESL Pro League. If you are just tuning in, where have you been? This game is just heating up. Unfortunately, you're just in time. You join us here at the first map between ASTRALIS and MOUZ. We're at half-time on Inferno. ASTRALIS lead 9-6. After a slow start, they were down 0-4, but they have looked piping hot ever since, chat. They've looked assertive, confident, locking down key areas of the map. The utility usage has been sublime, to say the least. And MOUZ Sports still putting up a decent fight towards the end. I don't know, I feel like I've got ASTRALIS in this one.
Looking good, especially with them picking up the victory on Inferno yesterday versus Complexity. Let's see how this one unfolds as the spread across the map is a bit feely-outy, is the official terminology, I do believe. The 1xBet odds have now flipped on over to favor ASTRALIS and just waiting in spawn for information.
This is odd.
Yeah, well, they're hoping for a fast play so they can rotate to the correct site here, but right now with all this info that's being garnered by Dexter over towards Boiler, it's bad info. ASTRALIS are playing a bit of a default round themselves. Now, did they hear the Boiler jump up? That's going to be one of the bigger questions. Because right now, Zip, he's got a couple of members here not too far around.
Well, a very flexible setup, to say the least here.
Just have flashes to defend. It's going to be bullets, Henry. They're going to get overwhelmed.
Well, it's going to be a quicker smoke from Zipex, not the lurk smoke, trying to jump out towards the pit. He'll throw a Molotov down as well to disrupt the defense, and Dexter not ready for it. This could be problematic now. He's going to be flashed off as well. It's awkward. He'll be the first player dropped, and they've got full control of the pit position now. So much damage being done through the smoke. The flank comes online as well. That's a great shot from Glaive. 5 versus 3 now. Do they want to pump the brakes as they actually have players coming from quad? This is actually looking perfect from ASTRALIS. Exertion will find one consolation frag, but that's about it. Absolutely decimated in the pistol bet, chat. Can't say much more than that.
And Farley keeping the good form. 3 kills in the pistol round right there, so impact through and through. You love to see that. And that setup, look, from MOUZ, you understand it. It's a bit of a classic. You want to be reactive. You hang a couple players in spawn. You get early banana info. You get early boiler info. And then you can call the stack on the correct site. But the slow approach from ASTRALIS meant that MOUZ, the early info was all for naught. This is the initial jump out. You can see Dexter, they're just recovering from the flash in that fight. Glaive finishing off Torji, who's trying to chip in and assist these players who are marooned on the bomb site. But a couple of whippy shots from Frozen and Exertion with the highlights of that one, as they will force buy in here.
Well, after losing to Complexity yesterday, ASTRALIS certainly needed a wake-up call. They're looking much better today. A great team effort, but speaking of which, the whole team swinging around towards the banana area. A good flashbang, but 2 kills for ASTRALIS to take 1 casualty in the form of Blamef. The big man goes down finally. And for now, just removing that vision from the CTs, trying to see if there's any weapons to garner here, but unable to grab them just yet. That's Dexter now alone towards the sandbag position.
Needs to be careful here, Dexter, with these sound cues. Glaive looking for a boost, maybe thinking there's a few more players lying behind this half wall. Smoke starting to fade, the jiggle comes out, and well, the bullet exchange either way. Dexter knows he has to stand and deliver, wanted to send them back to the other 2 defenders on that A bomb side of Torji and JDC. Right now they should be saving, and we have about 60 seconds to sit and... No, well, it'll be 40 once they plant the bomb. So if they plant the bomb soon, it can be quicker. Come on, boys, plant it now, and then we can save a couple seconds. Come on, come on, come on.
Save a couple of seconds.
Come on. It's exactly going to be 40 seconds either way. So
through. Well, there we have it. That's ASTRALIS after losing the pistol in the first half, going down 0-4, they've managed to get the pistol in the second, convert this as well, presumably get the third. So they're in very good stead to take this map, I would say.
I agree. And I think with Nuke coming up next, Astralis going to have identified a couple of the issues that they were experiencing. There was more than a few. They had a very good T-half early, and then the issue was their CT side. And then all the match points that they were unable to convert, that was what some of the bigger issues. They would have this amazing round, and then they just wouldn't close in the next. So I think that the VOD review that they would have done overnight hopefully nets them a couple of changes.
They couldn't defend an upper rush on the CT side. Like, sure, we talk about complexity and JT teams usually be very good at the flashbangs and forcing their way towards bomb sites, but there was almost no response. They were getting 0 kills on the upper attack. So definitely something to look out for there. But for now, here on Inferno, 11-6, Astralis looking great.
And Floppy was a massive nuisance as well with all those vent dives, right?
Absolutely.
So I guess we can save all the Nuke talk for Nuke. Let's see if MOUZ could put up any resistance here.
It's a bit of a bonus situation. We do have the MAC-10s and Galils, but up against the pistols themselves. So MOUZ Sports will save the 5-7 and Deagle, and we'll see how many frags they can get. That could be an important factor into the first gun round if they have a clean one here.
I think that that's important in itself, right, is the clean factor in these type of rounds, because we saw a couple yesterday where they were losing multiple players to just
Absolutely,
blocks.
yeah. You're right. They come down to like just 2 players surviving, 1 player surviving. Sure, they're winning the rounds, but then as soon as they lost that first gun round, all hell broke loose, right? They had nothing. They had no utility. They were struggling to buy the AWP. It was a bit of a mess there, so they need to tighten that up, which they have. And these rounds can still be dangerous, let me tell you. 5-7s, Deagles, a couple of P250s. All it takes is one player to go down to a cheeky push, and all of a sudden you've given them a rifle, and it can get very problematic. But so far, so good. They've already got full B control towards Bernardi. You can see Blame F tucked in towards the sandbags. Now exploring the options towards mid. You are going to check these boosted positions. JDC gets one.
That's beautiful.
About what you expect, but yeah, a real nice execution there, making sure they eradicate all the risks. The boosted players were blind. Not much they could do apart from find 1 kill.
That's the exact type of counter-strike you want to see when taking the mid-wall. Everybody putting their life on the line, and the util as well to complement that, right? The smoke long, the porch molly, the flash so they turn. That was a very well-handled scenario there from Astralis, and this is looking like a whole new team today. Now, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We know how the series ended after Inferno. But so far, so good. It's been hard to fault much of this. Pistol round, loss with the conversions, lose the first gun round, and then lose 2 later gun rounds, and you have a 9-6 half. It sounds pretty par for the course, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough, absolutely. Especially on your opponent's map pick, you'd probably be pretty happy with that. So, as mentioned, as I speculated, there was a chance of a bonus situation here. And indeed, we're going to see it. The MAC-10 for Glaive, the Galil for Config. Suggests that we do something a little bit faster, perhaps try and send the MAC-10 in to cause a bit of a ruckus. But for now, a default mentality. Farley towards the underpass position, a flashbang ready towards top or middle. Config gets up towards the boiler. Zipex getting in towards that apartment as well. So here comes the flash. Config will confirm that boiler's clear at least. That it's going to be dissecting the map at this stage.
Yeah, diligent stuff here, not taking any risks on those type of fights. Might better util damage done to Blame here. He's been knocked on down to 58 points of health. Now the AXQ coming in, and there's pace behind this. Glaive is leading the charge towards the long side. Torchy's AWP, however, is at the porch right now, and as he swings forward, there's multiple targets, and not connecting the dots there. He will tag up Farley, but Farley gets the better of him. That's a huge kill to find. That's the AWPer, the action man, taken out of play. And B's left wide open here. MOUZ have completely rotated.
They absolutely have. Config tries his luck through the smoke, costs him his life, but he does do considerable damage towards Dexter. But as Chad mentioned, the B side is open for business. Exertion will rotate in. He's only got a single smoke, Chad. I don't know.
Gonna disrespect it, they'll go through it.
Yeah, well, they've got the smoke down towards CT spawn. He'll need multiple kills to get through now. Good effort, to be fair, but he only finds the low HP of Farley. So it's up to Frozen now. Still at 3-on-3. Certainly possible to win this one. They have a kit on the back of JDC, but just one smoke once again, and a double stack towards the Ruins position. Frozen will have his work cut out for him.
Dexter's just leaving A now, so if there's any chance for this retake, they will need to find some traction before Dexter gets there. Peek out from Frozen. Zip is gone, and another fight for Frozen. That's huge on the Blame. It's just going to be Glaive now. He's clutched a couple times. Can he do it again? The flash forward is not going to get him. He needs to hit precision shot and won't. JDC on the defuse. And that is a great round for MOUZ to pick up here on the CT side.
Yeah, quiet to start from Frozen in the first half. Was getting battered and bruised towards that banana position, but that's a fantastic sequence of events for him towards the Ruins area. We said it was a big kill. He manages to get both. Flashbang towards the bomb site, and they shut it down. And remember, that started off with an open B bomb site as well. Exertion tried to do what he could. He only got one frag there, left him in a 3 versus 3. But Frozen, this was the kill, just to mention. Farley was low, but Glaive got him back through the smoke. It's all about Frozen, though. Really, really well done. Look at that precision in the first one. Zipex didn't stand a chance. Have to face him as well. Blame was low, and JDC to close things out. 12-7. MOUZ will post their first on the second half here, and we go back towards Banana as the utility will be thrown through.
Glave's very low, isn't he? Knocked on down to 27. Torji, it's more just to keep him on notice with those flames, but Banana Control looks like ASTRALIS will have an easier time grabbing this quadrant of the map than what MOUZ had in the first. The deep smoke coming through. That's a slight gap on that left-hand side. An extinguish here to hold them back as well. Do MOUZ want to throw themselves into this? Lock horns here with Blame, who's over towards the logs. Exertion seems somewhat aware. There's more utility. They're actually expending a lot here, ASTRALIS, to try to fight for this control, but Exertion just on the other side. Convi's going to get the better of him. The barrel will betray. The spam through in the opening kill.
Yeah, that's not good news for MOUZ Sports whatsoever. No chance of the trade. It was an all-in maneuver and one that doesn't work out. Some damage done towards ASTRALIS, to be fair, so they're still in the round, but Torshi might have to be activated here. He's actually towards B in a very defensive angle. Do they need to get him set up towards the car position, maybe allow a rotation back towards the A site? He's not even sure if he can do that because the Molotov's just been thrown. And at this stage, we'll see what's going to be the case. That's actually a CT molly, but it's all about A. JDC about to be tested here, and he hits a great shot. Can he find another? Apparently not. So now they can just focus towards the bomb sites. Up to Dexter. Only good for one, and we know the two remaining CTs were towards B.
Yeah, really good trading here. If Blame takes this goal into Torji, this is not a normal angle. Blame even takes a lick of damage there. Wasn't that the orb?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Frozen shot him from a weird angle, but yeah, I think it was the orb, and it did like, what, 7 damage or something?
What just happened there? Well, regardless,
we'll have to find out.
The round should be ASTRALIS's. 13 secured here, as Frozen did great on the retake in the previous. I don't think he can pull off the same miracle again. The post-plant positions are just way too strong for this.
They're going to get $2,400 per player into the next round, which puts them in a very problematic spot. Frozen, you drop off mass, I suppose. They'll be having some sort of a buy with JDC in his 3K. With this sort of scoreline, I dare say, Chad, they might go for the buy. We'll see.
Yeah, this is a curious one. It's gonna be telling of how much heat they feel that they're under now. They're like, well, we've conceded 13 and we're happy to give away 14 and we can still bring this back, because that's gonna be quite the comeback here.
Yeah, it's pick your poison time, really. There's not really a good solution or the right answer here. It depends on what you're feeling. You've got the AWP. You're on the CT side of Inferno. Just to know we've got a technical timeout, but let's have a look at Config's efforts here. That was Exertion. Trying his luck through the smoke, didn't work out. Very clean round here from ASTRALIS. Good trading, as you mentioned, and we'll see. Did he fire off a shot? Yeah, I guess he did.
That's through the corner of...
It must have gone all the way through that kind of sliver, that slice in front of him. So it's like 6 feet of concrete.
Yeah, okay. That is kind of wild there.
Like 10 damage or so.
Now, as you can see, we do have a technical timeout on the screen, and quite clearly with Exertion. Now, the players are not allowed to communicate with one another during this time. We'll see how quick it is to fix. Torji, he's a bit of a tech wizard, I've heard.
He's like, you don't know how to fix that? Let me do it for you.
This is the first time you're here with us on land.
Do you see what I mean? I think he shot through this part here.
Yeah, we get it. Okay.
Yeah, I think, is that the bullet there?
Yeah, so it's gone through
there
two
it is.
walls.
2 walls.
What a great replay.
Yeah, absolutely. That's spot on.
What a fantastic replay. Thank you very much.
No longer have to speculate. That's exactly what happened. It was a little bit unfortunate for the sniper, for sure. But there we have it. 13-7 for ASTRALIS on their opponent's map pick. It looks like we are good to go. And the last round begged the question, do they fancy buying up into this one? They did save the AWP, and I think the answer might be yes, Chad. I'm seeing MP9s being purchased, all in from Frozen, all in from JDC, and yeah, I don't mind this. Like I said, it's pick your poison. There's not a correct answer here. It's whatever the team's feeling. You've got an AWP, might as well go for it. It's going to be very difficult to recover a 14-7 scoreline. 13-8, however, more realistic. We'll see.
Yeah, so this essentially for the map here. Banana Control gifted over, Frozen at the sandbag position. He's going to get, over one run immediately. That's going to be Flame falling to the flames. And Farley, he has just been fantastic in this map. 23 kills. He's only died 9 times. His impact has been through and through.
Unfortunately for MOUZ Sports, even a 4-4 wouldn't favor them with the low buy they have, and a 4-3 is nightmare fuel. They'll be spread very thin. And for now, just the MP9 and a flash and an HE to defend. The only viable position, I suppose, is on top of first oranges. Get a quick kill, drop down. But a minute and 10 on the clock. They've recovered the bomb, and the map is wide open.
Well, this here for ASTRALIS, little do they know where the AWP resides. Been left to its own devices in the apartment position. And as the bomb leers up mid alongside of Config, you have to be very, very careful about this. Glaive stays in limbo. He can still rotate between both sites. Config has found the path through to mid to B. Calls this one clear. surely at this point you would get the assumption that Glaive might regroup with Zip, join up with Farley and Banana right now and start applying some pressure, as this frag from Config should be his. JDC turns into the fight. He was aware, and now it's just Dexter they have to find. They're actually going to go towards A. They're actually going to take the bomb towards A here, and that is brutal. Very lucky. Just kill them all. They understand the objective can be done two ways. We can plant the bomb and it can detonate, or we could just take away all your guns and ruin the hopes and dreams of MOUZ here on their map choice. Well, Dexter, it's a good spot, but maybe not if they're coming mid to B.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Nothing could be done, Config.
You know he's here too. Farley hasn't left Banana.
Yeah, and it's going to be a final kill for Config, presumably. The MP9, not known for its range. It's going to be 14-7. That was the all-in maneuver. $2,900 per player, Chad, into this round. And I suppose you might
Deagle
buy again. I don't know.
I think they'll just Deagle here, and then on 15-7, then they can fall by again, right? Because they are going to get that max loss bonus into the next round of play. So get a Deagle, get maybe a smoke. Next round, you're going to get plenty of cash and give it a crack, see if you can run the comeback. If not, you go over to Nuke. You try your luck, you see if there's going to be the Astralis collapse again. A little bit of complacency after a very easy walk in the park on map number 1. But this is good from Astralis. I think you and I, before we got started, now maybe we should have had the cojones to say it's actually on air, but we spoke to each other before and we're like, actually, no, well, I think Astralis might win this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like after they showed themselves to be so strong in Inferno, maybe this took their eye off the prize. They had, what, 3 or 4 series points on Nuke and couldn't defend the upper rushes. It was very odd, and they got 10 rounds on their T side. That should have been a 2-0, Chad, like categorically.
100%.
No one can deny that. It should have been a 2-0, but they fumbled it.
I think they just coasted. I think they coasted after Inferno and then the first half of Nuke. That first half of the matchup was fantastic as far as they were concerned, but here we go again this time. The aggression down Banana will net them some room. There's a gap on the smoke here for Exertion to work with, and Rosen's actually being peppered by a stray bullet from Config. They seem very aware of this prospect, and that is going to leave MOUZ with only one choice, to back on out of dodge. They don't have a lot of utility to work with here, and I can't believe they bought again.
I can believe it, Chad. I love it. I want to see this. I love to see the chaos ensue. I feel like they can win this round. Bit looser, pressure's already off, might have accepted. This game is done. So there's the first kill. Exertion and the grenade doing work here. They're actually finding a lot of damage. And you can see they're ready to get stuck in here.
Really heads up play. As soon as that AK was dropped on the ground, they scooped it up and threw it over the fence. So you better call your mum to go next door to pick up that ball, because you'll be operating still with these MP9s. You can see it right there. Very quick fingers from J-Raz. As the number disadvantage is still in play for Astralis, but they still have the weapons, they still have the util, and they still have enough time as Dexter has rotated over to bolster this B defense.
No one there, actually, so it's actually a full A lean from Astralis. Slowly but surely making their way towards the A bomb site. As mentioned before, with the advantages taken towards the arch side and hosting up an arch for rotations as well. Config, you know he's going to take these fights. Looking for any opportunities. He knows that lesser weaponry is out, so he has the range advantage, but they're not giving anything away here. Tucked away. Torshi, JDC towards the pit. Very passive play, and the MP9 comes out on top once again. This is getting awkward for Astralis now. This is their last chance to find some quick kills before the rotations come through. The bomb even goes down while they know players are still towards the pit. JDC, they know he's there as well. Already found a kill. He's towards headshot and doing considerable damage towards the snipers here. There it is, back to a 2-on-2. Chad did question the buy, but maybe he was onto something, because this round is still falling apart. They will not have a kit. Last chance is going to be Exertion coming from the apartments here. Frozen lies and waits towards the smoke, and all those advantages they found, Chad, it's all for naught. It falls apart at the last moment. Frozen can't even defuse the bomb anymore, looking to upgrade his MP9 potentially. But there we have it. Map point, 15-7. Now Sport's pretty much done at this point.
Yeah, they can get out some M4s here if they have the silenced variety equipped. There's 3 of them available, I think maybe 4 if they really want to take some emissions in their buy. But this map choice, it was questioned by the desk, and rightfully so, as the scoreline does dictate.
You would think the only map they looked good on yesterday was Inferno, and that's the one you picked.
But like, you and I definitely saw some interesting maneuvers in that game of Inferno, and maybe that lured MOUZ into that false sense of security that, well, we know they're a bit complex on this, but they still looked actually pretty rough around the edges. But that seems to be far from the truth. It's a different looking Astralis here on map number 1, and is this going to be a mid-push? The flash is pretty good. They were ready for it. The spam preemptive. And that's going to be Dexter removed, the in-game leader with a heads-up maneuver. He's gone, and Farley has been fantastic. 26 for him, may as well make it 27. Frozen a shot through the side of the wall there will knock him down to 22 points of health. And Farley, this is Just a look from him, he'll take another tag through. Hey, boys, they're both hit. Come on in.
Oh my
Farley,
days.
give him the beans.
Through the smoke, through the wall, straight to the dome. Farley is on fire. 27 kills. Attack found towards Frozen as well. 15-7. Call this one done. They've only got FORMATOS and an M4 bare bones utility to try and fend off a full HP Astralis. A boost from JDC. He'll be flashed off, unfortunately, before they even challenge. Yeah, he'd have to get multiple frags. You can see him trying to turn away. Nice first kill. Does he dismount? Apparently not. It's getting a little bit messy now for Astralis, and he's got the 3-piece. That's not bad at all. JDC can't believe his luck. No flashbang sent his way, and we might have another couple of rounds here.
Well, that was the worst sequence from Astralis so far this map. They have been fantastic.
I was kind of like being quite jovial about it. So everyone, they're going to flash him. That's the end of it. But it's went up one by one.
They can still win this. Blame's in such a forward position. That smoke towards CT. Frozen is at least acknowledging the fact that this is possible. Will Blame go for the hard clear. Doesn't matter. The low HP is the issue. Now we have a 2-on-2. Back in the mix. Both players coming from CT spawn. It is going to be the first responder of Torji already slinking in towards the coffin position. I think that's a ghost defuse kit right there. So don't be fooled.
Few gremlins in the system, it seems. But yes, a 2-on-2 with no kits available. Just to be clear, time is of the essence, and up against flashbangs as well. They need to find out where these remaining Ts are. They know where Blame F is, but there it is. A very strong performance after going down 0-4. Astralis played pretty much a perfect game there on their opponent's map pick. They come out 16-7, and you have to say a star performance from Farley, Chad.
Yeah, this is huge for him. 27 kills. The next closest was Blame on 21. And the question is, can Farley continue to deliver? We need to know if this is the Farley we're going to get every day of the week. If that's the case, Astralis, they might be one to look out for.
I hope you're right, Chad. It's been a very entertaining performance by him, but for now, we will take a break. I'll be back with the desk very shortly indeed. Do not go anywhere.
Who is it?
I know you fear this prison. A prison you cannot smell, or taste, or touch. A prison for your mind, for your soul. I want you to break free. And I know you want to. You want to feel the taste of victory on your lips once more. And so, the choice is yours. You take the blue pill, and the story ends. You wake up in your bed, and you're coaching that spawn-based Counter-Strike you've always been dreaming of. Or you take the red pill, and I show you how deep the casting rabbit hole goes. The team you're coaching? Cloud9.
Well, we all tried to follow Yanko's cue, and that was to pick MOUZ Sports, and now look what happened. Not quite the way you thought it would have ended. ASTRALIS pick up this first map in the series, and we look to find ourselves on Nuke thereafter. Welcome back, Kassad. Welcome back, Yanko, and welcome back to all of you at home watching ESL Pro League in its 16th season. Kassad, I know you're not a doctor, but what's your diagnosis?
It's too early to gloat over Yanko's pick right now. It's just map one, but what a map one it was. I think, you know, rounds that MOUZ won were, you know, at the beginning, like 4 in a row, and then a couple of more based on ASTRALIS' mistakes and Banana. One from Zipnix, one from Blame, one from Farlig, and it's like all they just converted that into rounds. And I think that's pretty much everything they did. There were a couple of close rounds, but they have no answer for Banana control on their T side, actually the ASTRALIS' CT side. They had nothing to respond to, and ASTRALIS just controlling the pace and everything else.
I'm really hoping at some point we get an explanation from MOUZ for the veto. It's just like Mirage is such a clear-cut pick that, you know, it's their strength and also to some extent ASTRALIS' weakness. Instead, you go for, doesn't matter what other map. You don't need to go for any other map. I think this is just a case of MOUZ overthinking it really in the veto, and I'm sure they're going to regret it, but it's still map one right now. They have to dig themselves out of a hole, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, wasn't part of the game plan, was it? In fact, though, Farlig, though, you talk about it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to look at it, rather. Talk about
this is just to prove Yanko wrong, and the fact that Farlig can have a highlight, and this is one of the key rounds, which he did. He got the triple kill in Banana, you know, so just to prove that, you know, he is a upgrade for this.
This is how Kassad, this is how wrong he is. This is actually him proving me right. So this is a highlight round for you. So you think this is like something that you need to show? That tells you how unimpressive, how not impressive this guy is, where this is the round you have to point out, and look how good he is. And this is what you show me? Some kills like against a half buy? Really? Thanks for that. Thanks for proving my point.
Yeah, we're going to see the stats of this map, and then that's going to be another point, so.
Wow, one good map in 80 maps.
That's what you said about HooXi.
It's an exception to prove the rule, dude.
Okay, so it doesn't apply to HooXi.
Well, HooXi's played for a month. Farlig's been here for 9 months.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. There's a bigger sample size.
Okay.
9 months is...
Can't come at the king, you best not miss.
I didn't miss. I hit it right. I hit the nail right to the head.
Stay in your lane, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Talking about lanes, Trace.
Yeah, what about round 5?
Roll that round 5 that we have.
Yeah, roll
first.
that junk. Let's get it in
there. So the thing that happened here was MOUZ is up 4-0, right? They're going to get an entry kill here in Banana. They didn't get a lot of those. They were losing this fight most of the time. ASTRALIS was getting great threes. But here with the flash play, and I think seeing one more guy, they figure out, okay, there's like 2 more guys on B. So they decide to, let's just run back to A straight up, right? Which is fine. It's a decent call. You can speed it up. You can slow it down as well and just kind of reset. But I have a problem with how they went A here. They didn't really just go together at the same time, or they didn't like do a full execute. They sort of half-announced themselves. So if we move here to the telestrator, you're gonna see, or you were supposed to see them running up and splitting up, and they used a lot of their nades to smoke small pit, to smoke long, right? And that's what gave ASTRALIS an opportunity to do counter utility. So Glaive throws the molly from here. Can't remember who the second player was that was also with him. I think it was Config. It gives them a chance to position themselves. And then MOUZ has to extinguish this molly with the smoke and then run through their own smoke. And then just it becomes chaos because Glaive also uses his smoke to create a one-way in pit, and that's how Glaive and Config were able to hold the site 2v5. Instead, what MOUZ should have probably done is either throw a smoke from this position that lands in pit and completely blocks off the vision for the pit player, so he can't play there. He can either hide in the smoke or has to move away more to the left and just use maybe a small pit smoke so that, you know, you deny some of these angles that can be a little bit annoying and just run in together. It was the counter utility from ASTRALIS that really made that sort of a speed up, you know, reaction for MOUZ be really difficult, and they lost that round at 4-0, right? It could have been 5-0, half by, maybe things change a little bit, but, you know, this is what started the comeback for Astralis.
MOUZ would eat that utility no matter what. I do agree that the fact that didn't go in together whatsoever. Small pit, smoke is just what they need, maybe a one flash or a molly into the pit, and just run in together, try to trade, because you already have the advantage in numbers. Just use it. You don't need to overcomplicate things. That the latter part was the mistake. The counter utility was about to happen no matter what, because they would hear them running up, and the molly would be on one place or the other. Doesn't really matter, but just coming in together into the site, that was the problem.
Yeah, and
not coming together.
Yeah, sometimes it does catch up with you. Sometimes, you know, that utility. We saw yesterday Config trying to do that a little bit on Dust 2. But in our Air Force Aim High head-to-head, we are going to feature Farlig and get back on this train, because this, it's got a little heater to it for you guys. Towards on the other side.
Small sample size. It's just 17 sniper kills, 106 ADR. Just, you know, doesn't count at all.
Thoughts, Yenko?
I mean, the guy's talking about apples and oranges, so I can't reply to that.
The other way around, and I would be going
I think for Torsi as well, he had a decent game. Farlig absolutely stepped up. One of his highlight games that we've seen in recent times, had a lot of impact on this map as well. And I think the name of the game for Astralis was they just got really good reads on MOUZ when it came to banana control. You know, like that's all about how you trade utility. Do you think your opponent's going to play it slow, play it fast? And they had their number a bunch of times, and that made, you know, the T side very difficult for MOUZ to call and to play.
And so the series continues, and in doing so, we go to Nuke. Kassad, I want to ask you about Nuke now. We know that's Astralis' pick. There was some comfort level zone there at some point. Where do they stand currently?
Well, yesterday they had 9 rounds on T side. It was a classical, you know, Astralis glaive type of calling of the T side. And, you know, I always liked their T side. The problems they had on the CT side, I feel like they need more. On their CT side, they need more powder on their of defensive phase, I guess you can say it like that. And just I don't agree too much with this pick, but if that's their comfort zone, then, you know, by all means, they should go for it.
Last word, Yenko. Describe Nuke in one word in this matchup.
Fun.
Fun. Okay, we'll run with that one. I like it. Let's go to a break. Maybe some fun will be on the other side of it. And perhaps a 2-0 right here. We're going to find out, though. Astralis looking for vengeance after yesterday. Mousesports start out this series in the hole. We'll be right back after this.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the Fan Club Showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
Narma Rio qualifier. I'm actually pretty happy that we made it on the first in the first qualifier. There's been some teams struggling in those, so yeah, I was just glad we kind of got over with it real quick, and yeah, we secured our spot, so felt pretty good.
Well, there it was, a cold start for Frozen & Co. mousesports find themselves a map down after losing 16-7 on Inferno. Astralis, red hot, Chad, and we move on towards Nuke, their pick. They'll start on the T side. I'm thinking this might be a 2-0. Surely, after the performance yesterday going up 10-5, they're not going to make the same mistakes and allow this one to slip by.
I think that has to be the conversation point right there, and the intensity is going to be the name of the game, right? In that huddle outside, they can't lose their focus, they can't start to slip, Farley can't fall back into old habits. The same with the rest of the crew here. A bit of ferocity is going to be required here for the Danes. A real opportunity to get this one as quick as you like and forget about what happened against Complexity.
They're going to have to. And we'll analyze the buys here. Anything interesting? No dual Beretta.
I'm loving
once
it.
Again, it's going to be a clean set of armor for the CT side. That's mousesports, of course, and the opponent's pick. Astralis with one smoke, HE flashes, and no P250. So it's maybe an upper execution there, getting ready to nade off the door. Zipex and a Molotov going in towards the upper bomb site as well. You'd assume on top of Hearts.
Okay, well, a little bit of a step throw on that one. Want to make sure it lands, and it will, spilling over towards Tetris, and they're in. The flash is good, but the shot is better. Dexter's got one traded up by Config, but Exertion not clear behind the vent. They know where he is now, and they need to deal with him because the rotation coming thick and fast. Everybody from MOUZ responding to this. It's just Farley going to be the last man standing as Zip takes the trundle down the vent. Farley, he was good last, but he's going to get anything done this time round. And a nice pistol there from MOUZ. Responsive work on the CT side. They'll get themselves up to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, nothing too flashy there from Astralis. Didn't show any presence towards outside of ramp. Got that lobby control. Basic execution towards upper. The Molotov doesn't find anyone on top of the hut, and then just back and forth we went. But the lion's share of the frags going in favor of mousesports. Very comfortable. No bomb plan. And we will have an eco here from Astralis. Just a couple of deagles. No utility, no armor. And you can see them preparing on the mousesports side. 5 rifles, Chad. That's difficult to bring that out.
Yeah, I guess one of the bigger issues can be if they lose a couple of these to some deagles, right? There will have to be reinvestments from everybody that's gone down, maybe a drop or two. So that is the danger zone.
If they can keep it clean, though, they're in very good stead for the next gun round here. So we'll see what they can make of it. They've got helmets across the board, and 401S and a FAMAS. So very defensive, not giving anything away here.
Understandably so. It's just about avoiding Config and blame for the majority of this. Now, Config's deagle will fire off the warning shot that it is in play. Torji linked into something a little bit more passive here. There's no rush for MOUZ. The fight has to come to them as Ali continues to spam that Glock over towards Squeaky. Don't know if he wants to produce a hole or not, or if he just wants to be a pain in the ass. But either way, we're in a minute on the mark, and MOUZ get to overstep exactly that.
Or she
has to be very careful, very careful.
Yeah, you're right. One of those shots could be absolutely brutal. We talked about the ramp mentality before. Don't overstay your welcome. Fall back when you have to, but very clean and controlled so far from JDC. He'll send 2 Astralis players packing, and a bit of damage towards Blame F as well, but that's the shot Chad was talking about. Got to be careful. One of the rifles removed now.
Another kill would be fantastic here, and not going to come in. It's now just Farley with the picked up. Oh, hello. Well, that's the hole, and Farley kind of victim of his own little design right there.
Which is unlikely.
Not happening. 3, 2, 1, dead. Perfect work from JDC. Great round from him. Stood his round over towards ramp. Gets the final frag, and it is the 2-0 start. So now for Blame and Config. They can get out AKs, but they will be light on in the util department. So Glave's going to have a harder time calling here. What is the opener they want to look for? It has to be something that is either a little bit slower, right? Allow the CT protocol utility to come through, or maybe something that's a bit more all-in as a unit and try and trade out. But we're in the 3rd round of play, and everybody has a big gun in their hand, so this is nice to see.
Love the big guns. And the game really starts here. Astralis with basic utility. Probing towards outside, setting up the smokes as well. We'll have Zipex patrolling any potential aggressing CTs where they have the grenades out. It's going to be Glaive, though, making first contact. Clearing out those close corners, making sure no one's snuck behind. Good smokes now. Frozen will have a lot of vision taken away now. Does he want to push forward? And indeed he does. Flashbang from his teammate. Completely blind. Config comes out on top. That's unfortunate. It was a nice maneuver there. Didn't mind it at all. And Config gets a face full of the HE. And does he go down? One more shot. Oh, the reload.
Oh dear, there's 4 bullets. Torji had him dead to rights right there. So not only do they not get the kill, they know where he is. They will keep at least a couple of members trying to task with dealing with Config's position, but the next fight is going to be Glaive, who's already past them. He's already down and past them here. They're clearing the wrong side. Glaive's already so deep within the site here. They're going to run into an absolute car crash. Dexter's waiting, and now this is where Glaive will have to activate.
They should wait now, right? They don't have to do anything until Glaive comes back through the backtracks and presumably takes him down, but Config's been dropped as well. This is turning into a bit of a nightmare now. Glaive makes himself known, but is it too little too late? 3 versus 2. 35 seconds remaining now, and Glaive will recover the bomb, but players all around him. Dexter heard all of that.
Vent to top.
Towards upper, yeah, I think you're right. It would make sense. He's getting skates on Glaive. And indeed, makes his way up.
Noise on the ladder here. Dexter's going to hear this. Where does he think Dexter's gotten to? He has to be down towards the lower side of things, if not main, and he's going to plan open to main here. So Dexter sniffed this one out, sure. Number advantage is in play, but it's Glaive and Blame for the clutch.
This is an all-important frag, and it's the ding from JDC that will come out on top. 3 versus 1 now. Glaive has it pretty sharp today, but has to go above and beyond if he stands a chance in this difficult scenario. Dexter, though, offers up a bit of a freebie, but Torshi, calm as you like, very precise in the M4, no chance for Glaive.
You know those really ugly fish in the deep sea? I don't even know if they're real, but they have like a light on the end of their head.
Yes, I know exactly.
That's what I think in-game leaders are these days.
Right, okay.
They're the light. They're shining. They're not going to do anything. They're shining the light, and then as long as somebody trades, it's all good, right? So offer yourself up, be the lure, and get that round confirmed. There was a bit of an odd one here, and Config reacts instantaneously to that swing out. And this push, it was just a bit quizzical, right? Glaive had so much space towards lower that wasn't considered at all that was a possibility. So a good heads-up move here from MOUZ, and Rio starters, it will be an AK and some upgraded pistols as we get underway. Blame's going to be taking that AK aggressively towards ramp within the early stages. Xerxon is going to go for an extinguish early, and he's been spotted. See you later, Zip. There's no way through that one.
Very well done. Well handled. Xerxon might push them in towards the ramp, but JDC is waiting. Mistimes the incendiary there, not quite deep enough, but it might not matter. Xerxon gets another one as they try and sneak down towards the vent. So they'll continue their attack towards ramp here, but I don't think they'll be finding much luck. JDC more than happy to stay, but after being outpositioned like that, he knows they've already snuck by. I thought he had dropped down, but sticking around for one more potentially. He's got a bit of backup coming in from CT spawn. Needs to be careful. I think he might have outstayed his welcome there, Chad. With the advantage they had, a 5-on-3, more than happy just to fall down towards lower, I'd say. You've actually given them an avenue of approach here.
I think he was expecting a bit more backup than was being shown from towards the elbow, but Xerxon, they're running straight at you. Already past, the nade will do nothing. The flash, at least will buy him some space and win towards the side. This is the AK on Blame. It's got the kill. He's got a 1-on-2 situation with plenty of time on the clock here. Blame can win a round like this.
He wins these for sure. He's got the bomb, an HE grenade, and he knows there's an AWP towards double doors as well. Takes care of him, no problem, but good response from Frozen. Like a hinge, he'll swing out and find the 4-0 for mousesports. So didn't quite get the AWP there, did he?
No, he was running as fast as you like. Now, an AWP can be purchased up and dropped over, so it's not the end of the world, but you'd love in these early stages on the CT side to start consolidating a bit of those finances. Charlie will get out his big green on the attack, and let's see if he's able to make an impact. He was fantastic on Inferno. He had good signs yesterday on Dust 2 as well in a map lost to Complexity. We'd love to see him continue some of that form here today.
Well then. Next gun round available here for Astralis. Probing towards outside once again, but Torshi, love these sort of maneuvers, changing things up, keeping things unpredictable. But the grenades landing at his front doorstep here takes considerable damage to kick things off. Down to 65, but still. He doesn't fall back, and it will be Farley with another impressive opening there. 5-on-4 now. They've had these before. Frozen, he actually answers back, and now they're in a lot of trouble. How has Config missed that shot?
Oh, I was about to say, this is something that Astralis did well yesterday versus Complexity. When Complexity were going for yard crunches aggressively, Astralis were dealing the dud hand the other way, and fortunately, the trade will come through and Frozen doesn't get out.
If we could see that from Config's POV, that would be great. I'd like to see whether he got some bad comms, if he was looking towards main perhaps, but...
I'll give you the bad news, we definitely can't see that from Config's
Okay,
POV.
we can't? No, fair enough.
No, I guarantee you we cannot see that from his POV.
Yeah, fair play. I thought I'd give it a go. That's Exertion towards the squeaky door. Zipex will drop the bomb, and things going from bad to worse for Astralis now. Moving on to Blame F. with Farley. They've actually got some sort of map control here towards Heaven. He's undetected completely. That's a great shot. And now with the smoke down towards main, they might have a fighting chance here. Dexter and JDC remain. Still the Galil. Dexter tucks himself in by the squeaky door, waiting for that smoke to dissipate to get some more information. But Blame, he's on the hunt. Knows he needs to pick up the C4.
I want to go towards top because he's been able to drop in, but they haven't accounted for Dexter, who might get both. The bomb scooped up by the AWP, and now steps are being made here over towards Ram. The communication, it's going to be there. The damage is done. They just have to hightail it, and now it's going to be JDC to stall this out. He gets this frag, the bomb's loose, and Blame, you got no time, no hope, no chance. Just save that AWP, my friend.
That's all he can do. That's unfortunate. Good effort from Blame out there towards a Heaven position. He snuck behind the enemy lines. Gets a big kill, but time is of the essence, as we mentioned. Nice shot on the retreat. Gets the AWP, as you mentioned, so that's something at least. Can give it to Farley. We'll see whether he can make good of it in the next round. They got another opening frag there.
Let's see if I'm a liar, because I'm 99.9% sure, but I would love to be pleasantly surprised. I am 99%.
That seems quite high. I would say maybe 60-40.
I understand what's going on in that room. So
fair enough, I don't.
I have a very good idea of why it's not possible. Thank God I wasn't wrong, because I just flat out said, no, Henry, you can't have the toy. I'm sorry.
Fair enough, I didn't know.
We can't buy you Vegeta
That's
today.
the last chance. That's the last try I'll have of trying to force that issue, but they still have enough to buy, like you said, with the maximum loss bonus coming in and an M9 push. It's JDC that opens things up. That's an aggressive maneuver. Torchy to be challenged outside or spots at least one player, but the AWP is still there, remember, so Farley can bring this back, but a great opening sequence. They had 2 MP9s into this round and still had the man advantage, but they can't hold on to it. Dexter offers himself up. It's one of the M4s removed. They'll probably try and pick that up. Exertion, though, taken down. Lovely shot from Convict. That's such an all-in play as well, creeping through the smoke alone.
It feels good to get one back after we saw what happened to Blame, and oh, it happens again to Zip. He just didn't expect the linger, and we never do. It's going to be just 2 players remaining here. It's Config and Farley up against the world. Another mid-round situation with a number disadvantage, and they're always spread out in these scenarios here. They do have the space to work with. They've got the bomb. They have some time. But how are they meant to piece this one together?
Well, Farley will have to find an opening pick. Buy some room for Config elsewhere on the map. He's down towards lower for now. Config will join him. Frozen, though, just needs 1 kill, and I would say the round is done. But we'll see what he can make of it. Farley presumably goes towards the window room, scouts out the bomb sites, and we'll see what's available. But those windows are not broken, so he can't exactly sneak out. Time ticking away once again. We hit the 25-second mark, and they have a flashbang and a smoke. They can maybe open the double doors and plant, but you're going to get spammed down. As mentioned, have to shoot out the window if you want to gain any sort of access. Folks off the right-hand side of the ramp position. So there's the window shot. They've got 10 seconds to try and get this plant down. Config with an opportunity here, making things awkward at least, and that's a plan. That's a plan all day long.
A huge kill, all things considered. If Farley can stay alive for a second longer, JDC through the smoke, he's going to at least pin down the position of Config, and the back is turned. He's not ready for the swing out from the decon door, and even if he hit that shot, he was dead. So very well handled there.
At least they got the plan down. It continues their buying spree here. Maximum loss bonus plus $800 per player. So they'll have a strong buy once more, but the rounds are spiraling out of control.
I think the key is as well that MOUZ have had so few players stay alive in a string, right? If you look at the last 4 consecutive rounds of play, 2 alive, 1 alive, 1 alive, 2, and that means the money is still not great. There might be some MP9s or FAMASs in the mix here again. So frustrations, but it's still in the winning ways. MOUZ know that they're not out of trouble just yet. If they can find some traction here on the ASTRALIS side, they could look to barrel over this economy and start posting some rounds of their own.
Wow, this T-side campaign, not nearly as brutal as what we saw yesterday against Complexity. They posted 10 rounds on their T-side. They were emphatic, aggressive, assertive outside. The executions were good so far, running the defaults, trying to get towards outside with that presence of secret, but it's just not working out for them whatsoever.
This is quite interesting, the buy that ASTRALIS have opted for out of the timeout. Yeah, so Zip and Farley are going to have enough to buy again in the next round. Well, actually, everybody besides Glaive left enough money with the max loss bonus to be able to buy AKs into the next round, no matter what happens here. So this is a curious one. See how they're able to buy what they've purchased.
Serviceable buy to win around here. You would assume more of an execution, like a set piece perhaps, with this sort of setup. Send the Tech 9s in first, get the run and gunning going while players are blind. That would make a lot of sense. But for now, we enter round number 7. ASTRALIS yet to post one. So here it is, the set piece. They have lost lobby control, though. They haven't gone in there at the start of the round, so Dexter's taking advantage of that with the MP9. He's tucked in towards Squeaky Door. This is key because they're going to be calling off the utility here. Once it's thrown, they're not going to assume a player's here, but that's lovely from Config. he does anticipate the position. They don't have to commit to this now.
No, that's 2 huge kills. The top hit doesn't have to come through. There's so much time. They have the number advantage. But for how long? JDC towards ramp, he's been good, but Glaive just blindsides in there, creeps out, headshot through, and it might have to be the save for Exertion and Frozen here. How can you justify going for this when the finances are where they are?
Well, that's what we needed to see. Some individual brilliance there. Config with the jump on towards bouncing his head towards the squeaky door position. Manages to get himself in a very awkward spot with the CTs there. Double kill comes through, and looks like 4 players should survive as well. We'll put 1 back for Exertion, who recovers the AWP. Frozen will join him trying to save the weaponry. But as you mentioned, Chad, even after winning 6 rounds in a row, look how low the cash is. Dexter, $0. JDC, $650. $1,000 of the players saving right now. So they'll only get 1,400 on top of this. So saving these weapons are absolutely crucial. They'll have to force buy around them. And not with a whole lot. They can maybe drop a FAMAS from Exertion, an MP9 from Frozen perhaps, or they'll be equipped, but their last chance to hold on to the finances and indeed their momentum.
And that's the thing they should, right? They should be dropping into the next tier, because otherwise they're in double eco territory, and that's not something that we see too often in modern-day Counter-Strike. Obviously, the changes to the economy system and the changes to the M4, et cetera, it really changes these patterns, but it's good that they're aware of that. And the second one there, you can see Torji just trying to get out of the way, like, please don't shoot me, and that's a great shot from Glaive as well, sharp onto JDC. So important frags made, and a timeout will be called off the back of this to have that discussion. And I like the use of the timeout here, because this is the time when you're like, okay, so what can we afford? Who needs to get what? What is the type of round we want to go with? And to have 30 seconds for the coach to come in and go, yeah, look, we've got this strat, this should be our type of play. This is the perfect time to use it here.
You want to balance out whether you're looking for more utility, more firepower. Do you need another rifle in the mix? Can you operate with MP9s and FAMASs? Time will tell. But for now...
2 out already, Henry.
Yeah, 2 FAMASs, so it's actually looking pretty decent. I think Torshi might have to be a little bit more active, maybe sending towards ramp at the start, looking for a first pick, maybe an aggressive maneuver. We see a lot of that when times get desperate. Interested to see where he'll position himself. Because going towards outside is great, but normally smoked off, difficult to find multiple kills, but getting an early one towards ramp, that's always a lot of fun. Didn't have the best spawn, though, so just business as usual, it seems here.
And they played up close behind the red before, right? And he got naded, kind of thumped down early by some precision utility from Astralis, but they were still able to convert the round. Blame, he's been able to slink down the vent this time, so will anybody address that?
I'm not sure they're aware of that.
This happened yesterday with Floppy against Astralis. He was able to get down more often than not, and then in the later stages, they just had to park Zip down there watching the vent time and time again. I guess his issue is, to get out of here, a door or a window needs to be broken. That's the biggest problem for Blame right now. He has the space, sure, but what do we do with it? One of the keys that I like seeing teams do is when they do the yard smokes and then they just do the secret cross, because you know there can't be event rotation. So that's always an option, and maybe the option that they
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, here it is, getting set up.
Yeah, when you've got a player down towards vent, you can guarantee safe passage towards the lower bomb site. He can hold off the rotations and then look towards the ramp. So, yeah, it's a great call. No CT presence towards lower whatsoever. You can look at the top left of your mini-map.
Okay. That's very interesting. Okay, so Blame is down here. I feel like he is going to have to be a little bit more active as part of this. The boost over towards ramp from JDC has the support of Torji here, and they're creeping in this direction. Still no movement from Blame. Absolutely nothing.
So Torji just wants to take all of this aggro, hopefully get a kill, fade away, and set up JDC.
Seconds. 35 seconds.
Well, this is why they overlook angles then, Chad. They might not be looking up here at all. He hasn't tucked himself away, standing up as well. So they even... Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. They didn't check it at all. That's going to be a little bit sloppy from Astralis, and fortunately make up for it. So down towards lower they go. Farley should be able to take care of Dexter. So a bit of a lifeline there. A round that potentially could have fallen apart very quickly, but they will be finding their second Frozen with no real chance to do anything with this one, but that was scary.
I guess they had no idea that Blame was down the vent, but after the yard smokes, they should have had some idea that somebody could have gotten into that type of a position, right? Oh. So it was good safety net positions for Astralis across the map. Farley was the latest, but Blame also towards the vent, and Zip's trade was key, right? His trade was and those are his first 2 kills right now. Right. So the fact that he's been able to stop the dry spell is going to put Astralis here up to 2 rounds, and MOUZ down to an eco with 1 saved M4. So fantastic stuff from Astralis here. Didn't start as early as it did yesterday with the domination, but there's still plenty of time to pick up the slack.
Yeah, this stage looking for 4 or 5 rounds would be ideal. 5 or 6 would be perfect. We'll see what they can make of it. A slow start for sure. Now Sports, though, starting to fade away. The boost was very well done, all things considered. Them not checking it was a problem, but Blame F already in the vent, stopped the rotations, and Farley there to stop the hub push. So that should be it. The last of the MOUZ Sports Gold. $2,000 per player, $1,900 loss bonus, and they have saved an M4 for Frozen, but that's about it.
This is remarkable. I've just gone and had a look yesterday at that Nuke game, right? We had 25 rounds by Complexity and 23 rounds won by Astralis, right? So we were in a triple OT game, everybody. That's just what I wanted to point out and highlight there. But as far as the opening kill department went, Astralis dominated them. 32 opening kills to 16, and they still lost the map. And I'm just reflecting, we both, I've been saying this too. It was a 9-6 first half for Astralis. So still a very good first half overall. 9 T rounds is a lot. If they can still get 9 now, but that would be such a massive comeback. It'd be 9 consecutive. I still can't believe that opening kill stat, 32 to 16, and they lost the map.
Yeah, that's really crazy actually.
That's just for basic maths. That's double everybody playing at home.
Playmath looking to double up here, gets his second frag of the round. And hasn't found the all-important one yet. It's Frozen with the M4, holding tight towards the upper bomb side, but they've got a 5 versus 3. And for now, just holding positions. They've got the whole map surrounded. Players towards ramp, outside, lobby, and they're heading towards ramp here. The timings could elude them. And Config's watching the flanks though. Doesn't get the double kill, but it confirms the position of the rifle. They can guarantee the lowers should be clear at this point. They'll be aware of the rotations towards the vent, but smoking off the doors here shouldn't be a problem. Molotov towards double, and smokes at single will guarantee the C4 going down.
Now, there's not going to be an AWP available in the next round of play either, unless Farley gives it over, and I'm sure they'd want to be protecting that. That's a nice little find from Dexter as well, so recovering what they can, but with the loss bonus of 2,400 available, I'm doing the quick mental maths. There's not going to be 4,750 available for anybody there, right? So that's going to be a rough one, unless Frozen can find a kill. That's the only way.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes through, but for now, that's going to be saving the rifles they've found.
I just had an idea.
Okay.
What if this was possible in Counter-Strike? Now, this is crazy, right? And I never usually think of new ideas, so just bear with me on this one. But what if you could sell what you had equipped on your person back, and then you would get the cash?
What, to some sort of merchant, perhaps?
Yeah.
You could sell your grenades back to him, or the defuse
so like Frozen right now, if he really wanted to get Torji an AWP, he could sell the defuse kit for $400 and then buy the AWP. Like, that's an interesting kind of concept.
I guess once you've used it, though, there are no refunds. That's the problem.
Okay, all right.
You take it out to the battlefield, you've run through smoke, you've run through dirt and mud, you know, like, yeah, you're not going to be able to sell that again.
What if you get 75% of the value?
Okay, now you're talking. Now I could be interested, yeah.
Crazy idea, everybody. I'm sorry that I even suggested it, but...
Be careful with those ideas. You never know who's listening. But here we go then. No AWP, as Chad mentioned. We have got the 5 rifle array for MOUZ Sports. The 3 rounds in a row for Astralis after being 6-0 down. They're right back in this one. They've got the AWP for Farley and building up their bank as well. 7K on a few players as they set up the outside smokes. They haven't necessarily had to use too many of them. Lots of fakes and funny business going on towards the side of the map. And we'll see what they can make of round number 10 here. So the smoke's going down. Difficult for them to stop them gaining access towards the secret area. They can, of course, spam the smokes, but timings often elude them. Frozen with a chance. Just lining up the crosshair here. Doesn't pull the trigger just yet, but through the smoke, he does find Glaive. That's perfectly done. Nice follow-up grenade as well. There's a boatload of damage.
You can see that there before that smoke plumes. He steps out just to get his bearings.
To get the lineup.
And just unloads. He still has 14 bullets and will make that 9 now. They have lost Glaive, an opening kill in the favor of MOUZ here, but down towards the lower they head, and it's one man they have to get past Dexter. An AK and a flash, so no utility to stop them here. He is hoping they creep into his domain. This isn't an active position. He's actually going to allow them to cross over towards the double doors and the window side.
Yeah, it's a really awkward angle to clear out. If they stick together, surely he gets most at one, but it's going to be Config takes their first contact, makes light work of him, and could be a difficult one to even justify the retake here. They've got no presence towards lower playmat. There it is, the famous flank, stopping anyone getting down towards the vents, but it is traded out on JDC. That's a great frag. That's yet the man advantage here. Zipex will answer back. Really coming online now, as this is possible. Certainly worth going for it. They've got the kit. All-important frag here from Farley. Absolutely nails it all day long.
Call it off now. It's really not worth it for Frozen.
Frozen probably getting a bit frustrated. The fact they've lost so many. Wants one of these moments, and he just goes and touches the bomb. Suppose you never know. Gets himself off it, and now they really have to check. So that confirms it. That was his opportunity. If he gets that kill, maybe there's a chance. But ultimately, will be Farley coming out on top. Drops the AWP, and it will be the 4th round.
Oh, he's lost it. Where did my AWP go?
He couldn't find it,
Where did I put my AWP? I have that problem every day. You know, as I'm leaving to come in here to cast it. Where did I leave my bloody AWP?
Well, it's a mystery at this stage. Marley will have to make do with just the rifle, but still, he got 2 frags towards the end there. They got the job done. Presumably going to be a weaker buy from MOUZ Sports. Maybe for the best, you don't have the AWP. There's a chance to lose it, perhaps. As we've got a partial buy from MOUZ Sports. They said they were bated breath. They have brought an M4 to the party, a couple of Desert Eagles, and an MP9. So enough to win it, perhaps. But Torshi keeping things light, trying to get the sniper out himself into round number 12. So it's 4 in a row for Astralis. JDC, awkward position, could be flashed in. Blame F aware of it. Not looking too comfortable there, I'd say. Might want to consider falling back, but JDC, same mentality. Gets himself back into towards round.
I think he's aware of what happened to him last time when JDC rumbled him a bit with that push towards the radio. So Glaive just setting up this smoke that's going to obscure the vision for the top side players towards that vent drop down. See this one here. Perfect little bounce is the boost. I'd like to see this. Heads up Counter-Strike. Exertion needs his body to stand. And how much are they going to spot before they creep through? A nice little angle taken, and they cannot dish the lethal blow, but Exertion will get 1 kill and a lot of damage. So this is a great little use of the M4 here.
Yeah, this is looking winnable now. They've got the first kill. Basically removes Zipex from the round as well. Spotted Config's presence towards the ramp, but he often likes to take matters into his own hands, Chad. And will he detect Frozen? He's waiting very patiently, looking to pounce. There it is. There's his moment. The MP9 at close range will always come out on top. Perfectly played, but still danger afoot. Glaive makes his presence known towards the upper bomb site. Smoke's deployed as well. CT's waiting patiently towards heaven here. If the bomb goes down, maybe give the advantage towards Astralis, especially if that kill coming through. Glaive is playing like a beast up here. JDC brings it back to a 2 versus 1 now. This is looking incredibly difficult for Zipex. 5 points as health, as mentioned. No utility to speak of, just has to duck and weave, and the timings actually look pretty decent for him. There's the first kill, a real chance here now. Will have to be perfect on the final kill. Can he outmaneuver JDC? Not quite. A very good effort, it has to be said, Chad. He's come online in the last few rounds.
Yeah, look, he hasn't had a lot of frags so far, but the ones he's had have been very tidy indeed. That would have been some clutch. 5 HP and almost makes MOUZ work. That was a very good attempt, all things considered. But you love this from Exertion, right? On the boost, they're finding a lot of impact and damage.
Absolutely.
Or Dexter getting found out in the smoke again. Frozen with a laser beam on the MP9 for 2 kills. But Zip, just the way that he was positioning himself, you know, he understood he couldn't open himself up to too many angles. A very close attempt. Glaive not looking too impressed with things. But remember, I said intensity. You want it to stay at an all-time high for Astralis. They don't need 9 rounds on the T side. They can get away with 5. They can get away with 6. 4 might even be enough. It's the CT side where they had big issues yesterday.
Yeah, and that information is available as well. I'm sure they've gone back and had a look at what went wrong. The upper bomb site was a major issue for them. Bear in mind that previous round, that was just a partial buy from MOUZ Sports. So even though it came down to 1 versus 1, their money is absolutely fine, and they did pick up a rifle to leave the bomb site as well. So closing the gap, sure, are Astralis, but 7-4, a few more rounds left. Chad mentioned 5 would do. I would say 6 would be the ideal number they should be aiming for right now. Glaive did everything he could towards upper. 3 impact kills, but not quite enough as JDC closed things out in the clutch. So, what have we got in store here? No orb available for the T side, but Torshi getting down towards vents.
Oh, did they miss one of the smokes here? Normally you want to smoke on top of your own molly to guarantee the wall, regardless they're down. And Torshi is too. AWP searching. One's already passed the line of sight. They almost line up, but Config with the trade. They will lose Farley. It's all right, he was pretty low already.
Exactly, out of the 2, you'd probably choose to lose him, but you definitely don't want that. Config oversteps the mark alone, and back towards ramp again. I dare say Frozen will make light work of that.
It's a great play, though, because the thing is, the JDC is towards lower. Blame goes, I have this space, I'm going to take it. He's not ready for Frozen's position, so MOUZ starting to think on their feet here.
Yeah, very good. Still a chance here for Zipex and Glaive. The experience will have to shine through if they're standing any sort of chance here. Less than a minute on the clock, but they do have the bomb. And port of call is going to be towards ramp room. But what can they really do with this one? They do have a smoke, some flashbangs, but finding multiple kills heading down towards lower, is it going to happen? I doubt it. They need to get a pick earlier. This is where it could start, but unfortunately, he's giving it up. Frozen, another very key defensive position, drops the bomb.
Yeah, you can see where he found the first fight, and then he drops back to play this passively. They weren't even defending the B-bomb side realistically. You can see a player towards the lower side of things of JDC, but he was searching elsewhere. He's actually just scooped up the AWP from Torshi. So I think they're aware that Astralis wouldn't try and take that space with 2 players noted. Now it's just about Zip going down before the round transpires, and he will. Exertion He's looking much better this map. He had a rough go of things on Inferno. Now, look, the new lad in the MOUZ main team jersey, we know the academy story. You guys have already heard that to death, but it is going to take some time for these players just to acclimatize. I feel that's a similar conversation that can be had with HEET. They didn't look great last night on Dust 2. They started to look a little bit better come the second half of Vertigo, I believe, when they were on the T side.
They got double digits there, right? It was 16-11, I think.
They were starting to string something together. I was like, oh, okay, this is a bit comprehensive. Afro had a really slow start, then he got into the game. So I think, you know, for teams and individuals who aren't used to playing in this type of environment, yeah, you can have the first game. Maybe you'll have a blinder, maybe you'll have a bad one, but either way, give you a little bit of time to get yourself in the seat. Nice shot here from JDC. It just stalls out any of the momentum config had. We know he's a momentum player. Could have taken so much space there, but JDC just sits him down. Smiles on the face of Frozen there, so he's having a good one.
Well, he really has stepped it up in this first half, I should say, but second map, he's looked very good. And we get into round number 13. Here we go, 8-4 for MOUZ Sports. Faster approach here from 2 players towards Silo. Glave's had enough. He is sending it all the way towards main entrance. Held off by the incendiary. It will be Torchy to open things up, though. Things falling apart here as he continues to apply pressure with the AWP. 5-on-3. Well positioned to find a third as well, but Glaive tucks himself in. He has to be the linchpin of the operation now, but they detect him. This is perfectly played from MOUZ Sports. FlameF will find one, but Torchy there to pick up the pieces once again. Might beat the smoke, fires up a shot. And once again, FlameF, Zipex, just down towards lower, hoping for the best here. Can they get anything done? FlameF knows he needs to find at least a pick before they can plant. Can they do anything with it?
Oh, if Flame's going to have a round, it'll be about time here. 4 rounds down. Flash is no good. It actually works against Exertion there, but Blame, he's going to stumble, and Torchy steps out from the top ramp. The AWP pips Zip, and that is going to be the 9th. Great recovery here. We had 6 rounds out the gate, 4 on the trot back from Astralis, and now 3 more consecutive rounds for MOUZ to bring them up to 9 with that defuse coming through. And JDC with 15, 12 on Frozen, 11 for Exertion, 8 for Torchy, and Dexter there with that swing to clear Glaive gets himself up to 5. But this is great work, right? When you know that they've gone for this strategy, you see them jump around the... Wow. Wow.
Very nice.
Okay, you see them come around the unbreakable box, you know that space is lost. So Dexter with a very unselfish clear, right? He leaves his position, he makes sure that there's nobody able to scoop up towards heaven. And now they actually have quite a commanding lead. Astralis scraping the bottom of the barrel. The plant's good. The Tech-9s are out again. They've left enough money for a buy for the final round of play as well.
We were predicting some sort of like set piece with this sort of mentality before, but then it was Config that got a double kill. But they are shut down early here. Can Glaive pull it back? He has been combative, to say the very least, finding kills when required. Back to a 4-4, not the end of the world just yet. They actually might even have a slight advantage here.
Is the AK gone?
How's it gone?
It's in the gap. I'm going to fly over there and have... Oh, okay, he's found it. Oh, man, if
that would have
got
been
stuck there, I would have been tilty G.
Well, for now, they've managed to find somewhat of a look into the round. They started with 2 Tech-9s, now a 4-on-4 with just 1. So, looking much better for them. Still a minute 10 on the clock. Some outside smokes. More of a fake, I suppose.
Okay, well, they haven't dropped the warehouse smoke as part of the L block here, which is actually okay because nobody's playing that deep. So they will have to respect it regardless. It's Exertion on the site with Frozen up in the heavens, and he's actually going to drop down. So the Biff on A. Here comes the play. The Molly 4 behind the vent. The flashes too. Nobody blind just yet. Frozen tucking tail, letting Exertion take the first contact here, and he will, but they know both are there. Frozen swings out. Can only go 1 for 1 on each, but Torchy, he's here to save the day once more. Farley, what are you going to do, my son?
Yeah, the Tech-9 in hand, 30 seconds. He knows there's a sniper towards heaven. No idea where JDC could be either. Needs to find a rifle. Get the bomb in his back, which he has done, but needs a reload on the M4. Stick with the Tech-9 for now, hoping to lock horns in the lobby here. If he gets a close range battle, the Tech-9 could come out on top, but JDC looks to have his number. As soon as he comes around, he will be dead. There we have it. It's going to be double digits from MOUZ Sports in their CT campaign. Once again, Chad, they're looking very solid towards that upper bomb side.
Yeah, and this doesn't feel like yesterday with the Astralis matchup. Yesterday versus the Astralis complexity game, it turned into a bit of a clown fiesta with certain rounds. Here, this is fantastic work from MOUZ. I don't think Astralis have made too many blunders.
No, I don't think so.
I just think right now MOUZ are playing better on the CT side of Nuke. And we've already mentioned that the CT side of Nuke was a problem for Astralis, so we know overnight they would have tried to button this up, expecting better from themselves. Let's see if they can get to the magic number of 5 here.
5 will do.
They're going to pressure ramp here.
Well, nothing else is working so far. Upper bomb side is completely locked down, but JDC He's been pretty impressive as well. 16 kills.
Oh, what a grenade.
And they've already taken a casualty as well. The in-game leader removed. At 100 damage on that grenade, they'd have to go quickly towards the heaven position. Frozen might not be aware of it. Hasn't anticipated this quick maneuver, but does vault up towards heaven. Looking to deny access, and he's done that very well because they were hot on his heels.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't have a second glance there over towards hell actually saved his life.
Yeah, right.
So great work from Frozen, just not to be too curious. And they have a good idea. They've got them contained now towards this hell position. Frozen will have to consider the jump around, and you can see him doing exactly that now as two now head back towards the lobby, two in hell, and still enough time for Astralis to pull this one off, but somebody from MOUZ will have to overstep the mark.
They took so much damage from that grenade at the start. Glaive went down with nothing inflicted, and this is an opportunity. Great shot from Config once again, taking matters into his own hands. Gets in towards heaven. That's a key frag. Frozen removed. But towards upper we go, and it's the tag team combo again. Exertion making light work of them. Dexter chiming in as well. Just 2 players remaining. 15 health between them, and at this stage, it looks like they might be done. This has been a very difficult half. Config and Farley chiming in here. There might be a slight chance if you bring it down to a 1 versus 1, get the bomb planted. Who knows what could happen? One more bullet will do it. Can he find it with the Glock? Config has, but it's going to be the slide up the vent. 11-4, Chad. mousesports looking very impressive on their CT defense.
Yeah, we have a third map of Ancient if we do need it to decide the difference between Astralis and MOUZ. But this is a game, some good Counter-Strike being played today, and the charge being led by the German JDC topping the scoreboard. But we will be right back after the break.
Hey Future Pros, a quick molly for you today which will help disrupt the Ts who want to go outside fast. To throw this molly, run along the side of this wall. Aim at these weird electrical things. Then running throw the molly. If the Ts are committed to an early outside push, this will likely cause them to burn a smoke. And a T with one less smoke is always a joy to behold.
I don't IGL on all maps. I IGL on mainly all maps, but I don't IGL on Mirage, and I think it's given me some more time to think about the other maps, and also give me a bit of more freedom on Mirage to be able to make some plays around me, and try to help Benjamin as much as I can.
looks like this MOUZ may get the cheese after all. 11-4 up after the first half, Chad, and they move over to the T side, where ASTRALIS now really have to display a perfect defense to stand a chance of denying the third map.
Well, it starts here with the pistols and the Julies equipped in the hands of Mr. Glaive himself. Now, doesn't IGL all maps, but he IGLs most maps, and this is one that he definitely does.
He definitely does.
He definitely does.
I think that's fair to say, and it all starts with the pistol. You're dead on. We do see the dual Berettas, or the big man himself, Glaive, will be given the duties of protecting the upper bomb side, trying to spray them down to come out the squeaky door. JDC heading in that position, and we'll see if Glaive can stop them. There's actually an outside approach here as well. One smoke deployed and trying to cross over towards Secret, but Blame, he's probably got something to say about that. First shot is an absolute beauty.
Woof, that's what you want to see. One click of the mouse and one body hits the deck. It's Torji. Nemesis towards this yard position. And we do see the proceedings continue. And Glaive, wow, he's going to take one as well. This little lurky smoke towards the front of main. It's not really causing too many issues whatsoever for ASTRALIS. The two-man advantage here. It's their round to lose.
Yeah. And stranger things have happened, let me tell you. Even in this group alone. Here we go, we're off. Farley goes down, nice shot from the P250. Plenty of time remaining and a defensive hold from ASTRALIS, who way back in CT spawn. They're not challenging outside whatsoever.
So Farley going down doesn't weaken a whole lot here. You still have bodies exactly where they need them. With Blame here, you've also got zip over towards ramp. Config is going to be coming up Secret momentarily, and Glaive is still the man locking down this A site with the Julies. They're patrolling, looking for the blind spot, and they will have found that Blame identifies, and that thrusts them in towards A. The rotation is coming. Config has just come up Secret, so boxed in towards this top side. Great shot from JDC, but Glaive, remember, he's still alive. An absolute nuisance right here. The in-game leader won't get anything else done, but they're very low on HP and just running out of time.
Oh,
the bomb, if he had the bomb, this would be...
Come on, pick it up. Let's go.
Way down. JDC riding through the bullets, and that'll be it. Config gets 2 kills at the end of it. Picks up the P250, and at this juncture, let's paint the broader picture. Let's go a little bit Bob Ross here, right? So they're going to have to come through with some nice, gentle strokes against the Force Buy or the full eco, and as they move forward into that's a lovely shot, isn't it? Into what is going to be the meat and potatoes of this painting. Going to be the first gun round. If they can secure that, they force MOUZ back into another low buy situation. So the next 4 rounds are going to be extremely telling how close ASTRALIS can really draw this map. Will be the Force.
Yes.
Tech 9 and a Mac 10.
Very important round here. It has to be said. ASTRALIS can't afford to give this one up, and it's going to be the scout of Farley patrolling towards the silo for now. An outside push is deployed from mousesports here, trying to get over towards Secret. That should be a kill, not quite, doesn't connect the shots there. An opportunity now a couple of times over, but no damage inflicted. 3 players down towards Secret. Rotations have to come through, and they will in the form of Glaive with the M4. This is very aggressive position, needs at least 2. Oh, he goes one better, Chad. He gets 3, finds the bomb as well.
Well, that's what you want. If you're going to get aggressive, show us why. You've got a bit of a hot head, and that is perfect from Glaive. 3 massive kills, the impact on the pistol. Now against the Force Buy. That's profit right there.
Yeah, that's huge. Well done to Glaive.
So many players would just panic spam after the first there.
Sure, he stayed very calm and controlled. That's absolutely true. But Frozen, known to cause damage in these sort of scenarios, got quite the deadly deagle on him, I would say. Towards vents, and Config knows it. Needs to be careful here, but always up for a fight is Christian. He will come out on top. Nice work. 4 players survive. That's all they have to do there, Chad. And now the campaign really is on. They've got a chance of pulling this back.
That's a great round from Glaive, you know, right there. And it's such a stressful moment when those 3 fights are coming his direction. He doesn't know exactly how many. The first is great, poised for the second, and then the adjustment to the third, really good work right there. Maybe some head armor against him could have caused a
I was going to say only the first player had a helmet, so that's where he got a little bit fortunate, I suppose. Didn't have to waste time dinking them to get the follow-up shot. Could just operate quickly. But either way, very, very nice. Well played to Glaive, and they're up against what should be an eco here. And the first kill, well, there it is, easy you like. The bomb goes down, a ton of damage towards the hut. They're making light work of them here. Just 2 players remaining. That's, well, just 1 now, JDC towards the huts. And this will be coming to its logical conclusion any second now. It took a bit of a labored spray, but they got that.
And this is the difference between yesterday with the complexity game. When they had that Glock round where JT ended up picking up an M4 and got 3 kills unarmored with an M4, and it was a one-on-one.
And that's a one-on-one, you're right.
And then that followed them through, that bad smell, it followed them through the rest of the half, and it made it very difficult for them to get the buy going. So those 2 rounds being a bit more of the spotless variety is great news going forward. Farley will bring out the AWP, but there's residual cash for all other 4 members. of the Danish powerhouse.
Well, here we go then. Off to the races. We have the full gun round here. Farley and Torgy equipped with the sniper rifles. We'll see a bombardment of HEs towards outside. Light damage inflicted towards Exertion. And playing on the front foot, Glaive and Blame F. The brains of the operation, trying to make the first incision here. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Glaive, he sneaks away through the smoke as well. That's very well done. Blame's still there to pick up the pieces. They might not be anticipating a second player in this spot. Oh, they're definitely not. That's really, really well played. Astralis now coming to life here on Nuke. This is why they chose the map. You can see an overwhelming force here. A lovely first round gambit there. Potentially sacrificing one player on the aggressive play, but gets the kill, sneaks away. They've got a 5-on-2.
The only thing they're truly susceptible to in that moment is a top rush, right? Because they have so many forces towards outside. They had Farley there to help oversee business with that aggressive CT maneuver. And they made the right call because of how default heavy MOUZ are. Well, the default on a map like Nuke is to get this yard control to try and get some secret or warehouse space while leaving a lobby linger. And now it's just going to be two looking for anything they can. I think Dexter's probably wishing the clock wasn't at 43 seconds right now and they could just save because I don't think Astralis are going to give them a whole lot.
Well, Farley will certainly take some life away. That's going to be a 5-on-1 now for Frozen. This outside play, I think that was perfect with Astralis. What a great call. It's the first gun round. You know they're going to be coming in with maybe a default, just exploring their options, and you've sent two of your strongest players out there to completely cause havoc, and it works out very well. Didn't even take any damage there.
This can get worse for Frozen. Zip heard the footstep. I know there's only 16 seconds left, but Glaze up on the roof.
They're coming in, aren't they?
If they move now, they're going to be too far away unless they start running now, right? There's not enough time. But if they take this gun away after time, that would be absolute worst case scenario for Frozen and MOUZ here. They're starting to get a move on, starting to get a wiggle on here. They're pushing, they're fast, they flash one another, but
3 seconds.
Hold on, just hide around the corner. 3, 2, 1, all good. Oh,
he did survive. All good, all good. So, doesn't get any extra cash, but saves the AK, crazy, the armor. Really nice play. Glaive is not going down without a fight, is he? And then, like we said, as he fell back, they didn't anticipate the second player to be out there. Farley with the easy shot towards Dexter there, 5-on-2. They don't deny the AK from Frozen, so still with quite a lot to work with here. That's going to be now 4 rounds in a row for Astralis. 11-8 overall on their CT side, as Blame ready to fight once more. Is there another smoke available for the cross? There is.
He's going to throw it in his own volition here, Exertion. You can see, oh no, he's not. I thought he would lob it out for himself so he could take the space on his own timing. Will have to extinguish, so gets deployed regardless, and a chunk of damage being done, but they will get their way down secret. This first smoke looking to fade any moment. The second, however, plenty of time for Torgy to make his way.
Well, let's see what can be done. Nice exchange. Frozen controls the spray well. And down towards lower, we will head. This time, it's up to Config to defend. Glaive showed us what can be done with the M4 in this position. Can he replicate it? Same position, same spot, oversteps the mark and gets just one here. Not quite as clean there, Chad.
No, and this is a booby trap round, right? This is a round that you should be converting a couple of upgrades and a saved AK, and now you find yourself on the back foot. Somebody needs to step up, and it won't be Zip. He's put in a body bag, thrown away. It's Farley that'll negate any of this pressure, but the man
down towards lower.
Yeah, that's the problem. Up they head. Oh, up they head. Yeah, they do. Torgy will eventually make it. And now, Glaive, the fact that he's coming behind a vent that Torgy's just come up, maybe they won't consider this with the quickness.
I don't think they're even going for it.
I don't think they know which side it is.
Definitely not lower. And Farley confirms he'll be going back towards CT spawn, so well done to Mouthsport. That's a saved AK and some pistols.
Yeah, this is where we were just praising them for keeping it clean, Astralis. This is one that is going to come back or could come back to haunt them here.
Thankfully, they've got a lot of cash, but that was just an outside duel from Frozen. Couldn't believe his luck. He was presented quite a clean one there, and I believe that's towards Blame F. So there we have it. It was down to Config to try and find multiple kills. Same position, same scenario up against Tech9s. Different player. Couldn't replicate that calm form of Glaive. Kind of started spamming bullets preemptively, hoping they would run into the spray, but anything but. They waited until they had to reset, and it all gets very hairy indeed. And there's Blame F going down to that. Nice shot. And this is those are the bullets coming through, and he just wait for him to reset. At that point, you swing together, only can get one. Farley with a decent frag, but didn't have much of a knock-on effect there. So, Mouthsport steal one away, 12-8. Looking to take us to Ancient if possible.
Exertion has only bought a smoke here, and he has 1400, so he might be moving a little bit quicker in a round like this. Through the flames, they're going to weather the storm and aggressive again. It's Flames being spotted, not plucked out of the sky. Very fortunate to have dodged that shot, and the nade back will send them packing.
Wow.
He's very lucky to be alive here, Blame.
I thought the AK would have him if the orb didn't, but either way, he is away. We'll see what happens here. Outside control granted. And Glaive through the smoke continues his good form on the CT side. Does he ever? That's a double kill through towards main. And now a 5-on-3. Dexter trying to pick up the pieces. Can he salvage this one? Maybe even pushes the smoke here. They're in desperate situation. Might just have to take a deep breath. He'll wait for it to fade either way. And will still continue the assault towards upper. Config repositions. Glaive might be caught out here. Doesn't anticipate it, and there it is. Dexter does indeed find the kill back.
It still feels very difficult now, JDC and Dexter. Especially the latter, very low on HP here, and not a whole lot of space to work with. These were the type of rounds yesterday, the complexity were able to pull out of their ass. Now, I don't think this will be the case for MOUZ. This barrel will be spotted. Yep, hello, I will take that kill. Thank you very much, says Farley. And as long as he just sits back, he should have the second great shot there onto JDC. And now, well, going to have to stomach another loss here. They were able to pick up a round with not a whole lot.
Exactly.
So at least that's going to fill you with a bit of confidence. It's just about finding that traction across the secret again. So now that they have the full guns, how do they make sure they account for Blame this time?
Got to take a look at this one. Yeah, he did it from the main entrance, and a double kill as well. Exertion trying to answer back. Ali secures the round, though, with this lovely little sequence. USP kill comes through and finishes things off towards Squeaky Door. Frozen a bit frustrated there, as you can see. After a great win yesterday versus Heroic, looking to replicate that form and take down some more Danish opposition.
Was that main smoke a little bit too shallow, do you think?
Maybe,
I know that he saw the shadow before it plumed, but normally you'd want it to be in main a little bit more.
Just so they don't have any sort of access point whatsoever. They're kind of fully removed, and you're able to really exploit the gaps. But yeah, either way, you did see that shadow. An educated guess as to where he dropped down, and it was a lovely two-piece picked up. And for now, like we said, there was a buy available, considering they won with just a partial before, but a Galil for Frozen, or for Torshi, though, who has been relatively quiet in this second half. He had to really get going.
Well, what's going to be the difference maker for MOUZ here? Astralis are still back on the comeback trail, but it feels like they're starting to grab some control. The orb springs into action towards ramp.
Perfect time to deploy this boost.
It frees up Farley a lot here as well. He doesn't have to cheat over and help Zip as much.
Yeah.
Right? When you have this boost up, this player should get one, right? You just need the one kill here.
That's all he needs, you're right. With the AK-47 as well, your DPS super high. You can get a lot of damage out very quickly, and it's difficult to clear it effectively. You can't really flash a position, you can't Molotov it.
That's an interesting note with the door being blown open towards lower. I think that's going to allow the rotation down to have a bit more action when they take that window side. So we'll keep tabs on that. Full spot from the Obs team as we do get the L-block smoke wall deployed here for MOUZ. So a different variation, a different pace, and you can see how diligent Exertion's having to be after these aggressive maneuvers. But Blame this time, he's decided to roost in the warehouse position. Now there's flashes to clear this.
It's going to be tight. Blame F tucked in. Glaive pushing towards lobby, does find JDC, but Exertion looks like he's clearing every single angle. No lazy peeks here, and there it is. That's a lovely shot, you're right. Config, though, once again, overstepping the mark. Does get one frag, but maybe that's not going to be enough here. That door was blown open for this purpose, and they weren't anticipating it. Great kill from Frozen, though. Back to a 2-on-2, and Exertion, he's got heaven control, but that's going to be the bomb removed, and no quick kill there from Exertion. 25 seconds remaining, needs to scoop up the bomb. He's in a 2 versus 1. Nice flashbang to delay him. Offers one up in kind and tries to get down towards lower, but he takes a load of damage now. He really is up against it, and Zipex, he'll be ready for this.
He's got a volley.
Yeah, he can just take him down, though, I would say. Zipex doesn't take the wide angle, you're right.
Will.
Yeah. Nice work. Good job.
It looked a little bit sweaty for a second, didn't it? If Zip goes down,
Yeah, could have been a problem.
That would have been a massive clutch from Exertion there, but it's only a 2-round game now, and MOUZ, they've only been able to post 1 round so far on this T-Hall. And that's the thing. So that round, with Glaive finding the opening pick, Glaive's impact in the second half is insane. It's off the charts right now. He has 18 kills.
He really had enough, didn't he? He was like, you know what? I'm going to start winning this game for us, and I'm going to be pushing every position on the map. Outside, Squeaky Door, ramp, I don't mind. I'll find the kills if required. And Zipex, yeah, maybe could have fallen apart there, but the Incendiary pretty much guaranteed his chances. And another partial buy here. Can they find success once again? replicate their only round victory as ASTRALIS close the gap and find double digits, 12-10.
It is actually crazy that the difference in that moment. Uh-oh, hold up, Zip, hold up. They're coming through the flames. Yes. You're going to have to get a couple of kills here, and he will. The extinguisher eventually comes through, but that's going to work against them. They've created a wall of their own.
I'll say thank you very much. I needed that. Things are getting a little bit uncomfortable there. Should be a kill for Glaive, but he's been spotted. Exertion will get the one tap on him. A couple of bullets, in fact, but still, same result. And towards how they go. A lot of noise being made. Config won't be missing that at all. And Dexter with the Galil just has to sneak through the smoke here. Hope for the best. Not going to happen.
I just want to go to the previous round as well. The difference coming into the round we've just seen unfold here. If Exertion was allowed to get the bomb down, that's the difference between a buy or the partial that we just saw, right? Yep. So a real difference maker. And I know that people think, you know, you're talking about the money a lot, but that really does impact in the type of buys, the utility available, the strategies available here. So the fact that ASTRALIS have made it so in all of these rounds, bar one on the CT side, there's been no plans for MOUZ, right? So they're limiting the amount of gun rounds and attempts they can have at really breaking through.
So a full buy here now for MOUZ Sports. Now, we did notice that against the set pieces, oh, that's actually really nice. Against the set pieces and faster plays towards upper, that's where ASTRALIS was struggling. They didn't seem to have a response for very effective flashbangs. And JDC, where's that? Towards...
Oh, main, it must be.
Oh, yeah, through main, you're right. Damn, okay. And Zipex will get very close to finding the kill on Dexter there. Unfortunate. And he actually might force the issue here. A couple more shots would do it. The HE won't be quite enough, I don't think. Pretty much max damage, but lands at his feet, and he gets away just about that.
I feel like he should have at least been given that one by the gift of the gods there. He played that very well. The smoke on the fade, he throws the Molotov over towards the lobby, it takes the fight. He has to, and he's actually going to be ahead of this smoke wall. I'm not sure if they're ready for this. It's just about the timing of Config's peak here. 25 kills to the name. The Berserker steps out, and Torji eats dirt. Plenty more coming his way, and can there be support? Well, the flashes are coming over. That'll initiate Config more. He's going to get 2, maybe more than he was worth in that scenario. Now it's a 3-on-3. Exertion's going to have heard this drop.
Yeah, absolutely true. Trying to work out where Glaive is positioned. He tucks himself back in towards main entrance as the smoke dissipates here, and Zipex taking full control of the fact he knows he's done damage towards ramp, and the players have likely fallen back. Great shot. That's what he needed to hear. Now the round back in ASTRALIS' favor. Exertion, low. Dexter even more so. 6 HP, been given the AWP. And we are running out of time. 20 seconds remaining, and Dexter's all the way down towards lower with the bomb on his back.
Well, he's going to have to get through Zip, who does only have 11 kills, but just hit a sharp one. He can finish off Dexter at least, and now he's sure he will. Posted up. Top of the site, the smoke, the spam, the knife. I don't think I've ever seen Zip go for a knife before.
I love it. Why not? That's perfectly played. He knows he had no chance to really do anything about it. And that was the original player as well. He damaged. So he's going to be happy to finish the job with the knife as well.
That is fantastic. Well, now it's a level game. 12-12. Again, no plant. Max loss bonus. An opportunity to at least get something that resembles a buy-through. It's looking very good. Now, this was the opener. Yeah. No wonder we missed it, because JDC definitely didn't see anything. Hard to have the premonition there, but I love this from Zip. It's got a bit of sass to it, a bit of style. Letting them know how it feels.
Feeling the heat and the pressure rise now on the MOUZ Sports camp, looking down the barrel of a 2-0. They will buy up into the next, but Galil's and AK's bare bones utility. Dexter with nothing. As it's all to play for now. ASTRALIS can take the lead after an 11-4 deficit. They're managing to get right back into this.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of a stall out right now. Wait for the protocol utility, which is starting to subside. You see another smoke get lomped out to secure the squeaky door. Once a lot of these smokes and mollies have been flushed through, you'd expect some presence towards yard, and well, it's a feign. The smokes is the only thing really to offer, and towards ramp they go. Zip's going to be really tested here.
I would say.
He's fighting, he's standing, he's delivering. A bit more of a defensive Molotov, and Config's rotated. It's the wombo combo on ramp. JDC's the only one to strike blood here for MOUZ, and he's going to be found out as well. They're out of ideas, MOUZ.
Wow. Well, they chose the tightest choke point possible. They have to extinguish the Molotov once again, and yeah, Zipex has every right to stay with Config backing him up as well. A lot of damage output there. Only one player goes down, and it's a 4 versus 1. ASTRALIS will take the lead. They've clawed their way all the way back from the 11-4, and now we'll have a 13-12 advantage.
I just want to say the CT side looks completely different for ASTRALIS today. And obviously there's play styles that are different. We haven't seen somebody from MOUZ flirting with the idea of getting down the vent every round. Right. That means the CT setup can be different for ASTRALIS. Clearly an issue that they were we could highlight in the server. But today, it's looked like a completely different team. There haven't been people just walking off on their own in 5v3 number advantage situations, giving up fights. They've been a lot tighter. Glaive's been a lot more of an impact. And Config, Mr. Inconsistent. I know they had Device on this team, Mr. Consistent. But if Config could find this form on, let's just say, Oh. He's ready for it. I was going to say, like, let's say he can have it in 4 out of 5 games. Or 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 games of this config. That's a scary Astralis.
Yeah, well, with 30 kills right now, he really is in the zone. And it will be a tactical timeout from MOUZ Sports. Their last one. Their absolute last one. Bottom of the barrel. No bomb planted again, Chad. I know we're not allowed to talk about the money these days.
Some people don't like all the economy talk. Some people don't like it.
Unfortunately, that's why the pause has come through. They need to discuss their money and work out what they're going to do. That really is the reason for the pause. You need some advice from the coach. This is do or die time now. If you do buy up into this one, sure. If you win, you're in a great footing. But if you lose it, it's pretty much GG. You'll have nothing going forward.
Maybe they're discussing the idea of seeing if they can sell things back to the vendor. Maybe that just got at this juncture here. Is
it possible? Is he around?
Can we get him on the phone?
So it will be the partial, though. Astralis coming into their own on the CT side here on Nuke. An impressive performance on Inferno, 16-7 in their favor on the opponent's pick, and now on home turf, looking incredibly strong on the CT side. So just pistols, P50s, and Deagles. These rounds are possible to win, but it's looking unlikely considering the form the Danes are showing right now.
I think if you looked up the dictionary definition of dismay, it'd just be
that image.
MOUZ here. So you can tell that this one is really starting to slip through the fingers. A 14th would be the certainty, but they're trying a similar round that profit them their only 2 round thus far. 4 individuals slinking their way down the secret. JDC to defend from lobby, and Blame, he's the man tasked this time round. It was Config who flubbed earlier.
And we had Glaive with 3 kills before. So yeah, just tagging each other out. Different position this time on the other staircase. Blame, though, looking good for maybe just one. Unfortunately, doesn't even get that. A dink comes through, and now that's where they'll capitalize. Zipex, though, has been a machine with the AK-47. He manages to stop the early plant, and they'll have to reconsider their options here. Back and towards the vents they go, and Config, he's sniffing them out here. Another unfortunate dink. He'll be going down as well. 3 versus 4, and there it is. We're off.
Don't buy guns, just the pistols, apparently. Farley, you're going to have to do a lot more. 1 is good, but you need to buy some time for Zip here. He is not in the position for this type of a fight. As the nade lands, Farley has to reconsider his options. Another one of the toes as he just continues shooting off pot shots at Zip. He really needs to step up in a moment like this. To lose a round to pistols again to MOUZ, this one is going to sting.
Yeah, it's the same sort of round they gave it before, a partial buy.
They're going to save again.
Might have to, we'll see. Blows off the door, throws the incendiary towards Squeaky, hoping he'll flush someone out, but no one is there to receive. JDC towards the hut, off angle as well. Difficult to clear this one out. He will find it, but takes too much damage. That might call it there. And it will be 13-13 with just the pistols once again. MOUZ Sports managed to come out on top. And you're right, maybe just stick with the pistols, it seems. How many rounds that are working?
I think the biggest drama now is the mind games of the next few, right? We're at the tail end, we're at the business end. There's absolutely no doubt about 13-13, all tied up over time. It's been extremely likely in a scenario like this, but the mind games become, do MOUZ want to continue with this type of a play? If that is the case, how do Astralis respond? If they want to fake this type of a play, where do they think the weakness will come from? Where does Dexter think that Glaive will send the extra troops and remove a little bit of power over towards ramp, the top side? You have to be questioning exactly how Astralis are going to move around the map here.
Still anyone's game. MOUZ Sports back in it now with that second round picked up, 13-13. We go through the motions once again. The outside smokes deployed, grenades are exchanged, and Exertion actually gets in front of the smoke here. Blame F towards the garage once again. So some backup from main entrance, that's in the form of Glaive. That's removing vision and inflicting damage. Glaive is surely going down here. Well, it doesn't quite connect, but they've sent him packing towards the upper bomb side.
Lucky to get away there. Blame got pipped to the post when he was playing this position last time. So again, secret control garnered. Exertion is just going to hang in yard behind the T-Red and allow his teammates to work. Zip, tasked with the lower side of things, is going to nade open the door. A good timing because they haven't really taken too much control down towards lower just yet. But who's going to be the next rotation point? Config is a ramp, he can assist. He's going to have to be the next man to back up Zip towards B.
Yeah, it is a cool idea. You can disallow entrance towards the window room. They can't really get that full control they used to. So I do like that idea of nading out the door, and you can see them being a little bit more active on the CT side here, losing some information. A key interaction here, JDC. Down he goes, Farley taking matters into his own hands.
I know that's the lobby prong. They've done their homework, so back up through secret they come. Blame still in this position, is going to have a couple That's back turn from Exertion, not expecting to hear so late. And 2 for Blame. Patience, it's a virtue, and you've seen it right there. Farley with the tag. Torji's low, and how do you go for this? In through main, the only option with 24 seconds on the clock, and Farley with another. Frozen's been silenced, and Torji just wants to save. And if they take this one away after time, deny this one right here, right now, at this juncture of the game, it'll sting.
Really will. Torji doesn't go towards T-Spawn as well, holding towards T-Red. Glaive, I know this guy. He'll be checking this one. He won't let it go undetected, surely. And with 3 seconds remaining, I dare say they've got him. There it is.
Time.
And after time, indeed, Torji will be left with $0 going into the next round. That one stings. Even after winning the partial by Dexter, just to know 6,300, so he could drop a low perhaps, but that's about as good as he
bought an AWP.
Oh, he just straight up sent it, did he? Held it down to a deagle himself, I'd imagine.
Wow, I can't believe that. This is the shot from Farley. It was a big one. Bang, through the corner of the vent right there on the Frozen. Trying to do everything can to avoid.
From Dexter.
Yeah, I don't love it.
Obviously, Torji can't buy armor as well, right?
Yeah.
So you're putting a lot into your sniper there, who has to deliver.
Well, we better deliver then. And Frozen's already delivered. We are back in the game. Our apologies again. So there it is. The AWP's going to strike. Torji, you had to step up. You needed to get it done. Dexter put his faith in you, and they're going to deliver on all fronts. Frozen, JDC, and Torji providing something here. We should be tied up again, 14-14, unless Glaive and Config have something to say.
And Glaive replicate the 3-piece he got before. He'll have players in front of him. He was very good on this angle. They'll face check it, do considerable damage. He needs to reposition. He swings out towards the AWPer. Torji will take care of him. Even without the armor, he seems to be perfectly fine. Config left in a 4 versus 1. Down he goes. He kind of fancies it by the looks of things. And unfortunately for him, his days are numbered, 14-14. And it seems like it was the right choice. Torji getting 2 frags there.
Yeah, well, they know they can't crack through, right? This is what MOUZ have at least come to terms with, right? They've been able to battle through the grief, and now understanding that there's enough money for Astralis to buy in the next 2 rounds. So in the next, it is only Config who's a little bit light on. He's got 850, but everybody else with residual cash for a purchase for Astralis. But that opener onto Blame, that's how it all started. Blame's given away a couple of bad deaths here as far as openers through smokes, getting spammed.
Holding down towards lower as well against those pistols, got nothing at all. He could say he needed to fight a more aggressive angle there to get the information early and actually pull them back instead of facing 4 players. But here we go. It will be the tactical timeout, all to play for here. MOUZ Sports desperate to take us to a 3rd map, but Astralis in touching distance of the 2-0. They will be fully equipped here in round number 29. Great job from MOUZ Sports, doing a lot with a little, managing to find rounds, enough in the second half to make it competitive, and now the pressure is on. Who will rise to the top? Astralis need to pull their socks up, can't keep giving away these early frags like they have done in the last few rounds. It all comes down to this. Blame F outside once again, but not towards the garage, throws the initial grenade and holds towards May.
It's deep incendiary, a flash as well. Might be expecting a faster play, but through the flames, they're going to run Exertion. He's taking so much damage here, just a tight spam. If Blame could find the right location, that should have been him done, but not to be the case right now. And towards the lower side is Config. He had his struggles, the same as Blame did. It is really only Glaive who has passed this test, so they're going to bolster this defense with 2 players. But the issue is, can you stay static, or do you need to be a little bit more dynamic in this play?
Yeah, they don't have to go down secret. MOUZ Sports, that is. They've suggested they are going to a few times now. The smokes have been deployed, and we'll see what they make of it. No smokes remaining now, hoping that Torji can crack things open, and Farleg's in CT spawn.
Good position.
He could get found out here. He hits the shot, but he doesn't quite connect. That one will, and lots of damage being output now. Dexter down to 9, Torji at 18. Unfortunate leg shot there. Looked like it was dead on.
He did very well there. It's a power position, especially with the smokes that came their way, but Farley, he's not afraid of nothing. Being very dangerous indeed. Living up to the namesake with the Reese peak, and he's going to take down another. Farley very active. This is what you want to see from your AWPer. Now he's just got to duck back and wait for Config to come through and sweep up the mess. There's only 2 kills to find. JDC is the only healthy member, and I'm sure Torji is probably wanting to hold on to this now that he is the last man alive, and surely they don't do him again. Not again.
He needs
do him
some
twice
cash,
after
lads.
time.
Let him keep it. 20 seconds remaining. The hunt is on. I dare say he will be going down.
Farley.
He doesn't care, does he? He's full sending it every single round. So there it is. Series point for Astralis.
Okay, well.
They had 4 of these yesterday, Chad, against Complexity on Nuke. It seems to be the round that really eludes them.
Well, strap yourself in then, I suppose. This was the missed shot to the leg. Well, it wasn't the missed shot to the leg. It was the shot to the leg that was missed to the body. But the fact that he re-peaks straight away and then even pushes for this final frag, I love to see it from Farley. A little bit of A little bit of pizzazz.
Now, if ever there was a round to close things out, up against 3 Galils and a MAC-10, you would assume this would be it, but it's never that simple, Chad. You know it, I know it, Astralis knows it. These Galils can be very tricky to deal with, especially down towards Secret, where they haven't been having much luck. Exertion gets down clean. No damage taken. Zipex playing on the front foot. This might be fantastic. And to get multiple kills, he does a lot of damage there, about 200. Farley more than happy to challenge. Doesn't connect the shots. Down towards lower, they should go.
I can't believe he's re-picking this.
Yeah, he's really got me on the edge of my seat right now, but I'm loving it. Yeah.
You need a bit of confidence here from Farley. He wants to close it right here, right now. He's had enough of this. Yesterday, ASTRALIS should have got it done 2-0 against Complexity. Today, they're righting the wrongs. Today, they're taking down MOUZ, avenging Heroic, their arch nemesis. It's going to be Xertion, the new boy, a 1-on-4. All the work to do. ASTRALIS, surely they've done enough here.
You would think so, Chad. A 4 versus 1, 3 kills for Farley. Call it done. BlameF should make light work of this final frag. Not quite. He does a load of damage here, but just a matter of time. 45 seconds, and the bomb is down in an awkward position. A smoke will be dropped, and you have to say, Farley on Inferno, we said he was fantastic there, and he really stepped up once again on that CT side.
I just have to sing his praises. Yesterday, Since Dust 2 was doing a great job AWPing over towards that A side on the CT side. Here he's woken up, but he might even get the last. The spot is there. Exertion, this is desperate now. You don't have any choices as Farley. He wants to drop down, he wants death from above, but it'll be Glaive. They pick it up 16-14. ASTRALIS, that's much more like it. That's what you want to see. This is the team that everybody at home wants firing on all cylinders. And finally today, some beacons of hope. Config in form, Farley hitting shots. They didn't need Blame to carry them, and they get across the line.
Much better performance all round, and I really enjoyed that series. Commiserations to MOUZ 4. They put up a good fight, but couldn't hold it together towards the last few stages of that half. We'll be taking a break and be back with the desk to break that one down, and we'll see you there very shortly after this.
The conclusion of the series you didn't know was going to end as close as it did, and it is in the way of ASTRALIS. After yesterday taking a big, humongous, maybe even one of the biggest L's of Pro League thus far to Complexity, today the redemption arc has come, and they have started that with a victory here over MOUZ Sports. Kasad and Yenko eye on the case. We're looking at 2 maps, Nuke, in a way that it was. In which way was that, Kasad?
This is ASTRALIS all the way. It just proves another thing that you don't need to jump on the MOUZ hype train just yet. It was just only one game. And yes, ASTRALIS did play bad and MOUZ Sports did play good yesterday, but I don't think it's just only one game. And we saw a completely different face for both teams today, you know. And just to point out like one little thing, when it comes to stats, it went like MOUZ played 33 rounds overall in those 2 maps, and they won probably 3 or 4 gun rounds, which is a worrying sign, you know. Even though they got a win yesterday against Heroic, it was based on the CT side, on Mirage and Dust 2, and today they had a good CT side on Nuke, but T side is nowhere to be found.
And Yenko, if I kick it down to your end, right? What's your takeaway if we compare and contrast the ASTRALIS that we had yesterday versus what we got today?
I think it was similar. The difference is, you know, they just closed it out this time on Nuke compared to that game against Complexity yesterday. I'm sure they were very, you know, mad at themselves about allowing Nuke to slip away, and then that probably translated into the decider where Complexity also played some good Counter-Strike, right? And today it was a sort of a different story. I think MOUZ helped them a lot in the veto, right? I wouldn't have expected them to pick Inferno. I thought they would pick Mirage, and that would be a lock for them, and then it would be a 3-map series. But, you know, that and then being more underwhelming today than they were yesterday allowed the ASTRALIS to get to a win.
But the similarities are there. Kasad, you and I were just kind of speaking about it a little bit. What do we see in round 10?
Yeah, it was like one of the little mistakes that I've noticed during the game. It was the positioning of Dexter. Once they knew that they're like coming into secret, they got the opening kill on I don't know who it was on of the players of ASTRALIS, but they obviously don't have the full information. But this is where he dies. So if you play like this in a position where you are 5v4, that's a 1v1-for-1 at the best. Maybe if you're lucky, you get 2. But the problem is not just 1-for-1. You still get the advantage overall. The problem is they have fast access to the site, and the rotation from the ramp is going to be far away. They're going to get the key position for post plant, and then you're in a problem. I think the playing position like that is a little bit too risky. I think BlameF did it in one of the next rounds that we're going to see on the screen very soon. It was the round 26 where Blame was in a similar position, different stairs though. He was playing from the different side, but he was in a super defensive or 5v5. He had a little bit utility, and the rotation wasn't so close to him, but this is where he allows a kill, and then you can see like super fast access towards the site. And then after that is just no way out of this retake.
There has got to be a moment there where you're at the bottom of the stairs, Yenko, and you're looking up and you see 4 heads running right at you, and it's like at this moment you knew.
Well, that's what he deserved, because Kasad is 100% on point, right? Like you're not supposed to play there. You have a numbers advantage, you have a good idea, they can be there. The only way that position works is if there's one guy trying to walk into decon and he's not expecting that sort of an off-angle position, then you get a free kill and that's it. Whenever there's like more than one guy, usually it's hard to multi-kill there, you get the trades, and it can work if you have one more guy in the site, and then they think, oh, he's alone, they speed up, and then you play for that guy, he's the Joker, he gets 2 more kills. But in this way, it's one point that's going to be easy for them in WOD review, right, to go back and say, wow, this was a really dumb position for me to play in this situation.
It's funny you say...
Just like it was really dumb for me to not pick Mirage.
Yeah, that'll be a whole talking point.
Pretty close to each other, yeah.
Yeah. You know, we talk about this guy often, and he has been known to hit a few shots. His name is Config, and today, when he plays ASTRALIS, they look better.
Yeah, I was looking at the round 27 before we go to the Config interview. This is the round where MOUZ Sports, we didn't get to see it properly, but this is the round where MOUZ Sports went to secret push. They ended up in secret without any utility to come back. They had no smoke to smoke off ramp. They had no smoke to get into the main or the locker, or just anything kind of to push off the upper from that. And then this is where, you know, you get stuck, and then the positioning of the CTs is problematic for you, and you know, ended up in a disaster, and towards the or Frozen, I think, ended up saving that round. But it was a pretty easy round for ASTRALIS, and one of the key things, one of the key, like, you know, people in ASTRALIS' team, key players, was Config with a lot of impact kills. And I think Chad mentioned it, and I do agree 100%. As soon as he's a little bit, you know, on point, then ASTRALIS is a different team.
Meanwhile, we did get a Farlig that seemed to be on point. Is that right, Yenko?
Yeah, I think this was probably his best series yet, statistically, right, for Astralis. Certainly the best one in the last 3 or 4 months. And, you know, he had a lot of impact. He was hitting a lot of his shots on the AWP and otherwise, and he was definitely one of the difference makers in the series. On Nuke, yes, Config had also a great map, but Farlig, a really good performance from him.
And he helped to close it out, too, which is why we're going to hear from him right now. It's Farlig.
Astralis got a first win here in Group C, and right now we're going to talk to the man of the hour. It's none other than Farlig. Farlig, you had an amazing first map, and the second map went really good too. Is it about the team that Astralis is like now trying to adapt around you, or is it you just getting used to the team?
I mean, it might be a mix, but I think it was a little bit of both, right? I had a good CT side on Inferno. In general, the CT sides are not as much about playing around the AWPer, right? So, but no, I just think I played a good game, not so much about the team.
I mean, at the end of the day, your score was really, really impressive. But when it comes to Nuke, yesterday you guys had a really impressive T-side. We'll not talk about what exactly happened there afterwards, but today you got only 4 rounds on the T-side. Why so?
I think MOUZ played really well, obviously. They played a lot different CT side than Complexity yesterday. Maybe MOUZ just played a really good CT side, and we did some rounds that maybe we don't normally do, but we were feeling it a bit or something. And I remember at least some of those rounds we didn't win, right? But I don't know, some rounds we could have won more than 4. So I don't think it was that bad of a T side, especially considering we didn't win the pistol.
Well, this is only the second day of Group C. Is there a specific team you would want to play during the week?
Yeah, I mean, I always like playing against Heroic. I think it's a fun matchup versus us in Heroic. There's a real rivalry there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, there's always a battle who is like the best Danish team. That's always every season on every event. One last thing, if you will qualify to the playoffs, which 2 teams do you think will qualify together with you?
Definitely ENCE. I think they look really good right now, and I think it's a bit of a toss-up between MOUZ and Heroic. Obviously, MOUZ beat Heroic yesterday, but either team can still qualify. I think both teams are really good, but I think the new ENCE is looking really strong.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
New ENCE definitely might have a little spice to it. Now, you're going to take a look here. MOUZ does join the column that has an L on it, and for ENCE, they have 0 Ls. That's a totally different story, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing later today against Heroic. It's going to be an interesting match. But this one, I think that's a big relief for Astralis to not go 0-2 in the first 2 games. I think that's going to put like a lot of weight off their shoulders coming into the next 3 games. And I do believe they're going to be qualifying for the playoffs.
Well, I think it's way too early to tell. You know, they have a couple of tough games ahead of them. ENCE, Heroic, as Farlig mentioned as well. And, you know, this feels like one of those groups where it's going to be either tiebreakers or it's going to all be left to that Super Sunday trace to determine who goes through and who's going to have to look for more luck next season.
On the other side, it has like mousesports, like I said, a little bit alarms going off when it comes to the T sides. Like we praised them yesterday and all those things that we said, they stand. They still stand, right? But they need to take a look at those T sides, the utility they are missing. They are, you know, not having enough of it. They're, you know, just not using it properly. One of those things, and they're actually the whole kind of structure and the organization of the T side is a little bit off today. I don't know if it's like a common thing for them or something they need to work on properly.
We also saw them on 2 different maps today, so it might just be that sort of a thing, right? I mean, that's 2 obviously being a map that they don't really want to play, but they still managed to win it against Heroic. And here, you know, Nuke and Inferno are pretty different to how Mirage plays itself. So it might be something along those lines, just the structure of the map. But yeah, the 16-14 game on Nuke didn't really feel like a 16-14, right? I agree with Farlig. They won 4 rounds on the T side, but there were a lot of other close rounds. Her 1 kill in the mid round kind of determined which way the round went, and you could see from the fact that MOUZ's economy was in problem the whole time. Meanwhile, in the second half, even when MOUZ would, you know, it was going back and forth a little bit late in the game between rounds, and you would expect Astralis to have at least a weaker buy or not have everything. They still had a full-on buy, and that's why it probably MOUZ wasn't able to fully come back, and ASTRALIS were able to close it out. So the ASTRALIS was more dominant in the round wins.
It is exactly what MOUZ did to Heroic the day before with Economy, to just keep the pressure constantly on. They keep buying. They could afford it because of the stack they had like in the previous 4, 5, 6 rounds. And, you know, that's the same thing that happened to them against ASTRALIS, and that's one of the...
Money talks, Chase.
It does. And BS walks, and that's exactly what I'm talking about right now, especially since we have to look at ASTRALIS, who now they go on to play HEET next. They've got ENCE and Heroic thereafter, and that's what you're talking about. That Super Sunday is poised to have a little bit of a punch.
And they slipped yesterday against Complexity, so they can't take any games for granted, right? HEET, we'll see how they do in our next game here, but, you know, on a good day, they can also be a dangerous team.
Yeah, they very much can. I think that pretty much puts a bow and a ribbon and all that stuff around the wrapping paper of what that match was. So we can go to a break, which ultimately leads us into HEET versus Complexity. You're watching ESL Pro League in the 16th season, y'all, and we'll BRB-ish.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make it. Save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
one of the most legendary arenas that esports has ever created. Delegates from around the world have met on this stage, on this common ground, with one goal and one mission. Only one team will come out victorious, or only one team will come out as the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 champions.
JW gonna go for more, and he's got it.
You have to stop them right now if you're 100 Thieves. If this keeps going, it's only gonna get worse. Trips, he swept the entire horizon with that AK-47.
JW now, he sees the shadow. There's the no-scope, and I think they're gonna do it. JW over the top.
such a low on health, JKS. He's got the creek. He needs to put it in. It's a headshot to take him down. Nice triple for JKS. This should not be a winnable round for him. He's so low already. JKS on the other side. One bullet will... Oh! No way! 19 to 16 trims! A godlike clutch!
This one is going to deliver. Let's get into the action. Na'Vi starting on the T side here.
He manages to get away, but Simple actually catching a bullet in the meantime. Electronics farming frags. Just perfecto and Simple. He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting a shot. He's hitting another one. Simple. No, Simple. That's unbelievable. Na'Vi are up to the semi-finals and they smash the curse.
Na'Vi have had the best player in the world for some time now, but they haven't had a team that he can believe, and that has definitely changed. This is their biggest test so far. Astralis are waiting.
This opens things up. And remember, Golden isn't playing this B bomb site. They might have thought that there'd be only one player here.
And it just continues. Coming. Oh no! How many does he have him in a round?
We saw him win one against Liquid versus 4. He's only got to fight one and he's done it again.
Now, can he get the bomb plant? Kenny's on the one side there. That Krieg, I don't know if it's enough to buy them this round. He's so low on health. If they knew how low he was, they'd just be using the pistols. Until they didn't check the corner, and a big double spray coming through on the Krieg. He turns 180.
Kriegs pulled out by the Astralis squad. Blamey! Ridiculous!
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters 2020 Katowice Grand Finals. It's time to see the two teams still standing tear each other apart for the first ESL Pro Tour Masters Championship.
Na'Vi has never won an IM Katowice. Simple has never won an IM Katowice. Today, they take that stage to change that fact.
Nexa turning, he needs 2 more headshots. There's the one, the follow-up, and he gets it! A great triple here for the captain of G2. Will buy them a 9th round.
Unlike anything the Spodek has seen before. What a beautiful story of young talent from the CIS region finally finding the right home in Na'Vi.
This project feels like it's almost like the last gasp of the French scene to be like, we're still here and we can still have good players come from this country and come out of this region to compete with the best in the world. So it really in some sense feels like it's almost like the last hope of like the French scene to be able to put together a completely French roster that can be competitive.
I don't know what I expect from them in this group. I'm curious to see them myself in the server, but I think this is a team of talented upcomers in a country that has a lot of talent to offer. There's been enough talent. Body was one of those guys we saw back in 2015, 16. He's definitely won a Pro League before with G2, the old G2 lineup.
So if I would break down the team, I'm gonna start with Afro. That is my oper, my star player. He's the one that is supposed to carry my ass every game. He is really calm. Maybe he has a breakdown sometimes hitting his desk, but it's fine because it doesn't happen much. If I get to another player now, I'm gonna get with Joko. He's a really talented dude. He has one of the best aim in the world, I'm sure of that. He's full of confidence, such as Afro, and they're gonna become beasts for sure. We just need more experience and they're gonna become beasts. Now Exercise, that is the last player coming to the team. He is kind of the clown of the team. He's laughing a lot, trying to make everyone relax and stress. He is really vocal, always trying to take the best from anyone. And when I first saw him playing, I had no doubt that he was the one we need in the team. The last one is Jax. I don't need to present him. He's really vocal. He learned a lot from his past team in G2. And he's still one of the best aimer in the world. I'm definitely sure of that. Like, such as Joko, both. If you put them in a clutch in 2v5 or however opponents they are against them, dude, they're winning it every time.
So, Team Complexity wants to play Heat Gaming, and that's where we have found ourselves. Now, of course, when we look at this matchup, we don't think of the heaviest hitters in the group, but after yesterday, Complexity showed us what they were capable of. Before we get there, though, guys, let's stay on the Heat train.
Yeah, Trace, I mean, did you hear the breakdown from Body or not? He has two of the world's best aimers on his team, Jax and Joko and 2v5, like...
Basically, they're winning it every time.
They're winning it every time, so...
The point of...
I mean, we can just pack it in right now.
Just
I mean, you know, it's a great captain to have, right? He's gonna hype you up, you know, he's gonna build you up, really, but come on, Body, like, let's try to keep it a little bit more realistic here, if you would.
Yeah, I can understand that. Kassad, do you agree? Keeping it real?
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, keeping it real was Heat and how they got to this situation to begin with, where they found themselves in the ESL Pro League Season 16. They had to go through some trials and tribulations, some hurdles even at that, and in doing so, they played through the conference stages. They had ECL prior to that, but the conference stage, again, we find a team from the conference stage, and now they're here.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that in the Challenger League, they got the first spot, obviously, which kind of propelled them into the conference stage, which they got the 6th place, just enough to be here.
Just enough.
It's nothing to be, you know, like to ridicule or anything. Like being there is getting into the Pro League is quite a difficult task, and you know, for a French scene that's kind of suffering at this moment simply because Vitality went to the international lineup, it's a really good thing that, you know, we have the French lineup in big events. That's not Vitality.
And also, I mean, they beat Falcons in the end, as you can see here. That's the top team, another French team. That's where MBK is now, Misuta, right? Maka is there, Haji. So, you know, another good team. Now we finally have this, like, kind of below Vitality, who's not even full French anymore.
Right.
But a couple of these teams, you know, with some of the French talent. So, yeah, that's cool to see. And also, for me, harder than conference is actually getting to the conference, right, from the Challenger season, because it's 16 teams, and only the first team gets to be at the conference. So, props to Heat, Double Pony, one of the best names we've had for making it.
Yeah, and you know, for a team like that, they have some veterans on the squad. We do know Body to have played before Kassad, and it's no secret, Jax, he is a little bit of a joker.
No, Jax is great. I mean, he's one of the most amazing human beings to be around.
Awesome
like
dude.
Anyone who's ever met Jax or been around Jax, you know, you understand why you would say something like that. And also, I mean, I to talk a little bit more about his CS, he actually wants to be more vocal in a team, right? He feels like he can bring a lot of experience to this lineup. I mean, he is 30 years old at this point in time, right? And I think for him also, it will be much easier to play in a French team and speaking French, right? We knew English was always a little bit of an issue for him at times. And even though he doesn't one-for-one fit this lineup. He came in for Lucky, right? And Jax is obviously more of a entry fragger in your face, and Lucky was more of a support / lurk style of a player, so they've been moving some things around to try to accommodate everyone. I'm looking forward to see if he can have a little bit more impact and be sort of that second leader, second voice in this team.
The amount of positive energy that comes out of this guy is just something that you rarely see in people, right? Everybody has bad days, like grim days, like grumpy, whatever, but he doesn't seem to have those. Like, he's always in a good mood, something that Hunter spoke about privately with me billion times. And
billion, trillion times.
Just 300
That's a lot of
billion.
times.
Yeah, and
That's a lot of times.
it's really good to see that he's back in the French-speaking lineup, that he's more comfortable, and, you know, and I would disagree that he's one of the best aimers at the world right now, but he's quite sharp.
He's a good aimer, yeah.
He's quite sharp, and we need to keep that on mind against every single team they play in this group.
Which is also an element that makes it exciting. Speaking of packing heat, we're going to go ahead and head down to Malta, find out which pair of commentators. Pretty sure it's Sato and Jason. And what's up, dudes? How we feeling?
Nothing, boys. I'm feeling all right. You know, speaking of positive, yeah, I'm probably one of the most positive human beings in the world. And I'm next to a man who's HIV positive. Jason, this is going to be a beauty.
Holy hell.
Because Heat, I know, I'm sorry. Heat,
yeah,
yesterday didn't have the best first map. Vertigo was a little bit better for them. And now Complexity, who upset Astralis, have a chance maybe to go 2-0. I know talking to them last night, that was a huge opportunity for them to start this group, but Heat maybe looking at this game a little bit differently.
Yeah, well, I think they have to, but also I think when you look at this too, Complexity with that upset over Astralis, like, grabbed control of their fate in this group, right? That's a huge upset to have. It's a huge tiebreaker to have over Astralis, who might be coming down to it at the end of the group. And now you look at Complexity, if they're able to go 2-0, then all of a sudden they're facing Heroic tomorrow. Like, these are some winnable games. So Complexity's put themselves in a perfect position to perhaps move out of this group, and it's a really interesting scenario for them.
I think it's massive. I think it's awesome. I know we've been looking at this Complexity team. They've had some failed attempts at getting back into the international scene. Finally, they're getting there. They're also, I've already said, and I talked to them last night about this as well, regardless of what happens in this group, they're sticking around here. They're gonna sit it out and make sure they're ready to go to Sweden, respectively, for the NA RMR, but they're gonna stay in Europe and prep. So they're committed at this point in time.
A lot of practice left, and they still have a chance for the major as well in that RMR, so that's gonna be really cool to see Complexity in these past few weeks before Rio comes to play. Either way, we'll send it back to you guys over in Katowice, to my Pensacola brother and his 2 Serbian friends.
Yeah, who would have known?
Now that's an introduction.
Yeah, no joke. Like, I had no clue what to expect there, but
so natural.
We got a show for sure. With Sadakis back on the mic, at least. What do you think, Yanko? Should we call somebody for Jason, or?
No, I think he's fine. It's not doesn't get transmitted airborne, so I think he should be safe.
That's good.
Next to Matt. But I think talking about Complexity and what they managed to do yesterday, last season of Pro League, they did have a win in their group stages. Wow. That was against EG, so it doesn't really, I don't think you can count that as a win. That's just, not embarrassing yourself at that point in time. But against Astralis, it was a massive one yesterday, really, the way they managed to, stay in it on Nuke, even though Astralis made it a little bit easier for them. But then still, you come back on Nuke, great. You still have to win the decider, and they managed to do that. So Complexity now, this is a perfect second game for them after an upset win, perhaps being able to build on some of that confidence, and Complexity potentially 2-0 after day 2. What?
It's a wild idea, considering where we saw Complexity during Rubet and how that entire environment was. Yeah, we're not doing that. But the difference is night and day, at least for that, at least.
It's not night and day.
I mean
they beat Astralis.
Can win a match.
I think Yanko said it correctly.
Sunrise and morning.
It's like,
yeah, okay, Bear.
Agreeing with Yanko on the previous segment that we did in the previous match, he said like that, Astralis and Complexity played, and then, the worst team was like Astralis, but that doesn't mean that Complexity played well. They just didn't play so bad like Astralis did. It's a good win. I always stay on the what Bill Belichick is saying. Like, it's not the best thing, but it's better than what they had yesterday. So that's good enough for me on any day. Can they do it today? I believe they do. It's just simply because they're a more compact team right now.
I don't want to deflate your gate too much here, but we do need to know what maps.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see for the maps. I was just going to say that for Heat, to reiterate something from the pre-show, I think for them, as Body was going through some of these players, a lot of people, I'm assuming, maybe hear about them for the first time, like Afro, Joko, Exercise, and whatnot. And I think also them playing yesterday the first time in this sort of an environment, it can be potentially a little bit intimidating, right? Maybe the nerves are playing a little bit as well. Like you're finally here at Pro League. You've been working so long and so hard to get to the big stage. So I think after that happened yesterday and the ENCE game, they were probably never going to win that. So today, when they're a little bit more settled against, you know, a slightly more beatable opponent in complexity, I think they can potentially show us what they're made of.
Oh, definitely, there is a value on HEET right here. I think the odds are set correctly. The complexity is slightly favored in this matchup, and I believe with the reason, simply because there is more team experience per se rather than individual, right? Than on the HEET lineup. So, and they played more events, you know, tier 1 events together, even though they had a terrible time, they still got something out of it, and that's where I put my, you know, like all eggs in one basket kind of thing.
All your chips on the table.
Yes.
I want to see HEET not veto Mirage here, because this is a permaban for both teams, right? And them as the underdog, maybe you want to get rid of something else potentially, right? And also probably if you prepare it a little bit in case complexity calls your bluff, right? Similar to what MOUZ did to Heroic on day 1 when it came to Dust 2. But we see that they just probably don't want any funny games here. They want to stick to what they're good on, what they know. They go for that nuke pick. They had a lot of rounds to study what complexity was up to in that ASTRALIS game. And we see complexity go for Overpass. That's their most played map alongside Inferno, and they get the Inferno as a decider too.
The thing is that HEET, we are, you know, like I'm thinking like HEET. We are not coming into this game as underdogs. That's in their mind right now. They know that complexity is not a super strong team, even though they got the first win. They don't need to do any shenanigans in the veto. I'm just gonna remove Mirage if I'm HEET. That's what they did. I'm gonna go for my strength map, and you know we're gonna win this because we think that we are better, right? And they're gonna rely on their practice, on their game plans, whatever they have prepared for us. So there is no need for them to go into an actual, you know, some sort of like curveball when it comes to veto, and that's what we saw here. So pretty standard map, something that we could expect even before the game. So it should be interesting. I think there is no clear favorites in the veto stage at all.
I mean, yeah, and plus when you think about the caliber of the teams that we have here, it's not that we're looking at the most world-class teams that we have to offer in Pro League, but at the same time, a victory over each other goes a long way.
Yeah, but those matchups make for some of the most entertaining games.
Oh yeah, all over the place.
Well, right? It gets a little bit sloppy in there, a little bit moist. There's, you know, shenanigans all over the place.
Yeah, and you got to watch out with that word moist because it is contagious, unlike... Nonetheless, let's go to
our two casters.
Yeah, they're contagious of their own. I'm not sure which contagion it would be, but we do appreciate them nonetheless. It's going to be Sadakist and Moses to bring you a little bit of heat and a lot of complexity.
Thank you so much, guys. Pleasure to be back with you again. I have to say, yeah, we're going to be spreading nothing but positivity, Jason, in this matchup. We start on...
Spreading it like jelly.
Yes.
Complexity and
Something
HEET.
Of that.
Thanks for taking that one.
Viscosity.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, yeah, no, you're right. Complexity, HEET, I agree with what Kassan said. HEET's not going to look at themselves the same way they did yesterday. They are not the underdog. They need to come into this with confidence and play them straight on.
Yeah, the question is going to be, does it matter? I mean, you know, Complexity obviously has a storied history and a lot of losses in this team's regard, but coming out of this with a Holzerk pickup, they looked much different at Blast, even without any kind of crazy, intense overall performance at that event. Everyone saw the positive steps here as well. Starting this event, or this group stage with an upset over Astralis, they're going to be feeling very confident. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. HEET's got a very tough task ahead of them, and Fang finds a gap in the smokes already. Body's gonna take some damage. Fang, he's not even aware. Close over to the right. He flicks over. He has nowhere to go. Gotta hide behind the box. Holzerk gets a headshot. Business up front, party in the back, and that's nice. Block shots from HEET to follow it all up.
Super solid. Yesterday in the Pistols, they did go 3-1 against ENCE despite losing that series. They had 2 eco losses in the second round, so keep that in mind. Fang nearly got away with that. Nearly got behind the blue box and distracted long enough, but unfortunately, it was only the 1 kill that could amount afterwards. And it was Holzerk that found it. It's now 1-0 HEETs. T-side as well. Good start, Nuke.
Yeah. That's, you got to be happy about that.
It's not as one-sided as it used to be, let's be clear, but you still definitely mentally, you want the T-side pistol.
Sure, absolutely. I remember yesterday as well with HEET, they did win, 3 of the 4 pistol rounds that they played in that series against ENCE, and they actually lost 2 of the second rounds. So having some trouble converting these pistol round victories. We'll see if Complexity can turn it in their favor. Holzerk's got the pump shotty. We got it at Mag 7 on JT. Got a lot of shotguns in the field of play. Pull the stunner.
Yeah, I'm totally down with the shotguns. The problem that we see with it, and it's interesting that it's over toward Radio Room, JT is the one that we see, and I'm throwing it way back here to Hiko days, where he used to sit on top of the hut.
so far back.
It is, but the problem is as soon as you rotate, this is going to be a kill. Oh, he ducked under it. Yeah, that sucks. It was perfect. Everything was right. How does it not spread that much? What has he got, like the craziest choke on the front of that thing ever?
The shotgun giveth and the shotgun taketh away.
The problem I was going to say is rotations. If they don't come to those choke points and you don't get kills early with them, you're pretty much useless rotating. Even down the vents is difficult. So,
yeah. And that also would have been a good kill to find because, I mean, that was a solo player. Exercise is all on his own. That would have been a cool AK-47 to pick up and salvage, and then you no longer have that issue rotating with the shotgun. So that goes against them, and obviously towards the lower bomb site, Heat's attention is there. Complexity towards the upper bomb site, they're not going to go for this whatsoever. So Complexity likely to save all these weapons as best they can. And just rinse and repeat for the next round.
Quick check with the flashbang coming out. Afro will join Joko and we're clearing the site. And yeah, absolutely give this one up. Walk away. The FBI giving up like they always do.
Is that who they are on this one? Is it?
Yeah, it says FBI on their sleeves.
Nice.
They went, they had a search warrant, they took some documents, and then nothing will come of it.
Sure. Politics now.
Yeah, I've got to stop today. Wow.
Yeah, you're on a roll. We're in round 2.
That's true.
Well, it's going to be 2-0 for Heat. Looking to see if they can find any of these guns right at the end. Exercise still playing a risky game, all on his own. Don't want to lose that rifle, so wisely backs away from control room. Going to duck himself deep into ramp. And stalemate agreeable to both teams. Ooh, that's close.
This is so, that's ridiculous. Like, look at the spread. It just, whatever. That's Counter-Strike, how it plays for me normally. You know, like the expectation versus reality.
Sure.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
And the worst of us.
And the worst. Well, Hulzark is not dissuaded. He picks up another shotgun, another pump shotty.
It's not that expensive, as you can see as well. He's got 3,000. That's not bad, Fang. Good start, Deagles this time. Body goes down before the smoke blooms, and they wouldn't have been expecting that peak to happen. He's looking for Jax as well on top of the silo.
He's got the safety of the smokes as well. Timer on the play, obviously, before those smokes fade, but feeling very confident playing behind him. Floppy's caught in transition, and yet SMG is not going to do good work at that range. So Heat switch things up. This time it's 3 players towards ramp room. Jax is going to handle Fang easily. You've got some players down here. You've got Hulzark with the shotgun. 1 player's dropped into vents. They know the lower bomb site is under attack or being encroached upon. But I don't think they have the tools to stop it. This is looking like a 3-0 for Heat.
Yeah, I think so. I think pretty concise as well. And that's a beauty for them, because we mentioned yesterday that they won pistols but lost ecos. They also weren't super efficient at stringing rounds together. Even when they got the 3 on Dust 2, they lost 1 and they were back to a save.
Yeah.
So the fact that they can build up a bit of economy, also going to be huge for them.
Yeah, any kind of money would be lovely in this.
Hulzark could still be a problem here.
He's hoping someone's going to jump into control to clear it deep, and I think Heat at the moment is deciding whether they want to commit to the lower bomb site or actually readjust and go upper. Here they are going to commit. Once again, Hulzark just barely off the mark with the shotgun. Joko going to be able to take that one down. Galila salvaged by JT outside. Have to imagine he's going to save that for the next round. And Grim with the shotgun, just position yourself for an exit kill.
Peaks wants to get a little bit closer because they could still go out through the vent and likewise through the ramp. They don't have those covered off, but I don't expect anyone's going to head this direction. I don't think they'll challenge Afro.
They shouldn't be.
I agree. I don't think he should be at all. There's no need to kill hunt at this point in time. He does have just like a little, but
need to increase the bomb radius, the bomb explosion radius on this map like we did on Inferno. Crank that thing up.
I wouldn't be opposed to that, actually. But this is another situation. Shotgun, yeah, this time it's going to nail it. So he'll upgrade to a Galil if you want to call it an upgrade. Certainly more situationally.
It's a good find there for Jax right at the end.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. At least get one of the 2 players down that wanted to save. So they're going to lose 2 in the round. Body did drop early, as we saw, and then Afro afterwards, but 3 staying up. Now they've got some decent economy to work with. And we go on to the first gun round.
On to the first gun round. Galil going to be in the hands of Floppy. That's passed over from Grim, who was able to save it. So Floppy's going to have 2,600 in the bank. Full utility for Complexity's CT side. A couple of kits picked up as well. Hulzark's got the op out in the field of play. Got it right that time.
Mac-10 on body, though. Look for something potentially fast-paced towards the upper bomb side. Look for a pop through Squeak Door through HUD. Here we go. Mac-10 is going to lead it. In fact, body. Molotovs burn him down. 18 HP left on him. Up on top of the HUD, JT's got the first and follows it up. That's an easy mop up on the body, and this hit should have no more strength in it.
M4 certainly more proficient than the shotgun has, and the upper take ineffective. Joko's trying to see past a smoke that's about to dissipate, so that's going to give him full vision toward the side of the site, but still such a tough proposition to walk through there as utility fades. He thinks better of it. They're going to go over toward ramp instead. It's floppy. Galil to play with doesn't really have the advantage against AKs, let's be honest, in those headshot duels. So just fire some speculation and then backs off. Now the CTs can contain. Does Afro push this? I think he pushes his own smoke here. Oh, it's Holzerk on the op. He saw him. I was going to say if he tucked in sooner, he might have got away with that. Especially if the op's the one you push, he misses, you take that down, you can open up heaven, but Joker snuck in. He's got a clean one. JT never saw him, never realized he got there, nearly got a chance for a second, but Joko tagged to 12, caught with the nade out, couldn't get the gun at the ready, and even though Exercise gets one back, he's got 2 more to find. 41 seconds, mind you, and he does have the bomb. Smartly thinks better of dropping down the vent to get away from the second player, because if he had, Fang was waiting for him.
This has gotten way too close for where we started. 5-on-3 into a 2-on-1. A real chance for this clutch. 5 kills in Exercise, looking for Floppy, who's not showing off his head at all. 20 seconds on the clock. Molotov is going to help keep some safety towards vents. That's good piece of utility. Puts Floppy into a position where he needs to make a decision. He's going to wait for Fang. And ooh, got off the bomb a little bit early. That's going to buy time for that Molotov to expire. Here comes Fang up the vents. That's a nice 1v1, and Floppy's got it.
That was an isolated 1v1, so well done to Floppy for getting that, because if he doesn't, he immediately turns because he would have heard the ladder. But you're right, that got way closer considering the way JT started off that round. Either way, complexity on the board.
Yeah, but the nice thing for HEET, even in a loss, you get the bomb plant, which, as we mentioned, having some money was something they struggled with yesterday against ENCE. Now here against Complexity, not only do they have the extra cash, but you're going to force Complexity with 3 kills in the round to rebuy so much. So breaking point early on for this defense. Let's see if HEET can capitalize on it. The Galil that was saved in round number 3 actually has a pretty big impact, because Floppy still has 2,300 behind this. Still some cash flowing for Complexity. 3-1. Op still in the hands of Holzerk, and we see it in the hands of Afro for the first time on Nuke.
Yeah, and we heard Body in the interview saying that Afro's the guy he wants to carry this team, that he's the star player on the Opera. We know statistically he does lead the way on the team, but there's a very opponent skill level.
We saw it a little bit yesterday. I mean, Afro had a pretty quiet
very slow start on
first map, and then on Vertigo, he really picked it up, and you could see that was where they were able to kind of challenge a little bit more and go for a bit more of a streak against ENCE, even though there was no real fear of ENCE dropping that series or dropping a map in that series, but you could see when Afro was having his impact, this team was much, much more dangerous.
T sided off as well for him, because in the first half, he actually let Jax run it a little bit and elected to run the rifle when he was on CT to maybe build into it, because again, he did have a really slow start. Good flash, Fang, oh baby, perfectly positioned. Great teamwork between he and Holzerk to get the kill onto Jax.
Holzerk's looking for this exact play from Body. He was holding the angle, looking for that peek out of, ooh, and he just gave it away, but he's got the information at least. Shots come out. Good little lobby crunch really quickly, and they're going to sink back into the upper bomb site. But do they realize there's still a decent amount of presence in lobby from HEET?
There is, but there's, okay, isolated. Body got the second one. I thought that they were going to swing on that a little bit faster, but Joko, he actually gets out with a very lovely kill onto Grim. It's 10 HP for him. Fang knows they're in the site. They think he's in the vents, and he realizes that now that the Molotov's gone down, so he strikes. He sneaks wide and gets the angle onto Joko, but Afro up close, AWP, no mistake on the first one, and he knows it was a high player for Holzerk, so he's going to plant the bomb. He has the safety in doing so, and it's an op versus op in a one-on-one. Afro had the advantage. He looked away from it, wasn't sure where to go, and Holzerk's got him instead.
Nice.
Oh, and he lets him know it.
He did the Superman drop, is what he did. The superhero drop. Just kneels down on the landing, give him that glimpse. Nice recovery for Holzerk. Again, though, it felt like that round was firmly in Complexity's control, and they let it slip. That lobby crunch was really cool, but it didn't seem like anyone even paid any attention to it once they fell back. Like, they were just like, okay, there's no one here. We obviously cleared it, and they were oh so wrong. That round could have gone horribly. Good job from Holzerk outside, transitioning in towards upper for the 1v1. Even finding a USP kill mixed in there, so triple kill in the round for Holzerk. And Complexity's at 2, still in a very weird money situation. Both teams, in fact, buying down to the limit.
break point. Fang already on the ladder. Some AK shots heading his direction. JT above. Interesting to note, by the way, JT was handed that M4A1S because he's running the M4 this round.
That is Halzerk's M4.
Okay, so the other way around.
Yeah.
Either way, he's not gonna have that silencer. Joko's got Floppy down. Exercise takes out. Oh, Halzerk in return. They're already inside of control. Fang had dropped back down the vents. He didn't get there in time. He wasn't ready for it, and Afro's got Grim. This is solid from Heat.
Absolute nightmare. What a hit towards the ramp room. That's actually worked perfect. All 5 players, and as we said, money was still so sketchy for Complexity. They're hovering right around 2K on everyone. That's a really painful loss to take. Really, really painful loss to take.
Yeah, that's massive considering all you had to do is keep the economy close at the very least in that situation, and now it goes 4-2 and they're completely broken and a chance to pad.
No, I mean, that's exactly what, that's the punish though when you're Complexity. Remember they had a 5-on-3 that turned into a 2-on-1. They had another really strong situation towards the upper bomb set after clearing lobby, and they lost a few more players into a 1-on-1. So, I mean, even in victory, just never able to get anything clean enough to build money. Complexity's punished for it, punished for some of those small mistakes earlier.
We were looking at the logo downstairs, Heku and I, which is fitting because it's a bird call and it's a bird, but we weren't sure what bird. She said Phoenix. I think it's a fire chocobo. The Heat logo?
A what? A fire?
You don't know what a chocobo is?
Is that a Pokemon?
Oh my God. How am I paired with you as a duo? This is embarrassing.
Yeah,
anyway,
one of us.
Jax gets to make it a third. He'll collect on the pistols outside. Halzerk does at least get the shot back with the USP, the headshot at that. Someone inform Jason what a chocobo is.
Bomb has been planted.
Exorcist is still waiting inside of the annex. Mini?
Mini.
Mini, I like Mini.
Yeah.
Sneak around clean.
Nice little tap. Good distraction from JT though, who gave it a little jiggle to pull out the shots from Exercise. 2 rifles picked up, which is quite nice for Complexity. Should be saving these. No chance at a victory. 5-2 though. Heat's putting some rounds on the board early. Look at those gloves. Stylish.
I actually quite like the AK that Halzerk has right now. I'm not normally one to know my skins, but yeah, I like that one.
Okay. Timeout called from Complexity. Gonna talk things over. All important round for them as they're trying to reestablish their economy, get that back up and running. Not a bad save round for them with just USBs. Flashbang to activate. 3 kills in the round, 2 rifles saved. You'll take that any day of the week.
So we'll get a timeout in, naturally. And this is what we said, Complexity, okay. They upset Astralis yesterday.
Yeah.
And looked great. Not perfect, but looked great. They did it. They got it done great. They had a chance to come into this. Maybe you let your foot off the gas pedal. Suddenly you're up against Heat. You get overconfident. I just
That's the thing.
Wrecked on the aim right now.
You can't do that either. I mean, this is kind of you would hate to have a game like this where you had such a great upset over Astralis yesterday and then come in and let this one slip out. Because I remember, like I said, that victory over Astralis kind of gives them a lot of ability to dictate their own fate in this group stage. And you drop this one and you kind of give up that kind of control.
Well, not only that, you let Heat back into the group because you've taken a win off of Astralis. Now you're going to go 1-1. They go 1-1. Everyone, it levels the group. So everyone gets right back into this, given that you upset the top. And now you might give,
and boy, with
quote unquote bottom a win, right? The underdog a win.
Ooh, that's a sneaky play through the smoke. Grim didn't even think about it. A good follow-up, and that's the round. It's over.
This is really good for me. I have to say, they look so solid on their entries. Like they're just picking Complexity apart.
Yeah, well, that one's just by virtue of no one from Complexity expecting that kind of a play. That is a big risk from Body. That's one of those like 50-50 plays where he comes to that smoke and you know someone's looking and you're just automatically dead. He obviously gets the other side of the equation. Fang gonna try and stop Body's tear, and indeed he will. Now, because of the 2 weapons that were saved in the previous round, Fang and Floppy both have a decent amount of money, 1,600 and 2,100 money to drop teammates' weapons, but they have to keep these guns in their hands. So now the question becomes, Heat, with the kind of bank that they have, they can throw some bodies at this and try and chase these weapons down, but no one seems to be in position. Either way, if you're Complexity going into tomorrow, right, where you play Heroic, I'm pretty confident that it is.
For you, yeah, just so you don't throw yourself under a bus
I'm like 99% sure it's Heroic.
Okay.
That's obviously a game you feel much better about. Yeah, it is Heroic. Much better about going into it when you're 2-0 in the group, right, than if you're 1-1.
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly what I'm saying. If you beat the top team in an upset, that's amazing. But then if you give, I'm going to call Heat, not, I don't want to sound mean, the bottom, but the underdog.
Sure.
If you then give them a win, not only does it take away the fact that you took down the top, you've just given one back, and you've just given the bottom team a win to go 1-1. Like, you literally reset the whole group.
Well, and the question
this is a chance, like you say, for them to take full control.
Yeah, and even coming into this group, my kind of thoughts on Complexity was just like, if you look at the teams in this group at the moment, like, you're not going to get many better groups than this. Actually, I mean, ironically, the last group that we have here at Pro League in Group D might be another one you'd look at, but there's not going to be a whole lot of groups that you're better poised to make it out of than this one for Complexity, especially at a Tier 1 European event. This is a huge opportunity.
Let's think about that, right? MOUZ, okay, they've had moments, but they're not a team that's really been striking any heavyweight blows
Had a good run, but we're still looking to see how consistent that can be, how established that can be.
Exactly. ENCE, bit of a rebuild
roster
going on.
Changes,
Two new players coming in.
They'll be dangerous, but roster changes.
Yeah, HEET, unknown entity. This is their first sort of Tier 1 appearance, given that they won Challenger and then the conference. And fair play, like Yanko pointed out, you have to win Challenger just to get to the conference, which is impressive in its own right, given the competition. But then you have ASTRALIS, who's been shaky lately. Complexity, who's not really done a lot internationally, getting there.
Well, and Heroic, who's looking very underwhelming since the roster change that came in just before Cologne. So
that's a volatile group.
There's a lot of opportunities here, especially when you started out with an upset. Tech pause is coming to a close. Teams are all readied up inside the server. We're going to get right back into it. It is 6-2 in the favor of HEET on the T side of Nuke over Complexity in this first map of the series. Later on today, if you're planning on sticking around, or in case you aren't, maybe change your mind, we do have a banger of a matchup to close out the day. It's going to be Heroic taking on ENCE, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch. That new ENCE lineup looked real good yesterday. Great debuts from both of their new players, Valda and Sun Pius.
Yeah, look, Valda, Spinks is a hard one to replace. He's in the peak of his career right now, and who knows what his ceiling will be. He continues to impress, but Valda is someone who's been very, very stable throughout the course of his career. He's just not really had that breakthrough opportunity with a roster, but he's been so serviceable in so many of the ones he has been on North, OG, and yeah, Sun Pius is, I think, an upgrade over Hades. Certainly consistency.
Ooh, Holzerk sliding out, almost had a chance for a shot. Body's gonna try and make his way quickly. They don't want to slow this down. Smoke wall does not get stopped. Spam does not land, and Body has crossed indeed.
Gotta be a little bit careful not to get caught on a reload. If they get up close, but he actually gets Jax down. He went back for more. Joko never was able to get on top of that position. Doesn't want to either, given that there is a crossfire actually set. We just saw it. Holzerk back inside of the big garage. Nice shot from Exercise. Grim gave that up.
That upper defense has got to get much, much cleaner. Remember the previous round that we saw before the tech pause was Body just kind of entering a double entry through Mini very, very quick on. Grim's got to do a better job anchoring and not falling prey too early in the rounds. That's a devastating loss to take.
Especially when you just got the opening pick and you go back to 4-4. This is when you started the struggles so severely.
Well, and also this infestation of the lower bomb site from HEET is going to be very dangerous.
JT's in a tough position here. Okay, this is, I agree with that. Get up there because Body wants to open up Toxic. Doors are already blown away at control, so there's no chance for coverage. So JT does think better of it. I think Body's looking for a sound cue. What's he doing? Moving the mouse around?
Ooh. Cheeky little lurk out door, silent contact. I think the footsteps from JT might have given it up, although Body doesn't seem aware of it just yet. Molotov towards dark spot. Molotov to delay the exit outdoor. And JT's in a lot of pressure, but at least he's got reinforcements here.
They need to determine which is going to go either side. So Floppy does spot from Toxic and Decontamination walking out because obviously JT's looking over toward those doors. Good play, Fang up above. Third in the round for him. Solid round indeed with getting the first kill on the smoke and one spotted that they were going outside. But yeah, that they nearly let them sneak out from Decontamination, and then Floppy identified that immediately and covered it off.
That door lurk could have been absolutely brutal. That's a huge fight to win on top of the hut. Off can get passed over to Holzerk. Fang back to the M4. Here's that opening kill from Fang. Done a decent job outside. This is the follow-up kill he gets that could have been oh so deadly if he wasn't able to convert it. And then a great job from Complexity rotating down to support JT when all quiet on the map. They close the gap to 3. And a timeout taken from HEET. They're going to talk things over.
Yeah, so we're seeing both teams using the timeouts to get set on the same page. We saw HEET use quite a few of them early on yesterday. They're not scared to do so, which is a good sign. Again, they bring experience with this, youthful trio. Body, obviously, like I mentioned, just won Season 5 with G2 of Pro League. He was on Envy and I believe LDLC as well. I know that they went through a different number of lineups, but...
I think every French player's been on every single French organization.
I guess that's true, right? And then obviously, if you bring in Jax, so...
Ooh, upper hit. Here we go. Here's the utility being spent. JT didn't find a timing. Again, this upper defense has struggled. This time, Floppy's able to adjust just barely. An exercise. Did not know where that was going to come from. Triple kill from the Flop man. You can't stop it.
That's a stunning kill. The second one, and you know that call comes in. You know that he's going left, 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 because he sees his teammate die from HUT. He didn't see the player run by Silo, so he swung late and hit an absolute masterpiece. But it is Afro left in a 1-on-3 smoke in front of him and a bomb down inside of the site. Not looking too good. Complexity looking to bring this back from a 6-2 to 6-4 scoreline. And take some money out of the pockets.
Now they have to be clean here, Complexity. This is one thing they haven't been able to do is when they've been able to get advantages in rounds like this, they've kind of let it slip away. So any kill Afro gets is huge. You don't want to bring this into a one-on-one in any way. Fang's gonna slide out and put an end to things. 3 kills for Floppy, 2 for Fang. And it's 6-4. Now money for HEET starts being an issue as well, starting to dwindle off the early momentum they were able to build. 6 of the first 8 rounds, and now 2 in a row for Complexity. Perhaps the last buy for HEET, if they actually want to go for it, but looks like they're just going to descend into a small buy. Armor and a few upgraded pistols here and there. Ramp rush.
Yeah. First time we've seen one. Flash doesn't quite go deep enough for Floppy's off angle, but he immediately identifies multiple opponents, drops down. Halzer will swing over on that communication. Gets the first shot on the AWP, and I thought maybe with Tech 9s, you might run down that Opper.
I think without that Molotov that Halzer drops in front of him, they might just go exactly for that. Floppy and Fang to defend here. Fang on the left side, Floppy on the right side.
Floppy. He's looking for the shots on the right. Fang's covering off left as he comes out from the control room doors. Ooh. Exercise actually had a headshot from the Tech 9, but Floppy recovered it. So it's just Afro, 4 HP, and he gone.
Floppy's actually had a pretty quiet game, all things considered, until these past few rounds. He's had 6 kills in the past few, so he's only had 1 kill in the first, 10 rounds of this game. Nice little recovery in these past few for him. Just about tied up. Complexity's chipped away at this lead. Pretty clean 3-round streak for the American side.
With a Canadian.
And a Swede.
There you go. And just to point out, the Canadian and the Swede are leading the scoring, Jason.
Nice.
In case you weren't aware.
I always forget Fang is Canadian. He looks like he'd be just from the United States.
Okay.
That's all I got.
He's probably from Ontario. That's why, little America. Floppy takes down Jax. Afro does get JT, but they know he's running away from the lobby. They've taken that over. Good smoke. Grim can settle in at that position.
Ooh, sneaky from Joko. Halzer's got it.
I was going to say, they've funneled them back to outside, but there's already a player that got by the big garage, so that could have been a bit of a problem.
That's twice now Complexity's pulled off a bit of a lobby crunch in this half, and second time it's at least the crunching portion has worked out. Previously, after the fact, they kind of dropped the ball, but going to give him another round here. 4-on-1. Afro with nowhere to go. At least he has the bomb. He just got spotted, just got tagged up, so Complexity now knows the position. They can start shifting and taking space away from Afro. Oh!
Lovely shot.
Spicy.
That's 1. That's 2. Grim's there, not going to let him go any further. Steps out for the trade. And we have a 6-6 scoreline. So the timeout's finally working. Complexity getting things rolling, and the pick's not as one-sided so far since then from HEET, because that certainly was the case in the early part, that they would immediately wrap around and win pretty much every duel. That has halted.
Game crash, we're gonna get another tech pause in here. So a little bit more time to chill. How have you been enjoying Malta so far, Matt?
I have, actually. I did a 37K ride this morning.
Yeah?
Ripped from here to Valletta.
Brought the mountain bike,
back.
or the road bike, I guess.
I wish I could have brought. I'm not a roadie, so I was rocking some loose kit. I'm not gonna wear Lycra.
Okay, not gonna pull an OJ.
If I had to wear Lycra, I'd probably have to put like a cucumber or potato in there just to look like I have something.
Sure.
And no, it was good. It's super hot here though. The sea breeze is nice, but yeah, it was a good ride.
It is warm.
It's the right island for that kind of bike. I can live with that. Good way to get around. I think I'll do the whole lap eventually one day.
Yeah, build up to it. We got a month here.
Yeah. I would have done, I think it's about 70K around. I would have done about half that today. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right out of the gates.
Not too bad.
Well.
Also, I like that chat was like, NA geography. Dude, Ontario is Little America. I know that it's a joke. It's on-terrible for a reason.
Okay, so Canadians having a little bit of a
it's like
inside
Maine.
battle.
Maine is Lower Canada.
Maine is Lower Canada.
Come on, Maine is basically Canada.
You don't accept that in any way.
You don't accept Maine, or you don't accept?
That Maine is Canadian.
Basically Canadian. Man, I saw MOUZ when I was there like a month ago. It's Canada.
When I went up to the Upper Peninsula in Michigan during the player break, and the guy at the bridge said he came out very Canadian. Said, "Enjoy your time in the UPA," and I was like, "Oh, well, here we go."
Yeah.
Oh, good story.
Yeah.
6-6
That was
is the
great.
scoreline. He just gave me an A. It was nice.
To be fair, your border patrol is getting weaker and weaker because like it was really strong, and if you drive through, it's pretty strong. The last time I flew into Dallas from Europe, he just saw my blue passport and goes, "Welcome home, sir." I was like, "Yeah, thanks," and just kept going. I don't even think he stamped it. I was like, "What?" That guy didn't do his job at all.
I think the border into Canada has been the toughest I've ever been questioned by anyone.
It can be.
Like 9 years of esports.
It can be, for sure.
That was very weird to me. I wasn't prepared for the kind of interrogation that I received.
We're just so used to Americans trying to flee and come up and join us that we
Sure.
gotta be very careful, you know?
That makes sense. 6-6. Tech pause is done. We have fixed all of the problems. Round 13. And Complexity running a 4-round streak at the moment.
Apparently, no, Hulzerk's Norwegian, that's what the problem was, so. Just move on.
Oh, is he?
I don't know. Just pretend like they can't hear us. They can't see us. They'll go away soon.
I gotta find that out. He is Norwegian. That's my bad. I apologize. I just assumed when he joins the team of Swedish legends.
Yeah.
Here we go. Smokes out on the Molotovs. JT up on top. Actually, they're doing a pretty decent job of delaying as long as these Molotovs are in position. Really tough place for Grim to be in. He delivers this time. And the pistols aren't going to get anything done. Fang and JT in good position to put a stop to it.
Body just biding his time. That's a lovely shot on JT. He tried to slip under the radar and crosshair a Fang, but couldn't quite do it. He'll get the headshot in return, and now Complexity in the lead after being down 6-2. And at 6-2, I would have said weren't even really in this game. Mentally, they were getting obliterated, and they looked pretty dejected. So good turnaround from them, good recovery. And now the question is, as a newer team, what can Body do with HEET to try and recover it?
The nice thing too is like if you're Body and if you're HEET and if you're the coach during these timeouts, you could be like, guys, everyone just chill. Everyone just kind of relax because we've already got 6 rounds. We did a great job off the pistol. We can actually make this work. Like we're in a fine position regardless of what this streak is. One more and HEET would be sitting very, very nice. Timeout coming to a close, freeze time coming to a close. Complexity should have no more money problems for the rest of this half in the final 2 rounds. Op still in the hands of Hulzerk, 12 kills for the Norwegian. 13 kills on Fang to lead the way.
There's an angry Viking in chat, Jason. That's fine. He's cute. Fang's got body down, and Joko does take a significant amount of damage trying to get the trade. He didn't get it. Oh my God, they nailed him in return too. That's about as good as it gets. He thought he was clean to leave. Nope. Not a chance. Holzerk, well flashed as well, gets Jax. So we sit with a 2-on-4. And Complexity looking to make this now 8-6.
Oh, they had to book it to get down here as well to try and beat Complexity's rotations. I don't know if they made it. Grim just gets out of danger from behind that door. They do have one over at Decon. It's Floppy. Afro's looking for the peek off the fake plant. There's the door opening, and he's got it. Narrow choke point. Op's going to go for more. Complexity have to be very careful.
Pre-scoped. Oh, he switched out of it. He's going to go for the no-scope instead. Strafes in. Oh, he actually hit the corner where Grim was, but Grim took a sidestep that threw Afro off.
Good little shuffle.
Do that two-step.
The Texas two-step. Oh, the spray down. That's nice.
That's a Texas two. Gets the transfer. One-on-one. He's got the HP advantage now as well. And Grim's going to try and relocate. 31 HP. Knows that the bomb is in his favor. An Exercise trying to bait out the doors. Even going to put a hole in it so he can peek the site, but he's never going to expect. Oh, did he see his foot? Because he pre-fired it. Yeah, he does. He knows he's up there. Does he? Is he aware that he's fully on the silo? Yes. Unfortunately, Molotov, he was slow to extinguish that. He'll go to 23, but he gets the bomb.
Back to vents we go.
He might if he doesn't get stuck. He's not moving, is he?
He's walking at the moment.
Okay, we switched cameras at the same time, so that threw me off because Exercise now holding on his nerve going back in. Thought he could outplay him with that bait that he had left. He did not. Grim was still inside of the site, 8-6.
Well played from Grim. That's a very tough situation. Put into an awkward position by a nice double kill spray down from Exercise. But that's another round that Complexity had in their control and positioning and in terms of numbers that almost slips away from them. They've had a few of those doozies throughout this half. As Afro, that first kill onto Floppy. This was the one that put a lot of pressure. That's a 1v3 attempt from Exercise, almost there. Good focus from Grim, watching for the walkout around the smoke with 11 seconds left. Final round of the first half. Complexity's got to lead no matter what. Question is it just going to be one round, or can they extend it to 3?
Pretty big turn in the half, no question about it. The Norwegian hits a shot on the body. Just really gonna correct it now.
No, let's nail it. Let's make sure we never make that mistake again.
Yeah.
We're a partnership, Matt. My mistake is your mistake.
No, how dare we think he's from Scandinavia when he's from Norway the whole time? Jax takes down Holzerk. 1-on-3, has bomb at his leisure. He's just picked that up, aware that he's likely to be surrounded. He's gonna try and backtrack in this situation. Time to see that aim come to play. JT's gonna be patient, holding his pretend rifle. Got him contained, but I'll take the fight toward B. It's Floppy that's down there, and he's only on 13 as well.
And he's the only one down there is also. So, I mean, this can be a clean fight win for, or clean win
I don't
for
think
Jax.
He'd expect it, but he could totally wrap Heaven at this point, too. But, yeah, if Jax wins this, they're not that close. They'll go vents. It might give him time to get a bomb plant on it. Oh, he couldn't set the aim fast enough. Floppy's got it. 9-6. Complexity turned the half around after being down 6-2. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll see if they can close out the map.
Hey Future Pros! On Nuke today with a util set you can throw to help your teammates pull off a vent dive. First things first, shoot out this window. Climb the ladder, and while running along the raised edge, aim as shown. running jump throw the molly just before you get to the ladder. This molly is not the best one you can throw for hut, as it will almost always leave a gap above the hut doorway, but for a vent dive or a squeaky push, it's pretty handy. Back up and running jump throw your flashes with the same lineup. I would like to say this is all you need, but your teammates should still nade open the door, smoke the close molly, and then molly and flash into A main to be fully effective with your util. Hopefully your teammates manage this and you'll have a good chance to make it down that vent.
We got the third spot in the last RMR, so it means that we have kind of the last seed, and we are facing a really strong opponent at the start. The last RMR, we managed to become first of the first qualifier, but now we had to adapt because Jax arrived in the team just after the player break and 1 week into practice, and then we had to play these qualifiers, and it kind of made it really hard for us, but we still did it, and I'm really proud. And I don't know, it was just a goal. I don't really care who I'm facing first. I just needed to be there and to be able to face these teams, and to play this tournament is one of our goals, to make it to the major and even more in Rio. I've never been there and I want to. So no, I don't know, I just want to be there already and make it to as far as we can. Like, we were really close last time and I think we can go far now.
I love the way he trails off. I've never been there, and
I'd really like to go to Rio.
Please, team. Please. Well, we welcome you back, Future Bros. It's time for half number 2 on Nuke, the first map of this best of 3 complexity. 9-6 in the lead over Heat, but it took them a bit of time to wake up. They were down 2-6 at one point in time.
Really slow start for Complexity, but obviously a 7-round run to close the half. They caught fire. Fang did good work. Halzerk did great work. Floppy even stepped up at a certain point as well. So things looking good for Complexity, but switching over to the T side, let's see what they got. Or upper pop.
Yeah, I think pretty clean. Exercises the 2 pistols. He's got 1, he's got 2, looking for the 3rd, can't get it. Floppy and Grim actually gonna come out better off as they find 3 kills between the 2 of them. No one looking at, body. We're looking at the vents and he just couldn't hit the shot. JT turned around and made better on it, but it's all on to Afro, 1-on-3.
God, the dualies look so cool and they're just clotheslining people.
Shut up.
Afro looking for a mistake. Not gonna get it yet. I think Complexity now have the idea. Oh my lord, that's a shot and a half. Don't give it to him. No kit, so this has got to be quick, and I think he's just straight up running out of time now. Floppy needs to hide. It's in the back of the bomb site. The kid's in the back of the site. They could lose this. Good save from Floppy.
It's because he picked up the dualies, Jason.
It might be. Fair play. Those are 2 great shots.
He had to reload. He was scared that he didn't have time, obviously, so he went for them. It was a good effort. I'll give him that. Great shot, especially through Squeaky, but Complexity gets the second pistol, so they'll go now 10-6.
That thing's beautiful from Afro. This as well shuts down Grim.
I'm more convinced today that, you know, he can be the carry on this team. He's looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, he's had some very good rounds. 10-6, both teams win their T-side pistol. Floppy, I think, just saw a shoulder. Sees it again. Follows it up with a nice shot onto Body, who's trying to grab a cheeky angle. They still have to deal with the shotgun on top of Hut for the moment, but they might not even actually attack that part of the map. Opening kill, and things are going to calm down.
Go. Deagle, spot on the shoulder. Knows his headshot potential was a bit low, adjusts the aim accordingly, and nails Halzerk.
Oh, this is great for Heat. This actually funnels him right back to the upper bomb site. That's where they want him to go. We'll see if Complexity can work up the courage to re-attack towards ramp room. Afro's got a frag onto JT. That's a scout headshot outside. Joko might be getting aggressive a little bit early, and he's picked off. Does tag Fang, but we're into a 3-on-3. Now the defense has to move. And I have to imagine Floppy heard those footsteps down vent.
Either way, he's still poised for more. Next 7 up on top of the hut, scoped in. I don't know if you heard that or not, but Grim walked around the corner and took the fight. The scout never had a chance against the Galil, and now Exercise drops down. He's got a chance to actually maneuver on this. Knows they're gonna get up close, but the headshot goes for the jump instead.
Desperate.
Just swing at that point with a shotgun.
A desperate situation. Now they just need to locate Jax. Fang gonna get that bomb planted in the corner. Floppy's looking back towards Door. He knows what's coming. Good round from Floppy. 3 kills for him and just holding down Squeaky Door the entire round, making sure that there was always a safe avenue for Complexity to come back to. 11-6. Can't stop the flop. You can't stop the flop.
I mean, you can with a Viagra.
All right, that's not bad. That's pretty good.
It's one way to stop it.
You're warming up into things.
11-6. They've kept them honest, though, in these 2 opening rounds, so at least they can keep that money tight when the guns come out. JT rushing it down. But JT was better in sync, and he was out of sync with his teammate that time, so he's gone.
Nice. Good job from Fang, stepping up to the plate. Jax as well gets taken down by the flying MAC-10. It's a classic play. It's a Vegas Squadron play, and we've got a 4-on-2. Joko, the next one up, with just a USP.
Throw down below, P250. Bomb already planted, AK in hand for Floppy. Don't look for him to go hunting. Likewise, Grim should probably just be looking to be safe at this point in time. You've got Holzerk on 29 that can go aggressive, and Fang on 6, and a Galil to try and find the opposition. Grim's actually got the shot from range. Fang will wrap in. All of them will stay alive.
This is great from Complexity. This is all looking good now. First gun round in the second half is at hand. Round number 19, 12-6. He don't have a whole lot of runway to work with after this. Beautiful stuff from Holzerk. Smiles for the Complexity side.
Grim holding it out. Molotovs through the skylight that will spill down over top of the huts. Grim absolutely destroyed. Floppy's got exercised as well. Ooh, double Molotov going up top. Why not? Just throw all the flames at them.
This is great. JT up on top, though, could go down. Good shot from Afro. He's made this round doable, but he's also put himself in a position where if they commit to this, they can lose everything.
Yeah, that's a tough one, right? He's actually given them a chance. He's slightly off. He's, oh, I thought he was going to go for that.
I think Fang took a back step away from the box so he could avoid this spam spot.
Smartly so. Bomb continues to tick in Afro. He's got all the right spams. Just can't get the mark. Oh, that's low. He knows that nade's going to do it. He's going to try to walk out and swing and get the shot. No, he's giving them a clean entry. Body working with it. They know he's toward Mini, though. Good shot, Fang. And immediately the AWP on the run. Fang's going to try and beat this, I think. He's going to try and run directly towards Secret because he wants that op gone. Double flash, though, gives his position away, and Afro is ready for it. Well struck, and Grim's going to go down. So actually, they do take all the guns out of the hands of Complexity again.
Yeah, I don't think Complexity give a damn at this point. They're happy. They would just wanted that AWP, but got some good shooting from Afro at the end. And obviously, even with those kills, just not enough time left in the bomb for the defuse to bail out anyways. Tell you what, it takes a special kind of man to pull off the mullet and mustache combo, but Holzerk is doing it phenomenally.
So Complexity really not looking back, as you said, now on a 11-round run.
Yeah.
And this is going to be demoralizing for Heat. This is their map choice. They struggled on their map choice yesterday, Dust 2. And the fact that they started strongly and then kind of never really recovered, that's concerning. And Body's going to know it.
Well, you mentioned it too. It felt like at the beginning there was a lot of just like out-aiming from Heat, some really clean and good entries that were just so swift and efficient. There was really no chance for Complexity to recover in the rounds. I think Floppy even had like 1 kill going into like the 8th or 7th round or something like that. He's now at 19 kills. Fang and Holzerk have been here the whole game. Grim has shot up the scoreboard as well. So just like individually, everyone from Complexity came alive and now starting to put together a good offensive half as well. All the strength of this defense in the hands of Afro with this AWP.
Afro outside, just looking through box. Body gonna try and support him now with the deagle as he backs out from Mini.
Just making sure nobody can clear straight down.
They can, and they will.
He's not with him anymore.
Body bagged.
Afro's pushing up, though. This is cool. He wants to have the information that no one's coming outside. Give the rest of his players some kind of a chance. Grim might walk right into it. Timing is everything. Oh, he just looks up. That's got to be frustrating, but Afro had to try and make some kind of a play.
Don't look up.
5 on 3. Decent movie.
Didn't watch it.
Okay. Good reference, though.
Thanks, man. Jax is ready with the Deagle. Can throw away the AWP. Goes now onto the AK. It's Grim making sure that no one is able to recover that weapon if they elect to try and save at the end of this round. Complexity is 1 man ahead now. Good shot from Jax to take out Floppy. Not ready for JT to peek from the same position, though, and Exercise is in trouble. Ooh, he nearly swung back fast enough. He overflicked, in fact, and the kill. Oh, Joko, they didn't check it. 1 already. Clean for the second. No, not quite. Smartly took down the bomb before it was planted. That could have been interesting.
And Joko had that nasty Deagle round on Dust 2 yesterday as well, so you know his Deagle's got some strength in it. 14-6. Now 12 rounds straight for Complexity.
Yeah, they've got to get back into this, don't they? We've got Overpass as our second map in this series.
Ooh, it's been a minute since I've seen some Overpass.
I like Overpass a lot.
That gets me excited.
Went through so many different versions at the start of it.
Yeah.
First sort of Valve map to come into the CSGO era. Obviously, the one that came in at the same time was Cobblestone, but that was a remake of a previous map.
Sure.
And I doubted Overpass, and I think it's actually one of the better maps now.
It's gone out of style a little bit. It got out of favor, but there was certainly it had its era.
I just like the CT aggression.
Sure. Yeah, that's
you can take fights.
A lot of options. Floppy. Paying attention towards ramp room. He's the only one in lobby. Grim's up on top of Silo. JT and Fang gonna work with a smoke wall. Clearing up close. Crossing the I's and dotting the T's. Afro looking for a gap beneath that smoke, but it's not quite there for him to commit to. Maybe around the other edge, though. Oh.
They walked in. They wanted to clear it clean toward the big garage. You could even see the flash for JT from Halzerk, but he's down. So Halzerk looking for the angle outside. Can't get it. Tries to even go for the wall shot as he goes back inside of the doors. Floppy goes for the wall shot onto Jax through the vents. I love X-Ray for that. He was dead on, but many walls away.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure being put on this defense, though. Fang spots 1. Does he actually want to commit to this peak? He knows exactly where it's at. Oh, good job. Oh, and a follow-up. Another great headshot on the body. Fang's having himself a very good game, and Grim drops Joko, and that should be it. Should be Complexity on 15. They know the position of Exercise. Floppy handles that. Well done from Complexity. 9-round lead and 13 straight. Even the coach can't believe it.
Yeah, this is a huge turn. I mean, it takes back everything we said about resetting the group. Now they're back in position where they can go up 2-0. I would expect ENCE are in that same position the way that Heroic are playing, but we'll see what happens later on this evening. But either way, Heats have definitely been extinguished so far. They've got to find a way back into this. Even mentally, obviously, I think this map's too far gone. I think that goes without saying at this point. But
this is Heat's pick as well, which makes it a little bit scary. They lost
yesterday.
Yeah, they lost their pick on Dust 2 yesterday.
They actually look better on Vertigo, which is partly by nature of the map, but their T side actually was getting a lot of picks. Exercise gonna go through and take down Floppy. Good start for Complexity for Heat to recover the first kill. As Complexity looks to go underneath body though. Swinging back out, Flames make it hard to see. He's got to work that in his favor as he finds 2, but the Molotov going behind him. He wanted to work forward, and unfortunately couldn't get the reload in before Fang strikes, and he jumps through to find Jax as well.
A lot of people, I think, are going to be surprised at this level from Fang. This is the kind of play that got a lot of people in North America so excited about his potential. We didn't see it in the previous iteration of Complexity, but ever since Halzerk joined, he's come back in a big way. One-on-one, and Exercise is going to get it. They stay alive for the moment, Heat. Switching out to an AK-47. May want to go find the AWP, but defuse is going to be nice and easy. So finally putting a stop to the run. They only need 8 more to force overtime.
Only. No, but again, just get back into this mentally. I mean,
yeah, get a couple confidence rounds under your belt.
Look, 8's not impossible. It just happened to you. Why not? Why can't you turn it around and go the other way? But no, you're right. Get some confidence. Get reset. Get ready for Overpass. solid round from Body, despite that Fang then actually did very well himself.
Yeah, I mean, Body's the one who wins that round. The Molotov in front of a window to make sure nobody could jump in and clear his position with the T-side Molotov that rains under the stairs behind him. That was wonderful, and obviously a pair of kills over the top of it as well. Another timeout, final timeout called by HEET, just to try and get them one last surge here at the end of Nuke. Round 23, 15-7. Complexity's looked near unstoppable, especially in this second half. Complexity looking to position themselves in Group C very nicely after 2 days of play.
No, they definitely could, like we said. And then I think I'm leaning toward ENCE being the other team to go 2-0.
Yeah, although that's not guaranteed against Heroic. I mean, there's a world where what?
Heroic is not cold right now, right? I mean, you're right. There is a world Heroic can win that. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not going to say that one's a foregone conclusion, but I'm still leaning toward ENCE right now.
Absolutely. 5-on-4 early on. Floppy found through smoke. And Halzerk's going to trade it right back with Afro.
So 4-on-4, Halzerk. The dry peek outside continues to shuffle that AWP toward Secret. Counter push going toward lobby. Jax with his invisible gun is going to try and clear with Exercise.
Ooh, I think he saw that.
Fang. Gun barrel would have protruded, but yeah, Jax gets away with it.
I think Joko spotted the gun barrel just as he slid back into cover, so they had a little bit of an idea, a last-second adjustment to make sure. Grim's going to try and gain space outside. Meanwhile, his two teammates heading down low. If Grim can provide any kind of distraction, if he can find a kill, if he can just establish presence without dying, you might be able to force a shift in Body's position down low.
Ollie's gonna force Body back inside of the site. He'll shut the control room doors.
Oh, Grim check this Jax's position. That's a really cheeky spot from Jax. He knows he's got safety in lobby because Exercise is there.
Yeah, good read and aware. And reacts. Joko takes out JT. He's gonna close it. And it will be another round for HEET. So Jax in the position down below, got the information. Joko slides out knowing that now Heaven is clear and 2 in a row for HEET.
Yeah, that's a nice sequence. Complexity has a decision to make. Money's nice. It's not too much of a problem, although Grim and JT down at 27 and 2200 respectively. Everyone else has got cash to buy. Just be interesting to see what they want to put together. Hero AK on Floppy is the answer with Deagles around it. Good kills from Joko in that round. So Complexity just looking to see if they can get this AK-47 to deliver a miracle, do a little bit of damage to the HEET economy. Complexity still have tons of win conditions with 7-round gap between the two teams.
Flippity flop. You don't stop. Smoke with Grim, AK, and just the pistols to accompany him. So Floppy the high roller, and he's gonna go peek first. That's why. Joko down. Grab that gun, someone, and get on with it.
That's a disgusting shot from Floppy. A great adjustment off a missed shot. And there's nobody outside able to rotate back, and there's nobody in Heaven to stop them from climbing up. Jax and Exercise might be in a bit of trouble. Normally, you'd want to crunch lobby in this kind of a scenario. I don't think they feel confident in doing it. They still don't really know numbers in terms of ramp room.
Body. Okay, confirms ramp's definitely cleared. So they have to have pushed through. He's worried a little bit about Turnpike and keeps putting his attention there, but he's going to pinch the other way.
Yeah, but this is taking a long time for Complexity, and this is going to give them Afro a chance to get back into this round. They've actually wrapped all the way around outside to go up towards Heaven. A couple players coming up the ladder now, and they've missed the opportunity. Now it's all on Jax and Exercise, mostly Jax.
He starts it, doubles it. He loses Exercise, swings out, finds a third. Before the response came in from Grim, and that might be enough for Body to close it out. He's got just Grim to go. Oh, goes for the incendiary. Nearly got caught doing so. That's going to not spread fast enough and far enough. So Grim will get the bomb down, 49 HP. Spots the shoulder, but likewise was seen in return. And goes with a quick tap through the middle to see if he can get Grim moving. Grim's moving indeed, and we're moving on to overpass. 16-8 for Complexity.
Triple kill from Grim. Nice one-on-one clutch, but this match was mostly brought to you by Fang, by Halzerk in that first half. Phenomenal performance from Complexity. A 13-round run in the middle of the game powers them to a victory here on Nuke. Off to a break. The desk is going to break it down, and then we'll return with Overpass.
I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Just shake the ground. Oh, this lightness, it will fill the air around.
Nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
Conclusion of the first map, it does look like Complexity want to continue what they left off with last night, which was a victory over Astralis. Here they pick up Nuke, and they do it somewhat convincingly. At least the scoreline will tell you that. Or maybe Kassad or Yanko will tell you that. We're going to find out in due time. Oh, wait, it's that time right now, Kassad.
Yeah, I would rather say that he picked up where they left off yesterday. I don't see, outside of the strong start and just a couple of rounds that kind of made sense for me, I didn't really see all that much. Complexity played a normal default game without some crazy, you know, things that we need to be, you know, super like looking into. It's just
let's just go to the next map then.
Yeah, right.
I just didn't see all that much from HEET at all on both sides.
Yeah, it did seem a little bit yesterday. It seemed a little flat for a map pick of their own, Yanko.
I think the problem was, you know, they were doing well in the start when they were finding opening, so to speak. But once Complexity tightened up a little bit and didn't get those same openings, or even worse, gave up a kill themselves, then they didn't really have too much to fall back on. And the rounds were more or less clean for Complexity from that point on in the first half. And then in the second, they win the pistol, the first gun round, right? And then with how good of a first half was, then it was just a matter of time before they closed it out.
Let's talk about that first half. Here's round 6.
Well, here's the thing, right? You can see how after that entry, look where Halzer, he's like peeking so deep, and Joko was just on a tear, right? Getting a couple of kills, and they seemed like the comms weren't really in place in that round, right? For them, after you can see him cleaning up the last 2 kills towards main, right? So here it's like Floppy, this was Joko like doing the smoke fade on ramp, right? Just sitting in it, gets the entry kill, then they get one more and just keeps going, right? Does the pace surprise Complexity a little bit. So I think after, you know, this round and the following one, they realize, hey, let's try not to die to like some basic simple stuff, right? And let's not try to get caught. You know, this is again walking through a smoke, catching them a little bit off guard, out of position, and the round just completely falls apart really quickly for Complexity. These were some of the exit kills they managed to get in the end, right? So this was it. The round that you saw in round number 8, that was the last round HEET would win in their first half, and I'm sure Complexity was like, hey, let's just, you know, tighten up a little bit, watch out for these weird smoke plays, right? Let's extend the round and see, even if it's a 5v5 late, do they have answers? Do they have enough, you know, team play, enough endings, enough structure within the team that they can beat us that way?
To close it out, right?
Yeah, and it's turned out they didn't have any answers to the default setups of Complexity. As soon as their gimmicky plays are walking through smokes, fading, smoke stopped working, they stopped taking rounds. That's pretty much like ties into what I said at the beginning. There is not any kind of versatility in their T side whatsoever. It's just pretty flat.
Just straightforward. Yeah, that's not what you're looking for. Not on the T side, but map like Nuke nonetheless. We can run our Air Force Aim High head-to-head and run the numbers so that you can understand what pain may look like over there on the HEET side. Who do we got? Fang Excice.
Yeah, Fang, that's a player that Yanko liked to, you know, praise in the past based on his injuries and performance in the last year. We haven't seen him explode too much at all in this event, simply because Complexity was playing badly in most of the year. And right now he performed well. On the other side, we had Exercise, players that I don't personally never seen play before this Pro League. So, you know, I guess the performance was decent, but it fitted the whole, you know, result of the first match for the HEET team.
Yeah, admirable, some would say, and an admirable attempt. Now we go to Overpass, Yanko. Do we see more of the same?
Yeah, well, you know, I wanted to build up HEET in a sense of saying, you know, maybe they were a bit getting used to the Pro League yesterday and they're going to do better today. Well, maybe they just suck. And, you know, maybe they're just not that great, and maybe they just need more time since Jax came in, right, to maybe bring some of the concepts from G2, seeing how he was in that team for a long time, and they've been a tier 1 team, a contender team for a while. So we'll just have to wait to see. It didn't seem like a thing that they're going to shake off, more than just that they need to get better. They need to get used to playing at this level, right, where they're going to be more severely punished for some of these gaps that they have in their game.
So, Kassad, I'm going to kick this your way, and I want to kind of know and understand what the current meta on a map like Overpass looks like, barring the teams that we have in play. What are we looking at?
You chose the worst possible person to ask that question because I hate Overpass as a map.
This is why I chose.
All right, Trace, listen, I'd do it, but I don't have the time nor the crayons to
to break it down Barney style.
The problem with this map is just too wide right now, and it requires a lot of utility being used the right way. It requires your gun rounds to have like multiple flashes to take just early space, and you know, from that you lose a bunch of utility. You don't have to execute. You know, you can't execute actually because you don't have enough smokes, and it's just a mess of a map right now.
You hate it.
I hate it.
I don't like it either. Like, you just have to take risks, like larger risks, no matter what. You don't have, the map is big, so you don't have enough utility to flash every line that the Opera can be at, or Molotov it, or, you know, smoke everything off. So there's some dynamics to it. You almost, I like to say, you almost have like 2 different teams on the T side. You have the guys working A and the guys working, you know, B, so to speak, and they almost have to work independently of each other in a sense that it's so you need so much time to rotate back that they just need to go for more individual plays. That's why we mentioned the A-alert guy is really important. He needs to take a lot of initiative, and we'll see. It's Complexity's pick, so hopefully they'll do well.
Yeah, hopefully they will. Maybe they won't. We're going to find out in due time. That means that a break's coming up. That's what that sound means. HEET find themselves trailing by 1 in what is a best-of-3 series. Guess what? You lose one more, you lose the series. It's not Rocket Appliances. We'll be right back after this.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
Thinking, moving, touching, and well, all of the other things, all of the other pieces that you need to compete in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Welcome back to CS Psychology 101. Today, we're going to be going over a very important subject, XXX Heyman 420. In 2012, he had a 4K 1D clip that really was overly edited by an equally talented friend. Now accumulating only, and I mean only, 1,372 views over 8 years. The taste of success that followed led to the creation of the monster that we now know as the Movie Fragger.
Clip it, baby. This one is going viral. Top 3 Reddit easy. Zai Wu, Zai Whom, or like it. Check out this shit.
Oh, don't you worry, Movie Fragger. We are definitely watching. In fact, we'll just start on the appearance. We'll note that the cap is backwards, albeit he doesn't have a headset on, but don't let that sway you from the idea that this guy means business. But is it serious business?
Yeah, we can edit that out. It's all right.
Some general traits about the gameplay can be observed, such as the famous buy an op, and then use the deagle. Take this example. Where an ordinary player may see this round win as a certainty, the Movie Fragger sees it as opportunity.
Can't blame me for that one, boys. It would have been sick, right?
You are dog shit. Everything he does is for Reddit. Everything he does is for the comments, for the likes. It's all about the endorphins and everything that he gets from the moment he wakes up in the morning.
Become a beat. I'm going for the cold, boys. I'm going for the cold zero. Oof, that's close. Oof, that's really close. Oh, that's so close. I'm so close. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was incredible. Oh.
Map 2 then underway, or about to be. Overpass. Heat had the choice on Nuke. It didn't go their way. They unfortunately gave up
A lot.
Well, I was going to say 13 rounds in a row. I was about to say 14, but 13 rounds in a row. And unfortunately, yeah, that put complexity in the driving seat. Very quickly, we'll see if they can recover now, as it's complexity that chose this battleground. Then a topic on the desk, need to be aggressive and assertive. Utility not enough for the expanse of this map.
That's a very tough map to deal with right now, and I think there's a lot of pro teams around the scene that are kind of not huge fans of this map, which it's kind of why I mentioned in the previous that it's kind of fallen out of favor. So let's see. Remember as well, HEET doesn't have a whole lot of experience together as this 5-man unit. I think like right around 10 games together-ish. So this will be interesting to see how deep their map pool can go. At least they get a start on the CT side. 2 players downstairs, Afro at the main bathroom's choke point. They're gonna get their chance with this stack. Complexity's coming right at them with numbers.
Afro should be the first to engage. Went out, could hear them. Oh, they didn't hit the shots. Afro does as he falls back, but he's gonna need to continue falling back until Jax steps back up from the connector. So even though they lost body at that position early on, Fang, good shot back in Afro. It was Jax that really made this round, I was gonna say winnable, but the lurk from Floppy, 1 late kill, and Fang finding one on the fadeaway. It's now gonna put us into a 2-on-2.
This gets interesting too, because he wants to actually fight here. They want a challenge. They're not backing away and playing the late round for the bomb. Floppy's coming up the stairs. That's a huge goosh to have onto Jax. And now caught at the top of bathrooms. Where do you go? Floppy's got that and turns over for the final. Triple kill from Floppy.
Yeah, well read. Awkward for a moment in losing Fang, but he knew that he got the goose. As you said, they knew he was low. They just forced the issue. And fortunately, he wins the first duel all too easy on the second. Afro, this was the hot spot where I thought he was actually going to be outnumbered and outgunned, but he had Fang come to the rescue.
I can't believe this round turned around so crazily like that. I mean, that's a massive turnaround. I mean, he'd had that in 3 quick kills to put themselves in an advantage in a 4-on-2, and it just evaporated so quickly. Just USPs for HEET on the CT side in round number 2. They want to go for a 3rd round bye. All the advantages over to Complexity.
Go body, Jax, Afro, MOUZ, all inside of the B site. That's your team, Jason.
What's that? What's that voice? Where'd that one come from?
I don't know.
What character is that?
It's Matthew Trivet. It's a character I play every now and then. There's a few characters inside my head, Jason, if I'm honest.
They're all talking at the same time.
Oh my God, they don't shut up.
5-man stack over at B for HEET's defense. Complexity just going through the motions, clearing things out, taking map control. Bomb is outside the B bomb site, as we can see on the back of Floppy, so you have to imagine Complexity's been headed towards this direction the entire time. HEET's gonna love that, but do they have enough stopping power?
It all goes deep to barrels, getting cleared, and it's a run and gun for JT. Grim, he's showed up to help as well. He's got down Afro. Floppy takes out Jax, clean and easy. Get the bomb plant for the extra cash money, Skrillabillas.
I'm gonna channel our boy Anders and mention that 1 flashbang there could have been really cool for HEET. 1 flashbang.
Okay.
Our
boy, huh?
Everyone's boy.
He's nobody's baby, but he's everybody's girl.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Queen of something, but the king of the world.
Sure.
First aid kit reference. Okay. Good
All
song,
right.
actually.
I bet it is. 2-0. Joko. Flash doesn't affect him. Nade doesn't affect him either. Both fall a little bit low. There's the re-aggression from Jackson short. He's going to be able to grab a kill, but traded immediately by Grim. Spam coming in, and Exercise pounces through the smoke to find another one. So 2-for-1 trade in the favor of HEET at short. We've got a 4-on-3.
Fang clearing it long. No one there for him to find, but he's desperate to try and get this back onto an even keel.
It's a big play for Floppy if he can find a frag.
It's so deep in the site already. No one in heaven. The fact that he's this far back as well, they're gonna have to react. It's not like their preset aim is gonna be this. Okay, I take that back. I take that back. Exercise cleared it, return. I didn't think he was going to, but enough time it expired that he was up to suspicion. It's body that's gonna get closer now. They know the attack is still on. Wide side smoke. Exercise has to play this perfectly again. Has given up the barrel position as we saw early on. Nearly spotted the head as well. Body's got a good angle just to get information if nothing else, but he actually gets a slow moving Fang directly in front of him. And it's going to be Afro that closes it out, getting back inside. So 2-1.
Yeah, I like that play from Floppy a lot. Just the timing not with him at all. He turns to clear Toxic and just nobody's home. And that's exactly when the peak comes in. That could have been really interesting if he was able to convert that into a 3-on-3. Here's the trades over in short. Well done, Exercise. Surprising Brim by coming through the smoke and even grabbing another one. So a good round from him on defense. And HEET are on the board early, 2-1. Complexity is going to be forced back to Pistols. They've got a little bit of cash, but didn't want to risk everything with a weaker buy, deciding to prioritize their money in the early stages of this overpass opening half.
Desperate Deagle through smoke at Monster. Afro holding inside of the bathrooms. Joko's watching out toward long right now, but not spotted, not in a position to be seen as JT crosses over. Rough front of the site. Afro's going to put a Molotov, or rather incendiary to be specific, on the other side of that, try and keep the bathroom door less of a threat so that they can't run through if you were to find someone directly on the wide side. Good shoulder peek. Page Joko out of the shot. He's gonna have to fall off that position now as well, even though it's just pistols. Doesn't want to be outgunned and outrun. Afro getting aggressive. Needs to be also very careful as he goes down to 17 HP. Joko does get JT. Fang still low from the exchange. The rifles now at this range can go to work, and they will do exactly that. Joko just collecting, oh dear. But he knows he's already hit him enough times. Apparently not. You gotta hit that guy a bunch.
What more can Floppy get? That'd be cool. You do have Afro low here. At a headshot angle, but if body goes down, this could get interesting. Grim is gonna step up inside of the flames. Can't find it. That's a tough fight. Floppy low HP as well. I don't think you can deal with body, and oh dear, Afro's gonna take him down.
2-2. They've come back already.
All tied up.
Yeah, absolutely. So, complexity again. Yanko touched on it at the desk. They've got to be assertive on this T side. I know they had pistols that round. It's tough to do so, but we'll see how they can respond now if their backs get against the wall economically. And it does seem like it's a bit of a passive aggressiveness toward the bathrooms. We're seeing a bit more forward stance from HEET. Joko again, and Afro heading that direction this round. Afro's actually going to peel off and go directly into the underpass with the AWP. Linear shot. Draken.
Catching strays. Grim's lucky to be alive, as we can all tell. With that kind of aggression and that missed shot from Afro, he backs away, readjusts all the way across the map. JT's gonna win a battle. Didn't win the initial exchange, but controls the spray. Exercise again is there for an equalizing frag. A lot of attention towards this B bomb site, a boost up as well. And Complexity is going to work their way towards the A bomb site, away from the three-player stack in B. And the timing of this is everything. Joko's all on his own, and he's only got a smoke and a nade.
Fall off with the flash.
It's a great rotation from HEET as well. They felt no pressure. Heard nothing over towards the B bomb site, so quickly get a second player involved in the defense at A.
Afro looking for a shot in front this time. No mistake. Follows up, can't quite get Holzer, but it is the chance for Joko to try and capitalize. They were almost lined up for him. Couldn't land it. Body. Can't go alone. Can't give up a 2-on-2 potential retake, so he'll have to concede the bomb plant as they try and find their way back in.
I'm surprised Joko came back for that fight. He was safe over at long. He didn't know it yet, but if you stand your ground and see nobody's there, that's such a strong position to be in to stop and delay the plant. Either way, 2-on-2. Fang with an easy kill onto Body, who's trying to clear towards bathrooms. Exercise does have a kit. He's got some options, but Fang take them all away.
Well done, Complexity to recover the round and continue to take the lead, 3-2, not concede that.
One more and Complexity puts themselves in the driver's seat of this half. They take control of the money. It's going to be a full buy here from HEET, and then they're out of funds.
Two big misses as well. Afro, this is the first one, not quite on. And then the second, this shot was fine, but the follow-up, Halzerk, yeah, we didn't get to follow it through on that, but Halzerk, he just missed that one as well. Either of those hit, I think you get a very different round.
Yeah, that second one's a more difficult flick onto Halzerk as he's already taken up the space and swung a little bit wide. I'm assuming Joko comes back because he's got that smoke that he can use as a one-way over the top, but only good for a 1-for-1. Body adds another kill. Complexity's had to pay a steep price to take control of short towards this B bomb, so I don't think they've done it clean yet. They've lost a player pretty much each and every time they've emphasized this control, so at least there's that for the HEET defense to lean on.
Afro sees the head, Fang removed. Jack's got Grim before that as well. What a start. Minute 22. Pretty much everyone's dead or thereabout. JT on 16. Halzerk at least gets one kill back.
This is about economy damage, though, if you're Complexity now. There's a very small chance you're going to win this, but you're hoping for 1 to 2 more kills just to keep this money limited because you don't want to give away a clean win at this point when you've got HEET on the breaking point. The JT at low HP, it's all on to Halzerk, the Norwegian.
There you go. He's going to work with JT. To be fair, one of my favorite mountain bikers is Norwegian.
Cool.
Viking. Arj Vastvik.
Okay, that's a cool nickname.
Absolutely sick.
Rhymes.
And other than that, don't know much about Norway.
One of my favorite streamers is Norwegian.
Yeah, Pimp?
Average Jonas.
Oh.
Pimp.
Halzerk. Flashing over, again, economic. They want to try and find a kill. No one's going to give them, okay, well, that's not going to help. No one's going to give them a chance, and then they blind themselves. JT does get one, though. Swing wide. Halzerk has body. 9 seconds, and they actually commit to it. I didn't think they were going to go for the plant. They try and get it in the smoke. Halzerk has that shot as well, and Afro suddenly finds himself in a 1-on-2. Where did his 3 teammates go?
Oh no, how has this turned around? JT with 16 HP. They haven't taken a point of damage. All they need to do is complete it. And I don't think Afro's gonna go.
Yeah, JT can actually, at this point in time, concede and give himself up. Halzerk's already switched on to an AK. Bit of damage done by the nade. You're right, Afro's out of there. He wants the AWP. Forget economic damage. They stole that round directly back. Solid work.
What a disaster for HEET. 4-on-2 that they lose, doing no damage in the final exchange. What a round from Halzerk and JT. Halzerk doing a phenomenal job covering JT as well for the plant.
Also, I said Pimp, he's dangerous. I meant Vendetta.
Okay, I was gonna say, I thought that was the joke.
It could have been. We could have just gone with
You could have played that one off.
I did mean Vendetta.
Yeah, you should be frustrated after that one. Tough round to take, tough loss to take. Especially because look at what it, yeah, he's just like, okay, we'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, why not? That's foolish.
Slow smiles creeping into the face of Complexity when they realize they've won the round.
Especially because they knew that they were coming that way. The utility dumped toward the back of the site. Like, why are they not positioned at least for trades? But
good shooting from Halzerk with the AWP. What a swing, though, because that means the reset is there. I was thinking that round for Complexity, the best they were going to do is just have some economy damage to limit any growth for HEET, but sealing it away is massive. 1 off in all USPs. A P250 picked up late on body. And here we go, round number 7.
Joko quick to throw a flash over toward Playground. That gives Afro a chance to try and work up toward Long, but I'm not sure that they're aware the Fang has already crossed.
It's gonna be hard though. Fang is gonna jiggle to his right, you'd imagine. Afro's gonna have a chance.
There's no lineup left. It's, yeah, if you go that far over, you actually can't see it. So yeah, he's definitely gonna go to the right. He's too far out, is Afro. Sets for a smoke, and I think Afro's already, oh wow, Joko's gotten all the way down, all the way through. Oh, that's frustrating.
And then he hears the nade being thrown, so he turns around for the kill, and that's when Fang looks for it. Now he's aware. Now he's kind of in his head, alarm bells going off with that kind of aggression. Meanwhile, the rest of Complexity towards the B bomb site.
Well, that's the one thing I was going to say for HEET that's not terrible right now is that Afro continues to push. He backed off because his teammate was there. Sees him. makes no mistake, Fang dead. Now that's exactly the kill. They've got him with the information. Now he's got the kill. He's funneled this toward B, so they're ready. Despite that they're there with just pistols, they've got the strength in numbers. They never over-rotated on that early exchange. As such, it's going to be one kill, but only one. Grim comes back with 2. Holzerk on the board as well. Bomb to be planted, and Afro might just want to save this AWP once more.
Yeah, getting out of this round with the AWP is not a bad consolation prize. Kill for Afro, kill for Body on that P250, but a 5th round for Complexity. Ooh, he's not going to get... Oh, okay. Right between the legs. Floppy's on the hunt. They want this AWP out of his control. Floppy's going to hear these footsteps. Does he want to try and handle the situation on his own, or does he call his teammates in? Grim is at the 8 bomb site, so he's got a lot of time before he gets here. I think Floppy's just going to take the initiative and go for it. Afro's still got a lot of time in this bomb timer to survive. It's all down to timing. Holzerk looking for this push, and Afro's just going to park himself. Big fight, big no-scope for Afro, or quick scope. Survives with the AWP, takes the AWP away from Holzerk as well. 5-2, 3-round lead.
Complexity looking comfortable.
That was a weird one.
Yeah, that is interesting that he would stop in that position, but...
It felt awkward, yeah.
Even will take it, yeah, exactly. He's probably like, why is he there? Like, I'm looking for information and I got a clean one? It wasn't even like he was lightning fast on the reaction. Holzerk. Pushing forward. He's gonna actually take Joko through the edge of the smoke. That's pretty massive. Joko needed to be more ready for that.
You have to imagine JT and Floppy gonna be aggressive now off that kill. That's gonna thin thing out, take away some reinforcements, cause a shift in the defense. They want to try and find a fight here towards the B bomb site. Afro's just leaving. Good heads up play. Oh, good pounce from Jax. Only able to get the one. Not a clean enough first kill. JT backs off the aggression over at B as well. So this is gonna settle into a 3v3.
Body holding for the front side of the bathrooms. He's aware that there's still a chance they can work in behind him as well, so he's got to be very patient in his position. He tries to go for the forward stance, double peek, knows he's got one of them down, bomb as well. Grim's gonna go back and take the same position rather than try and swing back out. He was a bit late in doing so, and Body does an excellent job to shut down the take on A, and I mean, we've seen a stranger round go against them, but I was gonna say, I think they might get this one, Jason.
That one kill from Exercise actually just allows Afro to continue rotating over towards this A bomb site to help out. That could have gone so much worse on that contact play out of Monster. Well done from him with a very, very important single frag in the round so far. Bombs on the deck, 25 seconds on the clock. JT, tagged. Didn't quite spot the headshot angle. Afro's gonna come back for more, give the opportunity there, but actually they decide to play it passively. Smart decision from HEET, and JT has no more options left.
Down that whole time, as we said, so it wasn't like they were gonna make a mistake that time. They quickly had that triangulated, so solid work exercise over it toward B, but it was Body that really made it work at bathrooms. He actually caught himself out there. Thankfully, Holzerk was tunneled in on the site.
Yeah, the op shot from Afro kept his attention in that direction. So it's Complexity. This time back to pistols, one AK-47 on Floppy.
Floppy with the only gun. They're actually going to play a bit of a bait game for him rather than him go directly for the peaks. They're sending 2 pistols first. See if he can get the trade. He might go immediately after the... Oh, okay. I was going to say after the run boost, but they're just going to go. No response.
run boost.
Yep, that is about as NA as it gets. Non-applicable.
Hit the pillar.
Run boost.
Floppy's the rear guard with his AK-47 looking to bait these Glocks. Nobody in bathrooms. They'll hear that flashbang out towards long. So they know it's a deep defense inside the site. Floppy's gonna ask for a boost. Tough shot to hit.
Spots the head at the jump at bank. So Body's gonna shuffle over. He saw it turn.
That smoke's brutal as well. Just pluming at, what, 32, 33 seconds? That's gonna eat the clock down quite a bit. They might have to go through this.
I think with
Run boost through
pistols, you do it. Yeah, let's not go back to another run boost, but let's get the pistols in there. Let's get them to take the aim and hope that Floppy can find an exchange. He might get two! That is a long spray transfer. Couldn't quite do it. Jax puts Floppy down, and even then there was still a large order in front of CT still on the menu. So they'll collect 5-4. Heat, long drawn out round, and certainly seems to be a slower pace to this game than what we certainly had on Nuke. Yeah, and there's where Floppy spotted and therefore in turn they were seen, so that smoke was called as a result of it. But yeah, I think smoke down, okay, that's fine, it's brutal, but you're sacrificing and baiting yourselves for an AK anyways, so just get in there.
Yeah, not the biggest deal. Afro taking this op shot again. This time Grim has the Molotov down in time to prevent it, forces him away from the angle. JT and Fang taking control of Playground. No aggression for them to deal with, and Floppy and Halzerk playing outside of the B-bomb. So it looks like Complexity want to fall all the way back very, very quickly and go for a timing hit through Monster. They haven't even attempted to take control of Short. They simply cleared out any aggression towards Playgrounds and towards Fountain, and now lining up for this hit through Monster Tunnel.
Spam. Double nade, flash in the sky. Exercise plays forward to the pillar. He can avoid that. Knows that they've thrown everything now. They won't be throwing more because they're through Monster. So he shuffles back to the position they wanted to clear. And he's not only going to get one, he gets three. A hat trick. As Halzerk tries to do damage in return, he can't find a kill. JT could, but only good for one. And we have a tie game again. Good recovery from Heat.
Exercise has done great work at this B-bomb site. That's a nice triple for him to get on a full-blown execute as well. The flashbang's not affecting him whatsoever behind the pillar. Had a ton of crossfires to work with his teammates also. And Complexity, by virtue of not taking control of Short, Jax never had pressure on him at Sandbags. So 5-5. Final third of the opening half, and not the worst situation to be in if you're Complexity. Oof, good shot. He looking good right now. They've been playing very, very well in Short pretty much throughout this entire half. Exercise of the B-bomb side has stepped things up. Afro starting to do well with the AWP. Things are looking pretty solid to close this half out with some confidence. Can even take it back and be like, what a good half Heat is having. If you remember, is also though, what would this half look like if they didn't lose the 4-on-2 previously in this half?
That's exactly right. I mean, that one was brutal because it completely ripped their economy into shreds again. So, yeah, they would be in an incredible position. However, they fell apart early in the first game. This one, they're building back into it. So, in some ways, that doesn't matter. That's inconsequential right now. It might be something you look at post-game, but right now, just keep winning the rounds, keep stacking it up, build on the momentum that you have. As we take a look at the money and the situation, the gun's back out on both sides. And AWP, in fact, for Afro to go against Halzerk. So it's going to be Afro down below. We saw almost the exact same play last time, except it was a smoke. This time he's going to hit Grim. Oh my goodness, he's got so many targets to fire at as he wants to retreat through the door. Little does he realize they've taken water.
Yeah, they have. Oh, good response from JT. This time, finally, it turns in the favor of Complexity. 4-on-2, they can settle things down, they can slow it down. They've got 1 minute and 25 seconds to work with. I think Afro must have thought that crunch towards Short was going to be coming in at a much different timing and pace for him to be able to actually exit in that position.
That's usually the retreat, right? Usually you're going to see the aggression toward bathrooms, and that's where you get stuck from. He did not expect him to be behind. You could even see him turn around. We snapped away, but as he turned around, he was actually just going for position and jumping, and he was like, oh, there's a player there. Hang on.
Yeah, it almost felt very, very fast and chaotic considering the options. Once you get that pick onto Grim, I mean, you can see if another player is going to come down. You can maybe feel safe. You can peek upstairs. So he had some options available to him, but obviously put in a tough situation. Body is burning. Took a little bit of time to get the smoke out. They know exactly where he is. His teammate has died.
Steam sack in. Smoke actually gives him a bit of a gap to work with, but not if Floppy comes up like that. He was expecting the sandbags peak. Floppy just nails him very easily. So they gave up the round, the lead, excuse me, for one round, but now we go back to 6-6. Complexity not willing to let Heat build on that momentum at all. Yeah, I think Afro was totally just preset that this is the route, right? You hit the shot lower and you just go, right, I'm out of here. And as soon as he turned around, a lot of eyes turned his direction, and JT was pretty stunning. Third one, JT was fully blind as well.
Yeah, that was a great sequence for JT, and they needed it. I mean, throughout this half, Heat has won that battle more often than not. So it was great to see Complexity put him on the back foot there for the first time and take control of that part of the map, and obviously just gave him a huge advantage moving forward. 6-6, Heat is going to buy up completely in this round. A few players are going to be brought down to pretty much 0. Afro's got 8,700, Joko has 6,700, so they've got some cash on a few players as well. But Complexity winning this one just lays out the red carpet to a few easy fluff rounds at the end and gives them another shot at a 9-6 half. Here we go, round 13. Single kit on the CT side in the hands of Exercise.
For a boost. He's gonna be looking for it late though. They're already too close to the wall. I take it back. I thought they were gonna be too close for him to actually be able to spot downward. Good shot, Afro, and they timed that very well. For him to strike, Joko catches Fang jumping around.
I feel like Complexity hasn't quite caught on to how much manpower Heat has put towards short at the start of a lot of these rounds. They've done that boost a number of times. They've had aggression, they've had peaks, obviously. They haven't really done anything to directly counter it as well.
Afro's already looking pretty comfortable too. I mean, that's fourth round he's gone for an early fast peak with an AWP. That's put them in an awkward position. Grim sneaks away through the bathrooms. Does not have, okay, fires that shot. That gives away exactly where he is, so. Spotted body, but does not have the bomb. They're gonna find that out now that it's back towards T stairs and in default, so that should pretty much went out the round for them. Exercise gonna call that right now. Grim has given up his position at long and rotated around. He wasn't spotted by Afro going that direction, but he's making so much noise. It's just all too easy for Exercise to hold it, and it's now 7-6 for Heat. They'll take back the lead late in the half. We'll see if they can take a lead at half. It would be the first time so far this week at Pro League Group C. Joko was wise to it. That's pretty tunneled in, I have to say, from the AWP at long.
It's got to be a little bit frustrating for the Complexity guys. This half on their map pick as well has been very disjointed in terms of their rounds won. I mean, up 5-2 at one point, but this past run has been 5 of 6 in the favor of Heat. They've been put on the back foot and don't seem to have a whole lot of answers. Now it's them who have the money issues. Look at the aggression from Joko as well. Grim and Fang coming up late. They haven't beat the Molotov in smoke. Afro's here to take attention away. They might not even realize Joko's in such a strong position so quickly.
Joko quick kill in the first, spots shoulders, and doesn't need to take this fight. So smartly, that's actually much better. Puts the incendiary down, forces Fang forward because he was committed at that point, and Afro had him covered off. Jax, however, has given up some room on B. Exercise, he's been so good, he's gonna strike twice again, not quite. Couldn't hold the nerve through 2 as Floppy turns it around, but now he is surrounded, as is Holzerk inside of the site. Floppy's aware that they're gonna be rotating in the back lines, though no one inside of Heaven yet.
There's no one even coming from CT. I don't think they'll realize 3 players are all coming from Monster and Short.
I certainly know there's one. Spots the arm. Quick shot. Nade goes high and large. Holzerk's going to push forward. Afro down. What a clutch inside of the site. 7-7.
That's disgusting. Is that another 2-on-4 win? I know it was a 2-on-3 once the bomb got planted. They had to get 1 kill to get into the site.
It was Jax they got, yep.
2 in this half. 2 2-on-4s won by Complexity.
That's huge. That was really well done to identify, I mean, look at the nade so he doesn't take damage, but then identify, hang on, that just thrown him from a little bit deeper, and then Afro gets caught out by the aggression of Holzerk as well. Couldn't happen more quickly and therefore be more problematic.
Man. What a round from Complexity. Well done, 7-7. Last round of the half is going to be in contention. Decent buy for Heat. Not anything special, not anything great, but they've got tools to work with. Here's some aggression over the top. JT's got 1. Joko trades it back. He's still alive, and he's going to start wrapping around, and Floppy's got him as well. Good communication. Holzerk picking them apart as well. Heat's defense is in shambles in a 2-on-4.
Flash goes inside of the bathroom position. Shot out, Floppy, able to get the trade immediately though, body drops. They're gonna go quickly. Exercise knows he's in trouble now. He's gonna rotate around through the stairs. Take this one straight on. Bomb planted default.
Bomb has been planted.
No choice but to go for it. I said Heat might take a lead toward the half. Unfortunately, not gonna look that way now as complexity. With smoke at the top of the stairs as well is gonna make it even more awkward.
They had their chances in this half, though, to have a very, very strong CT side. I think at the end of this game, regardless if they win or lose the map or the series, this is going to be one where they look back on and be like, man, we really dropped the ball in a couple critical rounds. Already been spotted. As you mentioned, a kit is there in his hands, but way too many players in an op to deal with as well. No chance for Exercise.
Baits out the bathrooms. You say no chance. It's got to be now. He's up close. I think he's out of time, unfortunately. That would have been incredible. So he gets the 3 kills, but not the round. Complexity go 8-7. We'll take a short break at halftime. See if somehow he can pull this back, because it's a best of 3. They're not done just yet. We'll be back in just a second.
Hey Future Pros, let's take a look at a nice little A exec you can throw on the A side of Overpass. For this exec, you will need 2 Future Pros, 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a couple of flashes. Future Pro number 1, you'll be throwing the bank smoke along with a molly for the truck. To throw your smoke, get into this back corner. Aim into the bricks and just to the right of this little brick. Then jump throw the smoke. For the molly, aim along the bottom of this wall in line with the shadow. Run forward, then walking jump throw the molly just as you get over the shadow. Then throw a basic flash behind your team to help them out. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the stairs smoke along with a molly that lands next to the dice box. To throw the smoke, get in line with the right side of this beam and crouch down. Find the gap in the white spot and aim at this point and crouching jump throw the smoke. For your molly, aim just to the right of this brick and crouching jump throw also. Lastly, you'll throw the initial flash, which will help your team take space into the site. This is a nice execute and will make it hard for the CTs to play behind cover, also leading you to get the most out of your flashes.
I think everything for our roster has been going pretty well right now. Our previous event, Blast, we took a map off the best team in the world, which is really good with a new lineup and for our confidence, especially for Holzerg as well. And after that, we went to a boot camp in Norway for about 12 days. I think that really helped us and especially Holzerg get more comfortable together. And then I think that we got a lot better. I think we'll be able to surprise a lot of people going into this event.
Surprise a lot of people in this event. Well, so far they're in a good position to do so and go 2-0 if they can wrap up this half. Complexity looking solid. A bit bizarre they went to Norway for a boot camp when Holzerk's from Sweden, Jason.
I knew as soon as he said that. I knew as soon as he said that something was going to come up. Yes, indeed. Actually, I mean, it is kind of bizarre they went to Norway for a boot camp. I've never actually heard of any team going to Norway for a boot camp, but beautiful country.
Look, it's a good way to make your teammate feel loved, right? He's new in the team. He's the EU player, and like, you know what? Let's just go to your country. You can show us around.
Take a break down the fjords.
Take a break down the fjords. They want to show that he's important to them, and yeah, let's make him comfortable. Get him at home, and we'll work on it from there.
Well, 8-7 complexity on this CT side. 2 players aggressive in bathrooms. Heat's heading towards these positions as well. Fang is looking like he's going to get first contact. Now the question becomes, what are the protocols once they find contact? Because they're going to be boxed in here with 2 players coming up as well, the stairs. They choose to fight out at long. These are tough headshot angles to deal with, but Holzerk's got another one. And that actually might make Afro have to tuck his head down. Doesn't get it there in time. We got a 5-on-2. Okay then.
We do. Oh, Grim's gonna make it 1 with a clean shot onto body. Joko working his way out toward the low HP Holzerk, who has his head down, so he won't be spotted. He's looking to play this off of his teammate. 2 teammates at large, but he still will fall. So a kill to Joko. It's the only one around for Heat, and it's now 9-7 in favor of Complexity. And Jason, I believe that's both pistols going Complexity's way. It is in this game. So first time Heat have not won a pistol on a map this week. Day 2, I know, but this group.
Yeah, good point. 4 maps, first time it's happened. Nice job from Complexity. Choose to fight along, even a 3rd player coming up from the A bomb site to help out. 2-round lead. And it's just pistols for Heat. No armor picked up, couple pieces of utility. Smoke and 2 flashes. Nade chunks a few players down. Follow-up nade finishes off Joko, brings body down to 32 HP. Overwhelming advantage here for Complexity.
Holzerk. Floppy that's actually come out worse on that one, but sneaks out and supports his teammate. He got fully blinded and was in the open. Gets down to 68. Still, though, they're going to pick them apart at range. The rifles and SMGs. Too much for the pistols. Too much for Afro, and it's now double digits for Complexity.
Yeah, looking good. Nobody goes down, so a little bit of a bonus scenario here in this next one as Heat's going to pick up AK-47s and rifles.
Let's get ahead of ourselves here a bit, Jason.
Sure.
Let's put Complexity winning this series.
Okay.
Let's get ENCE over Heroic, which could go the other way, completely agree. And maybe you could sub ENCE out of this question and then put in Heroic. Is there a chance that Complexity wins this group against ENCE?
Oh, I mean, there's the possibility is there, but I think ENCE is going to be a much tougher task than anything else they would have encountered. And obviously, a team like that, you can't afford to start slow the way you did on Nuke against Heat. So, yeah, there's a possibility. And look, I mean, there's always the intangible of just gaining confidence as a team with some of these nice wins beneath you. The upset over Astralis, a solid follow-up onto Heat as well. Could be interesting to see where Complexity's able to go. Grim with the first kill. Holzerk pounces. Grim goes down. 2-for-2 trade. Heat hasn't fully invested in this round either. This is Deagles and Tech-9s with armor. Things quiet down as well. Heat back off any kind of aggression, looking for follow-up pushes from Complexity. JT has him at least boxed into the staircase. He's over in short with the position to see if the door opens up. Floppy looking for information. And Fang tucked into a corner.
Body. Gets the bomb back into possession of Heat. This is interesting from Fang. He's going to be in the open here. No way to fall off this. Removed. I was going to say, but they're a bit spread out, and SMG low HP on Joko. That was the clean one. That was the one you expect. Floppy's gonna get one back against Jax. He's running low on ammunition though. 11 only. Joko again. Man, oh man. Guy with the FAMAS?
JT's got
gun's not usually any good.
Got a Molotov, he puts it in, but it's Body who had all the HP to handle the damage. Yeah, those are huge kills from Joko, especially look at his HP. Any bullet would have eliminated him, and remember, he'd also came into this with a half buy. This would be a huge boon for them moving forward.
JT with his own FAMAS trying to pull this back for the CTs as he sneaks around the corner. It's Joko, 15, who's hit every shot so far. This time he will sacrifice himself to allow Body to collect the final kill, 10-8. As they bring it back into the winning ways on the T side already.
That's massive. I mean, that's a cool round from both teams because Complexity, I think, played that pretty damn well, all things considered. It's just some phenomenal shots from Joko, which pull it right back, which prevent any of these kind of setups, or this good setup from Complexity from really coming to fruition. So great round from Joko. Yeah, fist bumps all around. He deserved that one. Follow up by from Complexity. Halzerk has an AWP, so does Afro on the T side.
JT with a shot through the boards. No one's going to connect on the other side. Still trying to get that spam to work his way.
We do have Grim and Fang in the stairs as well.
Got to extinguish that one, Grim. It's spread too far. That tick of damage, they're going to know he's there. Absolutely. Body did the exact right thing. Sprayed into the corner. Having heard that, Grim goes down.
Will they expect Fang is the question, because Halzerk has just shown presence outside at top stairs. They might think after that kill, Halzerk has fallen back and this would be clear. Fang, this is everything. Body's about to swing on the corner. There's two players here and he can't handle it. Can't handle the first. 4-on-3 in the favor of Heat. 55 seconds on the clock. Excuse me, 56 seconds on the clock.
Shot Afro, surely. That smoke's gonna dissipate. Yeah, the first one's done. Looks for the second as well, but couldn't get it. JT, lovely. Lovely shot by him on the shuffle. With the M4 at range, Halzerk 1-on-3. And drop inside of the site and try and give himself a better chance of maneuverability rather than being cut off and isolated inside of that window. He's got to be careful. They're in. Monster already, and they're going to see his elbows sticking out. Jax has the kill. It's one round between them.
Yeah, got to be careful. Got to take some risks as well because Halzerk positioned himself to actually try and win that round completely. 10-9, Heat is one round back, but they have full economic control. Great rounds, Heat taking their time after each kill. Prepared for all of Complexity's responses. And well played. Off the back of that third round half buy, looking good. Money in the bank as well. Heat have no issues at the moment. All USPs and a single flashbang for JT. Might have been hoping that door was going to be blown open, but he's going to set one up for them to potentially, as soon as that smoke fades, to come right through it. And it doesn't quite work. Cool idea, though. Nice, easy spray down for Joko. He falls at the end of the day. JT's got an AK-47, 1v4, no chance of winning. And no chance of getting away with the weapon. We're all tied up at 10.
Yeah, this is a decent turnaround from Heat already on the T side as well. Similar to Nuke, just winning out the early picks. Getting position ahead of what is anticipated so far from Complexity. So we'll see if they can recover now that they have rifles bought back out. Halzerk's going to be on the loud and proud M4 with the 4 silenced alongside of him and in the hands of his teammate. They're going to go aggressive as well toward the front side of the bathrooms.
I like it. The old M4A4. Double nade chunks Body down. Exercise X activated by a flashbang to get around the corner. Already hustling up long. Grim might start to hear this. Gonna start walking right by the tree. Grim and Feng again aggressive in bathrooms.
Grim takes down the first kill.
All that's left is this monster hit. They might have to wait out this smoke, but I think if they do, it's going to give away the game, so popping right through it.
But Floppy's close enough, not blinded. He's going to hear all of this playing up on the wall. First kill, second as well. Shadow shows the third. He's able to find it and fall away. If there's that many inside of the tunnel and his teammate already covers off toward bags, he knows he can get away in safety as Afro. AWP to find 5, not going to happen. 49 seconds, he's just going to try and save this gun. They've got tons of money, but not worth throwing that away at this point in the game.
That's a great triple kill from Floppy, but hopefully he gives a high five over to JT, who took all the attention and damage down to 19 HP that allows Floppy to build off of that first kill. Good setup from the Complexity players, and Afro's going to spend the next 30 seconds saving the op.
And there is no op on the CT side.
Is that a rabbit with a deagle?
It is.
Cool.
Is that new? I was thinking that too. I don't remember seeing that before.
Don't spend a lot of time with the camera in that position, you know?
No, I know that's like the nightclub doors where the music plays. I've never, for all I know, you're right, it could have been there forever. I've just never really noticed it. But yeah, there's no CT AWP at this point in time, so if they could get this gun, it might be hugely beneficial. There it is.
They don't have the money to chase.
Is it a deagle or an R8? Or does it? It looks like a deagle.
Maybe it's a laser. A laser gun.
Noisy cricket.
Ooh, now we're talking. Didn't have the same side profile, though. Good job from Grim. Exercise was looking in that direction, just not fully dedicated to the clear. Jack's turning the corner to trade Floppy, but his attention was taken away at the last second by JT. So nice and calm, easy triple kill for Floppy, and Complexity are nursing a one-round lead.
Afro gets the 4-man. I didn't think he was going to. It looked like he was actually sliding too much in that situation, but he does turn it back, nails Floppy. So they get one on that boost. Fang's aware that they're all back towards spawn, so he's going to backtrack a little bit. There's no need for him to be overextending at that point, considering they could easily rotate his direction.
He's got Grim in the stairs as well. JT was there also. I don't think Fang spotted that jump. Did Body see him? That becomes a question. They're going to go for the boost to try and clear out this position.
Didn't see it, and the drop down's going to make noise. Fang knows they're there now. Trying every boost in the book to get this round open. Timing is everything. Fang looks away, but Grim, he'll strike to pull one back. He's got to run to the knife. Jumps, just barely time. No, he's not going to commit to it. He's worried that he has to take this fight. So flashing high, buys himself some space. Smoke's still down as well. He might be able to sneak up behind Afro, which, oh, bomb's thrown. He knows that. He's going to hold for a second. He can actually be a huge problem. They have no idea where he is.
This is actually so sick from Grim. Problem is Joko's still on staircase, so there's timing on all this. He knows the bomb has dropped down, but he's never going to expect Joko. Now he will with this kill. Now he will with this kill, and he's got to change his position. He's going to find a freebie, find safety in the stairs. Holzerk has rotated around as well, so now there's an AWP at a deep angle to help him out from the A site. Or an M4, excuse me.
Did he have to rotate off that position? Did he have to leave the corner? If he knew that JT was going to rotate around, could he have tried to get 2 from it? Either way, Jax and Afro are going to close it out. 11-11, Heat is holding on.
Yeah, that's tough. Grim made a really cool play, just doesn't get a whole lot of production out of it. Here's how it started. The quad boost, synchronized, well done, and finds his way around the edge of the wall to grab the kill. See ya. And man, Complexity. This CT side has been rough, but they, more than anything, just haven't been able to build up any kind of money to continually fight. Remember, they won the previous round with all 5 players surviving and already just have to go back to pistols. They don't have the cash for a strong buy. Don't want to risk everything at this stage of the game.
Holding it long. Deagle for Floppy. That's not bad. 2 hits on Jax, I think, because he clipped the edge of the bags as well. So that would have taken a significant amount of damage out of that Deagle. Unfortunately, we're kind of looking for the silver lining in this round, considering they don't have guns. So the early damage is one thing, but we'll see if they can do anything with it.
Well, that can come into play later because it's an easy cleanup, and there's some danger. Oh, good flashbang, good flashbang. Joko is so blind. Now we see Grim is going to pounce as well. He should have a freebie onto Exercise, and he does get it. Looked sketchy for a moment. Grabs the AK-47. He's in for another fight.
He's in for another one against JT. He didn't see what JT? Hello? Okay, Grim is going to come back around. Body's there. I thought JT was going to get caught by Body because he was running straight through that when Body was starting to look inside of the bathrooms, but Grim does cover it off, and Body didn't quite have the vision I thought he did. Either way, Jax is sneaking inside of the site. They have bomb heading that direction.
Yeah, but Complexity can go for this. They can fight for this round of 3 on 2.
Got armor on Grim as well, so they have 2 AKs to take fights, and they can actually use them as a bit of a meat shield in this situation.
This is where the damage on Jax comes into play. He's got to find a sneaky position, and indeed he does.
With the lovely position of jungle. Oh, he backed off. I think Floppy saw him going. 100%. He was not in the corner when the time that he started to move in. They saw his gun barrel. So he's done. Floppy easily able to get the 22 HP off of him. Afro manages to keep his head down, get away from the second shot, but he is so limited in movement because they had, and I say had, heaven. They've dropped down. They're going to take the fight instead, take the time in their favor. As it was running out, it will go Complexity on to 12.
Yeah, that's a huge steal. Man, there's some heartbreaking rounds in this game for Heat. The 2-on-4s in the first half, they lost 2 of them. Now this one here against 5-7s and USPs. Complexity able to come out on top of things. 12-11, well done, and just a little bit showing from Jax before he tucked into that corner. Complexity just not letting Heat build this lead to anything significant. Both teams with lovely amounts of fight in them in this map. Round 24. What a turnaround as well. 2 weapons survived for Complexity. 2 AK-47s brought forward, excuse me, an AK and an AWP. So a lot of money is able to be built up and saved for the defensive side.
Zerk already inside of the bathroom. Grim with his nade toward the tunnel. Fang pushing to the rock. He'll try and bait this out with Halzerk on the AWP at long. Short boost for Afro to look in front of bathrooms. They've got an AK trained on the main doorway to the latrines as well. I'm gonna walk through that door though. Grim knows that they can be in front. They definitely can't be in. Halzerk's been watching that, and Grim hears them now. They know the situation. Good find from Halzerk to take down Afro. That drops the bomb now. Inconsequential because it's still in the territory. It can be recovered by the T's, but it does slow the take ever so slightly more so when you consider that JT had a kill exercise. Times his peak very well. Oh, he did even better. That's all right, fair enough. Heard the steps at the last second. That's a quick reaction.
Still a tough shot to hit. He's got one over the top of the smoke as well. Triple kill for Halzerk in the round with the AWP. Looking perfect for Complexity. Right at the end of this game, they're grabbing control. Look at the money for Heat. This is the worst time in the world to run out of funds. Jax is in a 1v4. And Halzerk is trained in. Quad kill for the Norwegian Opper. And it's 13-11.
To 11, 2-round spread. First time they've had that since the start of the half. And for once, they have Heat limited on money. So, yeah, I don't even think. I think you take this one on the chin. It's still 13, not 14. It's not like you're conceding overtime point. Just suck it up right now.
Definitely. Well, you could go for a small buy. You do have a $2,400 loss bonus coming in. You could go for something light, although they don't, only really Exercise has the funds to really kind of sustain that. So, yeah, going to be interesting to see what Heat want to put together here. You might be right.
Yeah, they're on that exact threshold, right?
Yep.
That's why I say if it was 14, they're playing for overtime point. Maybe you want to shut that down more desperately, but I think right now you just suck it up, and I think that's what they're going to do. Not a single penny spent on the Heat side.
Jax just ruined that for you. Late Deagle picked up.
All right, thanks, Jax. Appreciate it. I mean, the interesting thing is they call the timeout and then commit to that, so maybe Complexity is going to think that there's a force buy at hand, but Grim seemingly doesn't care either way.
In this scenario, if you're Complexity, like you just assume that there's going to be a half buy. There's no reason to kind of take an assumption that can really, really hurt you. Grim's pushed up. They're coming right back at him. He hears the footsteps. Lined up over the top, 2 quick kills. There's the Deagle, doesn't even get a shot off. They never expected the aggression, and Grim's gonna get away for the moment. Find a new angle, and pretty much an impossible angle for unarmored Glocks to deal with.
Yeah. Oh, unarmored. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Grim could be on for the ace here. I think he is. Chase it down. Look at him. Look at the discipline. Now he knows, oh, hang on, I have a chance for this. And he's going to get it. So all 5 for him. And he was the one that went aggressive. As you say, you would expect the half buy. Maybe don't play into something that could cost you, but he didn't care. He had that game plan from the off.
Yeah, TC's loving it. All smiles from Coach. All smiles from everyone on Complexity. Wiping the hand sweat off. Ready to go in the next round.
First ace that you and I have seen this week, at least.
It's Heat's last chance, essentially. After this, it would be a forced buy if they can't win it.
Well, they have to at that point, yeah, of course, but they at least get the full buy this time without having spent much last time. Afro swinging around already very fast in the AWP. Ooh, he got ahead of the play and the fact that they anticipated him to be closer with the nade. I thought maybe he'd get a shot off. That is a lovely pick from Halzerk, and Exercise is going to go back and pick up that AWP and try and bring this level.
I really wonder if Halzerk even just kind of saw him or just realized how much pressure was coming and just took the shot. Even tags body down to 20 HP. Oh, this round is opening up horribly for Heat.
Yeah, it's interesting, the graphics as well, and sort of the nade going off in that position. Fang gonna fall off, 39 HP. He'll get closer to the site for more support from his teammates. Flash for JT to check out Monster. No one's gonna be out there, but that flash in that position does certainly suggest they want to peek it, so that might give somewhat of a read to Heat.
Look at the utility that Heat have to work with. 2 flashbangs and a Molotov. You don't have any smokes to block off bank. Don't have a smoke to block off headshot. You have to use a Molotov probably towards truck if you want to attack this A-bomb site. I wouldn't be surprised if Heat on some level just decide to save this round and give it up. They're still spread across the map with 27 seconds left. Jack's just now giving up control towards short. Halzerk brought down to 3, but he's still gonna find a kill out towards long. Now he's got a new position and he's gonna go for more. Doesn't need to give up that kill. Heat's being lured into this trap. They really have such a small percentage chance of taking this flashbang. Nobody checks left. Fang's got a double and that's it.
Yeah, this one's over. We're going 15-11. It's map and series point for Complexity. Yeah, that's a bit awkward. And Fang is just sitting there watching them stand at the wall like, let me just get my vision a little bit better. Okay, I'll double up now.
Yeah, actually, that's such a tough call to make without a whole lot of utility.
I think you're right, because we saw the nade going off. I don't think he saw him at all. I think he just fired. I think you were dead on with that one.
Brutal. Just no resources to work with. 2 flashes and a Molotov is not going to get you into that A-bomb site very often. 4 chances for Complexity to close out this series 2-0 and begin this group stage 2-0 as well after the upset victory over Astralis yesterday. Put him in the driver's seat of Group C. They face Heroic tomorrow, a tough test. Later on tonight, after this game, Heroic is going to be taking on ENCE as well to see who moves forward in that matchup.
Jax, Halzerk. He's been spot on this game, rare miss. JT's able to at least trade. Now they'll swing back over toward Monster, but a flash will hold them off for the moment. In fact, that was from their teammate trying to get them to swing out. JT just wasn't quite ready for it as he was still in transition. Joko's got both. Oh, baby, he's got Grim down as well. We might not be done yet. He grabs the M4, unknowing as to where Fang is, but the nade is going to deny the plant, and that's going to give Fang a chance to clutch this back, given that they, okay, I was going to say have one player that doesn't have armor or a weapon, but he has picked up the AK.
This is winnable for JT. A lot of time being chewed off the clock, although they've got plenty of it. 45 seconds as this bomb gets planted. Fang is relocated down low. Afro and Exercise to deal with in a 1v2.
Fang sneaks in the first way and most obvious way, the direct connector. Senses the flash bouncing. Wants to clear corner. They're gonna see him. He's not sure where that came from. He was so committed to checking to his left, he didn't see on top of the site. He's got the first one already. Jumping up, though, Exercise takes an appropriate angle, and it's 15-12. Good play from Joko to give them that chance.
Yeah, we mentioned it. He had that great deal around on Dust 2 yesterday. Almost had a great one on Nuke earlier. This one is spectacular. He delivers. Halzerk didn't plant his feet before pulling the trigger, but here we go. There's JT. There goes Floppy, and one more on a Grim up top. Joko. What a sequence. And yeah, Halzerk can't believe it. Neither can Grim. What a stunning shot on the rotation. 15-12. 3 more chances for Complexity. They've got another full buy in this round. You can see from the money, they have another full buy after this. So really, really tough scenario for Heat to be in.
Try and break them down. Quick wipe of the mouse pad from Fang.
Get all the cat hair off.
Oh, yeah, dog hair in my case, but yes, that is very much a thing. It's almost odd now to see a cabled mouse among pros. I remember, you know, not even that long ago when it was still frowned upon to use wireless, but they've gotten so good. Flash high for Exercise. He's going to do that twice to try and cover off anyone that wants to push out. Grim-esque, as he did to get the ace. A bit more to go against it than just pistols this time. Body will take the AK up towards short.
Three players to defend the B bomb site. JT, Floppy, and Grim. Hulzerk with a deep angle. Up highway with the op. Most of Fang's attention is actually towards B as well, so a lot of faith in the Opper to hold down the fort for the moment, as they want to defend against any timing through Monster, through sandbags. He'd have complete control of the map, very passive from Complexity, not challenging for a whole lot. Might not be a great chance for the rotation to come in to support Hulzerk once he gets the information.
Flash far. 40 seconds. Still desperate to get that information. Is Hulzerk. He'll pull out the AWP now because he knows they're coming. You can see the nades to his left. He's trying to get into the corner. Full vision. Good shot. Joko down first. Go back behind the truck. Couldn't quite get the second. He will go back for it, though, and Body falls next. He needs support. Teammates need to arrive. How did he find Exercise that far over? He nearly goes and gets Afro as well, who doubles up, but then Fang steps out, and it comes to a 1-on-2. Floppy and JT, no one on the flank. They're both coming directly toward the site, and Afro, therefore, should be able to get this bomb plant down, but if they peek this together, although they're taking their time about it, they could have had him down. Afro might get this in a 1-on-1. He looks for the shot, but Floppy closes the game. Complexity are going to get the defuse and go 16-12, despite the best effort of Afro.
What a sequence from Hulzerk. That is a disgusting triple kill. Basically the only player there perfectly positioned between shots to make sure he can't get traded. Some good flash work as well coming over in support. But Complexity do indeed take it. 2-0 over Heat. 2-0 in the group. Complexity looking good in Group C. We're going to send this one off to the desk. We'll see you guys for the next series.
subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around.
Well, for Complexity, they find the success that they were looking for, and they do it in 2 maps. Would you believe that? It's absolutely a Complexity day again. And of course, in summarizing that and sort of characterizing that, I've got Yanko and I've got Kasad up here on the desk with me at ESL Pro League Season 16. You already know where you are. It's just what the hell's going on, Dan?
Complexity on top of Group C, Trace.
Whoa.
So far into the group, who would have thought that? It feels like they've shown us in these first 2 days at Season 16 more than this whole year.
Yeah.
Really, with this roster. So props to them. Also managed to do it relatively convincingly at 2-0, having the lead and the advantage the whole time around. And, you know, listen, sometimes, okay, today it was against HEET. Yesterday, Astralis didn't play the best CS, but that doesn't really matter. Sometimes all the team needs is a good win or two.
Right.
For the players to really buy into, you know, the concept, for them to start believing in themselves, that they can actually, you know, compete at this level, that they can beat some of these teams. So it's going to be interesting to see, even if they don't make the playoffs, which is still a possibility, how they square up in some of these games that they have remaining against good teams like Heroic, ENCE, and MOUZ.
Yeah, they already did better now than like the last couple of events that we watched them play.
Yeah.
But on the other side, HEET, like they had every chance to come back into this game in both halves. On the first half, 5v2, 4v2, 5v3, all these rounds that are supposed to go their way, they just managed to screw it up. On the second half, they got a chance multiple times to bring it back. They screwed it up as well. Just take a look at the last round as well. When they ran into the site, Helzer gets 3 kills without being traded instantly, you know, and then he was alone on the side. So those things, like all those chances against teams even like Complexity, they need to be utilized if you want to win the game in the Pro League group stage.
Yeah, there's definitely some, you know, gaps in their game when it comes to the basics, just understanding when you have the advantage, you know, how to play those numbers, for players to be more aware of those situations, right? And even though you're like super close to the guy, you need to look where your teammates are, right? So the spacing is good, that there's trade potential to avoid, but you just talked about, right? So we'll see how they perform as this group progresses, right? Do we see some signs of improvement, or is it just more of the same?
And it's not like they're like super young team as well. Like they have 30-year-olds, 25-year-olds. You know,
You're really gonna talk about it? You out of all?
Yes. Well, I'm not. I'm not playing, right?
They're infants compared to you, man.
Doesn't matter. Still, the players in that like, you know, age, I guess, should have more and better understanding of the basics that you just mentioned.
Yeah, I think I get where you're going with it, and I'd agree with you, but then we would both be wrong. I think you look at you look at
so tactically well done. I got to give it to you.
You look at the age, right? But you also look at how much time they spent playing at this level, right? So sure, for someone like Jax, yeah, a decent amount of time. But for guys like Joko Afro, even though they're 23, 24, right, they're still only play like maybe even a year or something like that. So
what about Body?
Well, he's been there for a little bit, then he's been nowhere for a long while, so.
And now he's back, and it didn't really make a difference here against Complexity. So that is just the harsh truth. It's the harsh realities that leads us into round 23 and what we're looking at there.
Yeah, Kasad pointed out that they had opportunities to come back into this game. This was a good one, right? This is them playing against an eco from Complexity, and what you see is basically Complexity winning that eco. The score is 11-11. You know, HEET would be up. I think Cole actually went all the way to 15-11 off the back of this round, right? These are just some of those rounds that you really can't afford to lose on T-side overpass when you're trying to grind your way back into the game. You just need to do better, be a little bit more disciplined, a little bit more patient, play a little bit more together, be cohesive, right? And here they got punished for that.
Yeah, that they did. And for us, we get to hear from those victors. Complexity, that is.
Second winner interview, what?
Just want to make sure that everyone understands. Complexity just won, and we're going to hear from them.
In the previous season, we had only one winner's interview with this team because they managed to win against DG. Right now, they already doubled that amount. Guys, TC, 2 wins, 0 losses. I mean, it's impressive what you managed to do against HEET. Like, it was way easier than obviously against ASTRALIS. Were you surprised by the fact that they picked Nuke, one of your best maps, and the map that you actually won against ASTRALIS yesterday?
I just want to point out firstly that I also got to do a losers interview at the previous season of Pro League. So, you know, we had those too. But yeah, no, it's been going pretty good for us so far here at Pro League. I wasn't really surprised with the Nuke pick. The other picks usually does too, which we just vetoed, and Vertigo, I think they expected to get a 3rd map, so I was expecting them to pick Nuke, even with the ASTRALIS result, because it was still, like, I mean, we were pretty close with ASTRALIS. I mean, all those overtimes, it could have easily gone their way. There were lots of clutches that we won to get it over the line against ASTRALIS, so we expected them to pick it, but I think we were ready for them. We had a really good game plan on CT side. As you could see, after the pause at like 2-6, I think we won like 13 rounds in a row, and then we just managed to needed that extra round at the end to just close it out. So yeah, no, we were definitely ready for the Nuke pick.
Yeah, you didn't really have too many problems actually closing the Nuke, and it actually seems like you are prepared for like this Group C, like you are ready. Is it something that maybe happened during the player break that you maybe focused on that like is helping you out right now here?
It's actually something that happened at Blast.
The Navi one.
Not just the Navi win. No. So often it feels like we have a really good game plan going into the game when we're talking about it, and then as soon as we get on the server, it's like everyone forgets what the plan was, and then I got to pause. It's like 7-0. It's like, guys, remember what the plan was, you know? And then we start getting some rounds. So we've just completely changed up our approach and how we're preparing for these games. And as you can see, we've got a stack of documents with us now. So kind of taking the Navi approach, yes, where everyone has a stack of documents on their page, and I think it's just making it a lot easier for everyone to remember what the actual plan is, what we're trying to do, and what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, previously I talked to Farlik, and he said that, like, well, they want to play against Heroic, which makes sense, you know, a Danish team against a Danish team. You are the only North American team in Group C. Is there a certain team that is on top of your list?
Not really. Like, I think it was nice to get ASTRALIS first up because we've lost to them like 2 times already, maybe 3 times this season. So it was nice to get them and get that revenge win. Also, obviously, with the history, I mean, they've got some players that used to be on Complexity. So that was like the team that I really wanted to play personally and beat. As for the other teams, like, I kind of feel like they're all the same. It's going to be really nice to play ENCE, especially the new look ENCE. So looking forward to that game. But also Heroic and MOUZ, also really good teams. So yeah, pretty much looking forward to facing all 3 opponents that we have left.
Awesome, thank you very much. And one more time, congratulations with the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, truth be told, it doesn't get much easier for Complexity after this. He's right. They do have Heroic next, and then they look at MOUZ after that. So can they keep it rolling? I mean, are we seeing promise here? Are we seeing potential here for momentum to even be a word we can use?
Well, it's going to be, you know, an uphill struggle from here. But as I said, right, if the players start playing with a little bit more confidence because of these wins, right, and you know, limit their mistakes, so to speak, then they can for sure make it interesting, right? But that will be the true test. And again, Complexity can lose these games and still hold their head high depending on how they go in terms of if they put up a good fight, if they take some maps off, if they make it competitive. If they lose all 3 games 2-0 and they're not even that close, then they're going to look back at this group again and be like, well, we're not really happy with how things went.
Well, let's look at this group, Kassad, and I want to look at it with you here. We can pull up the group standings as now Complexity take another dub. And I ask you, Kassad, does anything particular stick out in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, besides the fact that Complexity is 2-0 in the first 2 games, like nobody expected that. We didn't expect Heroic to have such a bad, you know, showing yesterday, but now they face ENCE in the third matchup, sorry, and then they can start with a 0-2. ASTRALIS bounced back with the victory today against MOUZ, so they are still in, you know, in a decent contention for the playoffs. But you know, it's gonna be we said it multiple times before, and during this group, this is gonna be the most, like, the closest group, right, the most interesting group when it comes to the placements.
So what are the odds of a fan favorite getting no chance at the playoffs here?
Who is a fan favorite?
Pick one. We had a couple there. I mean, you look at your MOUZ Sports, you look at some of the teams that are in this group, you think like, okay, could they fumble the bag?
Anyone can fumble at this point, right? We still have to wait and see. I don't know what's going on with Heroic. Like, it doesn't make sense for them to regress so much for changing, like, refresh for Yabby, you know? Like, I don't think that's, or that Yabby is underperforming so much that he's the reason why the team isn't doing so well. Like, they've just fallen off a cliff, it seems, for the last couple of months. So I'm sure for them, an incredibly difficult game today against ENCE, but they need to bounce back sooner rather than later, because after this, you have the RMR coming up, and there's a lot of good teams there, a lot of dangerous teams, right? You add the format to that with some best of ones to kick it off, and that can be problematic. Cutthroat.
Cutthroat's a real nice way of putting it. We will be going to a break shortly. Before we do that, ENCE Heroic. Who do you got, Assad?
ENCE all the way.
ENCE.
ENCE all the
Is
way.
It easy for ENCE or just ENCE?
Not easy, but I think they're a stronger team right now. I'm gonna go for them, and I did it in my predictions.
Awesome. So that it can all back you up right there in the graphics. We're going to go to a quick break. It shouldn't be that long before we get the next game started, but you are going to want to keep your eyes and attention there on the timer. It's ENCE versus Heroic when we return.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Face your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make it. Save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. By the flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming
The players that are here, they all know what they are playing for. They all know that this stadium makes legends. So when all of us here grow older and our children grow older, we'll tell them about how it all began. We'll tell them a story about how modern Counter-Strike was born in this arena.
Every Counter-Strike fan starts to gather, whether it's at home on the sofa at the PC or here in the Spodek. We are the generation that has seen esports in its humble beginnings. You are the people who found esports, drove esports, and believed in it.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship 2018. Let's get it on!
Nico has been fantastic. Three for him, looking for the ace. Headshots all over the place as Nico lights them up.
Skadoodle, your turn. And he's already got the first. He goes. Oh, it's Nico in the smoke as well. He doesn't know it, but he goes back out. He's got the blow. Oh my God, how fast is that? And he's turned to stand up.
Now the spray has to come in. Nico gets two. Back and forth we go.
This is the way to play this. Him solo, and then sneaking out. Mean FaZe finally closed the game. What a match.
Oh man, Katowice, this place
responds in kind. That's 3 for him. Team Liquid really heating up here.
Naf again, he stepped up so many times for Team Liquid, and he's done it all.
That's a good answer from Dennis, though. He is starting to come alive. Oh, the third as well for Dennis.
This is it. This is Team Liquid suffocating NIP in this last round. There it is. 16-9, Team Liquid. They're going to make their way to the semifinals of IEM Katowice.
We had people who were outside, minus 12 degrees. They were ready to get in here. It is now packed. It is sold out wherever you might be in the world. Today is going to be something special.
And the star-studded rosters are about to butt heads. Lockport.
The Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice never fails to deliver.
There's so much story on this stage between these players.
JW with the AWP, 3 kills on the ruins.
Oh, what a shot! The run boost through the smoke, and that might be it.
Grim's going to town with the M4A4. He finds 3.
And Fnatic will move on. 2-0 again.
This team seems to be getting better and better.
FaZe, they're going to cinch a spot in the grand finals. Unless Device, there's a chance here. A kit on Device, but no. Too many bodies. And there it is. FaZe making it to the grand finals of IEM.
In the next 2, 3, 4 hours, however long it takes, somebody will take the long walk down this stage. They will come down here with their teammates. They will take a breath knowing the confetti is ready, knowing they're about to pick up this trophy, and then that is when they will be crowned the Intel Extreme Masters Champions 2018.
Down, and Guardian's gonna go searching with the AWP. Wants to beat Chuck early, and JW comes out just as he looks away, but look what Nico's done. He's gotten Crims and Flusha, and it's now down to a one-on-one. He knew where JW was. Nothing. JW could do FaZe hold on and take their 5th.
Good flashback. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? This could be one of the best rounds of the entire tournament so far.
Guardian knows exactly where to look. Oh! He's got all 5.
There he is.
Good find from JW. They know where he is, but JW's quick. His 3rd in the round. It's Op versus Op, and Guardian's tapped. It doesn't matter. JW's earned it, and in incredible fashion.
Flusha has sneaked in, but of course the bomb's so far away.
Oh, not only does he spot him, thank you very much.
No way. No way.
Line it up this. Not only that, he's caused a full rotation from Ivy. This would be a harsh reset on 14 rounds for Fnatic, and that smoke is tantalizing. Flusha! He's gonna clean out Connector.
That is one of the most impressive clutches you will ever see.
Flusha, he's not going to allow that easily. Gets it down to just Guardian, 17 HP. Forced off the angle, and Flusha's got us going the distance. But it's Flusha that can slide up. You said he needed another big one. He's got another big one. JW finally silenced, but it's just Guardian and Olaf. Just Olaf! And Olaf gets paid back by his old team. Fnatic has done it. And a legendary brand, a legendary team gets back on top. This walk before, and for the 3rd time, the first ever 3-time champions at IEM, they'll grab the trophy. They've earned it. Fnatic are your IEM Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Champions 2018.
Sulpire's played obviously very good in Movistar. so we kind of felt he was a good addition to the team. And with Valde, we had tryouts, and he impressed us a lot. I also played with him before, so I kind of know certain things he can deliver at least. So I think we got two very solid pieces and two very good replacements for Spinks and Hades, and I hope we're going to prove it already now. We obviously haven't had so long now with the new additions, like 3 weeks maybe in total, which is not a lot when you change two players, but I still believe we will hit the playoffs.
The potential of this ENCE roster before the summer break was something that was exciting. It was new. It was fun to watch these guys kind of come together and make success happen.
They got a couple of semifinals and the finals, and the only thing kind of didn't really win a trophy, because I know how frustrating it can be if you play so well and you compete with the top tier teams, but you don't win a single event, and it's quite, you know, it can be very frustrating. But they were considered a top 5, I think, for a reason, and they were a very exciting team to watch.
The challenges in the team 1 or 2 months ago, I would say the biggest one was actually fatigue.
So during the break, ENCE changed 2 players. Sampaio got in for Hades, and obviously Valde for Spinks. I think it was a necessity in both cases. Spinks went for a better offer, which is a completely normal thing these days, you know.
For a team like ENCE to find a rhythm again that they had with a guy like Spinks, it's going to take a little bit of time. It's just a matter of kind of not filling the holes, but making the roles work.
They brought 2 decent upgrades. If it's going to work out, there is a lot of questions around that one.
In regards to Sampaio, I think mainly his comms, and also he takes a lot of pride in being able to set up teammates, which means that you can always trust him to know different smoke, molly, flash combos for you. In regards to Valde, I think he brings a lot of calmness. He's a mature player now. He tried a bit of everything. He has a lot of untapped potential in him still. He was used fine if the team was a top team, but since they weren't, I think they could have probably used him in another way.
So in an interview, Snappy goes on to say if there's something that you can do to improve your own situation, you should, and I totally agree with that. Especially for someone who is a leader within the team, you can't fault him for trying to pressure that on his players. And when I say pressure, I mean he applies it in the right way.
I think like they are always looking to get, you know, to improve their roster, and they're doing a really good job. That's why I respect ENCE as an organization and the business model they are into.
Whenever you get new players, you have to do changes to the game plan and to how you play, because you need to facilitate the players that you have in the team. So now I really hope that we can keep the lineup for a long time this time.
I think for this team, if they follow Snappy, they're going to the promised land. And by that, I mean they're going to find success, they're going to find victories.
I think before, ENCE was known for a very fast, explosive style, but I think what we're going to see now is maybe a bit more free-flowing. We have a lot more vocal players now, so playing the rounds and like playing slower is probably something we'll see more of. It's something I think we would need to add anyway, but it was harder to add in the old team. So I think now we'll see a more slow and more free ENCE than before maybe.
ENCE are striving for perfection, and we will find out soon if they are one step closer to that dream when they square off against Heroic. Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Pro League Season 16. My name is Parla. I'm still one of your desk hosts. I'm still joined by the rest of the night shift, Blair and Maui Snake. Guys, firstly, before we get into breaking down ENCE versus Heroic, what's taken place so far over the course of the day? Complexity are now 2-0 in Group C.
Well, today's I wouldn't even call it an upset. I kind of had Complexity. All right, Maui, are you feeling it right now? It was against HEET, man. Let's give it a couple more. If they take down another big team like yesterday, then I'd be happy.
Then they make playoffs.
Then they make playoffs. Then
not guaranteed yet. Not guaranteed yet, but it's very, very likely. I mean, well, I mean, it's a 1 in 3 chance, essentially, now. I mean, like, they got 3 opportunities.
So they have a chance.
They do have a chance now.
Of course they do.
I mean, taking out Astralis was the big one, I think, still for them.
Yeah, talking about Astralis, Maui, they bounced back today against MOUZ NXT. Any quick thoughts on that? That was genuinely a Freudian slip against MOUZ, kind of former NXT. Guys, any quick thoughts on that?
I feel I have to agree with Kasab when it came to the map veto. I feel like the MOUZ pick or Inferno coming in there, it was a little questionable. They struggled on it. But for me, the revelation was Frolic. He was playing like the Frolic we used to see back in the day. I haven't seen this particular Frolic in years. I believe, not in years, but like in months it feels like. It was playing a very free-flowing style. He was peaking, was playing with confidence. And if he's able to carry on that mentality for the remainder of games that Astralis have remaining, you know, things can potentially look promising for the Danes.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We kind of talk about the inconsistency with players from Astralis. So this is kind of what a good day looks like for them. With Farlig playing well, Config actually played fantastic as well. And but the rest of the team, I mean, they're just kind of doing what they normally contribute. But
Flamef not dropping a 1.4 rating.
I guess that's
still winning. That's great.
I guess that's inconsistent for him, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually you get those crazy numbers, but just a solid performance from him today.
Guys, thank you for your initial thoughts. Now let's hone in on this next matchup. ENCE versus Heroic. For me, one of the main things that stands out, it's Snappy and Valda versus the rest of Denmark on Heroic.
Yeah, it's gonna be a spicy affair indeed, right? Look, I know ENCE had an incredible game yesterday, but there is a caveat. They played against HEET, the lowest seeded team in this particular group, so I don't want to read too much into it. That being said, I like what I saw from them, right? The first map was a bit of a blowout. They faced a little bit of resistance on the second map, which is Vertigo, but they're able to kind of, you know, grind it back in a very convincing fashion, so that's a good sign. That being said, I want to see how they're going to be delivering the server here today against one might say a little bit of a limping Heroic, but still a very dangerous team on a given day.
It's tough to really give a strong read for Heroic right now because they're still just getting used to playing with Yabi, and you would think that if you have a four-man core that's moving forward, which was a team that was constantly in the top 5, kind of tossing between top 4 and top 7 in the world, that they should be able to just move on forward and it shouldn't be too much of a hitch because it's supposed to be an upgrade. But we can see the growing pains right now for Heroic that Yabi slotting into a lot of positions he never played before for Copenhagen Flames. That's causing him some difficulties as an individual, and it's causing Heroic some difficulties as a team.
Yesterday, Valda went absolutely off for ENCE. Let's take a look at his stats from day one of Group C.
He really did pop off, and what I loved a lot is we saw this in Dust 2 as well, Maui, where he was on the T side, especially taking a lot of responsibility on his own. I'm just taking a look at some of the opening stats coming in. On the T side yesterday, there's a caveat, there were not too many T sides on Vertigo, but still overall, he had 45% attempts in opening duels and winning 40% of them. Now the success rate isn't too crazy, but still 45% attempts for when you have players like Madden and Diha on your team. That's kind of insane.
It's unheard of for Valda. You don't really get to see him be that sort of entry type player. And for Snappy in that little feature we had right before this, he's talking about how Valde's talking a lot, Sunpius is contributing a lot. They're changing the way that they play, and I think that was something that was most evident for me when I look back at the games, where I was able to see, oh, they want to slow the rounds down considerably more frequently than they did with the past roster. So it's not just the calls right away out of spawn. It's let's feel things out and let's try to outwork our opponents.
Considering, you know, the slight Denmark versus Denmark situation here, do you expect to see Valda coming out swinging, trying to stamp his authority on the series?
I would love to see it, right? Obviously, I'd love to see it. He looked great, he looked very comfortable. I do want to add on to what you said there, Maui. Like, I feel like it's a natural progression for this ENCE lineup, right? Early on when they got in Snappy, when they had Dodo, for example, there were a lot of youngsters, and they had to do a lot of micromanagement. He didn't have enough faith, rightfully so, in some of his youngsters to kind of carry us mid-rounds. And then he got Madden in. Now he had a little bit more of the load taken off his shoulders. Now you have Valde coming in, Sunpius as well, as you said, very vocal. So yeah, if I'm Snappy right now, I'm feeling super comfortable. There's a much less pressure, and we could see it for the IGL in the server as well yesterday. He was fragging out, man.
I want to see more from Valde, Paula. I want to see much more from Valde.
Well, Maui, you're going to be very excited and happy because we have an interview with Valde. Heku is down on the sidelines with him.
Hey there, Night Shift. Our guys are ready for the last series of the day, and right now I'm going to talk to Valde. We already got to talk to him yesterday, but he was out of the Tier 1 scene for some time, so we don't have enough of you, Valde. Valde, after you stopped enjoying the sun and touching the grass, and once you were added to the team, what were the first things you were doing?
First thing we were doing was actually going to Austria for the Red Bull bootcamp. just like getting to know each other a little bit better, obviously, since I pretty much only played with Snappy before. So that was a pretty fun experience. And then obviously we had like the normal boot camp where we grinded like a shit ton of hours. So yeah, that's it.
But what did they do so you would feel comfortable, like being integrated into the team? Like, did they give you like maybe your comfort positions or give us some recommendations or something like that?
Yeah, I got a lot of Spinx's roles, so I would say that I have quite a few different positions compared to what I had in OG, which makes me able to move around a bit more and have like way more impact compared to before. So I think those are some of the things. And then obviously I think like personality-wise, everybody has been like super nice to me and really welcoming, so I appreciated that.
Well, you are a Danish player, and right now you're going to play against Heroic. Will it be kind of like a personal series?
I guess so, yeah. But since we aren't like a full Danish team anymore, I don't feel like there's like a rivalry per se. But you know, it's always really hard games against them. They're a pretty unpredictable team and a really strong team, I think. So yeah, it'll be a fun game.
Awesome. Valde, thank you very much for your English interview.
Great insight garnered by Heku from Val there. I am a bit disappointed, though, that he said there's no Danish rivalry here. We'll see on the server. Anyway, let's turn our attention to Heroic and start off by looking at their day one results versus MOUZ.
Yeah, that was a bit of a yikes of a
disappointment.
Start. A disappointment, and it came down on the map veto, right? I was so surprised and so shocked that Heroic went for his Dust 2 pick when you're supposed to kind of be the favorites into this matchup. Why do you want to just toss a coin, play a map which neither of these two teams played, and they kind of got banged out. Sure, the first map was kind of close, so I'm not expecting further shenanigans like this here today. I think Heroic are going to just be playing a little bit more of a safer game, Maui.
You'd hope so, because you don't want to see numbers like this moving forward in the group stage for Heroic. They only got one guy above 80 ADR in Stown. I think everybody is looking at him to consistently stay on top of this roster as the star player. But the guy I'm still going to put the microscope on is Yabi. This guy is having a lot of difficulty in terms of putting forward any sort of performance resembling what he did on Copenhagen Flames on this Heroic roster. He's constantly dying in defaults. He's constantly unaware of how he needs to deal with problems in his new positions. And I think that he needs to be the one that really jumps up to catch up to speed with the rest of the Heroic roster, because to me, he's just making the most mistakes.
We've talked ENCE, we've talked Heroic. Now it's time to head back to Heku, who has our Colex players to watch.
In our next Colex players to watch, we have Diha. He and his boys had a dominant victory to start the Pro League with a 2-0 finish over HEET. The Polish rifler had a 132 rating in his match, only second to Valde with a 147. But can they dish out damage on the Danes in today's best of 3? Stan, one of Heroic's staple members, shows strong signs of life in their opening defeat, almost securing an amazing 1v3 clutch. And despite not winning the MOUZ showdown, Stan was the team's top performer. The question is, what will they show us today?
Thank you, Heku. That was our Colex players to watch for ENCE versus Heroic. Diha and Stavin. Stavin rocking a 98 Colex rating. Now we have to take a look at our map vetoes. What are the maps that we should be looking out for, Blair and Maui?
Well, they batted Dust 2 for a change, so that's nice. That's out of the way. No more Dust is being played out here. Inferno should be taken up by ENCE. The picks, though, I want to pick a brains on this, Maui. I feel like ENCE should go with Vertigo, and for Heroic, maybe Overpass coming in, or Ancient.
Okay. Well, one thing I like about Heroic's Ancient is that I'm pretty sure Yabi is playing the same spot he used to play for Copenhagen Flames. So that one thing I was just citing earlier, and then we get the Vertigo for ENCE. So we just saw how strong they could be yesterday against HEET on that one. Decider, it looks like it's a nuke.
Both going to be happy.
And this is kind of where actually the veto sort of lay for ENCE yesterday. They wanted that nuke Decider. It's always been an ENCE staple with Snappy as the leader, but Heroic are also pretty good at it too.
Here's a problem for me when it comes to Ancient, right? ENCE, they like it as well. The one problem ENCE had on the T side of Ancient early on, the CT side was very solid. The T side was, if you're able to stifle them early on with the utility, that's when they kind of like pause and don't seem to know what to do. But with the new players coming in, like Valde, like Sunfires, I'm expecting a whole different T side. So I can kind of see why Heroic took Ancient, but it could be a cruel mistress.
Blair, Maui, can I push you for some predictions, please?
I am going... It's not going to be so easy for ENCE, but they're going to take it.
I'm going for ENCE also. I want to see the Sun Pius that I saw at Cologne taking over that CT side on Ancient.
Okay, gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts, everybody at home. This one is going to be a banger. It's ENCE versus Heroic, and carrying us through the cast is going to be the legends of MOUZ and Sadakist.
Thank you so much, Night Shift. Pleasure to be with you as always. And we have Heroic and ENCE. I was kind of speaking this game up, foreshadowing toward it as an ENCE victory, or at least the team I think are in the favorite right now, given how this tournament and this week is shaken out already. But Heroic is a team that have firepower and can easily match it.
I think it helps too that some of our kind of questions about ENCE were kind of assuaged or partially answered yesterday against HEET when you saw Volda go off on map number 1, you saw Sun Pius go off on map number 2. So the new additions seem to be kind of stepping into it and getting going right out of the gate.
That's actually the key. It's the new additions, because it's HEET, right? You're not going to go, okay, well, they beat HEET, great. But it was the new additions were there.
And conversely, Heroic haven't shown that same kind of, they haven't given us that same confidence with Yabi in the lineup. It's still been a question mark. So here we go, another chance for them to prove that this addition is going to bring them to a new level. Sun Pius spotting at least one, sees a second there. We got the dualies in towards Donut. That's Diha. He's going to have attention on him. Jumping around the corner, Tessus goes down. Diha still able to fight, but goes down to Shush.
Yeah, get shushed on that one with the Glock up close. Snappy with the second set of dualies. I still want to say Deaglies. I don't know why.
That's kind of cool.
Some Deaglies.
Deaglies.
Some Deagly rounds in there. He's going to be holding it out inside of the donut position. He can actually fall off. Watch the push right now toward the bottom side of Jaguar, because they're all going to collect themselves at boxes. They've got a single player in the form of Katie and going up toward middle. Snappy with the dualies is going to have to be perfect. Oh, they line it up. They make it too easy. He's got the third surely. He's got the ammunition and advantage. And 3 for the dualies. I dare say this time, Jason, they've won the round as Cadian goes running and gunning. Takes down Madden. Now he needs to pick up the weapon and go back the other direction with it. The problem is it's almost out of ammunition, and he doesn't hit the first couple of shots. Sun Pius will close us out. 1-0 for ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic's doing everything right there. With that kill that Stown gets into the A bomb site as well, I think falling back to B, they just never expected someone to be that advanced. They expected the defense to be behind the bomb site, playing a bit more passive. They're clear left instead of right, unfortunately, and Snappy's able to take advantage of it. Line up for an easy first 2 kills, and look how fast those dualies can go. Yabi falls third, and it's 1-0 for ENCE.
I called that donut, by the way. I meant Jaguar entirely. I was confused as the mini-map for me was broken, but we're here. I'm broken.
We're back in the room. Nice kill from Sun Pius, being aggressive. Volda's here as well. The new additions holding on to middle. And it's an absolute catastrophe.
It's actually pretty solid that Sun Pius was there, because Volda was just blind fire at that point in time. Yeah. But he gets saved, Sun Pius, with 3 over the top, so looking good at the start as well. Gives him 5 kills total now. And Heroic, no bomb plants, but saved in the second. They'll be able to go straight to the AKs in this round. That's exactly what they'll do. And that gives, as we often know, third round bye, favoring the Ts, because the CT is going to hold on to the SMGs. 4 MP9s at that.
I was going to say, they got 4 of them. So, I mean, this can go both ways. You're going to see the advantage fights from Heroic in this round, but if ENCE can find a way to win it with these SMGs, plenty of upgrades available to them. This could be huge for the ENCE defense early on. Diha aggressive in A main to start. Volda is going to slink away towards Donut as well, so Diha's going to step up, but this is going to be so difficult. He spots an AK-47, might want to back off now.
Tough angle to play. Long A, often quite isolated.
Heroic was lined up towards that A bomb, so I think if they get that kill, they kind of start marching forward and find a timing to explode. As it is, 3 of them back off. Shush to play behind the smoke at A. They're going to retake middle.
Flash out from L-turn to clear the cubby close. Shush needs to get outside of the flames, can't do it. Volda. SMG's already winning it out. Do they go for that AK? I think they do.
Yeah, he cleared it as well. He sees nobody's there. That was the big thing. The AK-47 is a cherry on top of that Sunday. 2-0 out towards mid. Sun Pius not going to connect with Spam. That's dangerous against those AK-47s, but Heroic still don't know where they want to end up quite yet.
Smoke going deep toward the A side of the map. That's just a ruse at this point, because they're trying to sell this back over toward B with a 2-2 split. In fact, they're going to go up middle. So forget the Jaguar / ramp approach. In fact, we haven't seen any action toward ramp at all.
It's so cool, though. That smoke towards A is actually allowing them to kind of aggress towards middle. It's taking the attention to the A bomb site. Valda's going to be on a flank, but it's going to take a while. A lot of this falls onto Madden's shoulders. SMG to defend against Stown and Tesses.
Shots in. Madden, close. Gonna go back around the corner, run out of ammunition. Tesses wants more, but he's got Jabby to show up behind. And they clear the site with that split. The sandwich, but Snappy still sits. Now, the widened pillar, I know it's been a bit of time, but first time we're going to see it in Pro League this season. It makes a lot of difference for the coverage. He can't quite get an angle. He can't spray through as easily, and Jabby goes back. Good find on Valda. And 3 players surviving. Okay, Jabby.
I think that actually felt like it should have been an ENCE round. I'm surprised Madden wasn't way more aggressive with that SMG, as he had some Pius fighting at the back corner as well, and instead he kind of just gets sandwiched trying to pre-fire to make sure no peek comes in. Heroic plants the bomb. Remember, they had known Snappy was in cave earlier, so they were prepared for that peek as well. This right here, surprised that Madden didn't turn that corner. That gave everything away, and plenty of bodies to check the flank as well. Valda's long rotation yields nothing. 2-1. Third round bye works out for Heroic, but they've got an op on Sun Pius to contend with in this round.
Aggressive stance. They're going to push ramp this time behind the smoke. Snappy and Madden heading that direction. Going to go for the boost, in fact. This could yield a kill if... Ooh, Jabby's not... Okay, well, they made too much noise jumping off it, so I think they're going to be on high alert. Jabby certainly shoulder peeking it and checking the position. Donut hold right now as well for Dia, which means they have the reverse take of the site. We know how awkward that can be to fight against without mid control on the T side, so they need to be aware of that possibility if they go that way. Bomb's still heading back toward Banana, and they have mid covered with Valda, just to note. Does ENCE?
That's a deep crossfire, passive crossfire with Diha and Donut.
Donut's so strong. CT side.
Yeah. Sun Pius is going to step up now. Just smokes A main to give himself some time to work with to readjust his position. Trusting the smoke is going to dissuade anyone from attacking that position. So now 2 players in Donut and Sun Pius with an angle. I don't know if Heroic's going to expect an AWP, so Tesses might just slow crouch right into this.
Dia goes out. Tessis, doesn't matter if he's slow crouched or not. He was sitting duck when he was found. Just trying to run back up toward middle. Dia's chasing, but smoke down in front of him. Can't find open shots. Valda backed all the way off on this. He was inside that top candle room, but now sits back toward the site. Meanwhile, over at A, Sun Pius not able to collect on the first shot. It's Katie that will get the first rotation. Now Sun Pius goes to work. 2 inside of Donut as well. So if they chase that AWP, you still have Dia in that position.
Oh, this
is found. They actually could run the... they don't have time, excuse me. As I say, they could run this back over toward B, but they were on 4 seconds. They've got the bomb down. It's Madden that wants to start the take, but Gabby again looking solid so far. Dia's going to find him in return 2-on-2.
That's really cool from Heroic to find themselves in this situation. Tough round. Going through middle. Now just huddled up. No utility. Waiting for contact for the follow-up peek. There's the shots on Shush. The op can't grab an angle. Good flick from Sun Pius, but nowhere to go afterwards. 2-2. Heroic have tied it up, and they've taken control of the money.
Yeah, good kill, Katie, and to slide back out from the temple. They have indeed taken control of the money. Heroic, I would argue, was one of the first teams to get comfortable on this map. I still think there's many different approaches to it, but they went to it really early in its life.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of teams that have gotten good at it now. And Heroic still having to, I mean, I think everything right now for them is a little bit difficult as we've been relatively disappointed with results, but obviously we'll see if they can recover here at Pro League. Deep nade, good damage. Those MAC-10s are going to chew up these unarmored opponents.
Snappy slowly, but going toward the box. He's going to run a gun. Wow, so well played. Takes Jabby down. Ooh. Don't think it's going to do much for the round, but it's still insulting to get runned and gunned by a USP in a situation like this. Stowen looking back toward the Jaguar just to make sure there's no further pushes. Look at the HP though, Jason. I'd say Heroic go up 3-2.
So both rounds that Heroic have won in the gun rounds, forget about this one currently that we're watching, have kind of taken place late mid control, walk up mid, walk up the stairs through the room. Once they've wrapped on B, the other time they've wrapped on A, and they've done a really good job of making it awkward for the ENCE rotations who are trying to support their teammates. That'll be something you imagine ENCE are talking about, trying to find a solution to. Easy kill onto Valda, no chance for him. Sun Pius, the last one left. It's going to be 3-2.
Cadian should be able to time this well. I think, in fact, Tessis is just going to spray inside of the smoke to take down Sun Pius. So Heroic in the lead early. This is better from Heroic. And we said they have the firepower. They absolutely can take this series. But yesterday they looked very flat. Spent some time in the pool hanging out. Maybe just washing off the loss.
Yeah.
And now they're ready, it seems.
Getting a tan.
This is their map pick. Yeah, you can easily get one of those here. You can go beyond that, too. I actually bought sunscreen. I normally am really bad at that. But there's a little gift shop in the hotel, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to get some.
If you're going to buy sunscreen, I feel like Malta's the place for it.
Yeah, it's one of the... Yeah, definitely. It's not that I'm against wearing it. I just always forget it.
Sure.
So now I've got some. I have no excuse, Jason.
Heroic's called the timeout after a 3-round streak. Cadian wants to talk some things over. Perhaps switch things up before ENCE's defense can find a solution. Give them a different look moving forward for a couple rounds. Round number 6. Green gloves.
Green gloves on the green map. Still a fan of this. I don't know where I would end up if you pressed me between this or Cash, though, in the map pool. Oh, out. Stowen going to take down Snappy. So Snappy again trying to get a little bit creative, pushing through Jaguar. Madden wants to do the same, and he immediately decapitates Stowen with the M4. So Snappy holding on to that position. The geological site.
This is much simpler from Heroic this time. 1 kill towards Jaguar and execute onto that A-bomb site. Off angle for Valda yields results. There goes Shush. They can boost up now as well if they choose to. Madden doing his best to hold on to Cave, but he's got a late lurk coming in. He's got to adjust his attention. Is he going to be prepared in time? The answer is no. He thought it was clear. Tessus sneaks in, and there's no commitment from Heroic. They can go elsewhere. However, they're out of utility.
Round 3, no utility. You're right to cover off this back all position. Dia up close. I want to boost him, but he's got that elongated position of the stairs. It's Tessus that immediately finds him, though, and Jabby's going to go, oh, right by it. He's not going to check it. Surely, is he? Oh, he looks twice, but Volda's ready for it. Nearly goes out to find Cadian, but the AWP already trained his aim, and Tessus will take down some Pius. 4-2 now for Heroic, so not only have they answered losing the pistol, they've got 4, and Cadian looks rather pleased with that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, shout out to Heroic for calling that timeout and switching things up entirely. Snappy getting caught again, trying to make a play through smoke. This one was curious. Madden's got 2 teammates inside of the B bomb site. And he's even smoked off, and he still takes his attention away from Jaguar and away from the flank. That's a tough kill to take in that scenario. 2-round lead for Heroic. Looking good, despite some of the question marks that have come into play with this team recently. Starting this map out really well.
Snappy, once again in Jaguar. It's interesting we don't just call this Cat, because a Jaguar is a cat, and we have Cat on every other map, but...
Okay.
You know, we just like to confuse things, apparently.
You like to get fancy.
I don't know about that. That's a facade. Rolled it with a few shots on the Deagle over top of the incandescents, making sure no one is trying to sneak up the stairs and get in a better position. Smoke's gonna go through the cave. So is forced further back this time defensively is Snappy. We've seen him be continuously aggressive. Jaguar now, Tessus actually gonna bypass Dia. Didn't see it at all. So this could be punishing, devastating.
Bounce off the wall. Dia forced into the open. Perfectly played from Stown. Defense is starting to get a little mobile. Madden rotating over to try and shore up some things, but again, just so disadvantaged in terms of weaponry. Gabby's gonna add Sun Pius onto the Deathless. Snappy takes him down in return, but ooh, there goes Valda. That's the bomb. That's the bomb with 28 seconds, and now Valda's got a Molotov and an AK-47. This could get interesting.
Tessus is trying to get on the horse here and run down Valda. Knows he has to be aggressive. Tessus is being baited out, though. He finds Madden. Does Snappy capitalize? He's too far away. He is baiting shots, though. He's buying time. But the kill still comes. And I think that, yeah, they did. They got bomb and all of that as we were watching the other kills. So Valda knows he's out of this round. Yeah. He's got to bail off of it and keep the AK. It could have been so much more, but this is the smart call at the end.
Yeah, he did everything he could. He took attention to 2 players away. He gave his teammates a 2-on-1 in the middle of the map, and they couldn't convert it. So there's no point in Valda sticking around to fight. They know his position. 3-round lead for Heroic early on here on Ancient. Their map pick. Things looking good for the Danish side.
Not bad at all. Although you say the Danish side. The more Danish side, for sure. As Apollo was trying to push this to be a bit of a rivalry between them.
Was he?
You didn't hear him on the desk saying that the interview was disappointing, that it wasn't a rivalry. Typical Paula, just wanting drama all the time.
I know what Farley gave a nice interview earlier today saying that he was excited to play Heroic eventually in this group because, I mean, that's an obvious rivalry that we've had going on for a while.
Yeah, that always hasn't been a friendly rivalry either.
Not even in the slightest.
Yeah.
Timeout called by ENCE. They want to talk things over. They need to. Their defense has gotten beaten up pretty much everywhere on the map. They've been exposed in mid twice. They were exposed with a very slow progressive hit towards the B-bomb site later on. They haven't been able to get anything going. Sunpius is going to have the AWP back in his hands. He's got 8 kills. Valda and Diha both on 4. Snappy's on 5. For the Heroic side of things, Tess is leading the way at 8, and Cadian with 7 to follow that up.
Yeah, Cadian's been quietly going about business. I mean, we obviously saw the trade kill in the one-on-one on round, I think it was 5. But other than that, he's just been efficient. Nothing too crazy from him.
Here we go, round 8. Utility out from both teams. Chaotic in middle. Nobody's escaped. Again, Heroic with this 4-1 setup. 4 towards the A-bomb site early. Last time they did this, they took control of this initial staging area and fell back for late mid control.
Snappy. It's tickled. So again, they've got to be a little more passive. Going to be some pressure on A on this.
Yeah, Tess is way far back, ready to line up some utility. Chuck a smoke out.
D is being a bit indecisive right now on how he wants to support his teammate. And the problem with that is they're very close to the mouth of the A entrance.
Problem with that, too, is they don't really have a whole lot of utility. Just 2 smokes to work with. No flashbangs to slow things down. No nades, no anything to activate any kind of a crossfire. Here comes the deep utility. Smoke to put out the Molotov. Dia can still fight.
Nah, he can't now. Both sides of the box. Manages 1, and he was struggling to trace that down, so it was an easy trade. But yeah, I think he was in a bit of a no man's land in that situation. I know what he was trying to do and support Donut, but they had no information as to what was going on at long. So now Xabi's going to get aggressive and make sure there will be no rotations.
He wasn't really prepared to pounce off the contact from Valda, although Valda did go down very, very quickly. That's a nice clean hit from Heroic. Yabi even gets one on the other side of the map as someone tries to push down B ramp and gets completely eliminated. Sunpius sees the shoulder, able to grab Yabi. And now it comes down to how much Heroic want to hunt for these last 2 weapons.
They've definitely got the cash to justify doing so, but I don't think the time is there for it, so they'll back away. 3-2, the manpower. 5-2, about to become a 6th for Heroic in the score as the bomb goes off, this time on A. Still not seeing a lot of presence, has to be said, from Heroic on the ramp, but they're certainly now putting Snappy further back inside that cave, and that's giving them a lot more freedom.
Great entrance from Shush, great route to run. Like I said, there's no flashbangs, there's no nades or anything to put anything out, nothing to slow down this hit. It's actually taking advantage of the fact that the ENCE defenders, or at least Diha inside the bomb site, has to spend time with the smoke to put out the Molotov simply so he could survive. 4-round lead, Heroic looking good. Here we go in round number 9. This time, 3 players towards B, towards those holes, towards that ramp.
Swings, make sure that they can clear the backside of the Jaguar. And this is, Snappy's gonna go in this bit of a gap in the smoke. Does he want to push all the way through? No, okay, he's just gonna fire and fall. I thought he might actually sneak out toward middle, but that's a bit of a risky play. He does have support though. Sunpius being pushed down and having Valda there, I thought they might try and just totally take over mid with him, especially that smoke being kind of one way in his favor.
ENCE not really finding anything with their forward positions in this half so far. This has been a really good job from Heroic to neutralize the effectiveness of any kind of aggressive stance, aggressive angle. Valda caught out in the open as the smoke clears, but he's got a nice, precise headshot onto Tess's. Shush holding him locked in.
That's the problem, he's locked. There's no way out of this position, and Valda's gonna be very patient about it and try and lure him forward. Shush would be the one he's going for. And Shush nails him with a flash and a preset strafe fire. And he doesn't come up further in middle, so forget the player in Donut. Forget the fact that Dia's waiting for it. He's not going to get a chance to get the kill.
Yabi's rotating back towards A. Looks like Katie and Stout want to put on some kind of a fake. Maybe one of them commits, one of them lurks in middle, but Shush and Yabby certainly going to be able to try and find a 2-on-1 at the A bomb site. It's Diha who's going to have step up to the plate for that one. If Heroic doesn't commit anyone to this, ooh, they've pulled everyone. They are pulling the entire defense away. That's incredible. Good shot from Diha, but he's in some trouble.
He's got the second. Bomb moves down. Took a take through the box, but doesn't do a ton of damage. He's able to go after Stowen, and Snappy, as we snap over, is able to get Katie in inside of middle. Only 5 seconds remained in that round either way, so Bomb was not near enough to the ground to be a concern, and it's the third finally for ENCE.
Yeah, really steps up to the plate there. That was a tough situation. Importantly as well, that kind of a performance, triple kill from him, allows 4 players to survive in the round, so they get some money built up. Sampaius is going to be back on the op in this next round. Really cool play from Heroic, just the timing is not quite as perfect as you would have liked.
Molotov's both ways, so CT's looking to get aggressive. They take middle this time, but Snappy gets locked in by a standardized smoke, and then they also covered ramp to make sure there'd be no other pushing. So Dia trying to bait. I'm not sure I know what Snappy's up to at this point, because Dia's trying to bait him in, and then he still fires the suppressor to give away that he's there. Either way, they come out with a kill. Shush gonna take down Madden, and they know that Snappy has to be playing in return through Cave at this point.
Yeah, Bomb's gonna be brought up late as well. Shush has a good angle. No flashbangs from any teammates to put him into an advanced position. Good shot from Valda. Shush not yet making a play around the corner, just peeking now. Almost able to grab one, brings one. Sampaius very, very low. Bomb not planted yet. Plenty of time. Heroic trying to calm this down, but ENCE is pressing the issue and taking everyone down. It's just Cadian with the op.
Yeah, the Shush had the good position, but there was nothing they could get done with it. The second he went down, they didn't have a redundancy plan for the position as the flash was read by Cadian, but his aim not quick enough to go back and find out Dia. So another round for ENCE, 2 in a row. I'm not sure I know what Snappy's playing at. Am I missing, like, is someone pulling a flashbang from middle that I'm not seeing and he's trying to mask the noise or something? Because I don't understand why he continues to pre-fire that box with 2 or 3 shots when they don't know that he's there.
You do a little bit of damage. I think it doesn't really matter giving up your position there because everyone's, I mean, that's just such a popular spot to be aggressive at. Everyone's going to assume someone's there as well. So trying to do a little bit of chip damage, maintain some presence.
I guess when he was solo, I had no issue with it, but that time it looked like Dia was trying to bait for him and trying to actually pull someone. So I was a bit surprised he did fire, but
I think it was more of a surprise of the play that was being made from the T side. I can't remember who it was in Heroic. But yeah, looked a little silly with someone trying to press the smoke on the other side of things. Over towards the other side of the map. Another 4-1, another chance for Diha to be the hero. Off angle around the box. Spams into the smoke. Beautiful find. Nice and easy. Got to be careful. Off waiting on the other side, trying to pin down a peek. Cadian missed an opportunity, but nothing really to flush out Diha. No Molotov from the Heroic side.
Yeah, Dia missed an opportunity if he wanted to reposition, but they doesn't need to. The pressure hasn't really come through any further, and now he has a teammate inside of Donuts. So Madden's there. They're going to back off this. Just get out.
And Madden hears that, which is why Diha knows he can bail out. Madden and Donut hears these footsteps, so he's going to readjust and watch towards middle.
And that's where they'll go. Madden's forward of the Donut, though, so this will be an interesting play. It does mean he's forward of a Molotov that could be thrown and bounced in. First kill, success, needs to go back around. Katie and still looking that way with the AWP. Tessis is going to hit a beautiful shot on Dia because that could have been the round in itself. Take down the op, take down the second player on the ledge. Snappy back over toward the smoke. He sprayed it in too early. Blinded up. Tech9 running and gunning. Snappy wants back around, but they've already gotten in toward the pillar, and I'm not sure he's aware, so he's going to be smart about this. Be more efficient. Back off. Sees Shadow. Knows that it's Yabby that's low on HP, so it falls back to a 2-on-2, but the bomb will hit the deck. Nice shot, Snappy. Tessis is going to spray back and do the same on a Madden and turns it over and finds the second kill as well as Heroic goes 7-4.
That's a nasty transfer over from Tessis. What a great round. I actually thought Snappy saved the day with that spam on the op peak from Cadian, but Tessis, that is a huge, huge clutch. 7-4 and stops the ENCE run at 2. There's battles all across the map. Heroic had to battle for every single reposition. This was great. Yappy inside the smoke, Tech9, get it forward, get it some mobility. Sets his team up for a nice victory. Yeah, a little bit of frustration for ENCE.
So our first time out of this series. Alrighty, see a little bit what the plan might be for the T side, given that they have an AWP and an AK. I imagine you're going to force around this as best you can.
KD and Heroic have done a very good job of giving different looks. Late mid takes, massive bodies accumulating towards A. Couple rounds, they've just sent bodies straight up towards the B bomb site for a hit up the ramp. They've done a really good job of mixing up this attack. And they can go back to that late mid take as well that pushes up the stairs, because ENCE didn't have an answer for that one. That's what netted Heroic their first 2 gun rounds.
Madden, relegated to the 5-7, has not really gotten going in this game, so he's comfortable that his teammates have the weaponry. Blay wanted to see the Sun Pius that we had on the CT side. He's going to get one more this time. Jabby goes down, and he'll rotate around. Cadian should be aware of this, though, on the respective T side at all. This is the shot, the jumping. Target, as it fell back and decided to sight Snappy, will now be able to support his teammates at B more effectively, rather than being aggressive toward the cave. That's going to be a full transfer, full rotation from Heroic. A, the play. Forward stance, by the way. Valda. FOMATOS in his hands. Whoa. See if he can get one. Headshot Langle already there. Knew it, but Katie comes straight back around with the AWP.
Still plenty of time for them to move across the map as well once again. They just came all the way over here, get that 1-for-1. Back towards middle we go, where Tessis is already taking a little bit of space. Might catch Sun Pius off guard. There's the jump, doesn't see anything. Tessis close. This time he's got it, swinging out. He finds Tessis coming up the stairs, overexposed, ready for more. It's Snappy from Donut who can't control the spray. That'll be frustrating.
Tessis, that's so frustrating as well, because he can hear the jumping opera. He thinks, right, I put the jump on him. I can totally get the peek ahead of time, but Sun Pius was not done checking. He's going to take down Stowen as well. So it's just Cadian, and with 9 seconds left, the round is over.
I think Stowen actually caught that at the end as well. Switched out to a gun to try and take the fight, but just couldn't get comfortable in it. Cadian's being hunted. Madden coming in hot with that 5-7. Doesn't mind losing it, but he doesn't commit. So Cadian's going to get away with the AWP, and Heroic have a very weird monetary situation staring them in the face.
Fair bit of awareness for Cadian, because you'd think, why would he scope him? Why not just run around the pillar and just play it as sound? The problem is he knows he's probably being stared at from inside of the A site as well, so didn't overextend and give away the AWP at the end.
Timeout called from Heroic, their second. They want to figure out what they want to do around this AWP that Cadian has saved. And a really rough half for ENCE, but still a chance to claw things back.
Yeah, it's not been exactly perfect, has it? They won the pistol the ensuing round, then they lost 6 in a row.
Yeah, that was brutal. And just now, they won 3 of the last 4, finally finding a way to get the money swinging in their favor. It's still not set behind them. Still have a pretty weak bank behind this buy. But also still a chance for them to take the lead going into the second half. 5-7, round 13. Fully invested is Heroic. The AWP on Cadian, and then armor and upgraded pistols behind it. An aggressive decision.
Cadian with no vision after the smoke, and the Molotov goes down at the elbow. Gonna give Valda a bit of a chance to kind of get stuck in middle, but boost for the AWP. See deep, but they can certainly clear toward boxes with that position. Oh, it's the shoulder shot. Now they know where the AWP is. Went back for the wall. He was well intended, but unfortunately a little bit too late. You can see the bullet hole going through the box. Just in front of Valda's position. Excuse me, Snappy's position. I was going to say, it's normally Snappy there. I've just misread the minimap again, Jason. I don't read very well. Okay. I am minimap illiterate.
You're a color by numbers kind of guy, aren't you? Yes. Ooh, sees the leg on the boost. Narrow miss. Sun Pius gonna back away. This hit is coming in. Sun Pius and D-Hut to defend. But man, there's not a whole lot of strong weaponry, not a whole lot of utility for Heroic to make this work. Good shot, doubles up, gets some extra damage. D-Hut pounces, but can't find any kills. And now this is sketchy. Some spam through the smoke yields one more, but the bomb is going down.
Oh, they're getting in front of his teammate, trying to fire back inside of the smoke, let the AWP get reset. Big advantage in terms of manpower and HP. Ooh, Valdes missed out on the shot, but gets the call. Nonetheless, Cadian still inside of Temple. He's the one that's really got to save this round right now for his team. And 22 HP, I think he's going to just concede, or does he rotate and try and get a shot? He's buying time. He can't run too far because they'll know that he's gone, so they're going to get the kid on top of this. Round over. Cadian just trying to be sneaky and stay alive. Maybe convince them he's run all the way back over to the other side of the map. But if they go chasing, they'll go the wrong way. So it'll still be the AWP for Heroic, but it's a 6th round for ENCE.
As that comes to an end, a little bit of an announcement for you. Tickets have just gone on sale for the IEM Fan Fest out in Rio. So any Brazilian fans that are planning on attending the Rio Major, or anyone really, you don't have to be Brazilian. If you want to buy some tickets to the Fan Fest, they're on sale right now.
That's with Gulas? Say his name?
I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure if this is the Gallus portion.
Gallus, thank you. I always say it wrong. I apologize to anyone out there. Yeah, congratulations to everyone who got tickets yesterday when they went on sale again for the expanded audience. That's going to be an incredible major with that many people there.
Yeah, going to be very, very cool.
Wait to not hear myself think, and I mean that. Honestly, that's not sarcasm. Like, I can't wait to be enthralled in that crowd. That's going to be incredible.
I think everyone, feeling's probably pretty mutual, Matt.
I imagine even on Twitch, you're going to get a feeling for it. Just sitting at home, it's going to be that loud snappy ringing in his ears from a blinded flash, but a slow shot. Madden does get down, found Snappy first. It's 2 left to find, Cadian and Shush.
That smoke missed. That smoke missed, and a chance for Cadian with that off. Oh, he does get 1.
On 3, though, again, Cadian, the last one alive, starting to look a little more like Jame in this game.
There's some money concerns, I think, for ENCE. Not too much, but they don't want to lose another player, and thankfully Valdes shuts it down, so now we don't even have to talk about the money problem. 7-7, last round of the first half.
More money, more problems, Jason. Well, get in on it. Those tickets would be pretty sweet.
Probably all gone by now.
Yeah, probably that fast, let's be real. Hey, man, if I'm not commentating, maybe I'll fly down to Rio.
They've been live for 3 minutes, and they're probably gone.
Bring the mountain bike, and there's got to be some. I mean, very least, Peru's got some bike. Oh, good push through. Testis, he's going to just sit on the edge of the flames. Gets out of them in time as well. Barely took damage from that. He's not done. He knows Sampaias is stuck inside of the corner, but he gives him a better chance than he needed. And Sampaias makes no mistake on it with the AWP.
Yeah, but the B-bomb site's wide open. Yabby's down, Shush marching up right now. There's absolutely no resistance. Snappy is stuck in Jaguar. He's going to move towards Cave. Sampaias is just rotating over late, but they already have deep control towards the back corner, and they're smoked off. Perfect position for Heroic to be in. Snappy has got to create something for his team to get back into this, but man, is he shut down. It's a nerd angle from Cadian to watch the flank.
Nerds are cool, Jason. Snappy. Still stuck inside of that cave position. Gonna try and work in conjunction with his teammates. Gotta go, but be quick about it. Cadian's already gone over to the AK. They know where he is. They know he's down toward the ramp. But does that give Yabby a chance as they tunnel in on him? Absolutely it does. He walks out and finds 2 from the back lane. And Dia inside smoke. Is he gonna stick this? Sure, but that doesn't matter because Cadian's right there, and Heroic finished the half how they started it, although I should say more clearly with the momentum in the lead, because they did lose the pistol, but the 6 in a row turned things 8-7, as close as you like. It was indeed a save. A save like Patrick Waugh. We're going to send it to break. We'll see you after that.
Hey Future Pros! On Ancient today with a helpful little A-split smoke. To throw the smoke, take mid control. Easy, right? Then get into this corner. Aim at the middle of this spot. And jump throw the smoke. A nice, easy lineup leading to a useful smoke that can give you some good options on the grueling T side of Ancient.
In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. By that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming.
Underway, one round between them, but it's Heroic in the lead. ENCE were struggling to get into the half. Having won the pistol, they went down 6-2 before finally equalizing, and KDM was definitely all about motivation in that particular half. We'll see if he can continue that now. See if Snappy can get things rolling for ENCE.
Yeah, good first half from Heroic on the T side, but I mean, keep in mind, ENCE has a pretty solid T side on this map as well. They can do it right back to him. Let's see what we've got. Snappy's got some pretty clever calls on him. Valde with the one-tap P250. Traded immediately, but the first one looked cool. Looked great.
Looked pretty stylish.
That's nice. Sun Bias gonna look for the jump up, try and watch the flank. Here's the footsteps from Yabby, I believe. Definitely hears them now in towards Cave. And ENCE is quite easily gonna get the bomb planted. It's all about the post plant, though. Holding off the retake's gonna be tough.
Shush. USP in hand. Stowen, some Pius, they're all looking for opportunities, and it's Shush they'll get. So he goes down in Cave. Immediate counter push, though, back toward the site. And it's going to force Dia way back away from the bomb. They're not going to commit to it just yet, though, because there's no kit in play on these three players, which is going to make things very awkward as Snappy gets back in. Low HP for Tessis, and I think this one might be done unless Tessis is a beautiful shot. Oh, my God, it's over with time. He did have the shot, but you're absolutely right. No chance to defuse.
Yeah, that was a bit sketchy, too, because all three players from ENCE were coming up that B ramp to defend the defuse. But also, I mean, in some sense, kind of smart when you consider Sun Pius gets a kill. They probably think he's going to be flanking through Jaguar and then Cave. He repositions to put all three players there. And as you mentioned, just the time being the biggest opponent there for the Heroic retake. Both pistols going the way of ENCE in this map.
Yes, but they're only tied 8-8. So we'll see if they can build on that.
There's always a but.
There's love a good but. Makes things more interesting that way. You know, makes you think twice. Valde tries to fire up toward top middle. Actually caught Cadian inside of the smoke, who was not the one he was aiming at, but whatever.
We take them. We take those.
Strays for days.
Just tell everyone it was designed. Stown steps out to the plant spot. Nice shot on a mat and shuts him down. Diha does the same in return. Still dangerous, though, with this M4. Yabby almost gets two, but he certainly sets up Tess's, and now it's Snappy, all on his lonesome.
Bomb down behind him. He's not going to go for that immediately. In fact, bypassing it, perhaps trying to use that as a bit of a ruse to his location. Sees the back. That should confirm it.
That's a butt.
I think he gets both. That is a butt. That is a nice butt for him to see because it's a lineup and Snappy with 2. Immediately ENCE gets the second round very close, though it has to be said, considering. And now we'll see them need a clean round to keep the money strong, but they won't be going against much in the hands of the CTs.
Yeah, I think against that buy, they're fine with it turning into a 1v2 victory as long as it came out to being the victory. Remember, there was an M4 in the field of play as well from Yabi. That caught him off guard quite a bit. CAMPEONATOS find a frag. Everyone cheering on the ENCE side of things, and Snappy's getting loud. Chance to talk shit in Danish.
Yeah, there has been a bit of Danish going on inside the server. Typically, it's English, and I can kind of figure out what they're up to, but I have no idea what they're saying to each other this game. Volda knows what he's saying. He's saying and spraying.
Called someone Satan earlier.
Did he really?
Well, I'm assuming it's a word in Danish that doesn't actually mean Satan, but yeah.
Maybe that person's just the devil.
Could be that as well. 10-8. 2-round lead for ENCE. Snappy's got the MAC-10. And this is something the older iteration of ENCE was very, very good at. Having a MAC-10 in play, using it to bully, use it to be aggressive, using it to create space. We'll see how they decide to do things here.
Shot from Shush. Snappy gets the AK eventually on the 3rd time trying. Spray going toward him. I don't even think he's aware of what's going on or where that's coming from, but he can see the bullet holes now to his right side. Stowen continues to tap in that direction.
Snappy has 2 options. He can be aggressive, try and find a kill to alleviate some pressure over at A for his teammates, or he can let them take the attention and just play a real... It might have to be an aggressive lurk considering they're a man down at this point.
Fight or flight, Jason. Those are the only 2 choices.
Yeah. Diha and Madden. Ooh. The risk pays off. They've stepped in front of the smoke, see nobody. They have not yet made noise, not yet given away the game. They're going to go all the way through Temple, aren't they? Oh, dear.
This is a massive...
Oh, Shush is in trouble.
He is, but they don't have information on Dona, which is why they're doing this. The fact that they get that kill in rotation, if they go back now, they're actually giving time to Katie and to get that op in position. How do they plant the bomb?
Yeah, this actually was I actually kind of really thought this was a cool decision in a way, but certainly now it's made things more difficult, although Diha can get an easy plant. He's gonna have to take the risk that nobody is rotating over to find that timing, and him and Volda are completely split in this 2-on-4.
All he needed was Donut Watch, though, because he looked all the way through CT, so he knew he had time at least to get it down. But now, you're right, 2 versus 4 in the site. Not the best position for Dia as well, based on this rotation, because if they come in from CT connector, he's just sitting in front, which is why that nade's going to be thrown to soften them up. Sees them, gets the call, can't get the kill. Volda, they know where he is as well, because he just made contact.
They don't know this position. They don't know this position.
You're right. They know the general direction. Not that he's inside behind the box. Javi gets him instead, though. And it will be the round, the first of the half for Heroic.
So Volda tries to use that HE grenade as kind of a flashbang of sorts to activate Diha and obscure the vision of Heroic for his peak, and also uses that kind of scuffle to change his position over towards the box, which absolutely worked. Oh, look at the nade damage. Nice catch. Replay crew.
Shout out to you, Replay crew.
You the real MVP.
Someone's got to be.
10-9.
Pius on the AWP. Cadian to do the same. Cadian 14 kills. Sunpius 14 kills. Volda 15, by the way. So he's the new players. Sure, you've got Snappy and Dia just ahead, but they're definitely holding their own inside of this roster. Matt, he spotted a second player. Spotted that gun barrel just inside of the smoke, but can't find it on retreat. Doesn't want to go for the reload because that would give away maybe a chance to be aggressive. Oh, Shadow. That's pretty sick. Do you think that was his shadow bait on purpose?
I don't know. I'd like to think so, because that would be sick.
That would, because for years we've been saying, oh, the shadows are such a disadvantage. Like that would be like amazing if
show the high shadow and peek from below. That was pretty cool how that worked out.
If that was intentional, because let's face it, they should, maybe not in every situation, but if they know there's a shadow on a set peak, you could easily design that, and if they did, that was
I don't think that's designed. I don't think you ever design anything based off hoping that someone sees the shadow. That's a very flimsy thing to base it off of, but regardless, it looked cool.
I'm gonna. There's.
All right, we'll ask him.
I think there's a chance you could do that if you know that you're gonna go for that boost all the time. So you're like, all right, I'm just gonna fake my peek. You go, because they left the op low. Look, watch. Oh.
No, that's an AK low.
Oh, no. Well, you're right. It was Senpai still hit the shot from above. My bad. So, yeah, okay.
That was just a design double peek, and just the player below.
Just the timing.
Peeked a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But it was cool.
Damn, I bigged it up.
Reel it back in. I know, you got excited. I appreciate that.
Man,
You got hyped up.
shadows for me, like at that question they ask every one of us at various events, like, what would you change in Counter-Strike? For me, it's client-side shadows.
Okay.
Because, like, it's just such a silly thing that it's such an advantage for everyone except you. All right, I might have got ahead of myself with that one, but, man. All you kids in chat right now, go do that in matchmaking. You'll be god.
Yabby with the godlike double kill, and Shush with some follow-up aggression. Sunpius goes for one quick shot, but doesn't want to commit to the fight just yet. Still a chance for them to recover, and he's got the bomb as well. If he goes down, there's no chance. D has taken space over towards A. Valda's going to follow it up. No noise being made by those two, so Cadian and Donut has no idea. And Sunpius just now going to get on his horse.
Valda sneaking his way up the close wall toward Donut. Needs those boxes to move, but it's not really how it works in CS, so he's got to go further to get coverage.
Valda gonna line up and gonna fight Tesses. Tough off angle, and now Sunpius has nowhere to go. That was always gonna be a difficult affair for ENCE. Good round win from Heroic. They didn't come into this one with any kind of crazy buy either. At the moment, 4 players surviving, gonna do wonders for their economy.
Just going way downtown for this one. Sunpius, though, he's fair enough. I was gonna say, all he's done is summoned his AWP in that direction, but still hits the shot at range, so 11 to 10. Still in favor of ENCE.
Nicely done from Yabby. Even trying to pick up the AK-47 afterwards with those little T-Rex arms. That's a look of focus.
Gotta be focused. Let's see if they shadow bait this time, Jason.
All right, guys, shadow bait strategy. Let's do it again, just like last time. Tech9 on its hustle. Snappy's gonna turn the corner. Oh, if he commits to that, Tessis was not ready.
Right, Tech9, you'd think he just keeps running at. Maybe he anticipated there would be 2 players there, but either way, he's gonna go down. Diaz now gonna double up on that mat and trying to get in close, but Cadian down the wall. Easy shot for the back lane.
And Diaz now the only one in the bomb site itself. This is gonna get exponentially more difficult for ENCE here on out.
Diaz got the one though. They know where he is. He's gonna follow it up. Never mind the fact he's the only one inside of the site because Cadian's gonna be heading for the hills, I think, with his AWP at this point. And it looks like this could be a 12-10 scoreline now in favor, excuse me, of ENCE.
Great round. Great round from ENCE. That's just a typical ENCE round. Change of pace, hit that bomb site real quick. They haven't shown it yet. Heroic get beat. That 2-round lead is maintained. Now, because previously Heroic had a strong win with 4 players surviving, they can rebuy in this round. It's not going to be the prettiest. They'll have 3 M4s and AWP on Cadians. They got plenty of tools to work with. One player is going to be a little deficient with probably just a deagle. But a chance for Heroic to keep fighting. Timeout taken from the defense to talk things over. You're at that stage in the game where you're on the CT side where any kind of harsh reset is just so brutal.
Oh, it's brutal. Used to be worse.
Used to be worse.
In terms of the resets. We get way more gun rounds now than we used to back in the day. And it also makes, I think, the end of games a lot more exciting. So I'm for it. So Heroic have now used 3 of their 4 timeouts. See if this one yields any success, as they have just the one MP9. The rest are able to get on the rifles, including that of Cadian, who has his AWP in hand still. Madden's pushed pretty far up mid.
Oh, they're fast again.
Shush, though, back at CT. Good long shots. M4, laser beam accuracy. Madden couldn't find the shot nose. Oh, then they're coming back to him. And he hears Testis as well. That's massive. I said he was up middle quickly. He actually got in behind them. The unfortunate part is he lost all of his teammates, but he still has a chance to pull this back because the bomb is now grabbable, very much so for him. Problem is he aware of the fact that Jabby has rotated around and has the lane from CT?
It's over a minute to work with.
I think he just sit tight.
Yeah, I think he's going to wait for some kind of a peek. No one's giving it to him, though. Stown and Yabby both just hunker down into their corners. Madden almost, I feel like, at this point where you don't know the position, you almost have to go find one before you plant. Oh, that's a big risk, and it's going to pay off.
I am so surprised he doesn't get peeked from Donut on that, but Jabby's got the kill instead. Down goes Madden. Heroic going to bring this back to within 1. I thought originally he was going to run back down A, and then he would have been heard from Donut, and I didn't, I was genuinely concerned that he didn't know anyone was going to be in Donut, but went for the plant and made it work.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Kaden gets aggressive through the smoke, so Madden could just never find him in any kind of timing that would have helped his teammates access the bomb site. Good shot from Yabby at the end, 12-11. That time, the fast-paced round just gets shut down completely. Good shooting at range back from CT spawn. Oh,
Chris, that's a massive slam dunk on Navalda. Just commits. He says, screw it. If I'm this damaged, I want the fight. I've got to get the kill.
I think he has to be for the strat to kind of work the way they want it to, right? Because look at how far Madden's gotten in. They had to have someone aggressive in middle to keep some attention in that direction. Don't be confused. That's a glitch. The bomb there on the site. That bright green orb. So Madden's in an awkward position, but now he's been cleared out. Good find from Shush. And yeah, this feels like a cheese round that just is not working in any way.
Take some cheese with that.
I feel like this is one of those rounds, because I think if you look at this right now as a viewer, you're just like, this is stupid. Like, that's just like rushed 3 different spots on the map all at the same time, like individually. But if it works the way it's, you know, obviously designed, I think it looks pretty cool. But
it's funny because everyone in chat says that watching it, but yet they go into matchmaking and they all do that. So
yeah, you tell them. Take that fight.
Oh, I will. Me versus 40,000 of you or whatever. I'm doing it.
12-12, all tied up.
Scared of you, chat.
Heroic avoided that disastrous reset, so it's ENCE who have to go down to pistols.
Well, this time not going to be walking into an absolute slaughter, so as you say, though, just the pistols. Testis with a nade at the ready to go down toward the ramp could be devastating, but he'll throw smoke first. And throw the nade a little bit too early, unfortunately. That one was better thrown.
That one was great. Shout out to Stown.
Oh, baby!
Shout out to Sun Pius.
That was sick. Stown's gonna get a kill back on Snappy. They now know they're at the ramp. Sun Pius is going with this aggression, though. He's gonna follow it up for a second. That's Katie and down. Not ready for Yabby, though. Shadow, 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 shadow. But this time, it's Madden to come back out with the AK picked up. And the bomb's planted and all of this. ENCE might be able to pull this back still.
Oh, Shush is still very, very far away. Goes down. Madden needs another clean headshot. 39 HP, no armor on him. But he must have it quick. Smoke actually blocks him off. Smoke blocks off Shush. Desperate jump through. A return smoke gives him the freedom. There's Madden with the trade. Now to the AWP, and he's got a 1v1.
Sneaks for the angle. Oh, a flash. He saw the flash. He went for the shot on Stown when he was tapping the bomb to bait him out. Now Stown knows he's locked in the corner. He's got to hit a no-scope at that point in time. Not going to happen, but you're right. The time is gone. Stown in the corner should survive, no problem, but they've lost the round, and ENCE get away with an eco.
Oh, that shot from Sun Pius is something special. Oh, my God. Oh, deuces.
That's so sick. I love that we saw it from his angle, too. He's just mindlessly jumping around, checking down the ramp.
I know.
He's get bang dead.
He's all excited. He's like, oh, look, I'm bunny hopping. Oh. Nicely done. Good clutch from Madden as well. Even just realizing the time on the bomb, he can just tuck into that corner, and yeah, that'll get you hyped up. Heroic, unfortunately, bring it back to tie things at 12 and just cannot grab the lead.
And an eco as well. I mean, you win that one, you keep the economy so honest. Now it's back to essentially break point for either side. This pretty much is the game if you're ENCE.
Yeah.
Go to 14. Heroic's got a little more work to do.
Yeah, this will put Heroic in a really, really unfortunate spot with their money in the next round if they can't win it. And because of that, you have to probably, if you're a Heroic player, start thinking, man, if we're ever in a scenario that just seems out of reach, you may just want to save because you will have nothing in the next round. Losing bonus is just at 1 round. It's just at 1,400, so it won't be pretty. If ENCE can take a site efficiently here, they might be able to get a freebie.
Snappy. He's actually in the lane. Ooh, that was problematic because Tessus put some pretty sturdy damage into him. Stowan's tagged up to 22 as well.
What a bold play at this stage of the game. Cadian with the push, and he's going to find a pick. Gets rewarded. Yabby with another one onto Snappy, so this is all great for Heroic. Exactly what they would have wanted. 3 on 5. And all that's left is basically hitting this B bomb site.
Yeah, ooh, tagged up. 48 HP. Smoke on top of him. He knows that one was going to go deeper based on the bouncing, so he didn't want to be exposed in front of it. He doesn't even matter. He's got his head removed. Tessus doesn't show us the... Okay, Sunpius, he sees that.
No, that's X-Ray throwing you for a loop.
Is it? I think he saw the silencer, did he not?
I had to look at the mini-map because I was like, wait, you shouldn't be able to see that.
No, but it looks so... It wasn't even... I could have sworn I saw the texture, but you're right. That position... All right, listen.
It's
told
fine.
you I can't read
I just think it's funny.
Is it?
You can't go in there.
Yeah, it's funny for you. No, I can't
go in there, Matt. Madden? Madden? Well, it works the other way. It's ENCE who's got to save the weapons. Madden and Sunpius going to get no bonus money. And they've got no loss bonus built up either. $13 all.
Counter-terrorists win. You called it. They had to make that save very early on both sides because of the break point. So ENCE select to concede 13-13, but they'll be able to force around this. It's going to be a tight force, though. They're going to Tech 9s, not even SMGs, not even anything rapid. So the Tech 9s are going to have to be pretty committed. Snappy and Valda with those. And that puts them low. Look at the money. So this is now boot on the other foot.
Keep in mind, too, like the bigger picture of this for this group as well. Complexity is 2-0 after 2 days of play. Upset over ASTRALIS yesterday. Good win against HEET earlier today. If Heroics to win this one, Complexity's top in the group after 2 days. Kings of Group C, at least for the moment. 13 all. Timeout taken. Two Tech 9s, a P250, an AWP, and an AK-47 for ENCE. For Heroic, it's a full buy, and they've got cash to play with in the next round regardless. Saw a change of pace. We saw a fast-paced round towards the B-bomb site work earlier for ENCE. Saw a fast pace towards A not work at all. Let's see what they come up with here.
Madden heading towards smoke very quickly. They're going to take Jaguar. They're going to go directly into it already. So this could be a straight contact play from Cave even. Madden's going to clear that. Keep going. Why not? This is massive. Oh, they have no idea. Stowan's done for. He checks it. Bit sloppy from Madden, but they still get the kill. He's got support there as well. Tessus is going to go back around. Watch the secondary peek. Tessus saw it, but was flashed off and couldn't find the shot onto Snappy, who desperately wants the rifle that was found and killed inside of the site. As he runs around, he's not aware of the second lane, but now a smoke is deployed, so Jabby won't be able to spot that. It's just becoming annoying at this point that they're jumping inside of the site so effectively.
Yeah, and Shush is on a big flank right now. You can see him coming down the hallway right here. No one looking at that direction just yet. Valda's going to be the one exposed, so Heroic's going to slow play this retake until Shush is in position. But Madden is the closest one to watching the flank, and he's in Cave. He's in Jaguar. No one looking at this. No one looking at ramp, and Valda might be a freebie.
Valda's a freebie, but I think it becomes a reverse flank then. Surely you push back around. No, they're going to stay on it. They're going to watch the bomb. They know the time is getting lower. Boosted up Madden on top of the box to see above the smoke. Diaz got Zabby. Oh my goodness, he finds Tessus as well, so Snappy's almost sacrificial because the bomb continues to tick. Get a little wider. Get a little wider. Madden doesn't know where it is. He doesn't know where it's planted. All he had to do was take a step and get the kill. It doesn't matter if he goes down after that. He had the round one.
There's no way he could have seen Shush. He thought he was actually just staying behind the pillar whatsoever, and Shush was out in the open as far away from the bomb as you possibly could be and not exposed, because otherwise that looked like the perfect play for ENCE.
I sincerely thought he was going to swing it and just sacrifice it because the other player is too far away. So all you have to do is kill the diffuser.
Oh, those 2 kills from Diha are everything as well. Yeah, look, there's just no way to even realize that he's on it. He couldn't spot it. Too far from that angle, too deep for the angle. Here we go, B-Rush in round 28. Tessus has an opening double kill. Stown has a kill. And this is shut down very quickly. 15-13, Heroic have 2 chances to close things out.
Absolutely they do, and there's not a lot of money for ENCE this round either. Man, oh man, talk about a game that could have gone either way. Such a pivotal round. Exist behind his troops. He's pleased with this map, if they can wrap it up, certainly. Molotov down to the corner. They'll follow that up with a second one as well on the CT side, so they want that mid-aggression. Oh, that nade going through. So much damage. No, they get away from it. Okay, Sampaius actually manages to evade that incendiary because it was nearly a stack of arsenal and utility on top of him.
Nade just tickling a couple players. Mid-control for Heroic. They don't care about the A bomb site. No one's home. They want to control the middle of the map so they can shuffle back and forth wherever they need to go with some speed.
Volda's in an interesting spot because if they think this is all toward B,
they're going to wrap around. These guys in Jaguar are dead. They're about to get crunched. Ooh, yep, there's the first, and Sampaius got nothing to do. All of a sudden, Diha and Snappy over towards Highway. Volda completely blocked off from any kind of assistance, and a double fight for him. Yeah, Heroic's going to take map 1.
It's down. Just trying to do anything at this point to pull those kills toward him and make this a little bit quicker. He's going to go down to Dia, but it's a 1-on-4, excuse me. Shush still up in this as well with 6 HP. And making a lot of noise. Kadia knows he's there. Even the shots from him. Not overcommitting to this push, though. 2 low HP players. They don't need to give this away by any means.
No, they're just playing contact. This is smart. Tess is just saying, shush, don't you dare move. Don't you dare move. As soon as you shoot, I'm peeking and the round's basically over.
Flash his way in. Testis will peek this surely. Low HP in the corner. He has to check that. Doesn't matter. Testis was there. 16-13 Heroic. Late, but they got it done. They were down 13-12 with no money.
Yeah.
And they pulled back all the important rounds.
Yeah, they had the disadvantage at that point. That's a great gutsy win from Heroic, and boy, did they need it. Just a little bit of confidence. It hasn't been great in the Heroic camp, but this one's going to feel good. Series isn't over yet, though. We're going to go to map 2 when we return from the break.
This whole matchup right here is the David versus Goliath.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously Liquid is going to be overwhelming favorites, and I think this would have to be such a massive upset for ENCE to pull this off, and we've seen them kind of do it. 18-16, ENCE about to knock the North American hopes and dreams out of this major.
Alu, 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one, and here's Alu with 2. This could be all she wrote for Liquid. Alu chipped in for a third, 20 seconds left, and a fourth. ENCE have done it. They pulled off the upset.
ENCE eliminates a tournament favorite right at the start of the playoffs.
Nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
Heroic score their first map win here at ESL Pro League Season 16. 16-13 on Ancient, their pick over ENCE. A good start for them, but relatively close Counter-Strike, and it's now time to break it all down with Blair and Maui Snake.
I kind of felt that the scoreline, it was so very close, but in all honesty, it felt like Heroic were kind of in control of that game from the get-go itself, right? You go back to the T side, they were in full control, kind of catching Heroic out in the rotations. Heroic didn't have, ENCE out in the rotations, didn't really have much information as well to work on the CT side. And then the T side, sure, we saw a few streak of rounds coming in from the side of ENCE, but it required Heroics, no pun intended, from the like Sun Pius, for example, to steal a couple of rounds away. Heroic, to me, they looked like a better team on Ancient, which is a bit of a surprise because ENCE usually are comfortable on this map.
I'd say they were definitely the better team. A lot of the rounds that ENCE won on the T side even there were just kind of pistols. ENCE won the first pistol too on CT side, and so that kind of those kind of buffers for them. If they didn't have those, this could have been a much more lopsided game. Heroic definitely looked like the better team, and this was kind of I'd say this harkens back a little bit to what I said in the pre-match segment, just that Yabby looks comfortable here on Ancient. This is the one map where I feel like I like what he's doing as opposed to some of the other ones where it's kind of a toss-up.
Perhaps then a misleading scoreline. Either way, let's take a look at round 8, a highlight for Heroic. Frags all across the board.
Yeah, this is a round I wanted to highlight. I think this is you.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to grab this one because this was just a really simple A hit coming out from Heroic. But as this went on, I mean, you could just see that they were together. And again, like this again, like the same point I just made, basically, where it's like Yabby is on the other side of the map right now, and he's finding a lurk kill while this is going on. So this hit looks a lot better than it really is because you see the kill feed light up, but actually one of those was actually Yabby on B site as he was just going for a lurk play because even though what Heroic did by getting Yabby is that they put him into a lot of refreshes spots, which were these hard lurk spots. And this is the one map where B, despite it being a space taker spot, kind of turns into a lurk spot on many of the rounds.
And the really cool thing of that round is like if you go back to the beginning of the round, which we didn't have an opportunity to see here, Yabby actually, I think it damaged Snappy through in Jaguar just with a wall bang, and you can see the rotation from that A bomb side. So when the hit took place, I think ENCE were kind of caught out of positions. They're on a very comfortable spot there. So yeah, they're playing a lot of reactive Counter-Strike, which is interesting. I thought ENCE usually are the guys who, especially on the CT side, they try to emulate their inner Heroic, maybe try to make things uncomfortable for the T side. Instead, they played really reactive, maybe because of the 2 new members coming in here, Paula.
Perhaps. Either way, the standout on ENCE was DHA, perhaps the biggest thorn in the side for Heroic. Were you guys impressed from what you saw from him?
DHA is the strongest mechanical player for ENCE right now. I'll put my money on that one. This guy's first bullet accuracy, I've been kind of labeling him as this sort of Xantares style for a very long time. Like, his pure aim is insane, and actually when I talked to Snappy and Saw quite some time ago, even when Spinks was on the roster, they said that DHA has better mechanics than Spinks. And you can see it in a match like this where there's kind of a lot of 50-50 fights that he has to win, and you can see that even though he was actually disadvantaged in some of those fights, he still came out on top.
I think the one thing DHA really is really good at is the fact when it's kind of taking fights on his own, being a little bit more mobile, moving around positions and whatnot. I feel he's so much better when it comes to just being just a pure anchor, just holding an angle. That's when you don't necessarily, it's kind of 50-50 for me there, but yeah, when he's like, I have to take this fight, it's a 1v3 on the bomb side, he is sick in those moments.
Let's take a look at another round. Blair, this was one that you picked out, round 17. And is it a highlight for ENCE, or is it just a study into how they played that second half?
It's a study. I do believe this is round 16. Yeah, I think they win the pistol round. Yeah, and you can see ENCE, they hit on towards the B bomb side. No utility whatsoever, just going for the contact play here. And this is something really surprising, right? Like, you know they have the pistols, you know it's a force buy, you have a little bit of utility remaining, and if Snappy didn't get the timing and got that 1v2, that could be a round easily going the way of the side of Heroic. And again, I just said, they won both the pistol rounds.
Does a highlight like that show somewhat what we meant by this being a misleading scoreline? There had to be those random events or heroics that saved ENCE.
It was more random kind of clutch moments or weird just one-off shots that saved ENCE in this game than Heroic. Heroic were the better team overall. And if I were to peg a new scoreline, Blah, and without kind of the randomness element, I'd say this game probably is like a 16-9, 16-10 for Heroic. But just ENCE kind of bailed themselves out with a couple just timely moments for them.
100%. And again, like as the more games we see from ENCE, it's going to be be, it's again, every game is new for this lineup, right? Like, we haven't seen this lineup on Ancient, so we can clearly see they have a lot more work to be put in on Ancient with Sunpies and Valde coming in. It's a far cry from what we saw from them yesterday on the other two maps. So yeah, Ancient, clearly, it was the right pick for Heroic.
Yep.
Up next, Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Let's see who it is from ENCE and Heroic. Of course, for ENCE, it was Dihar, and then on the Heroic side, Tessis, he had a standout performance. 28-16, 102.1 ADR. Always good for a kill.
Yeah, really cool thing we saw from this game was we already sung Yabi's praises when it came to, the low cruel, some of the clutch moments from him. Tessis had so many high impact rounds on the T side, right? Getting multiple double kills in scenarios where it felt like ENCE were going to be dragging back the round in their favor. So he was really impactful, which is great to see when you have your star player in the form of Ston kind of bottom fragging. Not by much, however, he was still in the game. He was still in the server, still delivering. But you have players like Tessis, like Shush, like Jabby able to step up to the plate. That's when Heroic look scary, and that's a good sign.
You hear that, Maui. Just quickly, though, what are both of your thoughts on Vertigo? It's ENCE's pick. Are they going to be able to get a W and take us to a third map?
I think we're going 30 rounds, and I think ENCE is just going to edge it out to push us to a third, Paula.
I have to agree with him on that.
All right, everybody at home, do not go anywhere. We'll be back with map number 2. As I said, ENCE's pick of Vertigo after this short break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
Cadian is one of the most recognizable faces, not only when it comes to Danish, but also global CSGO. Known not only for leading Heroic, but also for how he celebrates his team's successes. But leading and celebrating aren't the only things he's renowned for. He's also a very efficient player. Let's travel back to IEM Gamescom 2015 and the match between Renegades and Cadian's SK Gaming. He needed just 2 bullets to stop 4 advancing enemies.
Flashes are coming into B. They've gone with a bit more tempo. Oh, double shot! Takes down Yaman Sponge. He was missing earlier, but I suppose he makes up for it. Taking 2 with 1 bullet there. There's Cadian again! Oh my god! 2 bullets, 4 people for Cadian. Pretty fantastic stuff. And we said Cadian needs some confidence back, and well, if you if you need confidence, I don't think it gets much better than that.
see the world, and we are insistent to be small.
Here we go, map number 2. Heroic up 1-0. A shocking victory on Ancient. It was their map pick. But a nice little upset over ENCE there. Now we get to move on to Vertigo and see which of these two teams can ENCE take us to a third map. Can Heroic close out the series 2-0 and get their first win of Group C here at ESL Pro League?
Absolutely, yeah. And not only that, go 1-1, put ENCE at 1-1, and therefore put Complexity in the lead of the group right now, which is a fantastic position for them to be in. I know you're very proud
love
of
it,
that
yep.
as a North American
Let's do it.
Counter-Strike dude. But yeah, no, there's a lot that would shake up and certainly mean that everything's to play for.
Make this group real interesting going into day 3, wouldn't it? I would love it. I want it to happen. Here we go.
Go from a great addition to the map pool to one of the worst additions in Counter-Strike history. We are here on Vertigo, for map number 2 of the series.
Oh, you really hate this map. Smoke down. That smoke is going to be very, very popular, as we know. Double dualies in middle, crossfire. Tesses gets 2 kills. Shush adds 1 from deep, but the dualies put a cold stop to that hit.
I'm warming up to the dualies this event. For once, they're actually starting to deliver as they try and track down Snappy. He finds one, falls off, looking for a secondary headshot. That's not going to arrive in his favor as Shush gets the kill. Madden, though, knows that he's isolated a single player as they were all on the attack, but Cadian turns around to find that as well.
Welcome to the Dualies fan club.
I said I'm warming up.
Warming up? Okay.
Say I was there, okay?
All right. One step forward. We'll take it. 1-0 for Heroic. Speaking of steps forward, nice pistol on here. Yabby takes all the attention. Tesses takes all the glory from up top. The Tech 9s are back.
Swinging around. Cadian's forced off of the window position by a flash. They're getting very close to this site. Bit of a stumble trying to jump up over top, though, and that's going to make it easy for Shush and Cadian to isolate 2 players.
It almost looked like they wanted to call that off. And they were a little bit confused. Some people wanted to move forward, some people wanted to go a different route, and eventually the bomb gets dropped. And they got to come back for it. So weird disorganized hit at events there. We saw yesterday on this map against HEET, ENCE was doing a lot of mid plays and wrapping through CT spawn and kind of picking which one of the bomb sites they want to go to from there. But at least this first time with Tech 9 armor, they didn't even get the chance to make that decision. Shut down.
Shut down early, but Heroic still in the driver's seat after the last map. Bit of a misstep by Shush, going a bit too far out. Where did his gun end up? Did it go backwards? I would have thought the momentum, it might have fallen down, but it doesn't appear so. They haven't picked it up, so Cadian has a chance to watch that. There we go, Diaz got it.
Should be okay still. No armor on any of these ENCE players. You still got plenty of rifles to work with on the Heroic side of things. Just don't lose anyone else for the moment. Stown even things up. Defensive smoke on the stairs is going to slow down Madden and D-Hut. ENCE is still split on the map as well. Senpius and Snappy at the base of A ramp. Madden and D-Hut over towards the B stairs, trying to find something with this boost. Taking his time. Yabby's a little bit too curious. It killed the cat, is what I was going to go with. Cadian now holding on behind the plant boxes. Molotov out to make sure nobody can swing, and he's forced one into the open, but can't complete the kill. Stown is here as well in middle. But Heroic's defense is under a lot of pressure.
As this swinging at the time in which Snappy looked away, so clean and concise to bring it back.
Stown's on a mission. He's investigating. But now comes the move into the B bomb site. It's only Cadian to defend initially.
No HP though, Dia. Shots, oh no. Okay, yes. Last shot was a headshot. I thought he missed the opportunity on the
Wasn't
cross.
the cleanest.
He'll get the kill to follow it up, and Only 41 HP for Sampaius as well, so this should be pretty easy for Cadian at this point. 3 kills to close out the round. 3 rounds to begin the half for Heroic.
Okay, good start here. ENCE's map pick, Vertigo. Remember yesterday as well, we were talking about it, we're doing a little throwback to that Heat game. Heat did provide a good amount of resistance, and especially in the second half yesterday in the game. It wasn't the most convincing Vertigo performance out of ENCE, even in a clean victory that they weren't really in any danger of losing, but Heat did show some good things and some ways to exploit them.
This is decent. Get up above, see straight down over the smoke. Feet not showing until they're well and truly up the ramp. And then he puts on a little bit of a strobe light effect for us.
Look at this triangle of doom. Cadian's even ready to peek scaffold, but he's not needed yet. And they can just call this off. 2-man advantage, no reason to maintain aggression. Although, why not?
Yo, that's why. Though.
That's why.
Yeah, way back in the back line, was ready for that. Smoke was dissipating, and he had the shot. Dia's going to follow it. There's the third player you talked about, though. Cadian not needing to move and unexpectedly positioned to take down Dia. Will give the man advantage back to Heroic. Is this a flank push that I'm seeing, Jason?
Yeah, Shush is
this a Shush? He's on the flank.
Shrinking the map.
Bye-bye, Sampaius. He's gonna get shushed. Okay, he's just gonna go. All right, whatever. I'm done.
Yeah, good curse.
Thanks, man.
Yabby gets taken down by Valda. And remember, this was a 5-on-3. This is all possible due to the follow-up peak when you already had a 2-man advantage. But they're gonna fall right back. Here's where the Shush comes into play. This is a long time to come to fruition. Where is Shush?
He's coming around now. He's in the same spot, same radio control room. He's got the first shot. Valda's low. Valda picks up the EWP. Oh, he could just burn alive. Doesn't even matter. Shush has it, so it works out in the end.
Okay. Heroic get away with one. That's a good round to like put you on notice and calm things down. You get those 2 kills, just relax, just chill. You've got everything you wanted, no reason to re-aggress and get picked off. Sampaius picking off Stown from deep and over the top. Next one falls, but Heroic do sustain regardless of the issues. 4-0 for the CT side.
Cadian rocking a sweater now as the sun is set here in Malta. Definitely wouldn't be rocking one of those midday here, I have to say. Tessus, he's got the heat though. He's still blaring on in this AC as he gets 2 kills. Second is a headshot up close at the scaffolding position, so Cadian be a little more comfortable with his AWP and supporting his teammates in the site now.
1 smoke, 1 flash on Diha. That's it. Oh, good nade. Beefy chunks him down. Stown grabs 1 before being traded. Ooh, 2 shots, 2 headshots for Diha.
Not down there either. Smoke down, bomb to his left. He's not going to grab that yet. He's going to go down to 7 HP. He's got to be so careful. A straight bullet will take him down. And there's going to be more than a stray. Shush again is on the flank. He's been spotted this time, but he's buying time and space. A minute to play with. And there's only 20 HP between the 2 of them, both Sampaius and Dia.
And there's no escape route. There's nowhere to go. A low HP as well. As you said, 20 combined. You got to just pick one way to go and probably lose your life.
I think the way to go is to the right. Just keep going to the right. Keep going, Dia. Don't stop there. Try and make a play with it. Bomb might get planted. That would be hugely beneficial, but Cadian's is well aware of what was going on there. Fires into the default. Good shots on Pius. Couldn't land the second if he had. Holy moly, but it is going to be now 5-0 for Heroic.
Yeah, some good damage being done to chip away at the economy. Nothing too crazy just yet. Heroic's got plenty of cash flow. 5-0. Another full buy coming in from ENCE. Heroic's doing a good job in the early stages of these rounds, though this was disgusting. Small chance on that first shot. Good transfer over, good tracking. But just not enough HP on anyone to complete the round. Timeout called. That's on ENCE. They're first of the map as they want to talk things over.
First of the map, they used 3 in the last. And the last one was when they turned things around to take the win. Those are very similar sunglasses to yours, Jason.
Yeah.
Are you a terrorist?
Look better on me.
Yeah, I'll give you that. They do.
Thanks.
I can be nice every now and then.
Every once in a while.
Yeah, just don't get too used to it. So ramp, AWP, some Pius trying to get forward of, oh, the utility. He saw the shoulder, but he was a little bit late to react, and no kill against Tessus. There is one against Downwind, though. Madden? Madness gets that shot. He's going to get up behind the smoke and look towards sandbags at this point as well. So really sustained pick for ENCE.
That's a good find, too. That was the position that was used earlier that completely deleted the first time they tried to progress up that ramp. So good job from Madden neutralizing that dangerous position. And ENCE is content. They are happy with that opening kill. They're going to back away and move elsewhere on the map. Snappy lining up utility back towards T-spawn. Oh, Nate is going to clean out Madden. Is Shush ready for what's coming, though?
Burning alive, having already found the kill onto DS. Smoke is actually going to let them slide around. Yabi's got a good position here. Pius is already looking deeper than his position in the site. And Cadian might be able to distract. Still the quad position, though. Pius doesn't have himself exposed yet. Valda's going to clear out middle, though. That's a problem, because now Cadian needs to look backwards. Yabi finds the first. Pius, was he spotted? He is now. Bomb goes down, and Cadian did go back to find the one kill that was needed.
Good patience from Yabi, just waiting. He was getting a little bit antsy there. He was hoping he was going to find that fight earlier. Made him a little bit nervous, but that is well played. Finding the safety, using that smoke to give yourself an edge to work around the I-beam as well. There's that opening kill from Madden, but he was softened up for the grenade later on. That one right there. That little guy. Yep, nothing you can do about that one. 6-0. Looking great for Heroic here on Vertigo.
You never did answer if you're a terrorist or not, though. I'm just saying.
I'm not.
Okay. You're not going to answer.
Yeah, sure. We'll go both ways.
That's what a terrorist would say.
It's like those forms you fill out.
Yeah.
Or visas.
Oh. Yeah, definitely they have that question on there. Direct as ever. Test is trying to do some more damage here. He started off well in this round. Javi and Cadian looking for the slaughter, looking to go 7-0 up. What a start to this map right now for Heroic. They were the ones, just to note, to pick Ancient. So the fact that they're this far ahead already, ENCE, this is concerning.
Yeah, it definitely is. Well, even more concerning than the scoreline, too, is just the fact that that A ramp has been shut down. That one kill that Madden got in the previous round that we saw in the replay, that's the only real success ENCE has had at that ramp. Otherwise, it's been Heroic setups just shutting it down, crushing any of the early pressure. And the cost for ENCE to take control of that ramp has been way too steep. This time they may have a better go at it. Tessus is the only defender at A. That's a cool flash peek from Cadian and Yabi. That is set up perfectly. Heroic taking the fight to ENCE's offense. This is about the third time I feel like we've seen a CT and T spawn as well.
Madden trying to find an angle as he works up from the ramp position.
I'm surprised Tessus is still the only one here at A, and he's playing it so passively. They're content to give this up on the retake. They got plenty of utility for it. Unfortunately, well, Tessus does have one Molotov, so if he hears them take the bomb site, he can drop it out to slow down a plant. And he should start calling his teammates over. Cadian is shifting now. There's the Molotov to force Madden off the angle.
Gonna go for the corner plant. That does mean they can play it passively from the ramp, but there is a slow flank on the way. Jabi's down below. Try and work in the direction towards Pius.
I think Heroic's going to be upset about how they played this one when all is said and done. This is going to be a tough retake.
Well, they're tossing around utility and weapons to try and get themselves in a better position for it. Cadian will set up the retake by way of smoke and holding off, presumably toward the corner of the sandbags.
Timing.
Diaz backing away. He's looked away. Jabi's going to get closer on this. Jabi's going to get very close indeed. Pius goes down. They both have to turn their attention. It's planted so wide, though. So perfectly for the ramp, but they go with numbers and numbers.
I don't know if they have
indeed. I don't think they do. You're right. Time is gone. It will be the first round for ENCE.
And let's chalk that one up. Remember, they spent a lot of time shuffling utility in CT spawn, throwing nades back and forth. That bought some critical seconds for ENCE to get that plant down, but still, very, very tough round win for ENCE. I was just so surprised to see Heroic give up that bomb site to allow the plant to come in basically for free. Ooh, he might have just misclicked. That might have ruined the timing on it. But either way, first round on the board for ENCE. Timeout being called. This one again from the offensive side, because out of a victory, they lost everyone. They're going to buy down to absolutely no money in the bank. They're going to be light on utility. They've got a couple Galils mixed in. And none of their real pocket strats have worked so far in this half, so I'm not really sure if you're ENCE, what you kind of go to. You don't have utility to move around the map the way you've tried to. This is going to be interesting. Tough situation for ENCE to be in.
Very tough. I completely agree with that. But we'll see if they can find another round. TeSys getting aggressive might give himself up if he's not careful inside of the smoke, especially with Madden directly behind. Beside, but he can't find the aim. TeSys gets it instead. He could have had that fallen off inside of the smoke, and potentially it would have been another sustained pick.
Over towards mid, you have Jabby watching it, but very passively. Off angle for him, looking for them to come and jump up on the ramp in the sandbags. Boost for Valda is going to see nothing. Stown is rotating back to support Yabby. And ENCE give up the mid presence, and now look at the utility they have to work with. What kind of a call do you make? You've got one smoke.
Shush looking for it, didn't spot the backpack. Dia gets down in behind the smoke. He won't be seen at all, at least yet. Would you have the audacity to stand atop a wire on the edge of a building under construction? Because that's what Dia was trying to use to peek.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Doesn't sound fun. Oh, Cadian could just have a field day with this.
It might be really fun for about 20 seconds, but then it's going to be over pretty fast. Cadian,
the quick 20 seconds.
Gets snappy down. It's not the fall, it sucks.
Dia's the only way they can win this round. He's the only opportunity that ENCE have to win this round. He needs to find Yabby, and he can't do it. Tough fight for him. And especially when you're pressing the issue in that fashion gap underneath the smoke. Yabby's lucky to be alive. Due to the Galil as well. Flashbang is out. Valda's got to slow down. Still trying to challenge. Still trying to find this kill.
Smoke's gonna be gone though. Flash comes out and his full body is exposed. Indecent exposure for his sake. And Yabby with the kill. Some bias.
Sounds done.
Yeah. 1 second. Just trying to get to somewhere safe. CT spawn. They'll never expect me to be here.
Yeah, no, never. Wow, this is great for Heroic. That's an understatement.
Yep. Very, very solid.
Good find here, and just again, remember, there's just not enough tools to make this work. Cadian with a nice easy shot. Yabby does a great job on the other side of the map. Flashed into a second kill on Valda with 2 HP. Cadian, I think, is 11-1 at the moment. He has been involved in a lot, but he has not died a whole lot.
Same sort of situation again toward the ramp. This time, though, Cadian comes out worse for wear, despite that they were on pistols and a Galil. Tessa's trying to find anyone inside of the smoke. They're getting closer. They're encroaching on the site. Tessa's gonna self-flash.
He's in a weird situation. He has no idea how to play this one, so he chooses to stand his ground. 1 for 1. Cadian adds a kill on top of it. Some spam chips down Madden to 29 HP, but there should be a plant coming in. Another flank, though. That's got to start. This has got to be so annoying to deal with. So many flanks. So many times Heroic has been able to push up and be in CT spawn. And ENCE just can't ever find the kills that get them any comfort inside of a bomb site. 8-round lead for Heroic.
Yeah, this is tough. It's such a fast map to rotate. You know, I think you said once, Jason, gravity works in one direction.
Did I? That doesn't sound like me, but I'll
That's definitely That's definitely a me thing to say.
Doesn't sound like the kind of stupid thing I'd say.
Come on, it's actually pretty smart when you think about it, all right? But the point being is that, yeah, you can actually rotate and flank a lot, but not every time you have the confidence to do it. The problem is they're just leaving such a gap on the opposite side of the map that it's...
Well, the cool thing, too, is, like, yeah, there's been a couple of times Heroic's been able to find the gap, and then there's been a couple of times, if you think back to Yabby pushing in ladder room with a flashbang from Cadian, where they've gone and created that gap to make the opportunity happen. So on top of just being really, really good at the initial contact of defense, also finding ways on the other side of the map to gain advantages. Out of a timeout. Freeze time coming to a close, and it's round 11. Surely ENCE at this point starting to feel desperate.
I'm starting to feel desperate, Jason. But that's another story. Cadian. Tough position. Smoke, flash, dead. Surely gotta be dead. Snappy. He's gonna be hating
nice
for that one. That nade's pretty massive. Massive. That time I called it, and it was, yeah, but it's because you said it first. That's obviously why. Tess is gonna take down Snappy. Madden's gonna get removed afterwards, so they still get the kills despite that damage and the fact that they pushed them back. And now it's Xavi. Never mind the flank, he's going straight on. Straight down in the end, but it's Volta versus 3.
This defense at A has been so rock solid. And there's just a couple narrow misses of timing for ENCE. You got to feel for him. First, Cadian getting away, dodging the nade death as well. And then Madden coming up the ramp was maybe a half second late to grab that kill. This has just been brutal. Balda's leaving the bomb as he tries to wrap around. Cadian's looking at it with the op. Should be an easy kill for him. 13-1 for Cadian. And 10-1 for Heroic.
10-1. That's definitely not where we saw this going.
Heroic trying to get to that dinner buffet before it closes.
Don't blame them. That late dinner buffet, you know, a rare late dinner buffet. So, look, yesterday we did see ENCE struggle against HEET on this map, even though it was their choice. So maybe there's something in that. Maybe they just aren't really cut out for it yet. They aren't prepared with this new lineup.
Obviously feel good on it, though. They picked it twice. This time, certainly not working. Tess is over the top, is going to see nothing. Madden is obscured very well. Little bit of damage onto him to spam through, and smoke is making Tess's nervous. Follow-up nade. Decent. At least this time, ENCE hasn't lost anybody. All 5 players here. Nobody started flanking. Nobody's pushed up from the CT side. Here comes the execute. Flashbang up into the sky for Cadian. Down, playing on top of the boxes. Over the top of the smoke is gonna grab one and almost able to spray down another. Madden, low HP, does find Cadian, but it's just not enough. Heroic is all still here and through the smokes, down grabs 2. Tesses comes in right at the end to find Volta, and it's now a 10-round lead.
That's foolish. 11-1.
This is so dominant.
It's just, yeah. And maybe they're the ones that want to get to the buffet quickly.
Yeah, he
works taking the opposite approach.
Works both ways.
Yeah. Right now, I would say Heroic's getting about all they can eat in the server. It's non-stop, doubling up.
Yeah.
Liter of cola.
Tacos. Ooh, liter of cola.
I love tacos.
Cadian took a second death in the previous round.
Flash out. Dia goes back underneath the stairwell. And it's looking better in this round because no one's dead at the minute 24-second mark. Cadian is getting closer to punishing with his op. Tessis is alongside him as well, but the Molotov still down is going to yield no results. No one daring to push forward from it. Madden has made it all the way to the sandbags, though. So he's up the ramp. Needs a bit of support, though, if he's going to try and make this work.
Yeah, but the nice thing is, I don't think Heroic realized this is even happening. Look at the way they're shifting. Stoun and Cadian, or Stoun at least, is going to head towards the B bomb site, towards middle. Tessis as well. Cadian's playing this passively with an op. This might be the best chance ENCE has had in this entire half.
High flash. Madden. It's getting closer and closer. Tessis is going to go back through the smoke. Okay, he's not. I thought he was going to just walk directly into that. They're well aware they're in the site, so smart call not to. Cadian needed the ready to go against the planter. That'll soften up all the... Oh, they doubled it. They doubled it.
Oh, and it doesn't get down.
Well, it doesn't go down, so it's 27 seconds to play with some. Pius will go back and take over that obligation, surely. Madden's just desperate. Please, someone push through. And they will, on his right. Oh, his teammate, I think, did the damage to him because they walk out, they weren't looking, and he's gonna get the spray down. The patience pays off. Shush is on the flank, bomb is planted, and ENCE looking at a second round surely at this point in time. Although I say that, let's not get carried away. Shush with a kill, has a kit to work with, and he's gonna get closer and closer to the site. Madden is up, though, when the smoke comes out, and it It will be 2 for ENCE.
Yeah, great round for Madden. Just that whole round, he was a step ahead of Heroic, getting to sandbags, creeping up along the bomb site, then creeping close to the choke points. 11-2. Plenty of money for Heroic. Plenty of money for these last 2 rounds as well. And yeah, they never had the indication. He did get dinked, but that was from a teammate, and the communication just never happened because nobody saw him. Nobody probably realized it was Madden who got dinked. 9-round lead. Let's try it again. ENCE have pretty much, it feels like in the later stage of this half, just kind of decided to live or die by how well they do at A ramp.
Yeah. They just do it over and over and over. And hope for the best.
Missed shot from Katie and allowed them to find Tess's. Madden again is going to creep into the smoke, taking a lot of risks. Stout and Katie have backed off. Sunpius going to join up with Madden on the A ramp.
Just trying to find a shot. Gets himself up on top of the box. Flash is there for him to peek, but no one on the other side of it because Dia was blinded and dropped off. They spot each other. Trish is in trouble at quad, though, isolated. Oh, nice nade. To get the win damage, baby.
Yeah, but with only Dia here, you can't really do anything about it. This is a cool play, though. Valda knows that a support flash has come in, takes his step forward. He's going to try and find Yabby, who's aware of the possibility of aggression.
Though. Yabby was certainly aware. Sat very patiently at an off angle.
Yeah, deep angle to have to clear if you're going to make the route to try and backstab towards that A bomb site. Nothing to clear out Stown.
Oh, he's going to easily get one here. Sunpius. Oh yeah, patience, baby. Gets one, snaps over to find 2. Didn't see the throw down below, so Madden at least finds that kill in return, but is it enough for Heroic to win the round? 3-on-1. Madden. Blinds. Burning. Stepping away, heard the tick of damage from the Molotov as well, so they know
10 seconds.
Over to the side, and you're right, 10 seconds to try and get that bomb down. Starts with kills, though. Kills certainly do wonders. Gonna tap, try and get another, but couldn't get the gun out in time, not expecting the peek from CT side, and it is 12-2.
That plant would have been lovely for ENCE. MAC-10 is gonna be in the hands of Snappy. Diha only has 2,900, so it's gonna be nothing great, just a Galil, light on utility as well for ENCE. This is beautiful from Stown. Heroic's the one making all the plays. Outside of that Madden push-up at the A bomb site, there really hasn't been a whole lot to speak of. Towards middle.
Happy with the flash. Jabby underneath of it, though. Here's Dia. Okay, I was gonna say, here's the mod. He's gonna go down to Trish's nade. Traded back, though. Madden, hang on, they've got a bomb. Did they go B, Jason?
They're straight up going to just plant this bomb. This round's over. Maybe not over. Let's not call it just yet. But it's going to be tough for Stown and Cadian. 16-3 on Cadian. This would be lovely. They do have plenty of utility that was stockpiled in towards CT spawn. But I don't know. Smoke is up for the moment, so Heroic waiting patiently.
Just trying to find something in the corner. Couldn't do it. He's going to drop into the site. Takes a damage from the Molotov. They know to peek him. Doesn't matter. He's got Snappy. Naden will get the shot back, however. And Canadian is out of time. So 12-3. Confirmed as Madden gets the shot onto him. And at least getting one more on the board, Jason. But we'll see
pretty.
If that's enough. Does Zonic's Law apply? 12-3. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about how much Zonic is a real god. We'll see you then.
Hey Future Pros, I have a quick and easy Vertigo God Flash for you today. throw this flash, get up against the edge of this wall. Aim just above the right corner of the concrete and throw. This will allow your teammates to peek crane and short side and get some easy kills if the T's are committed to a ramp rush.
Set aside your subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sides, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
When we get back to it, I told you we'd talk about Zonic. I lied, okay? I lied to you straight up. We're going to talk about the fact that it's actually 12-3. Heroic very much in control. So much so that Cadian's just like, you know what? I don't even need this.
I'm too hot for this sweater.
You know, I would have said he's barely breaking a sweat, but, you know, apparently it's warm in there.
Yeah, it gets there. It gets there when you're getting hyped up after a round. When you got 12 rounds to hype up each and every time you dominate ENCE, yeah, you get a little steamy. Both teams aggressing towards middle. 3 players here for ENCE on defense, and 4 players, we'll say, with Shush. Cool. First headshot is for Volda. There's the peek from Senpais. They still haven't seen the 3rd player, and they want nothing to do with that push from ENCE. Now, it's not done and over with, but let's just say after a dominant first half, remember back to Ancient, Cadian called an excellent game on the T side. An excellent game.
Excellent game. Just trying to do something rather profound at the stairs at B. Glock at range. He'll start to approach the site as Dia is going to make contact with him, but little does he know there's 2 more coming up the stairs as well, so he needs to be careful from quad. He'll see it now, and he just wants to stay alive. Buy time. Jiggle peek, force the ammunition out so when his teammates arrive, they have a chance to fight. They've lost Dia now, but they are coming in. They're pouring it over by the AC and the servers as everything goes two-directional as Senpais takes down Tessus. Volda's going to get Shush. Cadian, however, does get Volda and gets away. Able to jump back down. 100 HP
Kit,
bomb is, yeah, right, planted, but the kid is already on it, and Cadian had no idea. He didn't hear it because he was scurrying. And now he'll realize that, wow, ENCE, they got a 4th round.
Man, Shush did such a good job of bringing that within reach of Heroic as well. That's got to be frustrating. Triple kill inside the site behind the tall stack. Just not able to get it done. Caden bails out. Hard to criticize that decision too much into a 1v1, but yeah, look at this work from Shush. He's doing everything he can to protect his teammate. In fact, he did. Senpais takes him down from the other angle, but from here, Cadian just had nothing to do. 12-4, 8-round lead. Upgraded pistols for Heroic, but no armor. They're going to go for a 3rd round buy. And ENCE probably knowing that as well, or maybe expecting a 2nd round buy, decide to go straight for rifles, all 5 of them.
Nade. Ooh, Dia thinks better of it. They're going to get close. Madden already taking the aggression, though. couldn't do much, Diaz.
Look at the bomb drops. That's unfortunate.
Right, that is so far forward, it's going to be easily watched and covered off as some bias involved to close out the round 5 now for ENCE.
Yeah, but here come the AKs. Still quiet for the ENCE side of things, just in terms of fragging. Maybe they'll go on a little bit of a run here. Madden's at 17 kills. Next up is Sunpius with 10, but go down to the bottom. It's Snappy with 3, Valdo with 6, and Diho with 9. Looked even worse at different points in the first half, obviously.
That is an angry face.
It's an angry Ninja Turtle.
Is it a Ninja Turtle? All right, I'll take it. Personally, I thought it was a portrait of you, but...
Haha.
Yeah, that was too obvious. Yeah, aggressively down toward the B stairs is waiting for anyone to work in from the elevator area. It's a lot of broken glass. No class on the broken glass, but they are going to throw the flash out toward middle. If Molotov's down, they couldn't advance forward onto it. And they have not elevated themselves up one floor yet. Although Yabi is the first to do so, and he'll start to tick over middle.
Madden's at that dirty off angle behind the sandbags. Let's see if they can deal with it. He's been on point throughout this game.
Trying to get the bait as well. Yabi was, they were hoping Yabi was going to go around the corner and get pulled away from it. And he actually spots Madden. Good Molotov usage. Test this up the ramp. So it's back over toward A. Snappy gets 2 shots, turns around, knows that they were going towards scaffolding, couldn't do anything of it. It's Shush instead that gets the kill in return, but Vald is there to answer, and it's down to Katie and Jabi in a 2-on-3. Bomb still in their possession, but Vald, I think, is going to pounce on them before they can go anywhere. I think Kadian's already looking the other direction. Vald turns his head and easily finds him as he walks away.
Easily, but he did drop down. That could have screwed things up. That could have been a little bit crazy. Yabi's left alone with 15 seconds. Excuse me, 18 seconds. Just gonna save it in T-spawn. Just gonna chill. All right, 12-6. Not quite getting the vibe yet that this is really on. Just the first gun round. Let's see if this ENCE defense can build up into something, come alive here in the second half.
Moments of brilliance.
That's funny.
That's not that brilliant from Madden, really. He gets removed.
Yeah, but a good job from Snappy. Even a little bit blind from a flashbang into the sky, still manages. It wasn't completely white, but still gets a double kill. 6-round lead.
Off some bias from the corner of the crane. It's down, looking to try and go a very high flash. It's Snappy. Deep nade, no one there. Play this one out. Play the time. Oh, smoke instead. Some bias still just waiting for it. It's gonna land. Cover off scaffold position.
Wow, Heroic's coming, rotating back to come right at him. Strong positions as well. Good flashbangs might force him back, although Snappy sticks around the edge. Another flashbang. Oh, he eats that one, but they eat an 8 in return. They eat gunfire and Molotov, and it should be easy from here for ENCE.
Yeah, grenades aren't part of my diet personally, but apparently ENCE has served one up to Heroic they never saw coming.
Sometimes you only have a few options for your diet.
Knock the tea out of diet with that grenade. Tabby gonna make his way around the corner. It's Valda that will find him first, and it's just Kadian left, 16 HP. I'm afraid this one is over as well. So 12-7 now. ENCE get 4 in a row to start the half. Bias confirming that with the kill. And Zonic's Law is 11-4. I said it was 12-3. The point was a comeback is possible, Jason. And
I know you knew that.
Stop it.
I know you knew that.
Don't patronize me.
First time out by Heroic. They obviously had no need in the first half with the 12-3 scoreline, but they want to prevent it from getting too close. Nobody worried just yet. Another buy going to come in for Heroic as they talk things over, try and figure out how they want to approach this, how they want to attack into this defense. I want to put that hoodie back on. Maybe that was the good luck charm.
Yeah, maybe.
You're a hockey player. You believe in that superstitious crap, but
oh man,
you gotta know you don't change your clothes in the middle of a game.
No, never. I mean, if you're Sidney Crosby, you don't change your jockstrap since you were like 16.
That can't possibly be.
Yeah, look it up. He is very superstitious about his jockstrap.
He washes it though, right?
I'm sure he does. But
okay.
Yeah, I've heard it's a weird thing. There's tons of superstitions in hockey. Valda tagged down to 42 as he tried to get position at the top of the ramp. Spraying through the bags and backs away. He's got a teammate there. Dia, meanwhile, over at B, is tasked with making sure no one's going to get inside of the site. And Heroic certainly spreading out the map a little bit more than we saw from ENCE on the T side, but they really need this gun round to get going again in this half. This is the next to try and find a pick.
They're not really doing a whole lot on the T side quite yet, letting the utility kind of fade. Oh, see ya. Yabby gets picked off, out in the open, lining up a Molotov. That's truly unfortunate. Never expected that kind of a push, and that's gonna kind of make this a weird round, I think, for Heroic. Although at the moment, Dia's the only one at this B bomb site defending. They know his position now. Oh, he used his whole magazine and gets picked off by Shush. Tess is found on the other side of the map, and all of a sudden, there's an opportunity for Heroic.
There is. Massive one. Madden could be a problem for that, though, but they are considering it. Canadian's already looking. He's going to make no mistake as well as he threw the bomb inside of the site. They're going to go for the plant. Snappy does get Shush, so a 2-on-2 retake post-plant. Flash in. He's got the information at least, but this is a tall order for some bias to try and do with an AWP. A Deagle, though. Oh, that's a different story as Canadian sneaks up underneath the AWP player, and it is going to be Heroic, their first in the half, 13-7.
I think Cadian running forward on the stairs to drop the bomb actually completely ruined Madden's flank. Because, I mean, Cadian walked back, and Madden had to have been like, okay, the guy watching the flank is moving forward. I don't need to clear to my left, and obviously it gets ruined. That's an unfortunate thing for Yabby to have to deal with. This right here, walking back, Madden is never even going to consider this because he heard the footsteps towards the bomb site. And a good round from Cadian with a triple kill and a clutch. First round for Heroic on the board in the second half, 13-7.
Zabby already up the ladder, trying to go toward middle. Snappy. No economy garnered just yet on the Heroic side. It's a tough year in the stock markets, so they'll have to really look for a deal breaker right now. Got a spam call yesterday in between maps asking me if I wanted to buy cryptocurrency.
And you obviously said yes.
I said, hell no, don't ever call me again.
Gave him all your bank account detail?
But thank you for checking in on me, Henry. Yeah, here's all my bank info over the phone while I'm in Malta. That sounds like a great idea. Shot from Sir Pius. Tessus is going to get tagged down to 16, bottom of the ramp. Again, though, more patience from Heroic. They're playing a much slower tactic than what we saw from the contact plays on ramp in the first half.
Yeah, they are. They look like they're shuffling a little bit. It felt like they, on their T side on Ancient, they were looking much more comfortable and much more on the same page. This one seems a bit of a scramble. Flashbang behind into the sky. Utility is out. Two players playing at the plant boxes at the I-beam, not forced out. No Molotov, no smokes to obscure vision, no nades raining in, and this defense is solid. Heroic has to call this off. That seemed doomed from the start. And that has got to be a worrying sign now, if you're a Heroic fan, that this comeback could be a real thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
This organization on your side and a 5-1 run to start the second half for ENCE.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, it's 13-8 now. ENCE in the CT side looking far more composed. Trying to force out map 3 in the most elongated of ways, considering the scoreline this map was. It's Nuke that we would go to decide the series.
Timeout taken from Heroic, and I think they need it after that. That's certainly a talk things over. You can see Exist in the background, coach getting into things. That's his happy face. Given a few pointers as the timeout comes to a close. Up to the players to execute his ideas. 10 seconds left in freeze time, round 22. 2 MAC-10s on Shush and Yabi. Interesting.
Set smoke again, going to be from the corner. That's going to bounce itself onto scaffolding above. So chances are they're going to try and be a little bit quicker this time. Cadian, speculative shots against the flash at the corner. That just yields a nade. Getting yeeted back in their direction, as you would say, Jason.
Does sound like me. Another deep nade. Oh, that is great damage on Acadian. Down to 39 HP. Hasn't even seen anyone yet. Hasn't even been an opportunity to deal damage to the ENCE side. Good flashbang. 1 minute and 20 seconds. They're challenging. Yabi lurking in mid with the MAC-10. Most of this hit is coming up the ramp, though. But still, ENCE just drops back and dumps more utility.
Jumping, though. Shush just heard 2 players just stare him down. They make no mistake. Snappy nails the headshot immediately. ENCE with the man advantage. Stowen's in an unlikely position to do anything either. Can't trace the aim. But Yabi and Cadian aren't done yet. Yabi's going to find a second. As we get to a 2-on-2. Hold on, 54 seconds, bombs tossed back down, and they're gonna drop into the ramp rather than stay up on the ledge, try and get a little bit less predictable in their aim and their position. Some Pius gonna flash himself in with the AWP, or is he gonna want Dia to go? Bomb is being planted in the process. Dia's gonna run it around. Oh, good plays, Yabi. That's the long side. Plays that smoke in his favor, but can't find a kill either way. And it's all on Acadian. First kill, success. Knows Dia was up close. Which way is he gonna go? Here's the footsteps. Goes back out, Dia. Looking his direction, sees the headshot. Goes again for the peek. Acadian, he wanted the fight rather than the time. It's gonna be 13-9.
I think he's trying to catch Dia in transition to get to the bomb, and Dia just catches him with a nice, swift headshot. Well done. A little bit of communication between Snappy and Madden trying to clean up a couple mistakes. But another victory for ENCE, just barely 13-9. What a round from Dia. Katie not able to stay alive to slow play it a little bit more. Madden's got to be happy about that. 4-round lead. It's dwindled. Remember, it was 12-3 at the halftime. From 9-4 so quickly. Heroic surely at this point on notice.
Stowen. Yeah, Heroic's definitely on notice. The hoodie needs to go back on. Dia. Did you see it? Absolutely did. Just the arm waving at him. Just gets the return kill, though. And it might not be done there. Hang on. Madden's in a bit of trouble here. Just going to try and capitalize. Rotations are there. It doesn't even matter. Volder's giving himself up. Heroic. Have they done just enough, Jason? Tessus with the kill on Snappy. It could be 14-9.
That is a filthy little round from Shush. That is nice on top of the boost. He knows he had confirmed damage on the second player and just follows it up with a great route that he runs to find the follow-up entry and crack open the bomb site. 13-9. It's about to be 14-9. So Heroic, it's been labored. Let's be real. This T side has not looked good.
Oh, no.
There's nothing really all that positive to talk about, but they've had a couple heroic performances to get them these 2 rounds. Oh, sorry about that. 2 rounds so far in the half.
Don't apologize. You're not Canadian. We've patented that.
You guys are an apologetic people.
Yeah. We're sorry that we're so damn good. We're sorry that we're better than you. And we're sorry that we're so damn good.
5-round lead. This is great.
Sick from Shush. Someone's got to step up. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And also simplified that round. Cadian's doing some weird hand signals like he's playing baseball.
It's the next thing.
I love Cadian.
Look, he's so animated. What a guy. Jabby's loving it too. He's thinking, man, oh man.
What kind of insanity am I partnered up with?
Exactly. Holy moly, what have I got myself into? Mom, I'm scared.
Pius with an off-angle AWP. Gonna grab the first one. Yabi in middle. Went from happy to sad real quick. Shush. Gonna be able to pick off Madden, who really wanted a weapon, but is not ready for Pius. Even stopped in the open for him, made it easy. 3-on-4. Valda makes it a 2-on-4, traded back 1-for-1. And Snappy's gotta be careful not to go down, but he will indeed. Feels like he fell asleep at the wheel there.
Well, it's all right. We can live in the land of Teslas. They'll self-drive if you do, so.
There's a minute to work with.
which is also about how long a Tesla battery lasts for, so. See if they can make something happen. 2-on-2, and Heroic win this. Not only do they go on to map point, they do so with no money left in the bank.
I think this smoke is fine, because Heroic's trying to like just pause the action and, well, hold the phone. He's gonna come through it as the Molotov comes out. I thought they'd wait a little bit longer and make ENCE sweat a little bit that the other bomb site could be under attack, but they press the issue a little bit early and get completely trounced. 4-round lead still for Heroic, but it keeps dwindling.
It does. Definitely does. There's no question about it. It's on a thread right now, and Dia, very good hold for ENCE. That was so desperately needed with the money the way that it is.
Yeah, I was going to say both teams now have money concerns, money issues as well. I mean, Heroic obviously doesn't have the pressure of a kind of a reset when they get to map point, but losing this, they'd have to shift back to Deagle's Tech 9s and armor.
Top already. I think Vault is spotted the backside of him. He's going to now. Oh, where is he? Because he's stepped wide. No response. Volta does get the assist at least. Dia's got the kill, but Stowin's inside of the site. And Dia's gone. Smoke out. Go for the fast plant. No, bomb's still downstairs.
It's all right. Look at the rotation they've caused. Look at the space they've opened up for Tesses. What an incredible play from Yabby, even with 0 kills on Pius. Is he going to be ready for it to be this deep? No. He was scoped in, but no chance turning the corner. Heroic with a massive advantage, and Tesses has infiltrated the front lines. These rotations are going to be contested.
This is such a tense position. Oh, snap, he's done. Done for. Tesses with the kill. All down to Valda. Bomb planted as well. You're right. They pulled the rotations, and Valda knows it. Ooh, dear.
Look, again, this T side is just being won by the individuals of Heroic. This route from Yabby, even with 0 kills, causes so much chaos. Previously, we saw Shush have that boost up and triple kill to crack into the B bomb site. Before that, it was Cadian who provided. Those are the 3 rounds that Heroic have won in this half. And the tough part now for ENCE, as we mentioned, the money issues coming into this round is they've got nothing to play with. There's no losing bonus built up. It is 0. They are going to be so stripped of cash. You're fighting for the map, fighting for the series with just pistols in this next round.
Like we say, this puts both of these teams at 1-1. Complexity goes 2-0. 0-2 for HEET. And then it's pretty wide open. Astralis also 1-1 already, so yeah, this group just got very interesting, I think. Or is about to, I shouldn't say yet, because this game has been closer in the end than we would have expected it to be.
Such a good round from Yabby. Every single kill in that round should just be given as an assist to him. That's actually a sick, sick round. Don't normally say that about someone with 0 kills, but he did everything. 5-round lead for Heroic.
That's how I feel when I get 0 kills too.
Yeah, your 0 kills feel a little bit different.
Okay. Well, this one's not feeling any different for Tessis. He goes straight through. Down they go. 2-man advantage against the pistols, and this might be it for Heroic. Pius and Madden gonna try and get up close and do whatever they can at this point.
So much time to play with such an advantage. Just pause, look for the responses, let Shush make a play on the other side of the map. There's some Pius, they're gonna pounce on it. One more kill for Tesses, goes down. It's just Diha. Not any longer, 16-10. Heroic take a 2-0 victory in the group stage here over ENCE, and it was a wonderful 2-0. Second half of Vertigo looked a little bit sketchy, but Ancient was phenomenal for Heroic. That's great. They're gonna love it.
Absolutely, they're gonna love it. This is huge. Like we say, this sets the group in an interesting position. We've got Astralis and HEET tomorrow, Heroic, Complexity, and MOUZ. So really, it is all to play for and wide open. Complexity, perhaps in the best spot so far.
Hell yeah.
As Heroic recover from what was a pretty lackluster opening day. With that, we're gonna send it back over to, oh, there it is, the studio, the night shift, Paula and the desk.
there were glimpses of hope for ENCE, but that 12-round CT first half for Heroic gave the Danes the currency to eventually cash out the win. 16-10 on Vertigo, meaning Heroic take the series 2-0. Blair and Maui, I am impressed with how Heroic have bounced back over the course of this series.
Oh, they've been fantastic.
Compared to yesterday, let me clarify.
I mean, yesterday was not even any bounce back there from Heroic, but yeah, map one, their mapping to make it look very convincing. And this is the one worry I had, Maui, heading into Vertigo, was yesterday when it came to Snappy's calling on the T side of Vertigo was very much based out of spawn calling. They didn't really have anyone waiting. Whenever they were going for the A hit, there was no one waiting towards B stairs. There was a couple of times maybe someone waiting towards mid. But the thing was, HEET were playing a little bit more turtle up. They weren't being aggressive against Heroic CD side. That's when the flags are going to be coming in again and again and again, and didn't have an answer for it.
You could tell that there was a bit of counter-stratting with the way that Heroic were just constantly pushing ENCE's tentacles in, because it's a Kraken, you know.
How do you push tentacles in?
They just pushed them in, okay? They were just pushing them in. They were flanking a lot.
There are 8 legs, sorry, 8 tentacles and 1 orifice. I don't know how, 2 actually.
What?
Maui.
Wow,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
let's, okay, what?
I'm not sure what you said is scientific.
Isn't ENCE's logo...
You can't push a tentacle in.
About pushing tentacles in.
I don't know what sort of...
Let's just say that
I don't know what sort of anime you've been watching, Maui, but listen, man, all right.
I have never seen a documentary on wildlife under the sea where an octopus, or a kraken, which is a mythical creature, but an octopus in reality has had its tentacles pushed in. Anyway, we're getting off track here. Look, before we delve deeper into this matchup, I would just like to hint to everybody at home. Group C is now blown wide open. More on that later. Guys, any other initial general points on this matchup between Heroic and ENCE?
Yabi looked incredible. He felt very comfortable in Ancient. He felt very comfortable on the B bomb side, the mid defense as well. And the fact that he has such a big role to play in getting his flank timings right. And for the new addition, someone who's been criticized a little bit, he was fantastic.
Yeah, this was a great bounce back game for Yabi in terms of what he showed here. I would say that Heroic's starting to piece things together. That's kind of like the big picture thing. We're going to dive into some rounds, some reasons as to why, but Heroic is starting to finally get their wheels in motion here.
One of the reasons why on Vertigo was Mr. Casper Mola himself. Cadian was the standout. Good performance by him.
Him and Tessus both combined to actually find a lot of impact, especially defending that A ramp. We already talked about, or Bled that is, talked about the fact that ENCE were frequently just trying to go for these quicker calls. They were trying to make it up that ramp, and you could see that that first line of defense between Cadian, between Tessus was phenomenal.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, the first half was incredible, and the second half as well. We saw some of his runs from Tessus. I think there was that 3K he got in the B bombs, so just completely obliterating the defense that ENCE put up. There was a bit of resistance being shown from ENCE from that CT side, so I'll give them that much. But, you know, when you have like 2 or 3 rounds in that attacking half, especially in a map pick, it was never going to be good enough.
You mentioned Tessus. He was the second highest performer on Heroic. Him and Cadian really duoed up for success.
Right. We'll see. Everybody will be witness to the Tessus spray machine. I said that D-Haw has some of the best aim in the world. I think Tessus has some of the best sprays in the world. It always feels like anytime he even maybe doesn't hit that first bullet, he quickly corrects and he's able to constantly just deliver the transfers. Like, you could see some of those kills already if you were looking closely. Missed the first bullet, boom, snaps to a headshot. Like, this guy is so nasty with it. Glad to see that he's performing the server today.
Across the series, he was the absolute standout, just behind Cadian on Vertigo. But yeah, Tessus was the hero for Heroic, Black.
Yeah, absolutely, he was indeed. And the thing with Tessus is, again, the thing with Heroic with this win is, I love the fact that it wasn't just, again, the Stalin show, right? It wasn't him having to really deliver. He did his job, but we saw Cadian step up here on Vertigo. We saw Tessus having impact on both the maps as well. Yabi playing his role to perfection. So I think, like, this is a good look for Heroic, considering the abysmal showing they had yesterday. And now, I don't know what to make of Heroic right now. They look good today, but are they going to continue this heading into tomorrow?
Feels like they're ramping up. I think that they're getting a little bit better as it stands right now. You know, they right now, when we saw Yabi first debut at Cologne, there was nothing to be happy about. This is the second BO3 that Heroic have won since they have made this change, and it's been their 7th series with this 5-man lineup. So it took them a while to pick it up where they left off when they dropped Refresh. But if they can take down a team like ENCE, who I think many of us were saying probably was going to be a top 3 team in the group. I don't think anybody knows for sure with this kind of group because it seems like it's all over the place. But this is a strong opponent that Heroic have to be happy about beating.
Blett and Maui, is it fair to say that one of the issues for Heroic on their slightly slower T side on Vertigo was that some of their executes weren't really working out and maybe a lack of creativity? But then when we saw the swing round, round 25, they actually went to A and then swung it back round to B, or the other way around, I can't remember. We'll see it on screen now.
Right, this was a great start from Heroic where they were going for kind of a B pinch. Yeah. And D-Haw was able to get some multi-frag there, but Heroic, what they were doing poorly and what you were alluding to and properly recognized, Paula, was that the Heroic weren't using lurkers to actually take any type of space, and this is the best use of a lurker they had in the entire half where Tessus pushed up towards A.
Yeah, I felt like a majority of the rounds until this round number 25 coming in from Heroic were a little bit more one-dimensional, and even as A hits, it looked a little weird, but the flashes were not really on point, and you could see ENCE starting to really rear up. Madden was getting multi-kills as well. D-Haw was stepping up too, but then eventually, like you said, a little bit of a ruse. It wasn't even an initial fake, right? They started taking his juice, like, hey, hold up. I'm sure ENCE have over-rotated a little bit. Let's sneak in Tessus over to this A bomb site, and boom, round's done to get the map point. And again, looking at the stats as well, like, Tessus up there, Cadian up there. It's a good look Heroic, and I'm happy because it makes things even more interesting.
One thing that was really cool when we were watching this, just for what was going on in the green room, Paula was even actually IGLing this. He was like, they're not lurking. Like, Heroic aren't using lurkers right now. They're not prodding towards B, prodding towards A in these slower late rounds. And then the very next round after Paula says that, they actually ran this play. So, Paula, what do you have to say about being Cadian?
No comment, Maui Snake, no comment. All right, everybody, it's now, is that not...
Crowd goes mild.
The crowd goes mild. You honestly made it sound much more poetic than it was. I was saying when we were watching the match, I was like, why are they just, they keep attacking the same side over and over. Why are they not switching back when there's a minute left, it's 2v2? And thanks for dressing it up to make me look more of an analyst.
You should
than
call.
I am.
You should IGL.
We should play some matchmaking tonight, and you should IGL every single round. On Tuscan as well. Let's go.
I hate you. But somebody that I love is the new blood on Heroic. Jabby is on the sidelines with Heku for a winner's interview.
Hey, Night Shift. Heroic just won against ENCE with a 2-0, and we have an opportunity to check out with Yabi. Yabi, congratulations, a win. That's like a really good start. Now, I want to know that your opponents, they decided to pick Vertigo. Yesterday, they were really successful on the T side, but today it seemed like you found a way to actually stop them. Were they trying to do the same tricks?
I mean, we were pretty prepared for the pick, but we also have been really bad on Vertigo lately in the other tournaments we've been playing, so we were, it was an obvious pick for them, so we prepared and we have been practicing a lot, so we were good today.
You were good today and you were ready. Awesome. Well, the thing is, you previously played on Copenhagen Flames, and which means that you actually played under 2 different IGLs, that being Hooksy and Cadian. How would you compare those 2 IGLs to one another?
That's a tough question. They both has they're good things, obviously. They are good players, but I mean, Cadian has a thing for the game I don't think I have tried anyone has. He just knows everything in just some rounds, and it's, I don't know how he knows, but he does. And yeah, obviously Hooks is good as well, but Cadian can do some magic.
He can do some magic. But I mean, at least from the interview with Nico, I had an impression that Hooksy usually gives like more control to their players, like they can like do whatever they want. Is Cadian a little bit more controlling in that way?
No, I mean, Hooksy obviously gives a lot of space to make the calls and stuff like that, but the space is also with Cadian. But if he has a call, we all trust it, and it's working 9 out of 10 times, so why shouldn't we just do it? So, yeah, we can make the things we want to as well, so.
Basically, if Cadian says jump, you all jump and you full on trust him. Well, tomorrow you're going to play against Complexity, a team that is 2-0 at the moment, to probably everyone's surprise. Is that in any way intimidating?
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Because it's an A?
What?
Is it because it's a North American team?
Nah, that has nothing to do with it. But we're good tomorrow. I will promise you that.
Did you already prepare for them, or like you're gonna sit down just right now?
I think we will talk about the game we just played and then do the homework for tomorrow.
Awesome. One more time, congratulations, and thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
Great interview, as always, from Heko. I don't think I've seen a Yabi interview before, and he was quietly confident, reserved confidence there in the way he spoke.
It looked like he was trash-talking NA for a bit there, Maui. Well, what do you have to say about that?
He quite literally said, no, it's not because they're NA. Stop trying to start stuff.
God damn it. I tried.
Stop trying to...
No, but like, jokes aside, it looked like he's pretty comfortable there, right? And again, full faith in Cadian's calling style. It took a little bit of a while. Look, Cadian's calling style is never going to be easy, even if you're a Dane coming into his style, and how chaotic that CD side can be, how it's so many moving parts happening simultaneously, almost like a, it's almost like a Hydra, if you ask me, the way I would define that CD side. So for him to finally feel a little bit comfortable, that being said, it's still a reasonably small sample size. You said, what, 7 series thus far?
7 series, and they've only won 2.
Well, hopefully they win a little bit more right now. He's looking pretty good.
They got some time. Right now, with Heroic, their map pool, to me, feels like their biggest weakness. Whereas before, it was a 6-map pool that you could be pretty reliable on. I would say Mirage and Dust 2, incredibly shaky still, as we saw yesterday versus MOUZ. This felt like a completely different team than yesterday. This was so much better. It was refreshing to watch them on Vertigo, actually. So moving forward, I think that Heroic are starting to figure out where their win conditions are. I think that Ancient is a great place for them to go in a veto, because with Yabi just playing all of his comfort roles, everybody can just run the same plays that they're used to. Vertigo is probably something that they're pleasantly surprised about, because Yabi just said himself it didn't look that good.
I kind of want to see them play Mirage and Dust 2 again, just to see like how much has changed, because they look so much better today. I agree.
Guys, just one thing that I'd like to react to from the interview before we move on. We're seeing a new faction emerging here, one potentially being created by Yabi. This isn't a direct quote, but paraphrased, Hooksy good, but Cadian magic. The Hooksy fans, I think, are going to be coming at Cadian.
I don't know about
Yabi
that.
and Cadian for that. Hashtag Cadian magic? Can we get it trending? I don't think it's going to be possible, because Hooksy is trending hard. The Giga Chaz...
I mean, you made Hooksy's world trend, Paula, so you do have the power, so it's up to you,
it's
man.
not the power. It's just lighting the flame, pouring gas on the flame that's already out there, right? But Cadian magic, that's another Danish faction, Danish force.
Are they stealing from NIP now? Just stealing everything? Like, I don't know, man. Like,
I don't know either.
There's a little too much crossover with the NIP magic.
Yeah, I don't think magic works. I think that'd be better.
All I'm saying,
kind of trademarked right now.
All I'm trying to say is that...
I like where you're going with this.
Yeah, we're building lore.
Cadian adrenaline, maybe? He's a loud guy.
Cadian adrenaline?
Yeah, I don't know.
But we have to use the phrasing that Yabi used, which was Cadian magic.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that one.
I'll tell you what.
Let's workshop that, guys. Let's Twitch chat.
We'll get back tomorrow.
Get to work, Twitch chat.
Twitch chat, get to work. All right, let's look at Group C. As I alluded to earlier, at the end of day 2 of this group, everything has been blown wide open. Who would have thought that at the end of day 2, Complexity were going to be the team that were 2-0, and then following beneath them 4 teams 1-1: Astralis, ENCE, Heroic, and MOUZ, and then HEET at the bottom. The pressure is on for the Frenchman.
Hey, Paula, who'd have thought? Not me.
Not me.
Look at them. Look at them.
Guys, what a standing, a layout for Group C at the end of day 2.
It's kind of crazy, because when we headed into this group, we all thought Complexity, HEET, they're coming to the bottom of the table. It was going to be a battle for those top 3 spots amongst MOUZ, Astralis, Heroic, and ENCE. But the fact that Complexity 2-0 up, sure, one of the wins is against HEET, where I think most of us thought Complexity was going to get that win. Yesterday had that huge upset win as well yesterday. So if they get one more win, 4 opportunities, like, there's a real possibility things that, like, 2 of the 4 aforementioned teams won't make it, which is absolutely insane.
Hey, Mr. Complexity, if you had one shot, one opportunity, would you capture it?
Or would I mom spaghetti drop it on the floor? Well, let's see. Complexity still got a ways to go. I'm not trying to just get too excited just yet, because I've been broken, I've been battered, I've been bruised in the past by the red, white, and blue, and I don't want that fate to happen once again.
It's not red and it was red and Complexity.
Everybody at home, take a look on screen in the bottom right. You can see the schedule for tomorrow. We'll start things off with Astralis versus HEET at 12:30 CET, and then Heroic versus Complexity at 4 PM CET, and then ENCE versus MOUZ at 7:30 PM CET. We'll be back for those second 2 for the first match of the day. Astralis HEET, it will be
Daywalkers.
Daywalkers, Stunner, Cassard, and YNK. Thank you so much for joining us, Blair, Maui. Anything you want to say whilst we fade off into?
I just want to say, you know, we all talk about Hooksy being a Giga Chat, but you know, I feel like everyone's Giga Chat. I think Twitch Chat, you guys are Giga Chat. Everyone watching at home is Giga Chat, and Paula.
The world is Giga Chat.
The world is Giga Chat. There we go.
We are all Giga Chad.
And with that,
and Chad is Giga Chat too.
Being said, that knowledge bomb and wisdom shared to you, the world.
Respect.
We say
Hashtag.
Goodbye.
Looking to get more out of your CSGO fan experience? Introducing CSGO Bingo, event pick'ems, and fan club showdown. Claim free bingo cards to win amazing prizes. Predict the winners of ESL events with pick'ems for prizes and glory. Show your favorite team you're the biggest fan by winning matches in the fan club showdown. Check out csgohub.com today to take part in all of these and more.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.